3 years of the Jisa era Kyoto. But then suddenly in front of our hero there was an explosion of scarlet skies. He just looked closer and thought about what? He didn't understand where this unpleasant feeling came from, because when he looked up, he saw that he had been fooled. That meant they lured him here. Onmaji clan Tamaman, our hero, I looked and asked what he owes such an honor. But what the man said was that today they would destroy him. And then everything from the clans began to summon seals of summoning to limit spiritual energy. And our hero realized that they had sealed him with Shikigami, spirits of servants. They also decided to limit his spiritual energy. Realizing that they had carefully prepared and was even a little flattered. To which one of the men said that they didn't tell him to start it because he wouldn't leave here alive anyway. But our hero was curious why he was going to be destroyed. And the man said that it was obvious because he was simply too strong. Since he alone is capable of defeating any evil spirit, and this is a strength like a bone in the throat for the Tamaman clan. But now our hero understood perfectly well, because he also knew that they were afraid of him. And already a large number of people began to attack our hero. He understands perfectly well that his strongest Shikigami was sealed and severe restrictions were placed on spiritual energy. And to fight against hundreds of elite Onmaji, this is obviously an option for him, but he will still continue to fight to the last drop. Therefore, having prepared, he only invited them to begin. After all, everyone will get it in full. And literally a moment later, no one understood. Should he now be no stronger than the average Onmaji? After all, where does he still have so much power? But in fact, he could still be called alive now because he could still move one arm. He still realized that it seemed he had lost, so no matter how much it infuriated him, he would have to use extreme measures. So he immediately said the word reincarnation. And everyone understood perfectly well that this was a forbidden technique, but no one understood why he still had enough spiritual energy for this. But for our hero it was not a bad life. The next life will be much better than the previous ones. And literally a moment later our hero, I woke up, looking at my body and realizing that he no longer had a wound and also his appearance had changed. And he understood that everything happened very successfully. Reincarnation flashed through his mind. And our hero understood what it means in this world that spiritual energy is called magic. And in all likelihood, his current position in the world leaves much to be desired. Our hero's new name was Ian Granado, third child of the Granado family. And he understands that the day of the entrance exam to the Elsella Magic Academy is approaching. But he has such a lousy reputation that no one even thinks that he can pass this exam, and this is all because. But our hero's body was completely destroyed, his talent for magic, or rather, his magical powers are not enough for even the simplest spell. Because of this, Ian had a lot of difficulties. And after a while he understood how things were now. After all, at some point, he even understood too well, since he has one assumption, Yan's magical power is 0. And he also had a huge supply of spiritual energy with which he used the Onmito spell. But in this world, nothing is known about this type of energy, not to mention using it somewhere, and it is quite possible that he reincarnated into Yen, because he secretly has a huge reserve of this energy. I perfectly understood that it all sounded very ridiculous, although for someone like him who was nicknamed the strongest ever born, nothing is impossible. And only for this reason they started hunting him. But still, some pieces of memory were too blurry, and it was necessary to check what was going on in the world now. And already from time on, our hero, I very carefully read all the possible books that he could get his hands on. You understand that he really seems to have found himself in a completely different world, since the culture and ecosystem are completely different from the previous one. But besides, the biggest problem will be from the monster. After all, they are somewhat similar to the Ekov from his previous world, and every year a huge number of people are attacked by monsters, and the territory of Granado is no exception. However, there is no information about spiritual energy and technology and uses magic against monsters, and this is a very popular method. And our hero understood that, apparently, nothing is really known in this world, and about spiritual energy, not about Onmaji, but since this is the case, most likely the locals will be a little shocked by his new powers. Since in a past life he hid in the shadows, and behind this same shadow he protected people. But only because he did it, and that's why they destroyed him. He made the decision that, in this world, he would shine and live in the light of the sun, not in pitch darkness. Since past regrets will remain in the past no matter how you look, and in the last battle they closed all their debts to each other, and he will not allow the same tragedy to happen in this world. And for this, first of all, he needed to do everything possible, but then suddenly someone entered the room. Call our hero a small insect. The guy immediately asked, did he make the final decision? Since if he fails to enter the Alcel Magic Academy, then he will be from the lands of Granado. And this is tantamount to being expelled from high society, so his life will not be as sweet as it is now. It was the older brothers Harold and Dean. Two older brothers who always hated him. They immediately began to say that the father left a will that was too absurd. It was absurd to give the reins of government to the family into the hands of the youngest child of a loser. The second also noticed that this was simply unthinkable. Therefore, it would be better to enter the academy if he simply appointed his successor and resigned. He immediately said that he should not misunderstand his small insect. We are a hero. I understood why his father appointed him the head of the family, because only he would have the answer to this. Since the father told our hero that he wants to entrust him with the future of the Granado family. To which our hero said that he was only the third son. But what the man said is that such a small territory does not need not muscles but brains, and he is smart beyond his years, and he wants his wisdom to become the support of the family. Even if he inherits the title, no one will listen to him. Therefore, our hero would like to give this role to someone with a more stable position, saying that Dean and Harold are too selfish and are not suitable for the role of head. But then the father told our hero that it would be hard, but he was sure that he could handle it. To which he, in turn, replied, yes, he will be sure that he will lead the Granado family. And that same night my father died. In other words, he needs to get into the Alcel Magic Academy so that these two older brothers will begin to obey him. Since his father really drove him into a juicy situation, this could be his chance. To which one of the brothers turned to our hero and asking about this, he listens, not Gil no. To which the boy replied that he is listening. They say that his answer will be this, since he will enter the Alcel Magic Academy, and will inherit the title of head and will rule this territory. But as soon as the guys heard this, they couldn't believe their shamba and asked to repeat it again. And our hero replied that he would tell them as much as needed, because he would enter the Magic Academy and he would inherit the title of head and would rule this territory. The guys immediately started laughing, but I thought that maybe this was some kind of joke. After all, he can bet on whether he will pass the exam or not. What do they think about this? I said that he will anyway, so what can he bet? And our hero replied that he would give the inheritance that he got from his father, because she would give them all this jewelry and weapons. However, if he passes their replacement, then they will be his brothers expelled from the lands of Granado. They immediately became interested and said that he would not pass it in any case. After all, he no longer had magical power. Looking at the guy, they immediately began to talk about the fact that he decided to dig his own grave. To which she, the hero, just laughed and said that they would find out about this 3 days after the exam. And leaving the room, they immediately said that they were waiting and would not wait for this moment. Our hero understood that the guy was accepted, but I was thinking that they want to do some mischief. After all, be that as it may, if something goes wrong, he will correct it with the Onmito technique. Since now first of all we need to begin their resurrection. And now our hero wanted to test his Onmito skill in practice. Omendo is a technique that activates by chanting matter that draws out his spiritual energy and uses Katashiro paper dolls as a catalyst. After all, in this world it is most closely similar to magic, which is activated when a person uses his magical power and he has no magical power, but spiritual energy still bubbles in his body. And perhaps these types of energy are radically opposite, like fire and ice. And whatever technique he used was very difficult to choose, but then someone turned to our hero calling him master. And our hero recognized this voice, thinking that it was Kijin. To which they immediately answered that this was exactly how they expected him to awaken. And our hero realized that they had moved into this world and just like him, because he said Mr. Yang, and how quickly he got his bearings. After all, no matter what happens, he alone has the right to be their master. Besides him, 12 divine generals in Shigami, also in integrity and safety. It was clear to our hero that he was the divine king and decided to speak to him on their behalf, receiving the answer that he was absolutely right. And he is glad that even after reincarnation he will serve him, to which he received an answer that it is an honor for him. But there is no better reason to try Wanamido, because now he is. Calls him here and now. He also said that he summons the 12 divine Shikigami generals. And 12 divine rank generals are ranked as the highest Shikigami. And in other words, these are his strongest servants. And they all appeared in front of our hero. He thought that it seemed the technique worked in this world, and it was already good that he could calmly summon Shikigami. But then suddenly some spirits began to fly by and the guy thought a little and immediately understood. After all, this meant that the body was not yet capable of releasing enough spirits but its energy to support 12 Shikigami at a time. Of the remaining ones he has the Kijin, Suzaku and of course Dayan. The three of them literally knelt before our hero. And then the girl immediately turned to our hero saying that a lot of time had passed since his last meeting. That was Kinji's nobility. And also the guy turned to our hero. They say that his awakening is incredible happiness for them. It was Sujako Scarlet Sparrow. And of course, the girl said that he was even more charming than he was before, because he was studying the spirit of youth and that was Dane's great secret. But then one of the girls turned around and said that it was rude, but the girls don't understand what we read talking about because she made a compliment. But our hero was glad that they had not changed at all. They were not just meetings. But still they were very interested in why exactly they retained their shape. To which the guy said that it was obvious, because among the 12 divine generals they were chosen for narrowing. They immediately thought that they were the chosen 3. But our hero said that it was just an accident. Drinking his spiritual energy will increase even more, and when this happens, he will be able to maintain the form of all Shikigami as long as his heart desires, and until that moment he will have to be patient. And the girl asked to accept her gratitude, and our hero, after all, the rest of the Shikigami were also happy to hear this. But the girl also continued to say that it seems that everyone will soon have an exam that will allow him to become the head of the house, and our hero said that everything is right, we need to start with this. Saying that these trash brothers are saying that he wants to quickly take a look at their faces, and the servants immediately began to say that they understand him because they want to send them to hell. They say that they will soon get the hang of it all, but still, to enter the Magic Academy they only need a passing grade. The trio began to say that this was very cool, because as I expected from Mr. N, they had not been called up for more fun for so long. Speaking about these brothers, the girl asked if he was sure that they would so calmly accept defeat and agree to exile without any resistance. To which our hero said that he wouldn't have come to them even in a nightmare, what he did himself, because most likely they were a scandal, but now it didn't matter. Since what is more important is that after enrolling, he is obliged to get rid of the image of a loser incapable of magic as soon as possible. But the girl also noticed that this is true, but now the assessment of the gentleman among those around him is extremely low. But they didn't understand whether their opinion was so important so that they didn't think, wasn't he, in a past life, the greatest onmaji of all time? To which our hero, I said that is true, but still there's no point in it. It's not enough for him now. Since in a past life he never appeared in public and the action was from the shadows and he is indeed completely free and did not belong to any of the factions and so became a white-eye for the Tamaman house. And as a result, they decided to just get rid of everything from him and everyone recognizes him as the strongest and then no one dared to attack him again because his goal is to become the greatest ruler along with his comrades. The Trinity immediately began to understand and they thought this was a wonderful idea. Saying that because of this they are almost masters, to which the guy confirmed that this is true, because just imagining their idea is already exciting. But our hero immediately turned to the girl and said that she also needed to try to pass the entrance exam, but the girl did not yet understand why. To which he said that he would be calmer if at least one Shikigami helps him, because with her help he wants to take first place. But another girl said that it was dishonest to ask for only such a Kinji. Because among the 12 divine generals, she is the smartest. And our hero, I asked Dana to come to terms with this. But the girl immediately said that she understood our hero and she would be happy to help the gentleman with this. Well, the guy also didn't understand that although the parts related to practical magic would not be able to come because they were similar to Onmito techniques, would they also be able to imitate the local students and pass the written test? The girl also thought about this. The guy asked a good question. To which our hero said that since Shikigami sleep is not needed, if they take a break from studying for the remaining 3 days, the problem will be solved. To which the guys immediately laughed and said to the girls, "Good luck, because it's written on her face how much she hates studying." To which our hero said that now it's okay if he transfers all the energy to Kinji in order to stably maintain its form? Well, the guys immediately smiled and said that of course he could do it. Our hero understood that this was a great invitation to the girl to try very hard. But the girl immediately clenched her fists and said that he could rely on her because she would not let him down. And the very next day I was walking along the corridor that the maid thought that the next room was Mr. Yan's. But as soon as she opened the doors to the room, the video in front of her surprised her a little because there was a book literally hanging in the air in front of her, which really shocked me, and of course she ran away. To which the girl told our hero that this technique always causes a stir, the technique of overlaying transparency. And several days have already passed, the day of the entrance exam has arrived and right now they are leaving the territory of the Granado family and heading to the capital of the kingdom of Alcela. Our hero imposed transparency on the girl because among the rumors in the mansion, rumors about a floating pen and paper began to spread, but no one took these rumors to heart. Well, then our hero felt something, because 3 kilometers from here there was a large source of magical power. He immediately thought that it might be monsters. And the girl immediately asked our hero if it was necessary to get rid of them? To which our hero replied that there is no need to do this yet, because she needs to do as much as possible. Well, the girl replied that she understood immediately using movement in space. Our hero, by the beginning of the exam, he began to better understand the nature of magic and magical powers. Since there are practically no magical powers in his body, and how did this become clear? After all, I learned to determine the approximate amount of magical powers in living beings by looking at a Class A monster, Chimera. Speaking of the fact that perhaps he was studying here for prey, but how lucky for our hero because he could use some warm-up before the exam. And he immediately launched an attack against the monster. Using the ability of a spiral of raging flames, he attacked the monster. And why did he literally turn into dust? To which our hero, turning around, very confidently, simply said that something like this. And the girl immediately thanked our hero for his help and asked how it all went. And our hero replied that his magic power was higher than that of the local monsters and yet it was very disappointing, but however, the girl, I expected this from the master. And literally a moment later OS cart stopped and our hero asked what happened. To which the driver replied that nothing happened. The chimera just lies ahead. Moreover, she was not only destroyed, she was also charred, thinking that this was clearly the work of some powerful person, to which our hero also asked with indignation who it could be. Soon after, they arrived in the capital of the kingdom of Alcela. Since the exam for admission to the Magic Academy is the same for everyone, regardless of status. And also a huge number of people from all over the continent take the exam. Only real talents can enter, and our hero, when he came out, imposed transparency on the girl. Well, then someone suddenly came out asking everyone to make way immediately. But then he saw our hero saying who this is, after all, it's not the great talented Granado himself young? Speaking of the fact that he is a failure in magic and will be immediately eliminated because he came to make himself a clown? But our hero, having listened to only raised his hand and did not give anything to say or do to the girl. Turning around, our hero only spoke. Isn't this the famous Mr. Simon to whom everything is presented to his parents? After all, during the entrance exam they want to be able to help him in any way, so our hero, I asked him to please be more careful, otherwise he will become a clown. Well, apparently the guy got angry asking how was he acting as a scumbag. Asking if he wanted to go to the exam without a hand? But then a voice was suddenly heard that told them to stop immediately. The girl came out and said that the conflict between the examinees was prohibited. After all, if he continued in the same spirit, she would not hesitate to take measures against it. The guy didn't understand that things would be bad, and he also turned around and began to leave. But still he also noticed to our hero that he would remember this again. To which our hero, I just looked and didn't answer anything. But then the girl asked our hero if everything was okay. He replied that it was all thanks to her. I think her name is Sophie? And looking at the girl, our hero understood that she was the eldest daughter of Count Norbert, one of the 7 great aristocratic houses. She immediately told our hero that he better not provoke him too much. After all, doesn't he know how he will replace his terrible behavior? To which our hero just simply laughed and said, "It's just like that, and thanks for the advice." But the girl was surprised by this. They say that the atmosphere around him somehow changed. To which our hero, I just looked intently at the girl and said nothing. To which she, in turn, said that he should forget about what she said. And she immediately turned around and began to walk towards the building away from our hero. And he thought about her words about the atmosphere, thinking that it definitely had to change quite a bit, but still this change was very noticeable. But also one of the girls told our hero that there are too many hooligans, asking the guy if she should get rid of them. To which our hero replied that she says such dangerous things with such a calm face. But the girl also noticed that she was talking about this quite seriously. But the guy also said that for some time everyone will treat them like that, so she shouldn't overreact like that. After all, the entrance exam begins, and all those replacing them were asked to go to the place where the entrance exams to the Magic Academy are being held. It consists of 3 parts, a written test, a magic test, and a practice test. And at this time our hero had already approached the place where he was supposed to sit. And everyone who was going to conduct exams also began to gather in the rooms. Well, the girl also brought her place and sat down at the desk. But then our hero, I contacted the girl. They say that when the exam comes to an end, he will give her his answers, and this is how they make up the answers to each other. To which the girl asked, lowering her eyes, "Has our hero ever had such a need for her training?" To which our hero replied that it never hurts to be on the safe side, and the girl noticed that he was right. But besides, even if they give the correct answers, they still need to write a detailed explanation, and the girl began to understand why she studied so hard. Now they were asked to start the written test. Not our hero, as soon as he heard about the written test, he even thought a little about what. He feels that the written test has a lot of questions on the technical aspects of Magic X, although he understands the theoretical side of magic well. From the technical side, he studied it only superficially, so some of these questions are incomprehensible to him, but fortunately most of the questions are still devoted to theory. If he answers all the theory questions correctly, he will earn decent points. And literally after a while the written test was over. And our hero told the girl that he corrected some of her answers in her test because they were wrong, so she shouldn't worry. The girl just asked for forgiveness for causing him inconvenience, but the guy noticed that it was nothing after all. She had been studying hard for the last 3 days, and it was not surprising that she was exhausted. But he also asked that the next one would be a demonstration test, and it would be better for them not to show the full potential of the Onmito technique. To which the girl agreed, saying that she would definitely meet his expectations placed on her, and our hero replied that he couldn't wait. And the demonstration test has already begun. I was one of the guys who used the flame with the tan arrow that the fire arrow flies. The essence of the demonstration test is to hit the target, and all the examinee needs is to activate the magic that they understand best. And the guy released his arrow and hit it exactly in the center. And apparently our hero, I noticed that the guy was glad that he was able to get in. After all, our hero, I just thought that their level was lower than he expected, and he would have to further reduce the amount of spiritual energy when firing. But then the same guy came up again, telling our hero that it is time for him to get out of here. Doesn't he think so? Since he won't even be able to simply activate magic. To which our hero, I told him not to think that he is still the same old Ian, because otherwise his words could come back to haunt him dearly. The guy, of course, got angry at this. I asked him who he thought he was that was talking to him like that. But here for the test it was that guy. To our hero, so that he looks carefully and says that this is the difference between them. Why did the girl just think about how dare this trash compare himself to the master? To which our hero only asked the girl not to express herself and she asked for forgiveness. But our hero noticed that she should not worry because very soon he would see the difference between them. I also note that she should not overdo it on this test and shoot with approximately the same force as he, to which the girl said that he can rely on her. Meanwhile, the guy used a pierce attack. And so to him. And so, of course, it hit the target. But the other participants thought that this was a high-speed spell. After all, what would be expected from Simon and the Patridge family? Video about how he got it, he immediately laughed. They say that it's as easy as shelling pears. Our hero noticed that he had fairly good accuracy and concentration of the blow because it happened better than he expected. But they already said that our hero should be tested next. And going to the position, the guy only said to our hero whether he saw it right, because that's the difference between them. Well, our hero understands that, unlike magic, the Onmito technique cannot be used without Katashiro, so he hit it securely in advance since the shot should be a little stronger than Samon's shot. And besides, it wouldn't hurt to imitate the pronunciation of a speed spell. To which our hero just cast a spell like a fireball. And then, literally like a bullet, the ball flew out exactly at the target. But apparently, due to such a strong explosion, our hero even overdid it a little. In principle, as expected, he himself understood this perfectly well since he saw what he did. But besides, everyone around them was very shocked. After all, they didn't understand how this was possible and what it was. But that our hero only said to his face that it seems that he has slightly lost control over spiritual energy, since it is still difficult for him to fully control his new body. But then a guy suddenly jumped out, pointing his hand. I said in the direction of our hero that he doesn't have a drop of magical powers, so how could he create such a powerful spell? But then everyone suddenly began to whisper, saying that this is the same Ian, from the Granato family, who has no magical powers? But they didn't understand how he managed such a spell if he didn't have magical powers, because it turns out the guy was talking about cheating. But then suddenly one of the exam takers asked for silence, saying that the academy will conduct an investigation based on the records, conducting all tests and identifying all cases of cheating, but only after the end of the exam, because the next one should speak is Kinjin. Our hero heard this, but I just thought that maybe they would leave him alone for now. But the guy continued to tell our hero that she might have managed to cheat on the demonstration test, but I don't think it would work on the practical test. And as soon as our hero, I began to think that, at best, without having time to think it through, another explosion occurred behind his back. It was a shot from a girl who immediately told our hero that, as he had ordered, her shot was approximately equal in strength to his, and everyone was just as shocked because I didn't understand how this was possible. And our hero at that moment completely forgot about the fact that he had to stop the girl. That's why he immediately said that she was great. Guys, there was no limit, since in addition to the fact that I was able to outdo our hero in the test, there was also a girl. And literally a few minutes later the practical test began. The essence of the practical test was a battle between the examinees, and each battle lasts 3 minutes, and each participant has only one attempt. And that was all that everyone was capable of. Moreover, by the way, on the practical test, consider the factors of victory or defeat of opponents. Well, the guy approaches our hero, smiling and asking him if he knows who his opponent is. And already at that moment a voice was heard that Simon was coming out next. Patridge and Ian Granato, they need to get ready to fight. To which the guy said that he asked the academy for a small favor, they put him as an opponent, to which our hero thought that is indeed this considered cheating? To which the guy said that he might be mistaken, because in his opinion this is a triumph of justice where he will reveal his deception, because no matter how you look at it, there is only one villain. To which the guy said that he could even scream cheating at the top of his lungs because no one would believe him. Think about the fact that there is such a difference between their families, even though he passed the demonstration test, but now he only faces shame at his hands in front of a whole crowd. But what our hero said about being in his place was not so confident in this, because he thinks that he will be able to do something against him. And of course this made him angry. He immediately said that he was very enraged by his conversations. After all, he would break all his bones. And they had already reached the center of the Maidan where the battles took place. And one of the judges raised his hand and said that let the fight begin. And of course, a guy immediately rushed to attack towards our hero using the explosion technique. And then a fairly large fireball flew towards our hero. And he just thought about who else was using magic crystals, because now he was wondering which of them was still a swindler. But then he would not restrain his powers, using his skill such as Great Ice Barrier, which in turn was able to easily stop the fireball and literally destroy it into pieces. But the guy, looking at this, could not understand how this was possible. But our hero, I just became quite imposing and slowly walked towards the guy who was sitting at that moment. But apparently he was very frightened, so he began to shout at our hero so that he would not approach the monster. But he, in turn, came up and only touched his cheek with his hand and said that he should take a little nap, using a skill such as Weaver's Curse. Why did the guy literally fall unconscious in an instant? To which the court immediately had to say that the fight was over. Imagine the winner as Jan. Well, then one of the spectators suddenly picked up a ball that rolled out of the guy's hand. He immediately said that Simon Patridge is involved in a scam. And now his participation in the entrance exam will be completely cancelled. And as soon as our hero went down the stairs, everyone began to discuss the fact that he really wanted to become the first in this exam, because it turns out that Ian honestly won this test. But then the girl looked at our heroes with a very intent gaze, saying that he performed excellently, since this rude person was able to feel the real difference between them. To which our hero answered satisfactorily that both were true. And they also say that the girl should act the same way as in the demonstration test, focusing on her level when using the technique, but it will be even better for her if her attacks are a little weaker. The girl joyfully exclaimed that she understood him. After all, he can rely on her completely. But still our hero. I understood perfectly well that he had vague doubts about this. And in just a moment the girl was able to defeat her opponent. And behind her back I had quite strong permissions. To which our hero smiles, he understood that it would happen just as he thought, and with this the entrance exam came to its end. And after a while we were shown the director of the academy who looked very thoughtfully. Since he had our hero's profile in his hands and he thought that he was able to create spells unknown to anyone and at the same time not have a single gram of magical powers, and besides, there was no evidence that he was cheating. On his part, on the contrary, he figured out the other scammer underscore. To which he only laughed a little and said that he was quite an interesting specimen. And besides, he needs to talk to him personally. And already 3 days after the entrance exam, our hero again found himself at the Elsella Academy. Walking along the corridor, he was just thinking why he alone was invited to a personal conversation. At the same time, Qin Jin did not receive such an invitation, but he did. Opening the office, our hero only asked for forgiveness for the disturbance. To which the man only told her that he must be Yang. Well, the man introduced himself as the director of the academy, Rollo. To which I was surprised by our hero, since he is the director of the Magic Academy and the strongest magician of the Kingdom of Elsella, Rollo Vistav. As he is the creator of more than 100 magical spells and was known as the father of modern magic. He is one of the strongest and greatest magicians. It seems something like this, but our hero didn't know, because he would have taken him for a good-natured old man. But the man turns to our hero and asked for forgiveness for making him trudge so far, but he was eager to learn more about his magic. To which our hero I thought, because it would be more accurate to say it was not magic, but it was the Onmito technique, but he did not yet understand what he should do in this situation. To which the man said that he thought that it was not magic at all. And our hero understood perfectly well that this old man was not so simple. After all, he believed that he had no chance of hiding the Onmito technique from the eyes of the greatest wizard of the kingdom. But our hero understood perfectly well that they were planning to always hide them, and he thought it was the right moment. Saying that he is indeed right since he cannot use magic since he has no magical power. But here our hero, I spoke sharply about what he uses. It was the Onmito technique. To which the man thought because he had never heard of such a technique. Well, our hero said that he didn't hear everything because it was his personal invention. But what would a man be surprised to hear a personal invention asking at such a young age? Besides, he wanted him to let him get down to business. To which the man and our hero are older. The man began to use magic and they were literally in a moment to the site where the battle took place last time. And our hero, I thought that this was a spatial transfer of two people at a time and even without pronouncing the spell out loud. But the man just laughed and said that it was all very simple. Talking about the magic that he showed in the practical test, but then abruptly interrupting himself, saying that it would be more correct to say the Onmito technique, would he show it to him? To which our hero thought that if this is only the case then why not? And the man also said whether he would go to the Magic Academy or not, it would depend only on him and on what he would show him. And our hero understood that it seemed that the fourth entrance test had just been imposed on him. Thinking that although he is considered the strongest magician in the kingdom, he is already quite old and he repeats not to hurt him using the Onmito technique. But then suddenly our hero noticed an attack from a man. Although he managed to put up a defense and reflect all the blows. But the man was surprised that he put up a barrier and our hero asked why he started attacking so suddenly? Well, the man said that he was too relaxed, so he decided to cheer him up a little and he shouldn't think that he is an ordinary old man because he needs to give it his all. And our hero understood perfectly well that it was time for P to show him his Onmito technique. And the man understood that he had instantly created a protective barrier around himself. I thought that he was a terrifying young man, but he had not even attacked yet and he felt his opinion like a small child. To which our hero just said that he is the strongest, greatest wizard and asks if this is true. Because now he understands that he has the title for a reason, because he will show it to him. How serious he is about this regarding his Onmito technique. Using the absolute phantom flame spell. Our hero, I literally made an attack towards the man, sparing no effort. And looking at the man's eyes it was clear that this was his attack. But still after the powerful explosion that occurred. Manas stood on the sidelines, chuckling, saying that it was very dangerous because it is unlikely that everyone would be able to dodge something like that. But our hero understood perfectly well that he was much stronger than any Meiji from the Tamaman clan. Since this world is not as simple as it seemed to him before. But the man was also interested in talking about how he managed this power that was locked inside. To which our hero, I said okay, but he was also interested in what about the test, did he pass it? To which the man just laughed and said that he passed this test before it even started. Our hero was immediately very surprised, but the man also said that the exam he asked for 3 days ago was successfully passed by him. And today he invited him solely out of personal interest, thinking about how this academy will change after his appearance? Because looking at the young guy, the man couldn't wait to find out about it. Smiled just now, thinking that he was quite a cunning old man. And after a couple of days, the girl finally said the way it worked out for them. To which our hero, holding the envelope in my hands, said that she was definitely saying the right thing. But besides, the girl noticed that those guys wearing options had so frivolously made a bet with Mr. Yang. To which our hero said that no one forced them to agree since they were satisfied with all the conditions and now it is time to fulfill them. Approaching the door, our hero noticed that they had already come to the right place, that is why. He needs to recall her at this moment. To which the girl also agreed, wishing the guy good luck. Our hero immediately opened the doors. And he saw his two brothers sitting right at the table talking about who it was that had come to them. Call him a small insect, I ask if he has anything to say since they would prefer to have lunch without his presence. To which our hero said that of course she had something to say, because it was very fortunate that he found the two of them so quickly. Apparently the P guys were even a little surprised by this. But immediately, our hero, I will put the envelope on the table, asking her to take a look at it please. Since this notification of enrollment is as they agreed. To which our hero, I immediately said that could they now leave Granado's house? To which one of the brothers I just said that this couldn't happen. The second turned to his brother and asked why he was so alarmed, saying that it was probably a fake. To which he, of course, stood up and said that this was true, because it was impossible for him to do something like that. To which our hero, I thought that this was quite expected, saying that then he just needs to prove it? After all, he will tell them that this notice of enrollment is genuine. And for this he just needs to make peace with his brothers in strength. But then suddenly one of the brothers jumped up, grabbing his knife, saying that he was a damn insect and this was too much since it was better for him not to stand in his way. But our hero, I was able to stop my brother's sword quite easily. And the guy didn't understand what was happening because one of them couldn't move at all. And our hero immediately turned to the second brother, asking if he could stop standing on the sidelines. To which he immediately got angry and told him not to overestimate himself, using flame orders to burn his enemies to ashes. But our hero, I held the sword, only stared at this attack. To which the two brothers immediately looked in surprise as the flame flared up and said that this would be a lesson for him. But then a sharp flame, as soon as she disappeared, our hero appeared. I was whole and unharmed, because he stood as he did and continued to stand. And as soon as the two brothers saw this, they could not believe their eyes. But then our hero, I abruptly released the dagger towards his brothers. And the sword flew so close to the head of one of the brothers that it literally cut his hair on one side. He just flew into the wall, stabbing him very hard. To which our hero, I just closed my eyes and said that this should be enough for them because he passed the entrance exam and this means that now he is the head of the house and he officially expels his older brothers from the house of Granado. And so he asks them to pack all their things and leave this house tomorrow. The guys were very surprised and didn't understand what to do now. After all, they only managed to get rid of their annoying father, since just changing the medicine cost them a lot. But they should think about what and where they say. But the guy was very angry with his younger brother, thinking that since everything had already come to this, all that remained was to play their trump card. And going into one of the bars where several people were sitting at tables and drinking. They immediately showed us a bag containing gold and said that there were 10 platinum coins. As it turned out, it was the elder brother who asked if he could learn from him to destroy him. To which the man who took the bag of money replied that of course they could rely on him. It was the destroyer of Zodia, the magician of silence. And meanwhile our hero was just sleeping here. He stood up sharply because the girl turned to him, "Mr. and our hero." I replied that he knew perfectly well what was happening, saying that they finally decided to do it. Turning around, he saw that they had imprisoned him in a barrier. But besides, they didn't just drag him in. They also placed the magic of silent destruction inside him. Get our hero out of bed, I was just wondering. And approaching the window, he realized that they were not shy about any methods. Thinking about what it might be like to show them the real quiet destruction as it really is. Since downstairs they called the guy the best. After all, they will finally be able to see how this pathetic, smug insect suffers. Saying that he was a loser and will remain a loser since he managed to enter the Magic Academy. Winter, there remains another option to destroy it. To which the mercenary said that from the inside the barrier was completely saturated with dissolving magic and that there wouldn't even be a bone left for the target. Well, one of the brothers said that this is great but not parallel. I'ma visit her and see the fruits you miss. I asked my brother if he is correct in saying something. Replied that it was not that he enjoyed revenge, but it was his spirit as an older brother to see with his own eyes how his younger brother died. Which, in fact, they did by going up to the floor and walking through the room, but they didn't even understand that our hero, I was standing behind them and was watching all this. The one who took the door handle said that before he opens the door and we follow. Because they will see not the most pleasant sight inside. Opening the door, one of the brothers immediately asked how a pathetic insect could do this. But what they saw in front of them shocked them very much. After all, they caught how is this possible? Because there was no one in the room. To say that this cannot happen means that he simply disappeared, but one of the brothers asked, didn't he claim that his barrier was perfect? But the guy answered that everything was correct, because it was a type of barrier created from 2 magic circles installed in different parts of the mansion. It was impossible to get out of it, but the brother was interested. Then why wasn't he here? But sharply behind their backs a voice began to say that he was here and our hero was standing there. saying that now he might clarify the situation a little, since immediately after activating the silent destruction barrier he got out of it and found them, saying that they weren't even sure whether their target was destroyed or not, but they almost made a fuss and were making noise in three throats. Saying that he also perfectly heard their entire conversation and was now finally convinced that his father was talking about the two of them. Because they are not fit to be a home. But the guy is not immediately furious on the table, screaming towards the insect, saying that the mercenary should destroy him. To which the guy replied that he would have done it without his reminders. But our hero was literally able to destroy it with one blow, which in no way suggests that we must not let our guard down until we are completely convinced that the target has been eliminated. Because that's how it's supposed to work together. This guy was very shocked and didn't understand what was happening. To which our hero said that and now he believes that the knowledge of the two of them from home was not enough. If he leaves them alone, then they will constantly bother him, so he will allow them to experience all the torments of hell so that they do not even think, or rather are afraid to do anything. One of the brothers immediately began shouting towards our hero, asking what he was talking about and what he was talking about. But our hero only ordered him to shut up and not talk to him anymore. The two brothers immediately began to ask for forgiveness from our hero, saying that they would not bother him anymore and whether he could just leave them alone. And what about our hero smiling? He said that he wouldn't think of doing this to me. But then the brother got angry and asked him to listen to himself because he was crossing the line. And our hero immediately ordered Tenku to appear. And a monster literally appeared behind our hero's back. And as soon as the two brothers saw him, they immediately became very frightened. After all, they did not expect such incredible strength, although from the same side. Tenku, one of the 12 divine generals serving him, is a master of illusion. If his brothers even try to penetrate the territory of Granado again, they will immediately be overwhelmed by the illusion of monsters. Exactly the same as it seemed to them were behind our hero's back, from which they immediately began to run away. And they will never set foot in the lands of Granado again. Since they were out of the house once and for all. And our hero just looked out the window and watched as he didn't leave. That's how he is. Table head of the Granado family. And looking at the portrait of his father, he made sure to say that he would protect their precious lands. And therefore he can sleep peacefully. Already time has passed at the Elsila Magic Academy. Welcoming ceremony has arrived. First students underscore. And our hero was asked to go on stage. He thought that in his life he himself would not take first place in the exam, because clearly someone tried to make this perception happen. But besides, come on, the main thing for him is not to repeat the mistakes of his past life. So he decided to simply take advantage of this chance without wasting any time. And literally in a moment our hero entered the stage looking at everyone who was present in the hall. And many immediately began to whisper among themselves, saying that this was the Loserian, and they did not understand why he was. But our hero also said that on behalf of everyone he expresses gratitude for this magnificent admission ceremony. And now he would like to move on to one absurd topic. Since he lacks magical powers, our hero is not able to use magic. But our hero also said that, however, instead of it, he is able to use the so-called Onmito, which is similar in essence to magic. And even the teachers who were standing didn't understand what we were talking about. But the girl at one time believed that he had finally done it, because from now on everyone will have to appreciate Mr. Yang in a new way. Our hero also continued to say that his technique requires spiritual energy to use instead of magical power, which he fortunately possesses, and besides being onmagi, declare with full confidence that he is superior to any of the magicians present. And besides, they will be able to fully verify this during their life together at the academy, since his technique will completely change their worldview. Bowing, our hero asked for forgiveness that his performance above was so unauthorized, but he hoped that they would have a great time together. The girl looked intently at our hero, realizing that she did not expect anything less from the gentleman. And also the man and watched the boy's performance. I think that he really did it. But one of the teachers asked the director whether he really liked this performance. To which the man replied that it was not bad because in this academy abilities decide everything. But Ian has every right to express himself like that. I've been around for a while. As expected, everyone ignored our hero in the new age. But, however, he understood perfectly well that this was part of his plans. But then he heard a voice telling him that his recent performance was very provocative, and didn't she think it came out well? Sophie. But then it turned out that it was a beautiful girl. Is he serious? Because his statement would only provoke among the students. To which our hero just laughed and said that it's completely possible, but that's what he wanted. But the girl was a little confused because she didn't understand what we were talking about. To which our hero also said that she should have remembered what he said at the entrance ceremony, since he will prove to them that he is superior to everyone with Onmito techniques. Talking about the fact that he will climb to the very top of the Magic Academy. And only now the girl began to understand what he was up to. I asked, when did he even manage to invent this new magic? But our hero also interrupted and said that this is not magic and that Onmito should not be confused with it, since he spent his whole life on her. And the girl just thought about what he had said all his life, but she didn't understand what he was talking about. But then the girl suddenly returned to class and said that she had returned. It was Kijin. And our hero also asked the girl to tell her how it all went. And she also said that in the northern and southern wings of the academy there is one separate dining room, and from the looks of it, so in the northern wing they put their fresh cookies and bull pies. To which our hero, I smiled and said that they should go and check it themselves. But here there is an imperativism towards the girl. She is the hero, extended his hand and said that he is glad to study with her in the same class. Sophia told the guy that she was also glad to study with him. At which the girl, looking at our hero's back, wondered if this was really the same Ian. But then suddenly they showed us a butterfly that was literally outside the window looking at the girl. And then a man who emanated a fairly strong aura around him. And a moment later the butterfly literally landed on his finger and the man asked if he found it. After all, as I expected, the students of the Elsella Academy. Excellent genetic material will come out. The man immediately hung up a photo of the girl. Sophie Norbert is said to feel that she has the potential to awaken. Thinking that this is excellent because as soon as he receives it, no one will be afraid of him. And even this role Vistav cannot be compared with the awakened ones even then. He understood perfectly well that Elsella Academy would be captured. And already a week after the start of their studies, they will conduct a training battle to determine how inclined each of them is to sword skills. In addition, magic was prohibited because in this battle they must show their physical talents, since it is just a training battle using wooden swords, but also pairs need to unite and they can start. And then one of the girls approached Sophia and offered to become her partner, to which the girl said that she would break out with her. I watched our hero curiously from the other side, but then Kijin turned to him. She immediately asked if he wanted to team up with her? To which our hero turns around and said that he planned to do so. Apparently we need to start soon, but we'll just wait a little bit as he. Sophie fight. The night girl said that she understood him and of course she would wait. But in just a moment the girl was able to literally hit her opponent with one attack. Her sword, although wooden, was pointed towards the defeated girl. And it was truly amazing because nothing less was expected from a member of the Norbert family, and it seems that the daughters in this family are being raised as sword masters from generation to generation. Our hero, I just thought that it was interesting for him. To which the girl immediately turns to our hero and said that the clock is ticking, and he also understood perfectly well why they start a duel. Meanwhile, the girl said her gratitude to Mrs. Sophie. They say that she was so strong that she did not even have a single chance of victory. To which the girl said that she was very pleased for her compliments, but she still has a lot to learn. The girl also said that it's not for nothing that she is called the Princess of the Sword. Since Pustin Ian and received first place in the exam, but if at the test of fencing skills, then Mrs. Sophia would have taken first place. And the girl would just cheer up for such compliments but turn around. The girl was a little surprised since it was a video. That our hero together with the girl, I started the battle. They immediately thought about what? Their pace is completely different from many. The girl watching all this thought that it was very magnificent. And our hero began to understand that Kijin was not joking and was fighting with all his might. And already at that moment the girl literally swung her hand and tried to make a blow to her regret. Our hero touched her shoulder with his sword and said that they would end the couple there. Well, she also said that she knew that she didn't have a single chance against the master. To which our hero, looking at the girl, said that she was a born actress, and the girl asked again. This means that he noticed. To which our hero said that he noticed only at the very end, since next time it might not try to single him out for the top while fighting seriously, and the girl said that she would take this into account. But then Sophia turned to our hero and asked if he would mind fighting her. To which our hero, I said that in fact he also really wants to spend time with the guy with her. To which the girl said that they must fight to the last and will not stand on ceremony. But everyone immediately began to discuss about their sparring between Ian, who I took first place, and Sophia, who took second place in the exam. Of course, everyone was interested in which of them could win this duel. And as soon as they clashed with swords, the girls immediately thought about it. That he really is the same old Ian to me. Since his fighting technique is not similar to any of the techniques that are taught in Elcella's fencing schools, because this is a completely unknown technique to her. And besides, I still remember this on Mito about whom no one knows anything because she simply cannot understand him, and that's the only reason. She wants her sword to help her get to know him a little better. But our hero is looking after the girl. He immediately understood everything since her magical power in Sophia's body is slightly unevenly distributed, and at this rate she will not run out of steam for a long time. So he immediately realized that then he wanted to try something. Although the duel continued, our hero, I was very angry. But then suddenly our hero decided to use tremors. And the girl was immediately shocked because she did not understand what was happening. And everyone immediately began to shout that it was magic, saying that it was prohibited during sparring, but then the girl said that it was not. Since it was not magic, but the Onmito technique. And our hero, I confirmed this by saying that no one forbade using it. But the girl immediately began to wonder why I was so suddenly thinking about whether he wanted to win at any cost. But our hero was already preparing for the attack, thinking about what she would do and take about it. But the girl felt towards God, and as soon as she turned around, she was able to defend herself from the attack of our hero, and also not only defend herself, but they also say that he won weight to knock the sword out of his hands. To which our hero, I said that it was quite good and he admits defeat. But this was incomprehensible to the girl because she thought that he could still grab the sword and continue the duel. To which our hero said that since magic is prohibited, he simply used his technique, and it sounds like cheating, doesn't she find that he broke the rules, which means he lost. But then the girl felt that her magical power in her body had stabilized. I thought that was this really Yang-esque goal from the very beginning since he figured out her weakness. The girl also thanked our hero. But he turned around and said that he didn't think he had done anything worthy of gratitude. But still, the girl understood that because of this fight, she could only understand one thing about Yen. Since Yana has become much stronger than when he was still a child. But he still didn't know how to show his kindness. But everyone began to whisper about the fact that Yang kept boasting about his strength, and in the end he lost so pitifully well, and that he used his technique and not magic, because it is still a scam, he is not that great. But here is our hero. I told the girl that everything is under control, it is worth calming down. But then Sophia came in abruptly and told the guys that there was a misunderstanding because I was using the technique to correct the flow of mine in her body. And immediately everyone asked Sophia if she was sure of this and that she was not mistaken. To which the girl said that it was true, and with his fencing skills he could easily defeat her even without the use of his technique. Addressing our hero whether she is telling the truth or not. But our hero, I said that happiness, since he helps in a real battle, he would not be able to defeat Sophia. But besides, he is sure that next time he will not give in to her. And the girl smiled and said that she would always be ready for revenge. Everyone immediately began to whisper about the fact that he used the technique on Sophia, because even if he says so, it means it is true, since he also pulled off this time of sparring. If this is all true, then Yana is actually real. turn to our heroes and say that he is a great guy because he was wrong about him because he thought that he was just a tale. To which as soon as our hero heard about this, he immediately smiled and laughed a little. To which our hero, I came out and told the girl that he was not in her debt because without her he would not have become close to his classmates for a long time. But what the girl said was that she herself was only glad to help him, because if she had left everything as it was, then everyone would have misunderstood him. Our hero thinks for a bit and said that he would like to discuss this topic with her in a little more detail. I ask if she has time after class, maybe she won't go to his mansion and he will treat her as a sign of gratitude? But what the girl said was that she was very grateful and would gladly accept his invitation. And after classes, in the vicinity of the capital, the Granado family mansion. While our hero and Sophia were sitting at the table, a girl came in and asked for forgiveness for the wait, handing him black tea. Our hero thanked the girl. And only now Sophia began to understand that Kijin had been dry all this time. Yana is thinking that is such an unusual thing in a magic academy? But still our hero was interested in the fact that he was easy to misunderstand? And the girl, as it were, is so correct to say, because sometimes Ian behaves a little arbitrarily. Probably because of this, Odnoklasniki try not to intersect with him again. To which our hero asked about the smugness and the girl also asked him, didn't he understand this himself? But our hero, I've never thought about it this way before. I think that maybe this was also one of the reasons why the Tamaman clan wanted to get rid of him. After all this time it seemed to him quite normal to be confident in himself, and maybe he should behave more modestly if he does not want to repeat old mistakes. To which the girl said that if they solve all the misunderstandings, then people will immediately understand how good a person he is. To which our hero said that this is a problem that needs to be solved in the future. And what kind of person is he doing the 10th thing, talking about what he would do without her, but the girl also asked, can she help him get closer to the class? Our hero, I asked if she was confident in this. And the girl said that, of course, he had already helped her during the pairing. In addition, she would like to get to know him better. What does our hero need? I only ask Andre the girl for help. And after some time the girl got ready to leave, saying goodbye to our heroes. And our hero, I began to understand that it seems Sophie became his first friend at school. But the girl walking down the street thought that she had not communicated with anyone like that for a long time. Since everyone is very afraid of her family, so few people start a conversation with her, and perhaps Ian's confidence does not allow him to worry about such things. Thinking that school life would be much more fun than she expected, but then she saw something in front of her. A man who was literally twisted. The girl immediately wrote to run up to him, asking if he was okay. It was the grandmother who said that she had a slight shortness of breath, telling the young lady if she could help her since her home was not far from everything. To which the girl offered to carry her on her back, because that way she wouldn't have to strain her leg. She definitely didn't expect what appeared behind the girl's back, because she thanked the kind lady. They say that this way it will be much easier for her to catch her. The girl just heard this and tried to turn around, but unfortunately, she didn't have time quite a bit, and literally, by magic, she lost consciousness. And they began to collect it literally at sunset in an unknown direction. The girl is talking about being mailed by a maid from the Norbert house. Our hero asked what happened so late, perhaps Sophia forgot something with him? The maid immediately asked our hero about Mrs. Sophia, is she now in his mansion? To which our hero said don't answer, Sophia went home a long time ago. And as soon as the maid spoke, our hero realized that she never returned to the mansion. And it was he who found the hero that began to cause concern. To which the maid asked that he please contact him if he finds out anything about the location of Mrs. Sophia, to which our hero only said that it is good. After all, he will contact her first as soon as he finds out something. And the maid asked for forgiveness since I needed to deviate. And our hero decided to call Taima. As soon as the guy appeared in front of our hero, he immediately said that he should have heard everything. And he gives him the task of finding out where Sophia is. Taima immediately said that he would, of course, do everything as quickly as possible. Since our hero had a bad premonition if only it did not come true. Meanwhile, the girl was already at your chair and sitting in an incomprehensible room. But as soon as the girl woke up, she immediately began to remember because she wanted to help the old lady and then. But then a guy appeared in front of the girl and the girl said that they saw that she woke up. But Sophia immediately angrily asked who they were. And the girl asked Sophia if she didn't remember how she caught her. But then the girl remembered what happened after she left our hero's house and was heading to her house. I understand that at that time it was her. But also the girl was happy because she remembers her? Sophia immediately asked who they were and what they needed from her. And the man only told her not to rage because it would be a shame if she died too quickly due to physical exhaustion, didn't she think so? But Sophia did not fully understand what was being said and what the man meant. But he turned around and grabbed some kind of switch with his hand. But then suddenly something began to happen. Sophia did not understand what was happening and what they were doing. But then she was asked the question, is it painful for her because a high concentration of magical power is pouring into her body, which is necessary if they want to heal her magic factor genes. As soon as the girl heard the healing of the magic factor, she immediately began to think. To which the man told her that she was talking a lot and it would be much worse for her. Because if she wants to live a little longer, she should sit silently. Well, then the girl immediately answered the man that she understood who they were. Since they are from Runeteoria. To which the girl immediately thought, how did she know about them? Runeteori, the name of the organization to which they belong, since they are forces of radical opposition hostile against their aristocrats, asking if she is right? To which the man said that he was flattered because it means the families of the great aristocratic houses already know about them existence and then he will enlighten her about the goals of their organization. Since they are the world that the aristocracy created with such difficulty and they will cleanse the rot and systems built on bloodlines. Everyone will become equal in strength, regardless of the purity of the blood, from its magical factor he will make a potion that enhances magical potential. Because with this medicine all the weaklings losers will get a little justice. Well, of course, in exchange for the potion, they will forever serve Runeteori. And as soon as they displace the entire aristocracy in this country, another world will be born. But Sophia also said that no one would allow such a thing. And these words made the man very angry and he immediately started shouting at her and asked where the gifted ones come from to know this? And he began to increasingly increase the effect of this magic on the girl, saying that very soon they will begin curing the magic factor gene. Once they finish they will release her. True, she will remain in a serious condition. Meanwhile, our hero's subordinates were already thinking about the fact that it would be difficult to take Sophia with them right now. Since the woman he sees can add very big problems to them. Therefore, she decided to do it much more correctly to immediately report everything to Mr. Yang. And literally, a moment later a man arrives to our hero saying that he has found out the location of Miss Sophia. To which our hero immediately asked where she is. And the man said that she was in an abandoned castle west of here. But our hero was also interested in why she was there and what she was doing. To which the man said that an organization called Runeteori uses Sophia in its experiments. To which our hero also asked what condition Sophia has and the man replied that at the moment she is resisting. Our hero jumped up sharply and said that they were heading there immediately and the man did not obediently agree. And also our hero, I ordered the girl to follow her along with the man. And just a few minutes later, our hero, I, along with my servants, looked at the castle, realizing that this was an abandoned castle, 10 people standing at the front entrance and the back exit. There are about 20 wizards on each floor, there are about 100 prisoners in the dungeon. And the man immediately showed that the laboratory is located in the far part of the dungeon and Sophia is being held there. Speaking of the shortest path with the minimum number of opponents. But our hero also interrupted and said no, because the shortcut won't be useful for anything. Because I asked the men what he said? To which our hero immediately said that they would all pay severely if they dared to offend him. And our hero immediately used his summoning skill. He immediately called Suzaku, Kojin, Genbu, Dayan. They tell them to listen to him very carefully. since Runadiori must be destroyed to its very foundation. All the guys, of course, immediately rejoiced at this order. I understand that their time has come. Having bowed to our hero, they immediately said that his order would be carried out. And he immediately led his people to follow him. The actions themselves take place in an abandoned castle to the west of the main entrance. One of the guards stood at his post, yawning, but then he saw something in front of him. A guy appeared who was literally walking straight towards him. And he immediately began to tell him to stop, because this is not the place where all sorts of aristocrats like him are allowed in. He should get out of here as quickly as possible. To which our hero literally pretended that he didn't hear anything and began to walk past. But as soon as the guy turned around, the only thing he did was it grabbed our hero by the shoulder, saying whether he was listening to him or not. But our hero, I was not going to stand on ceremony, so with one easy movement he literally drove it into the asphalt. He said that he was bothering him. To which the other guards immediately raised the alarm and said that they were being attacked. And no longer a small number of security guards began to run to the scene. To which one of our hero's assistants, holding her face only around the house, says that it is very similar. One of his assistants to act. And the guy asked to give it to him. It was Kojin Golden Serpent. Which, in fact, is what the guy began to do, destroy everyone who stands in the way of his master. And literally a moment later our hero and his charges began to go inside / And our hero immediately asked how they could get into the dungeon. But what I received was the answer that they needed to go down these stairs. But then more guards appeared who ordered each other not to let them go even further than they were now. So our hero immediately ordered Suzaku and Dayan to get rid of these guys. Well, the guy was very happy that she was not their turn and he asks our hero to rely on him. It was Suzaku, the Scarlet Sparrow. And also the girl, Dayan the Great Secret, was already ready to beat the crap out of these guys. And in fact, the guy and the girl began to do this, surrounding themselves with a sufficient number of guards. But our hero immediately ordered the girl to follow him into the dungeon. But then a girl appeared in front of the stairs asking if these weren't T. Sophia's friends. After all, they were supposed to come to the rescue. The girl understood that this woman was very strong when addressing the master. The only thing is that she asked to leave it to her. To which our hero, I said that he is completely counting on her. And, in fact, our hero simply began to walk past the girl as if nothing had happened. To which the girl also turned around and thought that the guy had decided to slip past her, stretching his hand towards our hero. But then, unexpectedly for the girl, her attack was interrupted literally in a matter of seconds. Turning around, the girl asked what it was. Kijin, meanwhile, turning to the girl, said that she does not cast the spell out loud and it seems that she thinks that she is a little better than other magicians. To which the girl asked again about something a little better? Kijin immediately answered yes, although no matter how you look at her, she is still very weak. But then the girl suddenly took out a syringe and said that then why don't I increase the dose of the drug, and the driver immediately began to inject herself into the right side of her neck. They say that it is called Makaya, a prototype of a potion that increases magical potentials. And at this time, the girl's hand literally transformed into a monster in a matter of seconds, in addition to the fact that it became much larger, so it didn't look like an ordinary girl's, saying that with this wonderful land, anyone can become a Superman. Kijin just laughed at this, hearing the Superman say that perhaps she wanted to say a monster? To which the girl immediately said that her behavior was very impudent, but she still would not hope for a quick death. Kijin immediately replied that perhaps it may seem like a grab now, but she professionally gets rid of monsters. So she immediately asked to be allowed to get rid of her using her abilities. Meanwhile, our hero has already descended into the underground prison. To which one of the subordinates told our hero that the room at the end of the corridor is the place where Sophia is being kept. Our hero understood perfectly well where Sophia was, so he ordered Taima to deal with the magicians and guards, and Genbu should evacuate the prisoners and heal everyone who was wounded, regardless of the complexity of the injury. Taima immediately said that he would do everything quickly enough. His ability is grace. And the girl was also glad that she had received a new task and she could already act. But then the guards suddenly jumped out in front of our heroes and immediately began shouting that they would never allow them to go further. But then the guy took out his scythe literally in one movement, destroying everyone who stood in front of him, saying that he would ask them to stop acting so uncivilized. Meanwhile, the girl immediately began to treat all the prisoners who had wounds. But why did they immediately begin to tell you that their pain instantly went away, addressing the girl like a respected saint? They tell her that they are immensely grateful to her for her help in curing them. To which the girl was completely grateful and only thought about who the saint was because she did not understand the meaning of this word. But then one of the guards was able to get to one of the main ones, entering the room and saying that they had intruders. Because the man immediately said that he had probably forgotten his place, the witch should get rid of them and not disturb him while he is busy. But the guard immediately began to shout that he was talking about this because the enemies occupied almost the entire castle, destroying a fairly large number of guards. But as soon as the man heard about this, he could not fully believe the guard's words until eventually he fell down dead and appeared in front of the man. Our hero who stood and just looked intently at the man. To which he began to understand that it was he, because he must be here to save Sophia and take her with him. Sophia, immediately seeing that Ian was standing on gunpowder, only said his name because she didn't have enough strength anymore. But our hero, looking at the girl, said that now everything would be fine and she held out quite well while she was waiting for help. But the man also began to talk towards our hero that he was a fairly good optimist, since he had already decided that he had one. To which our hero, I just told the man that if he thinks that he will be able to fly it, then he is very mistaken. Since he doesn't have a single chance, it is a one-sided game and there will only be one winner and that is our hero. Meanwhile, some of our hero's assistants were already standing in the cleared room and talking about how it was quite simple for them. But when they turned around, they saw that Kijin seemed to have faced a fairly strong opponent, but they immediately thought that she was the main one among them, so she would probably cope after all. They understood perfectly well that the Kijin skill, the most special of them, was hostile. Meanwhile, while the battle was going on, the girl, continued to talk about how she didn't understand what was happening to her because she said that she was a professional monster fighter, but for some reason she still couldn't destroy the monster. Kijin understood perfectly well that her rival's physical strength was still many times greater than her. But the girl did not continue to retreat every time she tried to attack our hero's assistant, saying that her blows could cause her very serious pain. Kijin immediately rejected the attack from Ashen some distance away and began to use his invisibility ability. But the girl was not so simple as her magical powers increased significantly and she immediately saw that her rival decided to hide, saying that she sees everything. She immediately rushed to the attack, not allowing the girl to disappear from sight for a moment. Saying that she is very surprised that they are still going to save something because at this rate she and her friends will soon go to the grave. But the most important thing is that as soon as she turned around, she saw that the two were able to completely destroy all the guards who were in this room. And of course, the girl was very angry because she didn't understand how they could so easily and simply destroy all the guards. Well, one of the guys asked the girl how long will she be playing since she and her other half have long since finished. But the girl immediately thought that her assistants were very weak, but she did not despair because she thought that she would finish off her rival and take care of them. Why did the guys just laugh at this? To which they even began to laugh, saying that if she thinks that she can defeat Kijin, then she is very mistaken because she should realistically assess her strength. To which the girl, as soon as she heard about their laughter, immediately decided that she would then poke them with simply facts. So she immediately rushed at Kijin with an attack, telling them to watch carefully as she took her victory. And the girl was very serious about her victory and the destruction of her rival, saying that she would be destroyed here and now. Meanwhile, Kijin, immediately using his skills such as come back in a moment. And the girl literally in a matter of seconds returned to the position in which she was literally a second ago. And immediately Kijin made her attack, cutting her opponent and destroying her. Saying that she already knew how she would attack her. But the girl couldn't believe it because she didn't understand how this happened. The guys who were watching from the side began to think about what a sudden attack meant, since her skill of rewinding time was also a scam. Kijin immediately turned to Daein. Speaking of which, she also has an interesting hostile skill. Well, what the girl said, if she likes him so much, then they can exchange skills, because even if they wanted to, they couldn't do it since she is very special without her hostile skill. Each of the 12 divine generals has their own innate skill, the Kijin skill. Come back a moment. It allows you to rewind the time of an apparently object by about 1 second. This innate ability makes her the strongest among the 12 divine generals, but however, the girl did not think that she would have to resort to using hostile abilities. To which the girl who sat down understood that that girl was injecting herself with this thing. And it was scary to imagine what would happen if in the course of their experiments they could find a way to obtain this drug. Kijin turned to our hero, telling him to please be more careful. Meanwhile, our hero was already able to free Sophia from imprisonment. Lifting the girl in his hand, the only thing Sophia said was that she behaved well. Now everything will be fine with her. But Sophia asked our hero to be very careful because he is not that simple. And in the meantime our hero called one of the assistants to his place, ordering him to pick up Sophia and take her to a safe place, to which Taima only said that he would definitely do it. Meanwhile, the man said that this is it, since Makia is a miracle drug that can give anyone monstrous magical power. To which the man said that its effectiveness has been fully proven, and even though it is still at the testing stage, now with Sophia's magical gene it is finally completed, and with it he can artificially cause awakening. Since everyone in the world will become equal and there will be no weak and strong, I ask our hero, isn't he this wonderful? To which our hero said no, because it is complete nonsense, and he has never heard of any worse plan because he wouldn't want to live in such a world. But the man said that his ideals were created only to please himself. To which the man, presenting the drug to himself, said that he was very annoyed because, apparently, he would have to destroy it. And after he injected himself with the drug, yes, he immediately began to change. His body literally grew many times over, but now his entire body and head, if before that the girl only had an arm, then he completely changed. To which our hero said that he is monstrous, but this uniform suits him. To which the man immediately said that it was just right for his appearance, and this is a very suitable appearance for a king who will rule this world. To which our hero just smiled and said that he didn't think so. Well, okay, in principle, it doesn't matter anymore, because he remembers that in a past life he defeated almost all evil spirits. In some ways, he is now similar to them. So, smiling, our hero only said that it was time to drive out evil in this world. But the man immediately turned to our hero saying that he is a funny guy, because he thinks that he is able to defeat his awakened one? Alas, he is very much mistaken because nothing will come of it. The man immediately rushed to attack our hero, but using his ability he summoned a spiritual blade. And thus, he was able to strike the man. He just laughed at something because he said that his skin hardens with steel. If he thinks that this blade can hurt him, then he is mistaken. But our hero, I look and listen. He just said that he can do something completely different. And he immediately summoned his super speed ability, starting to attack with incredible speed and also using precise images. But the man was only thinking about how he sees himself delivering blows but feels the pain from them a second later, reflecting on the fact that he knew that he was practicing magic unknown to him. But the same man said that he would say all that if he cannot use ordinary magic, then he will not be able to dispel it. And the man used the curse of chains on our hero, which literally immediately began to envelop our hero's entire body. And he understood perfectly well that the magic chains did not give him a chance to move, and in order to get rid of the chains he needed to put more magic into them than the one who cast them did. But since our hero has no magical powers, and if we leave everything as it is, he will 100% die. But our hero came up with an idea. What if we use the important magic of spiritual energy against it and hit it in vulnerable places? But the man, thinking that the chains were holding his opponent tightly enough, immediately tried to attack. But our hero, the only thing he said was that he could not hope, and he immediately breaks the chains that held him back, preventing him from moving. But the man not only didn't understand how he did it, but also missed a blow from his opponent. Why is our hero? I just said that if he believes that his sword cannot hurt him, then he is very mistaken. But that man felt that the blow still went through and wounded him, thinking that he concentrated all the attacks at one point and pierced his skin. But looking at the guy, the man immediately began to think, because he is a video, what a sinister force is standing in front of him, and since he was able to injure him. He immediately asked our hero to wait. They say that it was great because he couldn't help but admire his abilities. After all, he has not yet met a person capable of resisting the Awakened One, and can he listen to his proposal? So why shouldn't he join Runadiori? After all, he can become his right hand and together they will rebuild this world. To which our hero just laughed at such a proposal and said that he would never agree to this in his life. Because first of all, he doesn't want to serve anyone, and even if they change roles, he doesn't want to cooperate with him, but besides that, he is still very angry and will not calm down until he is destroyed. But then the monster said that this is a very big pity because it means he has no other choice other than how to destroy him here and now. To which the man also said that this is the real true power of the Awakened One. Using his skills, he immediately caused an explosion. And the explosion was so powerful that it literally could easily destroy the concrete building in which everyone was located. But fortunately, our hero's assistants were able to protect everyone who was freed from falling stones and the destruction that very explosion caused. Meanwhile, our hero literally took off and said that in no case can he argue since it was quite strong but very useless since he could not hit it. But the man, apparently, was not going to stop even for a minute, since his wings were already growing and he could fly up just like our hero. To which he looked carefully, only I said that he was quite stubborn and, apparently, would not stop halfway. To which our hero decided to end it anyway. At this point, using his spiritual wave skill once and for all, he immediately struck at his opponent. This force was so powerful that it was able to throw the monster quite a long distance from our hero. And at that moment, the man realized that he was much stronger than he expected, since he was in no way inferior to his awakened version. But then the man glanced at our hero's assistants and the people they saved, and apparently, looking at them, he was clearly planning something. Because he immediately began to laugh very furiously and, apparently, they were preparing for something serious, and our hero, turning around and looking at where he was looking at the monster at that moment, began to understand what was about to happen. And in the meantime he literally created some kind of incomprehensible cube around himself due to very strong energy. Release the power of the Awakened One to the fullest extent that he has, and will he be able to simultaneously attack him and protect his comrades? To which our hero just thought that he was really crazy and had gone crazy because he decided to destroy all his subordinates in literally a matter of moments. So our hero immediately turned to Kijin, telling her if she could hear him, and as soon as the girl said that she was beautiful, she could hear him. Our hero told her that he would have to become a little more serious and the girls and everyone else should provide protection to the saved people, and the girl immediately answered him that she listened to him. And our hero, I began to concentrate in my hands the absolute spiritual flame of the strongest striking technique as it has always been, but our hero understood perfectly well that this might not be enough, so he decided that if he put other techniques into it, its power would increase many times over. And into the absolute flame of the strongest striking technique, he also began to infuse the fusion of black flame, the radiance of the spiritual flame with the black flame enriched with spiritual energy, forming the complexity of spiritual energy. And thus, the rapid flow of spiritual energy has an amazingly destructive power that is beyond the power of any living being. But the man still didn't fully understand what kind of destructive force this was, because he just started laughing. They said that this flame would not be stopped even by 1%, using its explosive force. To which our hero immediately shouted that he would not allow anyone to die in this battle, and he immediately began to release all the concentrated spiritual energy flame towards his opponent, that is, a monster. An incredible power clashed in the sky Asia. All around you there are blue-violet flowers. But, unfortunately for the man, the flame itself was quite destructive, so much so that it easily penetrated the man's explosion and was already rapidly heading to the side to strike. To which the man, of course, did not immediately see the attack. But as soon as he saw it, he immediately began to shout that it was impossible because how could he, an awakened one, lose to an ordinary person? But, unfortunately for the monster and our hero achieved his goal, his parasite fell to the ground and stopped showing any signs of life. To which our hero said that he would expel the evil spirit, and he immediately began to use his ability such as purification. And our hero, with the help of his technology, was able to see the man's past where his life was a continuous black stripe, just like his mother and father in childhood were destroyed by thieves who tried to break into the house when he was still a child, and from that moment he began to desperately study magic for the sake of his own survival. However, he was then lucky to find a patron, and thus he became a scientist. And even after a while, the man was able to meet the love of his life. But unfortunately, this happiness turned out to be too fragile. Since his beloved was taken by force by the aristocrats due to his low status, he could not do anything to protect her. And he also understood that they had a rather weak supply of magical powers and practically no talent for magic, and this prompted him to write an innovative dissertation on magic. But before the man could blink his eyes, all his achievements were appropriated by his patron, the aristocrat, and due to this, he immediately changed. I understand that he could not allow people to experience grief like his, and he gave himself a word that he would definitely create a world in which weaklings and ordinary people could prevail by creating a real world where everyone is equal. Since purification is an Onmito technique that reproduces the memories of the targets and thus allows her to cleanse her soul of filth. To which our hero you have already said that he is overwhelmed by the thirst for revenge, and because of this darkness was able to penetrate his heart and distort it. Saying that he acted as it was considered fair, to which the man immediately replied no, because he understood that he had committed a terrible crime and there was no justice in them. Since he didn't even have time to understand when he became like those he hated in pursuit of his ambitions, he simply closed his eyes to all his mistakes. Saying that he would really like to atone for his crimes, because now that he is defeated that is all he can think about. But our hero, sitting next to the man, began to say that based on his past, he could not say that he is a villain to the core, saying that if he wants to atone for his sins, then he should join the guy. But the man didn't fully understand what he meant. To which our hero said that he had the right goal, but he chose the wrong implementation, and this time, with the right approach, his dreams can come true. And he will eventually be able to use his outstanding knowledge of magic under the command of our hero. The man also asked our hero if he was sure of his words. To which our hero immediately said that he can fulfill his dream, because for the sake of everyone who was unlucky in this life, isn't this the most suitable way to atone for his crimes? To which the man began to cry and only thanked our hero for such an opportunity. Holding out his hand, he also said that he swears that he will put his body and soul into this business. To which our hero, smiling, told the man that he would be very glad to cooperate with him. Meanwhile, the girl, observing this situation, was glad that all these events were over. And thus, this is how they were able to save Sophia and destroy Runadiori. As well as the surviving members of this secret society were taken into custody. But the conscious Drugmakaya, a man capable of enhancing magical abilities, completely destroyed one of our hero's assistants with fire. And of course, Sophia quickly received treatment from Genbu, a master of meditation among his Shikigami, and is already on the mend as she has not experienced any side effects. Well, the knights also took care of the prisoners, because each of them was returned back to their home. And of course, the people who were saved were very grateful for this opportunity to continue living, as they would never forget their kindness. What our hero began to think about, since he used to save people in secret. So this is new to him. Because this incident quickly spread throughout the town and very soon made it to the front page of the royal newspaper. The girl addresses our hero and was very happy to say that he has finally gained fame. Our hero also smiled at this and said something was true. But then the girl saw that our hero had some kind of letter in his hands, and so she immediately asked what was written there. And our hero replied that this letter was from the head of the family, Norbert, speaking in other words, this letter was from Sophia's father. And also in this letter there were words of gratitude. And Sophia's father also invited him to the mansion for dinner. But that the girl, smiling, only said that there was nothing surprising in this, since Sophia survived only thanks to Mr. Yen. To which our hero said with amazing eyes that he didn't do anything special since he just saved his mountain. To which the girl did not stop chuckling. They said that she expected this from the gentleman, saying that he was so generous.
Norbert family is indebted to them, one of the greatest aristocratic families, and this can have a great influence on being such a small family of aristocrats as the Granado family.
Although it seems to him that the maximum they will get is gratitude and monetary rewards. And the very next day, approaching the castle, he thought so, because it was quite luxurious. But walking down the corridor, his reality exceeded all his expectations. The maid immediately opened the door to Sophia's father's office, letting our hero go forward.
To which the man immediately asked our hero, "Is he Ian Granado?"
To which our hero, coming in, said that it was he, turning to Sir Norbert. He thanked him for the invitation. To which the man said that this was a small way to express his gratitude by offering to sit down and drink a cup of tea. To which our hero said that he would use his Axel's reception and, of course, sit down.
And within a moment one of the maids was pouring hot tea into our hero's glass.
But the man immediately said that first he would like to ask him one simple question. And as soon as our hero raised a mug of tea to his face, he replied that it was good, because he even became interested in what the man wanted to know from him.
And he immediately said the phrase, "Would the guy like to marry Sophia?"
Such a question, of course, agitating our hero.
Why did he literally immediately throw a cup of hot tea? Everything around. Confused, our hero immediately asked if he had heard correctly about getting married.
To which the man looked intently. Even though he was in tea, she said that he returned everything and heard. Our hero also asked for forgiveness for spilling the tea since his proposal was too shocking for him, to which the man responded by saying that he did not plan to put pressure on his daughter as saviors. And he also understood that he was too harsh with such a question, asking for forgiveness and saying that without him the kidnapping story would not have ended just like that. After all, he could have lost his daughter and the Listila kingdom would have suffered a huge blow. His wedding proposal was caused solely by the desire to repay the kindness of the Granado family.
So I decided to ask the man one more time whether he would like to marry his daughter.
To which our hero also asked if she knew about their conversation with Sophia, and the man replied that of course she didn't know anything. And our hero would not want to make a rash decision without knowing what Sophia thinks about all this, saying that unfortunately he is forced to refuse. Since Sophia is a dear classmate to him, to which the man smiled. Speaking of the fact that now he only wants more and more to become an at least part of their family. But our hero only looked at how the man rejoiced and did not understand what caused such joy in the man. But the man also immediately asked our hero if he thought Sophia was a good candidate for a wife. Although it may sound implausible coming from her father, Sophia is really good with herself and has manners. Besides, she is not only brave but also sweet. Moreover, despite her status, she never behaved arrogantly and behaved kindly with everyone. The man did not stop hoping that the guy might change his mind, but our hero only answered that he would not change his decision. He said that nothing can be done. I can discuss this like this some other time. Although our hero smiled at the man, he immediately thought about the fact that if the man says that they can discuss this another time, it means he clearly wants to invite him again. And the man also understood that although the conversation about marriage had reached a dead end, he still had to thank him somehow. So he immediately suggested, how about transferring part of the land of the Norbert family into the possession of the Granade family? Our hero certainly did not expect this, that a man would offer him to transfer part of the lands. And the man also noted that he knows the internal situation of his family and let him accept, condolences about his father. But the expulsion of two idiot brothers only plays into his hands. And our hero is at home, because since this matter can help a Granade in the family, we need to make the most of it as much as possible. And our hero said that then he had one place in mind that he would like to get. To which the man said that he would kindly listen. What kind of place is this that the young man would like to have at his disposal? And our hero said that this is the earth bordering the territory of the pomegranate. Can he teach the Kerbet village that belongs to him? The man immediately replied that this place is not very developed, but he understands his train of thought since he understood that he plans to extract resources from local mines. To which our hero said that this is not entirely true. So even though this area is rich in minerals, he is more interested in the land itself as such.
In addition, he thought these lands would ideally complement the already existing pomegranate families of the territory. To which the man replied that he is not sure that it is worth it, because he realizes how labor-intensive the process of establishing the land itself is. To which our hero, smiling, said that of course he understands everything perfectly. But the man became interested, and then he said that then he would give the Grenade family the village of Kerbet, which is in his possession. Thus, our hero, I bowed my head to thank the man for this. But he said that it was not he who should thank him, but the man, since the young guy saved his daughter and he was very grateful to him for that. But then our hero decided to ask the man if he could visit Sophia while he was still here. To which the man said that of course he could do it by asking the maid to escort the guy to Sophia's room. Thinking that he had already managed to adopt the character and greatness of his late father and perhaps in the future he could become the main support of this country, yet how sorry the man was that he rejected his marriage proposal. Meanwhile, Sophia lay in bed and only thought about the words of our hero when he, smiling, told her that everything would be okay with her. She immediately asked herself to stop. After all, if she continues to think about him, she will no longer be able to stay calm with him. Thinking that while she is resting here, thoughts about Yana do not enter her head. Well, she also understood that nothing could be done about it since Ian risked his life to save her and he would have done this for a simple friend. After all, perhaps she is much more than just a friend to him. But then the girl began to shout to herself that these were too hasty conclusions. After all, he had always been kind to her, they say that he definitely doesn't treat her alone so well. But still the girl understood that she needed to get up and stretch her muscles a little since she had been lying in bed for a long time. And Sophia thought that fencing would save her from unnecessary thoughts and she would stop thinking about him. But as soon as the girl opened the doors, she saw Ian in front of her. Very surprised by this since she didn't exactly expect to see a guy in front of her door. To which our hero, I raised my hand and greeted Sophia, asking her forgiveness for coming so suddenly because he thought to find out how she was feeling. The girl immediately out of curiosity, did he come to see her? And our hero said that she was very exhausted when he saved her, so he was very worried about Sophia. At first the girl understood what she was talking about, but then she saw that she was literally standing in her pajamas. And immediately slammed the door in our hero's face. Our hero did not understand what happened and why Sophia simply closed the door in front of him. But the girl could only tell our hero that she still felt weak in her body. To which our hero, I replied that then she should not overexert herself and he wants her to recover as quickly as possible. But the girl immediately began to cry, thinking that the guy saved her. She treated him so rudely by closing the door in front of him. And walking along the corridor, our hero thought that he had barely escaped the problem because this meeting with Sophia helped him make sure that giving up the marriage was the right decision, since if he had agreed without her opinion, she would have been very upset. But still, part of the land of the Norbert family was an unexpected benefit and it was a sin not to take advantage of it. And after a while you return home. I met our hero, a girl said that she was glad to see him. He immediately told the girl that they were immediately returning to the land of Grenade. And entering one of the rooms, I was in front of them Shikaban. It was a counting disc displaying a simplified structure of the world. Pour spiritual energy into the Shikaban, our hero could effectively use on Mito techniques. To which the girl noted that it was good that they prepared it in advance, since the pomegranate lands are located a little far from the capital. But still with this he will reach them in the blink of an eye using a spatial transition. And literally a second later our hero and the girl found themselves in their possessions. Turning around, our hero noticed that it seemed that everything worked out quite well for them, to which the girl said that it looks like he is really right. Since, in addition, our hero was interested in how well Rikugo coped with his task. But walking along the corridor our hero noticed a maid asking him when he managed to return. To which he replied that he had just arrived, also asking if Rikugo was in the office? To which the maid replied that she thought he was there. And thus our hero, when I entered the office, I saw Rikugo, who told our hero that the gentleman had really returned. Perhaps something had happened? To which our hero said that he had received his possession of the new lands, so he thought that he would have to return home and tell him about it. As soon as the man heard about the new lands,
he just said that this was wonderful news. Well, besides, our hero, I noticed that most of his spiritual energy had returned to him. And this meant that now he will summon all 12 Shikigami and they will begin to accelerate the development of the Granado lands. To which the man said that the accelerated development of Granada lands is a very good idea and he does not dare to object to this. To which our hero, I said that now they can summon everyone and distribute tasks to everyone using the call of the 12 divine Shikigami generals. And as soon as the process began to take place, all our hero's assistants began to literally appear in front of him. He immediately told everyone that now he has enough spiritual energy to maintain the form of all 12 Shikigami. And from this day on, each of them will be involved in the work. Everyone immediately said that they would kindly help the gentleman. But then suddenly someone jumped out swinging towards our hero, saying that they had not seen the gentleman for a long time. What a funny thing, our hero just turned to look at. But then some guy appeared and literally stopped the attacker's attack. Told him not to dare to behave impudently with Mr. Yang, addressing him by the name Tuda. To which the guy immediately said that he shouldn't stand in his way. To which our hero, laughing a little, said that she was glad to see him, but he had not changed at all, he remained the same problematic guy. To which he, in turn, smiled and said that he was that great. But nevertheless, our hero said that he would fight with him sometime next time, and now he should behave quite quietly, because he doesn't want our hero to recall his physical shell? Well, the girls also noticed that they seemed to have returned to the good old days and they were apparently very happy about this. To which our hero said that now that they have finished, he will distribute all my tasks, since with their efforts the Granada lands will develop to unprecedented heights. Everyone, of course, was very happy about such news. After all, they had literally sat too long. But our hero, I continued to talk about what? There are several reasons why the land of Granado is considered a weak territory in the kingdom of Alcela. The first is population size, the second is military power, and of course the financial situation, since all three facts are very important and in their case they are below average. To which our hero said that first of all he wants to improve these three factors. And our hero began to give orders to everyone, saying that Kijin would continue his studies at the academy and, like Rikugo, would continue to manage the territories of the Granado family. Thus, there will be a responsible housekeeping establishment in the main house. Tenku will begin collecting information throughout the Granada area. Kojin will take on the role of instructor for the Granada Knights, which will strengthen their military power. Sarayu will prepare for the opening of their trading company and will later be involved in its management. And Tenko will also help her with this. Genbu will help to distinguish the patient during but in the hospital at the church. Well as Suzaku, Dayan, Tuda, Bayako, the four of them will take upon themselves the founding of new territories. To which our hero immediately said that all the orders had already been given. But the girls were curious, how should they explore new territories? Since he relies on them. But can they really help him here? To which our hero, I said that it is all quite simple. After all, they just need to establish relations with the local population. Kurt's territory came into the possession of the Granado family from the Norbert family and the residents must be at a loss because they do not understand how this happened. But besides, our hero, I also decided to talk with them about his future plans as he plans to do in the new territory. But for now it was unknown to us what our hero wanted to do since we will find out a little later, but still he asked everyone, does his plan sound good? To which the girl was delighted and just said that it was cool and it would be a lot of fun. Well, another girl also noticed, addressing our hero, that if his plan worked, then the trading company for which she took responsibility would be very useful. To which our hero, I replied that he probably thinks that's why he didn't trust her to run the company. But then one of the guys said, what does it mean if the Great One organizes a pogrom there, then the gentleman will have to fight him? To which our hero said that just to prevent this from happening, Bayako and Suzaku would go with him, since he leaves it to the two of them. Two also said that everything would be done in the best possible way. Well, the guy just said that he definitely wouldn't be bored with them. But then the girl asked our hero why she was going there with them. And our hero replied that because her beauty and simplicity attract people.
Well, in other words, she's still a big baby. He replied to everyone that it was great, because now he would ask everyone to go about their business. And all 12 knights immediately bowed to our hero, saying that everything would be done in the best possible way. And the very next day our hero, together with Kijin, walked along the school corridors. Noticing how many turn around and look in the direction of our hero, discussing the fact that this is the same Ian from the rumors that are circulating around the school. And our hero began to understand that it seemed the story of how he saved Sophia was spreading throughout the academy. And he also noticed that not that it's a problem, but when everyone is staring at him, it makes him a little uncomfortable. To which the girl immediately asked our hero if she should stun all these students? To which our hero replied that this would only add to their problems since even she shouldn't think about it, and the girl also asked for forgiveness. But still the guy understood that when it comes to him, dangerous thoughts come into the girl's head, although she usually thinks very sensibly. Class, our hero, I noticed Sophia. Our hero immediately greeted Sophia and asked how she was feeling? To which the girl replied that it was much better, but then she asked for forgiveness, which made him worry. But our hero also said that she should not apologize for something for which she was not at all to blame. But the girl still said thank you to our hero, saying that he is very kind and naturally they are friends. But it was quite clearly visible as soon as our hero I answered exactly how the girl literally got upset, lowering her eyes to the floor. But then he began to come into the class to resell or say that the magic lesson was about to begin and everyone needed to take their seats. The man immediately introduced himself as Colin, saying that he would teach magic in the sword class, and before they began their classes, he would like to say something for those who are not able to use magic. The on-meds technique that uses it instead should not interfere with the learning of talented students. To which our hero, I immediately realized that he literally poked his finger at him. But then Sophia immediately said that isn't this an outright insult to the student by the teacher? To which the man said that he was only telling the truth, since people with a high level of magical power enter this academy, it is quite natural that he is worse since he does not have at least some magical power. I asked Sophia how could he, a teacher at a magic academy, insult him? Well, besides, they should stop this empty talk and start their own business. But then our hero began to think, because it seems that his speech at the entrance ceremony was for the cause of not only students but also teachers, you understand that these classes can cause some problems. But the man definitely began to say that as they know in magic, the spell has boundaries from 7 to the 1st rank. After all, until today, they used a low-level spell of the 7th to 4th rank. But now they will have to learn high-level spells from the 3rd to the 1st rank. Since most of the 1st rank spells were developed by the director of the Elsella Magic Academy Rollo Vistavam. Well, the 1st rank spell is the most difficult to learn, so he would like them all to be able to master at least the highest magic of the 3rd rank. But then the man said that, alas, but as far as he knows, in this class there are people who are not able to use even low-level spells. Thus, he again hinted towards our hero who simply sat and did not answer anything in response. Standing in front of the balls, the man realized that just a little of us, on some side, is both good and bad. Challenging everyone in turn to try to use magic on the balls. Since the attributes of water are suitable for healing spells and their side spells. The earth attribute attacking spell will be just right. Light attribute focus on learning support spells. And at that moment Sophia approached the balls. To which the teacher said loudly to the whole class that it seemed to him that there were a lot of mediocrities among the students this year. Since he was not surprised that in this situation, a guy without magical powers was able to take first place. But then Sophia raised her head and turned to the teacher, saying that she just wants him to know since Jan is many times stronger than her and him combined. As soon as the man heard this, apparently he was not very happy about it as anger filled him. But nevertheless, as soon as Sophia touched the balls a very strong sacredness began to appear from the balls. And everyone in the class thought it was great because this is the most amazing reaction. They say that she is the princess of the sword. To which our hero, I thought that this is what should have been expected from Sophia. Although he still thought that her talent lay in the ball and not in magic. Meanwhile, as soon as the man saw him, he immediately lost his words. But then he said that this is a very huge magical power.
and also saying that it is amazing and she is a real talent. To which Sophia said that she thanked only Yana for the praise for such a volume of magical power, but nothing more. She immediately said that he was able to detect and correct a defect in her body in the blink of an eye. But then the man thought about it, since for a moment she corrected the defect inside her body. Obviously this is a lie, since the organ that produces magic is not so simple and no one could do something like that. To which the man then said that he was calling the next one. Kijin immediately began to head towards the balls. And the man immediately recognized her. They say that this girl is Yan's servant, thinking that she probably doesn't have any talent for magic either. But as soon as the girl approached the scar, she also asked our hero how much magical power should she put into the crystal ball? To which, in fact, our hero was surprised because he did not think that she had magical power, to which the girl replied that it was quite a bit. To which the guy, after thinking a little, said that he did not expect this and then advised her to release approximately the same volume as Sophia. And the man just wanted to hurt everyone who was connected with Ian. I asked the girl, what is it? Can she pour magical power into the crystal ball? But he also continued to say that it is not surprising since she is really Yang's servant. But as soon as the girl touched the ball, it began to shine just like Sophia's. Although if you think about it a little, it might be even brighter than Sophia's. To which the girl smiled because she was happy for this outcome of events. But of course the man couldn't believe his eyes that there was a video, so he immediately called the next one. And already at that moment I became our hero, heading towards the balls. But the man also thought that his goal in this study of magical powers was Yan, who does not control it at all. I think that now he will disgrace himself in front of everyone. Rolo was interested in him, but this is only a temporary interest, since soon he will show everyone what he really is. But then our hero began to think about what he should do. He has no magical power. So the result is obvious, but he wonders what will happen if he pours spiritual energy into this crystal ball? Which, in fact, is what he began to do. Touching the ball, he literally began to pour his spiritual energy into it. But then the man began to laugh, saying that there was no effect, and then they said that for sure, after all, he does not have any magical powers. Pointing his finger at our hero, he continued to talk about what would not hurt him from conducting classes. But then he asked how to justify himself and our hero. I began to think because the influence of energy had no effect. But while our hero was thinking about this, everyone turned their attention as the color of the crystal ball began to change. To which even the man turned around in surprise because he did not understand what was happening to the ball. After all, he saw the color of the attributes of darkness. Although he thought that he had never seen such a charcoal gem color. And our hero, I began to understand, it turns out that spiritual energy showed itself, but still he was interested if he added a little more. And literally within a couple of seconds of influence on the ball, it completely turned black. And then literally exploded into small pieces. Our hero did not understand anything at all. He also did not understand why this ball exploded. Everyone in the class was very shocked. After all, they didn't understand. How could he burst out asking our hero what he had done? To which our hero also asked for forgiveness. They say that he accidentally broke it. To which the teacher, of course, but he understood that it seems that the very foundation of the academy, not a single student had so much magical power that even the crystal ball could not withstand it. To which the man immediately said that he was going to get a new crystal ball. So they should sit here quietly and wait for him. Our hero immediately grabbed his head and asked everyone for forgiveness because he had caused everyone a lot of trouble. But who would have thought, since all of our classmates began to come up to ours and say that his incredible technique is something like that. Besides the fact that he took teacher Colin by surprise, it was nice to see him like that. But our hero himself did not fully understand why does everyone praise him so much. And Sophia also looked at the guy, thinking that she was very pleased to see that he was getting closer to the class. But then one of the students, sitting near the window, realized that he was next in line. But besides, the teachers are now in a bad mood because of Ian, thinking that he is very much in trouble. And meanwhile the teacher was already returning, thinking that it was very serious, since the crystal ball just burst from the savages who did not know magic, nothing but troubles.
And as soon as the teacher entered the class, he immediately turned to Henry and said that now he could pour his magical power into the crystal, which of course was clear that the guy was very nervous, but still stood up and walked towards the balls. And as soon as he approached, he immediately tried to pour his magic into the ball. But then the teacher was surprised. They don't understand what it means to ask. Can he even try to do this? To which the guy only replied that this is all he is capable of. But then the teacher began to think, because he has been working as a teacher at this academy for 5 years, but this is the first time he sees such a narrow blow. To which the teacher immediately laughed, saying that he thought that in this class only Ian was mediocrity. And then the man asked Henry to at least try not to drag the whole class down with me. And everyone watching how Henry was leaving began to think about the fact that he looked so upset because you couldn't look at him without pity. But still, our hero, having heard the name Henry, began to think because teacher Colin ridiculed him for his low level of magical power. Realizing that he was able to pass the entrance exams due to his other talents. But in other words, he is an outstanding talent in a field not related to magic. But then the teacher abruptly said that since one of the Vandaless students broke the crystal ball, he was forced to finish their task. Saying that is all for today, but the next lesson will be practical. Since during practice they will have to get to the finish line through the forest on the north by monsters divided into pairs. But they will learn the details before the start of practice. In the meantime, they should find a partner, so they are free from the lesson. But then everyone began to whisper among themselves, saying that practically they hold classes every year, thinking that everyone wants to unite with someone stronger and more popular. Quite a lot of classmates immediately began to invite Sophia to team up with them, even from some side begging to become their partner, to which Sophia immediately answered everyone that she needed a little time to think about it. But after all, she understood that while she was surrounded by Odnoplasniki, she would not be able to invite Ian to join the team. And our hero understood that everyone decided to quickly find a partner. But then a girl turned to our hero and asked who he wants to team up with? But after thinking for just a second, our hero replied that he had one person in mind, but the girls were still interested and she assumed that it was Sophia? But our hero replied that no, he chose Henry, and the girl remembered who it was. And after a moment the guy began to leave the class, one of the very first. At which our hero looked and thought that he went to the exit from the class. I thought that this was a good opportunity for a conversation, to which the girl also agreed with our hero, saying that this was a really great idea. Meanwhile, the events moved to the dining room where Henry was sitting at the table eating, thinking that it was unlikely that anyone would want to team up with him after everyone found out about the scope of his magic. Thinking that it would be better for him not to come here at all than for everything to be like this. But unexpectedly for the guy, our hero came up and asked if he could sit at the same table with him. Speak immediately recognized the guy who wants to sit down with him, because it was Ian, saying that of course he can sit down. To which our hero immediately began to say that the apple pies in this dining room were simply amazing, because he always takes them when he comes here to eat, he said. He immediately agreed with this, but still he was wondering how he could help? To which our hero replied that he just wanted to chat with him because he thinks to some extent they are in the same boat. To which Henry replied that this is not at all true since he has his technique. But our hero answered that this is true. But that is where the difference between them ends. Speaking of the fact that both he and Henry have no talent for magic, in short, but not both were able to pass the entrance exams to the Magic Academy, one of the most difficult exams. But in other words, this is that their talent lies far from the area of using magic. Perhaps he is wrong? Well, Henry replied that this is true, since he was accepted into this academy for his deep knowledge of magic. But in this academy simple knowledge is not enough and you need to be strong enough. To which our hero, I replied that perhaps he is wrong in asking what exactly his knowledge of magic is. Well, the guy replied that he really loves making magic tools. Sometimes he even gets so carried away by it that he loses track of time doing this. Well, as soon as our hero heard about it, he told him that he was simply amazing. And the guy immediately smiled and said thank you very much for the compliment, because he entered this academy to hone his knowledge of making magical instruments, but everything turned out to be more complicated than he thought. To which our hero thought a little and said that it turns out that if he becomes a little stronger,
he will be able to concentrate on his research, to which Henry replied that to some extent he is right, but it is easy to say, but much more difficult to do. And our hero suggested to Henry that they could go to his mansion after classes and could prepare together for a practical lesson next week. Henry, hearing this, was very surprised and asked if he was sure that our hero replied that of course he was sure, because if he wasn't sure, he wouldn't have offered. And also saying that Henry does not have a large supply of magical powers. And if this is so, then he just needs to work his own magic. But still Henry was surprised to hear about his own magic, asking if he could do it? To which our hero, I replied that of course he is very confident that he will succeed since he knows a lot about magic, and Henry immediately said thank you very much again because he is really happy about this and he will do everything he can. And after the lesson the event is transferred to our hero's mansion. And Henry was testing how much he could throw his magic at a target. And judging by the kind of magic that flew exactly to the target A without doing anything to it. Says he immediately told our hero that he couldn't do anything about it. But our hero thought about it, because he uses magic without reading the spell out loud. Said that he really does this because during the time he was making magical tools it developed by itself. Understanding the most important fact, in order not to cast spells at all, a person needs not only great knowledge in this area, but also precisely control the flow of magic inside the body. And this is quite very difficult because even in the academy there are hardly a dozen capable of this. Think about the fact that Henry's basic skills have enormous practical potential. Turning around, our hero immediately told the guy to shoot his spell this time and use the method that he would now tell him about. I didn't immediately understand what kind of method this was. Began to explain that before he shoots, he should imagine as if he were holding magic inside himself. Guy from the beginning he was surprised when our hero said that he should hold back the magic, thinking that wouldn't this only make the shot weaker? But I wanted to check this out for our hero, because he should just try it once. And says I think that he should imagine how he holds the magic, but apparently there was such a powerful force and what even Henry didn't expect, but a blue ball flew out towards the target. And the target was literally torn to pieces by such force. And the guy was very surprised, because he didn't understand how this was possible since the damage from magic had increased quite a lot. Well, the guy immediately began to say that he simply imagined how he held magic within himself, but they understood how this could even happen. And our hero explained that the fact is that in this way they simplified the process of casting the spell. But Henry still didn't understand, so he asked our hero to explain it to him in more detail and, of course, more clearly. After all, our hero assumed that in this world, for any type of spell, people use the same activation method. Yes, of course, there are speed spells, and some don't cast spells at all. But in its global essence, this is all the same method of activating a spell. And it was the same story with Henry, since if he does not build an activation method for the type of magic, he will only receive a weakened spell. Well, if you change the activation process, you will end up with a more powerful spell, spending much less magical power. And only now Henry began to understand what he meant when he said that they simplified the process. After all, knowing the intricacies of creating magical instruments and having a high level of control over the flow of magical forces in the body, nothing is impossible for Henry. So our hero thought that they should try this method. Henry was immediately delighted and said that this was very cool because he had never considered magic from such a point of view. Well, they also say that his innovative idea can radically change the structure of magic. To which our hero smiles and said that he, after all, owns onmagi, and not magic, a non-standard creature on which the foundations do not affect in any way. And with this number of cold glances his side will be significantly reduced by Henry. The guy was very grateful to our hero, saying that now with his help he can continue his studies at the academy. And our hero simply said that he brought the ideas and brought it to life, and it was his skill. And Henry also said that it seemed to him that entering the academy for the first time he was being praised, and this was a very pleasant feeling for him. But our hero also asked Henry if he already had a partner for practical training, to which the guy replied that he didn't have one yet. And as soon as our hero heard that he didn't yet have a partner for practical tasks, I offered to team up with him. But Gonorrhea said that he was only glad yes, but is Ian really confident in this since he could become a burden for him, To which our hero replied that here he is not telling the truth, since together they will go through this practical lesson better than anyone else and put it under their belt. Colin's teachers. Henry just laughed and said that he was really something. After all, only he could think of such thoughts. Well, our hero also said that he cannot just leave alone the fact that he is simply being made to look like a fool, since do not pay attention to this is not at all in his character. And Henry immediately replied that if everything suits him, then he will be very glad to team up with him. Our hero, I was so random that the guy still agreed to team up, telling him that they still decided to do it together. And after our hero, I shook Henry's hand, settling on the opinion that they would go through a practical lesson together. A week had already passed and the day had almost come for classes. All the students gathered near the forest looking at the teacher. To which the man immediately said that they could start the practical lesson right now. I mean that all of them, without exception, will move out of this place, and the task is to get to the top of the mountain, take the shining crystal from there and return with it. And everyone who does not return before sunset is automatically given a failure. Well, on the way to the top they will encounter all possible traps and monsters. The teacher immediately told all the students to be extremely careful with these monsters and traps. But now he said that he would announce the couples, and as soon as they heard their names they could immediately come forward. But then, looking at the piece of paper, the teacher was only surprised, saying that it looked like they had drawn a very interesting couple here, say the name of our hero and Henry. Saying that he didn't think that two losers would team up. Saying that perhaps they want a little sympathy for their own and can come forward first. But also asked that they not wander there for too long and not cause problems to the other students, saying that they should stay on the outskirts of the forest so as not to disturb anyone. To which our hero also laughed and said that I didn't understand, saying that thank you very much for the advice. And having already advanced, our hero, I told Henry to walk at a pace that was convenient for himself, and our hero would try to adapt to him, to which Henry replied that he would do everything. But still Henry was worried, thinking that everything should be fine since he had trained so much all last week. Henry also thought that he could no longer make him look like a fool. To which Henry immediately stood up and began to concentrate and hold the magic within himself for further acceleration in movement. And as soon as the guy opened his eyes, he literally burst from his spot with incredible speed, venturing deeper into the forest. Why is he our hero? I looked straight at him in the back and thought that it was a great job. Realizing that his control of magical power was simply incredible, and our hero was really happy for Henry that he succeeded. And in the meantime, as soon as the teacher saw Henry and our hero, I rushed straight into the forest. He was very surprised and shocked because he did not understand how they did it. In terms of the power of our hero, of course, I was also pleasantly surprised and very happy for Mr. Ian and Henry. Well, Sophia, of course, as soon as she saw the video of Henry running, she immediately thought, after all, he doesn't have enough magical power for such a powerful spell. Sophia also thought that I had something similar with her, thinking that Ian is a real pro in cultivating people's talents. But the man still didn't understand until now how they were able to do this? But still, he turned around and began to tell the students that before he announced the next pair, he would give them all one piece of advice. Speaking of the fact that there is a barrier installed in the forest that it is better for him not to go beyond, because there may be monsters waiting for them that they can handle all of them now. Saying that a battle with them could cost them their lives, saying that they should not go directly to the mountain, but go around the borders of the barrier. But then Sophia also started yelling at the teacher to wait a minute because shouldn't he have told them about this before Ian and Henry left? To which the man said that he really should have, but he remembered about it only now. They are saying that please, they should try not to forget about such important points anymore. To which the man said that of course he won't do that again, if next time he will definitely tell you about all the details in advance. And they also tell Sophia not to worry too much as these two will be disqualified before they have time to cross the boundaries of the dangerous zones. But Sophia was thinking about what she didn't understand. Why was such a person even hired as a teacher at the Elsella Academy? Thinking about the guys being as careful as possible. Meanwhile, our hero and Henry were already making their way into the depths of the forest. To which our hero told Henry that it was a very excellent job since his starting push was a great success.
To which Henry, of course, laughed and said that applying the magic formula to shoes was really worth it.
Since Henry applied a magical form to his school shoes and made a magical tool out of them, adding to this the body strengthening magic on top, he was able to make his body move at high speed. But still, our hero received permission to use shoes as magical tools so that they could not find fault with them. Remembering how he came to the director asking if they could make magical tools, and immediately received an answer from the director in the form of goodness that they could do it. Although it is not that this is prohibited, it was better to play it safe and get approval from the director. But still, our hero understood that now he does not have time to fly in the clouds since the most important thing is only ahead. Which Henry actually confirmed by saying that they needed to focus on the task. And then at some point Henry stopped and responded to our hero, telling him to stop immediately. Our hero stopped and turned around and asked Henry what happened. Why did he tell him to stop? Immediately threw a pebble forward where they were supposed to run. And as soon as the stone landed on the ground, magical actions immediately began to occur. And literally in an instant the earth literally collapsed from magic because it was a trap. Henry immediately said that he knew there had to be a trap there. But our hero, I immediately thanked Henry for saving him. Thinking that it was one of those traps that Colin's teacher said, but he still didn't notice it when he ran. But then suddenly Henry said something about today, he had been helping him all this time, so he was glad to also be useful in this test and help him see the trap and, most importantly, so that he would not fall into it. And Henry also said that he thought that the guy would cope with this even if he didn't say anything, to which our hero replied that this was not the case at all. To which our hero said that since there are traps here, they should slow down a little before they move forward, to which Henry replied that he also thinks that this is a very good idea. And over time they came across more and more traps. Well, we also fought off the attacks of various monsters along the way. Until at some point they reached the road to the top of the mountain. But then Henry saw magical barriers in front of him, to which our hero also thought that his assistant was saying something about him. Remembering that the girl said that, apparently, there are the strongest monsters behind the barrier, since the teacher explained this in detail to the students immediately after they left. He immediately said that there was a very creepy magical power there, suggesting that they bypass this barrier on the other side. To which our hero categorically said no, and then he immediately said that they should go straight as this is the shortest path. But the guy was shocked by this decision and shouted towards our hero, no, this could be very dangerous and would end badly for him. Henry also began to talk about how this could simply turn out to be a trap and they would get into it on purpose. To which our hero turned around and told Henry that everything was fine and he should trust him. Therefore, our hero, I also began to pass through the barriers and Henry just shouted to him to wait. And going inside, a very, very large tree of incredible size appeared in front of our hero. And Henry also told our hero that he could not get back through the barrier, and he began to understand that apparently it was impossible to leave the barrier in the same way as to enter it. But then a very large eye literally appeared from the tree. Henry immediately saw this eye and began pointing towards the tree, saying that it seemed to him that this tree was not just a tree, but a terrible monster. As a matter of fact, this was the case, after all. After the eye appeared, then another one appeared and the outlines of the mouth became visible. Of course, Henry was very frightened by such an outcome of events, but I am our hero. I just stared intently and didn't even twitch a single muscle of my face. I think that it was similar to a Treant, since judging by his magical power, he is much weaker than the Chimera with which he had already fought before the entrance exam. But Henry, looking at the monster, thought that this was a very terrible magic power. They needed to defeat him if they wanted to get out of here alive, since it was simply impossible. To which our hero who grabbed his sword, only said that Henry should leave it to the guy, saying that he already worked a lot while they got here and he himself will deal with this monster. And of course our hero, I went towards this terrible monster using my abilities and hidden fire skills. Our hero also immediately addressed the monster, saying that he would not allow any tree to get in their way. And literally in an instant our hero was able to cut the tree in half with one blow. Turning around, he addressed Henry that he could move on calmly. But Henry, looking at how our hero literally cut a tree in half in one blow, was very surprised, but still said that they really had to go. But after some time, our hero, together with Henry, were able to reach the top of the mountain where this very crystal was literally shining in front of them. They immediately understood perfectly well that they had really done it much earlier than everyone else. And approaching the crystal, the first thing they did was pick it up and just laugh. After all, they succeeded. And the teacher, meanwhile, stood with a watch and waited for the arrival of the first who could get the crystal. And as soon as he turned back into the depths of the forest, he would have been surprised because someone was already running from the exit towards the teacher. Having looked closely, the teacher thought that it was very fast, but he still did not understand who was running towards him. But as soon as our hero and Henry ran closer, the teacher immediately recognized them and he was apparently upset and didn't he understand why, out of everyone, it was them? And our hero, I and Henry, as soon as P approached the teacher, they immediately said that they had brought crystals. Do they mean that they believe that they successfully completed this practical lesson? To which the man immediately said that he very much hoped that the two of them weren't cheating, because even if we take into account that they entered the forest with the very first ones, they managed too quickly. The man immediately began to think that they decided to bypass the barrier along the perimeter since he didn't specifically tell them anything about this, and yet they came up with the idea. But our hero, I said that since the shortest path lay through the Trent, they defeated him and went forward. The man heard that they had defeated Trent, he couldn't believe his ears and they were talking about what it was. It is absolutely impossible that they could defeat such a tall monster. To which even Henry began to say that in fact they managed to defeat the Trent solely thanks to Ian. Saying that he literally destroyed it with one blow, cutting it in half. To which the man immediately began to shout at them, telling them to carry it better, because it is simply impossible for such trash as him, no one will believe in something so frank. And our hero immediately said that wasn't he crystal and soon for whom they did everything not proof back? And the teacher immediately said that he was more than sure that they were just somehow cheating. But our hero still didn't understand why Simon, that both are good teachers, but is it really so difficult for a magician in this country to admit that there is no catch? To which our hero, I told the teacher that since he doubts them so much, why not personally verify the opposite? Since you can verify the words of our heroes very easily and simply. To which our hero also began to tell the teacher that if he wants, they can start first if victory goes to our hero. Then he would like the teacher to ask him to reconsider his arrogant behavior towards them. Henry immediately began to shout to our hero that this was a very bad idea. To which the man even began to say that it seems he underestimates him too much and why doesn't he knock all this confidence off you? Saying that as a teacher he is obliged to show careless students something like real magic. Using his power, he immediately launched a cyclone at our hero so that it would carry him away. To which, as soon as Henry saw this, he immediately realized that this was a high-level speed spell. It immediately literally enveloped our hero in a cyclone. And Henry immediately turned to the teacher saying that it was too much. But he just laughed because they said that it was his own fault for challenging him, because he can calm down since he calculated everything so that the boy would not die. To which she immediately said that they would attribute it to an injury received during a practical lesson, chuckling. But then, as soon as the foggy dust cleared, the outlines of our hero began to appear, who immediately said that there was no reason for worry. Our hero, of course, smiling, said that everything was fine with him and he was safe and sound. And also, our hero immediately used his skill, such as absolute shackles. To which the man was immediately literally enveloped in some kind of energy, saying that he could not move. I don't understand at all what he did. And our hero replied that he was just using the Onmito technique, which he despises so much all this time. To which our hero, I immediately said that now he should calm down now, because this time he will show what he is capable of without sparing his strength. But then suddenly listened to the voice that asked our hero to stop there for now, and our hero, I closed my eyes and only kindly said that he would, of course, stop. But then the director of the academy appeared, saying that he took it upon himself to observe the practical classes taking place this time. Henry, as soon as he saw the director's video, was very excited and shocked and did not understand what was happening around him. And meanwhile the teacher turned around looking at the director and asked what brought him here. To which the director replied that one of the sword class students reported to him the appropriate behavior of teacher Colin. To which the director replied that that was the only reason he decided to observe the practical lesson. But our hero, as soon as he heard what someone told him, immediately changed his mind, because he would have wanted to know about this even when he asked permission for magical instruments. But the director immediately said that they would discuss the details a little later, but now he would like to say only one thing. As of today, without delay, Teacher Colin has been fired and will no longer work at theirs. But then the man immediately began to turn to the director, asking him to wait, saying that this was all one big misunderstanding. Does he see this? But the director immediately began to talk about what kind of misunderstanding he did not inform his students of the attempt to expose them to danger. What should he call it? The teacher, of course, literally froze in one place and could not say anything. The director immediately told him that he should find a good excuse, since they would discuss the details with him in his office after the end of the practical lesson. And after all that was said, the director immediately began to dissolve. But apparently the teacher was very angry, saying that it all happened because of Ian. But like our hero, Ian Henry only said that only he was to blame for this and nothing more. But this time, the man was furious, telling him to shut up because he was already in his guts, and this time if he went to the bottom, that is, he would take our hero by. Using his explosive tornado, he only wanted the guys to get torn apart. But our hero, I only said the only thing that he still hasn't understood the difference in their powers, and he believes he has no choice, that's all? To which our hero, I immediately used my abilities such as Wild Spiral Fire, which immediately envelopes the man in flames. He could easily throw it away from him. And then, flying up to the teacher, he turned to him with the question, did he now understand the difference in their strengths? Speaking of the fact that this is the Onmito technique. And in the meantime, Sophia and Kijin were already descending from the mountain, saying that they were able to do it, and there was nothing left until they returned to the academy. And Sophia also said that it was thanks to Kinji that she was able to complete the practical lesson without any problems. I thanked the girl for agreeing to team up with her. Kinji immediately said that she, on the contrary, should thank her because she had a great time together with Mrs. Sophia. Sophia, of course, was immensely happy and glad to hear this from the girl. Kinji also asked Sophia why she chose her as her partner. Kinji also noticed that practically their entire class wanted to team up with her, but for some reason she chose her. And Sophia immediately replied that she just wanted to make friends with her. Well, Sophia also understood in her thoughts that it was still a little about Yen, since she could give her some advice about him. Kinji, as soon as I heard about the fact that I really wanted to make friends with her, immediately told her thank you for being so interested in her. But then Sophia began to think. After all, they never found the barrier that the teacher spoke about. Thinking that maybe he could have lied to them just to intimidate the students. And in the meantime the girls returned to the clearing where they started. And our hero and Henry immediately greeted them, saying that they were glad to see them. To which the girls noticed that they still returned the very first. But besides, the guys said that they started first, so it was not surprising that they returned earlier. But Sophia immediately said that this was still an amazing result, but by the way, she immediately asked where the teachers are? And our hero turned around and pointed with his finger and said that he was standing there. To which Sophia immediately said that they would go to the teacher to report on their return. But as soon as Sophia, together with Kinji, approached the teacher, Sophia was immediately surprised because they saw that something was happening wrong. Because at some point, he kept himself completely in his head, only telling her that his career was over and she would no longer exist. Really don't understand what's going on with the teacher. To which our hero replied that quite recently the director of the academy was here and he fired the teacher. To which, apparently, the girl was very happy and also surprised. The girls immediately began to laugh and the teacher was so upset that he literally cried upon returning from the students. But of course, by the end of that same day the teacher officially left the academy. Well, as expected, many students began to discuss the topic of the fact that the teacher was fired. But besides, they said that he taught lousy anyway and he was too domineering. But his dismissal even made their souls feel better. Although there was a bad reputation about him among the students, it is not surprising that there was not a single person who would feel sorry for him. Kinji also noted that these practical lessons turned out to be very fruitful, since he not only became friends with Henry, but he also managed to get rid of this disgruntled teacher. So our hero smiles and said that both are true. Well, besides, he will not forget that this situation allowed Henry to earn recognition from Odnoplasniki. Well, also speaking of the fact that Kinji seems to have become friends a little with Sophia. To which the girl said that they even agreed to have lunch together next time, and our hero was pleasantly surprised because he thought it was wonderful. But then one of the assistants turned to our hero saying that they would soon arrive in the village of Kerbet in their new lands. To which our hero, I was glad to hear this. Well, besides, our hero was wondering if this bunch had time to make friends with the residents of Kerbet? Since after a while our hero, I stopped by the city. And in front of our hero a man is transferred who introduced himself and said that he is the headman of the village and he is glad to meet our hero, and he also welcomes him to their village of Kerbota. To which our hero also introduced himself and said that he was very glad to meet you, saying that he was grateful to them for such a warm welcome. But our hero was also interested in whether the people he sent to them had successfully reached them, because the man replied that of course they were already here. And our hero thought about it, because it was very good, and it seems that the situation for him is much better than he expected. So our hero asked the man to take him to them. Which is exactly what the man did. He led our hero along. I said that they were here, and our hero, I was curious. Why did they stop in such a mansion? To which the man replied that the fact is that Mr. Tuda and his comrades, the owners of this village, are quite natural to provide them with the best. And at this time Tuda, sitting on the sofa, saw the door open and our hero began to enter. He already greeted him. I asked how life was. Why did our hero just say the first thing that it seems to him, or has he become even more daring? To which the guy answered me that now he is great and famous in these districts. An assistant also approached our hero, saying that this was not at all true. After all, since they arrived in the village of Kerbet, Toad never spoke to any of the locals, and all he did was fight with the monsters that were around. Although the guy thought that this was only for the better. But the end result was that he saved the village, which had been under the wrath of monsters for many years, and Tuda began to be treated as a savior. The guy immediately turned to our hero, saying that he was ordered to establish contact with the villagers and make friends with them, even though they achieved this. But at the same time, Tuda's self-esteem rose, saying that he almost didn't listen to them before, but now he has done. To which, in fact, our hero smiled and said that the essence of the story had reached him. And also saying that he expected a little less from them, and so this is a good result, because the villagers almost revere them. So in the future they will be happy to help them. But then our hero, looking at the guy, said that he had a way to make Tuda obey him, and it would be pretty quick. Our hero turned to the guy with a smile and just said if he wanted to fight him. And of course the guy, was not going to wait. He immediately rushed into the attack. But our hero, I was easily able to stop him. To which the guy just said that he had finally decided to do it all. But apparently our hero had it easy because he was definitely determined to make the guy dry. And after some time, our hero and the guy stood on the rocks in the middle of the river. And also our hero's assistants were sitting on a tree watching the fight. I reasoned that they were wondering how the gentleman found such a good place. Not everyone was sure, but most likely with the help of his Onmito technique. Since the master could always find a use for his technique in any matter. Moreover, he is the strongest and greatest Onmaji. Our hero, looking at his opponent, only said that they had not fought with him for a long time, and it brought back memories of past battles. But the guy also said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, because this time he would definitely destroy him. And literally in an instant the guy was behind our hero's back quite quickly. He immediately struck our hero X, although it didn't really help him. He was still quite fast because after the first attack he was able to instantly find himself behind our hero for the second time. But the guy did not decide to stop attacking our hero, which, in fact, he did not do over and over again. And at some point our hero managed to literally fly within a short distance of the guy. But, in fact, he also took off and tried to strike with his hand towards our hero. although he failed because his shot was blocked. And the guy understood perfectly well that Yang was able to easily block his attack, and this only made him want to destroy him more. Toru immediately decided to launch a wild flame attack towards our hero, saying that one technique would be enough for him to block his blow. Toru, looking at our hero, used the eyes of the Snake King. Since the eyes of the Snake King, his second greedy skill allows him to immobilize anyone he looks at, indicating that this time nothing will help the master. Since after he immobilized our hero, he immediately tried to strike with a fiery blow. And literally at some point the boy thought that victory would be his only. But who would have thought that our hero, I would be unharmed, and in a second I would be behind the guy's back. Saying that this is just a pity, since if he fought with him after his rebirth, only then would he be able to win. The guy from behind, causing him to literally rush down straight into the water. But in fact, with quite a lot of force, he flew into the small river near which they were fighting. But our hero wasn't going to stop there and held out his hand looking at the guy slash. He immediately used the crossbow shower technique and shot straight at the guy slash. But the blow landed very close to the guy's head and he didn't understand what had just happened slash. And already at the moment of literally a waterfall, water poured out of the hole that our hero made slash. And the assistants who watched all this only began to be surprised, thinking that perhaps this was a hot spring slash. Todo, he just lay in this water and the only thing he could say was that he was hot. And also the guys who were watching began to rejoice, saying that the gentleman won, it was quite an easy victory for him. Realizing that every day the master is getting closer to his original strength, but this also applies to them. To which our hero immediately approached the guy and said that he tried very hard, because he barely managed to win. To which when our hero extended his hand, the guy knocked it back and said that this time he lost, but next time he will definitely destroy him. To which, in fact, the guy stood up and silently began to walk in the other direction from our hero. And our hero noticed that Tuda is not changing at all, but for a while he will become obedient. Right away, as soon as the guys ran up to our hero, they said that he had defeated the guy and found a hot spring. To which the guy immediately began to wonder if the gentleman had really chosen this place for a fight. To which our hero, I didn't let him say anything, replied that on the whole he was right, and everyone, of course, was surprised by this because a hot spring near this village was discovered by Kiji and Taima, who could not come with our hero. And now the guy understood why he suddenly used his technique to study the surrounding area. To which our hero, I said that the key with burning springs will lead a lot of tourists to them, as people from all over the kingdom will want to visit the Kerbet village. The guys immediately thought that it sounded very funny, saying that our hero does not think at all like a petty nobleman, and this is as always. Well, what about our hero? I said that this is great. And now shouldn't we all work together to develop the local tourist area? They immediately shouted with joy that of course he would only be happy about this, and followed our hero. Since the first step in the development of the village was the construction of a bathhouse, since if everything works out, this place will become a tourist area. They started with very little and later expanded the bath complex based on the number of tourists. Well, the city residents also showed great interest in the construction, mainly thanks to Tuda and the others who established contact with them. Kijin, immediately turning to our hero said that she was asked to convey that the bathhouse would be completed by the end of the day. But at some point our hero literally froze looking at one point. And then turning around she answered that the construction was going smoothly, but the girl noticed that there was something wrong with our hero, so she asked, maybe something happened? To which our hero said that he needed to go on one errand and this was a complete routine, saying that he would return by night. And just a few minutes later our hero approached the mines of Kurt. And at that time someone was walking through the tunnels of the mine into the depths. This man literally began to use magic, talking about the spirits sleeping in the darkness so that they would grant him the source of their power. But he still had no idea that our hero was already behind him. Why did our hero, in fact, say that something was sealed in these mines when asking the guy? But having heard no answer, he only asked B if he would continue to remain silent or would he still say something. To which the guy just said hellfire, consume his enemies using a fiery explosion. But as soon as the fiery explosions began to reach our hero, he immediately used his technique. And in an instant he found himself behind the guy, saying that they will allow him to be numerous on his lands. Using his power, he immediately turned off his opponent's consciousness. As soon as he lost consciousness, our hero came closer and realized that the face was unfamiliar to him, but he did not understand who was this guy who was trying to free the dark forces. And our hero began to think about maybe telling Tank to explore these guys' minds a little later, give it to the capital S Knights, and let them figure it out for themselves. But still our hero. I glanced at the seal that was left after the guy. And literally within a few minutes our hero, I was approaching the bathhouse where all the assistants were waiting for him, rejoicing that he had returned. To which our hero was immediately confused and did not understand what they were doing. Kijin immediately said that it was clear that it was already ready and they were waiting for our hero so that he could be the very first to test it. And now our hero, I began to understand what was going on and why they stood here. But then the girl immediately said that the gentleman must quickly enter this bathhouse and after him she would immediately enter. Kijin immediately asked me to show a little something like this. To which our hero said that she was right in some ways, because it would be better if they tried everything together, since he would be very bored there. And literally after some time, everyone immediately began to plunge into the hot springs. In one half there was a men's part, where only guys rested, and they say that hot springs are the best at relaxing. And in the other part there was a women's half where the girls were also happy, saying that this was their first trip to the hot springs. But before the girl had time to enter the water, she immediately slipped and fell. Kijin immediately said that Dayan is probably too energetic. Kijin immediately began to slowly enter the hot springs and sit down. And then the girl closed her eyes and began to think that hot water was very relaxing. But before she had time to enjoy the gorgeous moment there, a wave immediately rose from the fact that the girl literally jumped like a bomb into these sources. But then the guys noticed that Tuta was just lying on the roof of the building, so they immediately responded to him, asking if he was going to join them? To which the only guy said that they should leave him alone. After all, it seems that he still has not recovered from his defeat, sir. Meanwhile, Kijin responded our hero. To which he asked what happened. And the girl said that she was interested in knowing how Mr. got some water, to which our hero replied that's great. But the girl also continued to speak and addressed our hero about the fact that he had changed a little. Our hero thought a little because he didn't understand what exactly he had changed, to which the girl said that he seemed to have become much calmer than in white times. To which our hero replied that this is not so. After all, he was always calm, they say that he has such a character, to which the girl laughed and answered that both were true. To which the girl thought about the fact that it seemed the gentleman had not yet noticed. After all, thanks to the influence of Mrs. Sophia and Henry, he began to change a little. And she thought at this rate there would be no fear that someone would want to get rid of him. Although that is not even true, it is more likely that the girl is just glad that our hero has friends who value him so much and go hand in hand with him. But the very next day Kijin ran into our hero's office, saying that they had a problem. Our hero did not immediately understand, so he asked the girl what happened. Kijin immediately said that the wizard whom our hero I caught yesterday and died. To which our hero, lowering her cup, said the only thing is that nothing can be done about it and he would like to examine the body. And when going to that same wizard, our hero noticed clear traces of dark magic, because it seems that this was what destroyed the spell. And also looking at his chest one could see a magical coat of arms. Magical coat of arms drawing securing the effect of a magic contract. To activate it, you need to conclude a contract and fulfill certain conditions. Our hero immediately realized that the coat of arms had already been activated. This meant that he was gagged and maybe he was a member of some organization. After all, in the end, he never found out his real goal and this infuriated our hero. To which our hero immediately ordered them to go to Kurt's mines since he needed to explore them. Bayako immediately turned to our hero with a request to allow him to go with him, and to which our hero replied that he had nothing against it. And after some time our hero, together with his assistants, entered the tunnel, moving afoot to the place where the wizard was caught.
And having reached the right place, our hero said that it was here that he read the liberation spell. They should assume that someone sealed it here. The question was what the attackers wanted to achieve. Thinking that he could remove the seal. But besides, isn't it too dangerous? After all, this is exactly what Mach was trying to achieve. Our hero understood that thinking alone could not solve the problem, especially since in his current state he would be able to cope with any unresolved situation. The guys also said that they were of the same opinion. Therefore, our hero, I immediately decided to break the seal. Understanding that any spell has its weaknesses, if you hit this place with spiritual energy, the spell will dissipate. And in other words, the seal can be broken not only by magic, releasing it, but also by the technique that our hero uses. And literally with one blow our hero, I was able to break the seal. They looked carefully to see who would come out to them from inside. But then a monster appeared literally from the depths and began to fly out, and our hero, looking closely, began to immediately understand who it was. After all, it was a salamander sealed inside a seal. Ayako immediately asked our hero to allow him to deal with this because our hero, I told him that he relied on him. But also the only one he asked that he not destroy him. After all, he needs him for research, which, in fact, the guy told me that of course he would do it. And at that moment the salamander immediately began to release fire around itself. To which our hero, I understood that it was getting hot here and the situation was becoming unprofitable for the guy. But the guy was still very fiercely determined to defeat this monster using his powers. Although at some point the monster began to resist and hit the guy. To which the guy, taking off, said that he couldn't defeat him with simple fire and brute force. Therefore, the guy is immediately on top of the monster in one attack. And our hero understood that the guy coped with it very quickly and he was great. Since he was one of the strongest of the 12 generals, which is actually our hero. I asked if he was feeling well. To which the guy did not answer that everything was fine. And our hero, approaching the monster, I began to understand that now it was time for them to explore the salamander. But at some point there was an explosion from which our hero was shocked because he did not understand what was happening. Since our hero did not understand what kind of smoke it was and what had just happened. But as soon as it dissipated, this monster appeared in front of our hero, but it was much smaller than before. No one, of course, understood how it happened that he shrank, but the girl also said that he looked so cute. To which the monster immediately asked that he not be destroyed please. Our hero was even more surprised. Apparently he had never met talking monsters without understanding what the hell they were. To which the kid said that he was a spirit and not a monster. To which our hero, picking up the baby, immediately asked, "Can spirits speak?" To which I immediately received the answer that, after all, they are directly related to the human race. But then our hero didn't exactly understand why he attacked them immediately after they freed him? To which the kid replied that he was a little out of sorts after waking up and our hero understood that it seemed he had no other choice but to believe him. To which the girl asked our hero if he was sure of this, and he received the answer that, to some extent, it was his own fault that he had removed the seal and woke him up. Saying that since they finished with this part, he still has many questions for him, to which you can immediately kindly agree to tell everything. And already over time, our hero found out a lot by listening to the history of the spirit since he is a spirit of fire named Salamander due to a long sleep. He practically does not remember anything from his past life, but he remembers that he was one of the 4 great spirits of the elements fire, water, earth, and air. And also before he was sealed, something happened to all 4 spirits. But what exactly he doesn't remember, to which our hero I said that he didn't give him any useful information and the kid immediately asked for forgiveness. Kijin, he was also curious if he was lying to him, to which our hero replied that he didn't think so since there was a high probability that it was true. I began to think because this guy is one of the 4 great spirits of the elements, and that means he is not the only one like me. So he immediately asked the kid about the other spirits, were they sealed just like him? To which the spirit immediately said that he did not know and Bayako immediately said that this was a useless lizard, but the spirit immediately asked for forgiveness. But he also said that he could find out the location of other spirits. And our hero was already curious about this, so he asked the kid how he would do it. After all, each of the spirits is given the power to control one of the four elements, and they feel each other's presence even if they are in different parts of the world. To which our hero immediately replied that then they will be able to find out what happened to them if they go, which he feels at the same time, and will find out what these magics are up to, and it was a very good idea under the weather girl. To which the spirit understood that this was a very great opportunity, and our hero. I said that now they have a personal appearance. To which the spirit immediately said that he was still not some kind of demon. But our hero said that as soon as they finish with this problem, he will take care of him. Speaking of the fact that he was sealed for a long time and everyone he knew most likely had already died. That's why he wants to take him under his wing. Speaking only if he, of course, does not want it himself. And the spirit immediately shouted what he wanted thanks to him. After all, he was already beginning to worry about what he should do in this world with absolutely no memories. And the spirit also asked to receive 5 meals a day and a quiet place to sleep. To which our hero, I immediately thought that he hoped that this spirit would still be useful to them. Meanwhile, events moved to the Magic Academy. Where our hero is sitting, sipping tea. I said that this is how it all happened, that's why he doesn't want to take a short leave from the academy. To which the director immediately began to think, because the mysterious magician, sealed elemental spirits, is quite an interesting story, and he would not be the director of the academy and would immediately join his investigation. To which our hero also asked the director if he would do something in order to go with him. And to which the director immediately said that no, he was just joking. But still he had to say since he knows how to get into trouble, to which our hero, I immediately said that he was born under such a star. The director immediately said that it was very well said and he hopes to hear an interesting story from him when he comes to visit him again. To which our hero said that of course he would come, but perhaps he already needs to leave. But as soon as our hero closed the door, he suddenly heard a voice. It was Sophia who immediately greeted our hero. Did he discuss something with the director of the academy? But our hero also greeted Sophia and said that he just gave the director permission to go on vacation. But that the girl also asked if he was sick or if something happened. To which our hero replied that an urgent matter had arisen and he would have to travel. To which Sophia immediately asked how long he had been leaving, to which our hero said that it was very difficult for him to answer this question. But then Sophia sharply asked if she could go with him. This, of course, amazed our hero a little. But the girl also asked for forgiveness. They say that she was asking so suddenly, he just always helped her out, and she thought that if she could help him with something. To which our hero immediately said that he was glad for her help, but as he already said, he doesn't know how long this will all drag on, her grades at the academy may drop significantly. But what Sophia said was that it's okay because she thinks that on a journey with Ian, she will learn much more than sitting within the walls of the academy. What does our hero look like in what Sophia is really determined to do? The only thing he said is that he relies on her help. And within a few seconds someone knocked on the director's office and turned around. And he immediately asked what was it. It was our hero together with Sophia, who he immediately said that Sophia was going on a trip with her, so he would like to ask the director to give her temporary leave. The director also smiled when he saw Sophia and said that our hero was lucky with the lady of his heart. To which our hero, I said that everything is not at all as it seems to the director. To which, already after the time in the office, our hero thought that there was something wrong with this director. Sophia immediately decided to be curious because she wanted him to enlighten her where they were going. And their first destination is Narita Port City. Since our hero assumed that the spirit of water should have been right here, after all, how would all this turn out, I just thought. Meanwhile, our hero, together with Sophia, went out into the street where Kidson was waiting, right next to the carriage. The girl was immediately surprised as soon as she saw the gentleman with Sophia. To which our hero, I said that Sophia T is also going with them. And Sophia immediately said that she was very happy with Kidson's company, that, in fact, the girl was mutually happy too. But then suddenly the spirit also said hello, saying that he was the salamander, the spirit of fire, and he would be at their home. Sophia, of course, as soon as she saw the spirit, she was immediately shocked and said that it was a talking monster.
What our hero forgot to tell everyone, Sophia, is that their goal will be a little non-standard. And many of the assistants were surprised to see the spirit of fire, and the girl only said that she was confident that if it was fried it would turn out very tasty. To which our hero also asked them all to stop because there are many things much tastier than a lizard, and the girl says that she sometimes did not understand the gentleman. But having gathered in the room, our hero said that in any case, today he gathered them because the fiery spirit will contact his brothers.
But the guy also didn't understand how he would find out where they were and should they even start searching?
To which our hero replied that there is only one way he can do it. That in fact you can, and began to do concentrated aura began to come out of him. Meanwhile, the spirit released 3 fireballs, indicating that these fiery spirits are imbued with his power and they will lead him to other spirits. To which our hero began to say that the essence is that they will be divided into 3 groups and each will follow their spirit. Our hero, together with Kijin and Salamander, will go to Narhada with a clockwork spirit. Suzaku and Dayan go to the mountain for the spirit of the earth. Now, Tuda and Bayako head into the forest to Yuval for the wind spirit. Toad immediately began to say why he is great, to which our hero interrupted and said that he was counting on him. But they were also wondering if the spirits were sealed as well as the spirit of fire, then what should they do in this situation? To which our hero said that they must remove the seal to calm the spirit and deliver it to him safe and sound. And as soon as our hero gave everyone orders, he thought it was great because now they can hit the road. And already inside the carriage, Sophia recognized the spirit of fire, realizing that he was not a monster but a spirit. Sophia also said that such a kind creature was sealed. She was wondering what the reason was. And what did our hero say that now he looks kind, but who knows what he did before? To which the kid also said that he didn't do anything. They say that Mr. Strange jokes. To which our hero, I said that he doesn't remember anything at all, and Sophia also added that perhaps he attacked him as soon as he removed the seal. To which our hero asked if this was true, how was he not afraid to attack him with such a small body? To which the kid immediately said that he would no longer attack anyone, asking for forgiveness. To which our hero said okay, after all, he already said it doesn't matter whether he is good or not, since he won't leave him, since he removed the seal. And Sophia K just looked at the baby and realized that it was immediately obvious that he was very happy. And also our hero said that he was already used to dealing with problem children. Which, in fact, surprised Sophia a little because she didn't understand what problems we were talking about. Meanwhile, our hero's assistants were already driving like a ball of fire, or one of the guys was joking with the other whether he had caught a cold. Tudo, who was so brave to say. Meanwhile, it was already starting to get dark, so they decided to stay at a hotel in a small town that came along their way. Since the journey to an unspecified currency raid takes 4 days by carriage. Fortunately, their road lies through several such towns and our hero could not worry about the jelly. To which Sophia also said that it was her first time with friends during the trip, so it was very unusual for her. But then she said that they had a very important journey and she would try to be as useful as possible to our hero. To which our hero, I told her not to worry so much, because this is also the first time for him. But Sophia also asked Kijin, what about her? To something he immediately replied that it was the same thing, because she was glad that Mrs. Sophia was able to join them, because a joint dinner had been her old dream. Sophia, of course, was happy about this, smiling a little, she thanked the guys for this opportunity. But while our hero was talking with the girls, suddenly one of the guys came into the cafe. He immediately sat down not far from the next table from our hero, immediately ordering the waiter to bring whatever food he had, to which he kindly immediately agreed. But that everyone immediately began to talk about the fact that the mayor's son came here again and behaves as if he is the most important person here and he irritates them very much. To which our hero just thought that this type of people is everywhere. Turned to Sophia and Kijin, telling them that the guy who was sitting next to them was still a bore and they could have a bite to eat with him. To which our hero could only think, why does he always get involved in this? Kijin immediately looked at the guy with a very angry look. Why is he? I literally immediately got scared, I thought that he should be calmer because he couldn't lose to her. Approaching, he immediately said, "What kind of look is that? Does she know who he is? I imagine that he is the son of the mayor." But then Sophia sharply said that if this was the case, he should quickly change his tone. But the boy immediately laughed and asked why should he lower his tone. But then Sophia, taking out her knife, asked whether this coat of arms was familiar to him or not. And as soon as she put down the knife with the embossed coat of arms on it, the guy began to think he had already seen it somewhere. To which our hero only said that she was the eldest daughter of the Norbert house. I was very shocked because he understood that this was the same me from a family of greats. You rarely meet people who literally run away easier at such speed. To which Sophia did not understand why he would suddenly run away so abruptly, to which our hero said that everything turned out extremely well. And after 3 days our hero arrived in the port city, to which Sophia immediately asked, "Is it true that they can find the spirit of water here?" To which our hero also asked the spirit if he felt something, and he immediately indicated that the trace came from there. So, looking at the river, our hero asked, "L and the spirit are somewhere here." Although in general, they still don't have any other options. And they should go check it out, since it won't hurt. And having already climbed to the top of the rock, they saw that there was a stone statue on it. Coming closer, they saw that this was a statue of the goddess of the sea in different regions, their battles, so there were already quite a few of them all over the world. And she is one of these local gods, and according to legend she rules the sea itself. To which Sophia immediately said that there was no point in chewing on Yana, since everyone should know such a banal thing. To which our hero only said that repetition would not hurt. Looking at the statue, he understood that these people had not looked after this place for a long time and it was simply problematic to get here. To which Sophia also said that apparently not many are ready to spend their time praying to the goddess under such conditions. But our hero noticed that they built such a beautiful statue in too difficult a place. And then they thought that perhaps the spirit of water was sealed in the sea, and it sounded quite logical. But all this time our hero was haunted by the fact that he felt the presence of someone else here. Since a weak magical trace emanates from this goddess, after all, some kind of spell was cast on her. That, in fact, our hero decided to do this to check what was there. But as soon as he touched it, he didn't understand what kind of glow was blinding his eyes because it was very, very bright. And then suddenly the girl who was depicted on the statue literally appeared in front of our hero. She immediately turned to our hero saying that she was pleased to meet him. To which our hero immediately asked, who was she? He didn't understand. Besides, where he ended up. To which she immediately replied that she was a siren, the goddess of the sea. In this place she could appear to him in her physical form. To which our hero, I asked her to wait a little because she says that she is the goddess of the sea, a siren. Although, on the same side, he began to understand, if he thought about it a little, that she really did look somewhat like that statue, to which she, in turn, asked whether this meant that he believed her, to which our hero replied that let us assume that yes. I ask her that since she is already a goddess, shouldn't he address her more submissively, to which she replied that there is no need to talk like that, because he can speak as he pleases. But our hero was also interested in what the god of the sea needed from him, because his admirers definitely couldn't name her. 2 souls from different worlds in his body, but also uses something radically opposite to magic. What is he like, our hero? I said that it looks like she knows everything about him. And yet, for what purpose did she bring him here? And the goddess immediately said that there was no particular goal because she only wanted to get to know him personally. And they also say that he is destined for a very important mission and she hopes that this is not their last meeting. To which our hero was surprised because he did not understand what an important mission this was and what it represented itself as. But the goddess could not tell him about this yet, because this is only to know. To which our hero immediately said that it looks like he has no choice. Our hero immediately began to think about an important mission because he didn't know what was coming, but he tried to overcome any obstacle. The goddess also said that this was not part of the greeting, but she decided to grant him the power to activate the enchantment placed on the statue, and this would also help him in his search for his original goal. To which I thanked our hero for his help. They say that he is a complete zero in magic. But the goddess also told our hero that after removing the enchantment, her power would leave him. Well, now it is time for them to say goodbye. They say our hero is worthy of a meeting. To which he reciprocated by saying goodbye to the goddess. But at that moment, Sophia immediately began to ask what was wrong with our hero, whether he was okay. To which our hero, I said that everything was fine and nothing bad had happened, but it is time for them to get started. And as soon as our hero touched the statue again, something began to happen. And they literally disappeared in an instant, having failed. But the place where they ended up was incredibly beautiful because they were very deep at the bottom, going into some room. To which our hero thought what an incredible spell this is. But the girls did not understand what kind of place this was and where they were, thinking that perhaps they had been moved, and it seemed that the spell cast on the statue had worked. Sophia also thinks that if the spell could be activated so easily, then why wasn't this done earlier, to which our hero replied that he launched the spell using the technique he uses. To which Sophia just tried to start a conversation. Our hero answered correctly, but they will talk more about this on the way home, because he hopes she will still be there. After all, it looks like this is some kind of temple built right at the bottom of the sea, and most likely this is the place where Salamander smells the spirit of water. To which our hero, I immediately said that this is true, because he also said that the spirit is somewhere in the sea. And what the kid said, but the spirit of water is very close. And that was great. And that meant that they should go forward. To which our hero thought that they would finally meet the spirit of water, and he hoped he could give him the answer to his questions. But while our hero was walking along the corridors to the statue, some guy began to approach. He immediately laughed. They say that a spell was cast on this statue after all. And also saying, why doesn't he get to work quickly?
The classroom is quiet, with only the whisper of pages and the slight clinking of pencils breaking the silence. Students are immersed in their studies, each in their own world of concentration. The lone figure in the background appears to be sharing his observations, as if he is accustomed to finding solitude in this atmosphere of after-hours tranquility. There's usually no one here when I come in after school. The boy with glasses is packing his things, his face expressing slight embarrassment, as if he was caught off guard. Just gonna do my homework real quick and head home, he thinks as he checks his backpack. While one student leans back in her chair, the other continues to immerse herself in her worries. The guy in the background seems nervous, his gaze furtively sliding around the room. Laughter and lively conversation fill the classroom where the girls share jokes, their joyful voices sounding brighter than silence. To which the guy looking at the girls said, I don't understand girls like that at all. She ponders the differences between them, genuinely perplexed but without a shadow of resentment. Not that I care about them in any way, not at all. Her gaze is impenetrable and calm. The boy with glasses tries to remain unfazed, his hands gripping the pen tightly. Just stay calm. Be cool. His gaze is hidden behind his glasses, but you can feel his tension. The situation changes and now the girls are looking at him, their gazes full of questions and slight confusion. Now what? And he only sighs quietly, immersed in his own musings. The girl apologizes, her hand frozen over the scattered papers. I apologize. He stands in front of her, blinking confusedly in response. She points at the phone screen with a glance. That's... On the screen is an image of characters very familiar to her. I drew it. I'll protect you. Heroically exclaims the character on the screen, full of determination and strength. Next to him in the real world, the boy with glasses continues to write nonchalantly, Manga, I was home yesterday. Friends gathered around, their delight knows no bounds. Quahaha, too cool for me. I'll protect you, laughter echoed. Wow, hey, did you draw that yourself? They tease, and he can't hide his smile. You know, that's so dumb. But his eyes glow with pride. The boy stands alone, his face filled with emotion. Relax, he tells himself, yet drops of sweat give away his excitement. His friends surround him, their faces expressing joking support. Oh, okay, that's enough, it's too much. They laugh, but their looks are warm and friendly. I'll pass too, one of the girls says, engaging in a play on words. No, I have to go to my part-time job, replies the other, checking her plans. You're not going home now? Finally, one of the girls turns to the boy. His gaze is downcast, but he nods. See you soon. The girl looks at the sheet, her eyes full of curiosity and bewilderment. Really? You've got a nerve. Her gaze is earnest, seeking affirmation. She remains in the classroom alone, her gaze pensive, resting her chin on her crossed arms. The room is empty, but her musings fill the space. A cheerful voice breaks the silence. "Are you a sophomore?" Her smile is light and lively, like she's excited to make a new acquaintance. He replies embarrassed. "Aha, bullseye, well, yes." His voice is hesitant, but his face expresses warm recognition. Her eyes light up with mirth, and she confidently declares, "So you're my senpai." Her smile is wide and genuine. He is stunned, his eyes widened with surprise, a bewildered smile frozen on his face. He hadn't expected this turn at all. She holds up a sheet of text, eyes burning with mischief. Battle-hardened. He has been through many trials. Mighty Knight, Euphoria. Her enthusiasm is contagious. On his wanderings, he encounters a charming lady pursued by enemies from a feuding kingdom, joining forces with this woman named Elizabeth. Together, they overthrow the Demon King. She reads aloud, and his embarrassment reaches a climax. She excitedly continues to read, but alas, their trials are not yet over. Soldiers from another kingdom have ambushed them. Another ferocious battle lies ahead. Her eyes sparkle with excitement, as if she's become part of the story herself. Euphoria is in turmoil, thinking of his reasons to fight. She reads the words with as much passion as if it were her own story. He sits across from me, lost in his thoughts and confusion. "Euphoria, is that your inner eye?" she asks with a smile. So easier saying. He tries to gather his thoughts, his gaze warm but hesitant. She folds her arms dreamily, her eyes full of hope. "You imagine yourself as a loser who meets a beautiful lady, and then they get to know each other little by little on the battlefields." Her voice sounds dreamy, completely immersed in her fantasy. She continues, smiling. "I'm not trying to make fun of your story at all," she says, her eyes sparkling with a playful light. "Oh, don't take this the wrong way," she adds softly, trying to reassure him. I'm telling you I don't..." He tries to object, but his words are lost, giving way to her joyous laughter. "But you know, both are just pathetic," she continues, not holding back a smile. He listens, not knowing how to respond to such directness. He stands in front of her, blushing and looking even more embarrassed. The entire classroom is empty. They are alone, and this only adds to the tension of the moment. What's wrong with her? He thinks, trying to understand her unpredictable reactions and energy. His reaction betrays his inner excitement at her unbridled cheerfulness. "I'm not picking on your manga at all," she says with a wide smile, teasing him. "But can you answer me?" Her eyes sparkling with anticipation of his reaction. "What do you think of this part here?" She points to the manga, inviting him to share his opinion with her question. Her interest seems endless. The drawing shows a woman of warlike posture, sword in hand, ready for battle. Her posture expresses determination and strength. "Only on the battlefield can I be myself," she says, as if declaring her credo. "I gave up my life as a woman a long time ago." Her words sound like a battle cry. The man touches the girl's head, their interaction seeming casual and easy. "Powder, what? You're beautiful," he jokes, and she responds with an embarrassed smile. "Euphoria because your altar is, after all," she says, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes glistening with restrained laughter. "Podra. No, I'm not laughing," she adds, trying to remain serious. "But some things are still wrong. What, where? You don't notice it?" She asks the question with a sly smile, hinting at something hidden. "Then let's check out all the industrial ones," she exclaims, full of determination. "Okay," he replies, nodding in agreement, ready to work together. "Check what?" He stands waiting while she enthusiastically asks a question, determined to explore something. "So I'll do it the easy way," she says, making a gesture as if holding a sword. Her expression is full of confidence and boldness. She takes a powerful virtual swing with her sword, as if imagining herself a hero of the battle. Her movements are full of energy and power. The great sweep of her movement brings her closer to the boy, who watches with mixed feelings of surprise and concern. She states with vigor, "I gave up my life as a woman a long time ago. Only on the battlefield can I be myself." Her words are full of determination and strength. Her energetic announcement causes him to freeze in utter bewilderment, his eyes widened and surprise written all over his face. "Do I have to do that, Ia? You're beautiful." The words come out of him suddenly, while she continues to stand in a fighter's pose in the background. His gaze goes from one expression to another. He is clearly stunned and unsure how to react to her words and actions. A shot where a hand gently touches the head, creating an atmosphere of closeness and care, accompanied by quiet sounds. A girl and a boy stand in the corridor of the library, surrounded by sharp lines that emphasize the suddenness and dynamics of the situation. The boy turns around as if sensing excitement or embarrassment at what is happening around him. Shows the girl's wide and confident smile, her expression full of confidence and anticipation of developments. The girl says energetically, "That's what I meant, you see? That's it." She points to the boy who looks puzzled and a little shocked. "This is what was supposed to happen, don't you think so?" She continues enthusiastically, and his response remains confused. She, pointing to the manga page, exclaimed, "Only hot guys do jokes like that, you can't do that." Her expression is full of mischief and defiance. "He's got the same face of a virgin, someone like you," she says with a playful grin, making a comparison between the boy and the character on the page. Speaking with enthusiasm, its looks and actions don't match. Her face radiates confidence and delight at her own conclusions. The boy expresses shock, his face lit up with flashes that emphasize his sudden surprise. The girl asks the question with a smile, and the boy seems confused and hesitant to answer. Shows a sequence of scenes where a girl and a boy interact in a library. Their interactions seem friendly and easy. The girl, smiling cheerfully, asks, "Senpai, why did you begin to avert your eyes from me?" Her interest and directness make the boy feel confused. The girl says with a smile, "Please look people in the eyes when they talk to you, Wayut." She looks confident and instructive. The boy seems stunned. His eyes widened and his face contorted with shock at her words. A girl looking down at a boy who is crouched down and looking distressed. She says, "A little, do you have a temper?" The boy, looking at the girl, says, "No, really?" His facial expression looks soft and in agreement with her comment. The girl looks at the boy, her eyes sparkling with mischief and confidence. She says something enthusiastically, raising a finger in the air. The boy looks confused and nervous, his hand covering his face, sweat beading on his forehead, and he utters the word nasty. She seems intrigued and playfully moves closer, repeating, "Get it? And you what?" forcing the boy to answer her questions. The boy, with sweat streaming down his forehead, looks dazed and confused as the girl holds his chin and he says, "Huh? Don't." The girl stands in the doorway, apologizing lightly and smiling as if anticipating the reaction of her interlocutor. With a sly expression on her face, she whispers, "Goodbye, senpai," winking as she says goodbye. The boy stands in the library with a confused look, surrounded by visuals emphasizing his reaction to what is happening. Smirking, she holds the manga in her hands, mouthing, "Huh?" as if pleased with the boy's situation. The boy is under great stress, his eyes wide with terror, and he utters, "Ma baby me." The girl looks over her shoulder with a sly smile as she walks away and says, "Made me cry." With a triumphant and satisfied expression on her face, she pronounces, "Right in front of the little classmate." She is swept up in a multitude of emotions while her words and laughter echo in her head. In the hallway of the school, a boy enters hesitantly, standing in front of a door labeled KDPK. His posture and gaze are full of hesitation, as if he is entering an uncharted space. In the next moment, his embarrassment increases when a cheerful girl cheerfully calls out to him, using the playful address, "Seipei?" Her carefree expression and friendliness clash with his confusion. So they are together, and she excitedly asks him how he's feeling. Her openness and energy infects her surroundings, while he is still trying to hide his nervousness. She continues the conversation, this time inquiring about his studies, asking if he's going to a club or art class, pointing out his creative side. Her insightful questions and genuine interest nudge him for an answer, and in this interaction feels like the beginning of their story. The girl is concentrating on drawing in a notebook, decorating its pages with floral patterns. She is completely immersed in the process, her gaze reflecting her creative passion and the world she creates on paper. The guy in turn holds a similar notebook, which also shows floral designs. Sweat drips from his face and he says, "I washed it here." His embarrassment comes to the forefront as he tries to explain his act. The dialogue between them continues and he seems puzzled, adding, "That's it, but I was leaving it for you." His expression is full of regret, and he seeks the girl's understanding. She responds with a smile and a suggestion, "Ouch, we're going home." Her casualness and ease of communication brings a playful and friendly tone to their interactions. In a spacious studio with art supplies, the boy is absorbed in working on his canvas. The room is filled with silence, and only the light from the window accentuates his loneliness among his unfinished creations. But this silence is broken when he hears familiar footsteps. Sweat floods his face. Perhaps it is the excitement of an unexpected visit or anxiety about how his creation will be received. The workshop door opens and a girl with a sparkling smile appears in the doorway. Her eyes sparkle with mischief, and she peers into the room almost enigmatically. She starts a conversation, asks questions, penetrating the space of his work. Her voice is filled with curiosity and playfulness, as if she's ready to dive into the world of his art. In a secluded workshop, a girl approaches a guy, cleverly using his nickname Senpai, and asking if he's here alone. Her voice is filled with a playful undertone, creating an atmosphere of intrigue and anticipation. She continues in the same vein, alluding to their shared solitude. Her words, or maybe the two of us alone, hang in the air, leaving room for speculation and imagination. The girl then nudges him playfully, suggesting he finish for the day if he has nothing left to do. Her suggestion of, "that then go home already," sounds fun and casual. And in this easy dialogue, they move on together to the next moment of their day, leaving behind the empty workshop and the work that perhaps tomorrow will come alive again under the warm light of morning. There is silence in the studio, diluted only by the barely audible rustle of brush against canvas. The boy turns around in surprise at the sound of the door opening, a question mark glowing in his eyes. Who could it be? The girl, taking her place with ease, offers to be a model. Her energy and cheerfulness fills the space, banishing any uncertainty. "As an apology for yesterday," she says with a genuine smile, offering herself as reparation for the prank she seems to have committed. And in that moment, a warm rapport develops between them as the boy, though with some uncertainty, gratefully accepts her offer, saying, "All right." These simple words open the door to a new phase of their communication and creativity. The girl playfully teases the boy, suggesting that his reticence may have a hidden meaning, and asks if he would like to add a touch of eroticism to his work. Her sentence sounded in an undertone, causing him embarrassment. He reacts immediately and very emotionally, rejecting the idea with noticeable embarrassment. His response of "no, not at all," expresses embarrassment and awkwardness at this sudden turn in the conversation. She continues in the same vein, rebuking him for his embarrassment and suggesting that he only draw her undressed, increasing his confusion. Her boldness and candor only increases his confusion. His reaction shows that he is not used to such provocative suggestions, especially in such an informal context. His conviction and modesty clash with her reckless directness and openness. The boy, gripped by strong emotions and a gesture of desperation, blurts out that he is willing to draw the girl, but only in a decent way, emphasizing it with the word normal. His agitated state disappears as he begins to draw, focused and determined. The girl laughs in response, her cheerfulness and playfulness diffusing the tense situation. Her saying "what was that even?" and laughing emphasizes that this whole episode is nothing more than a joke to her. She continues the conversation by offering to take breaks every 20 minutes, which could be part of a joke or an actual suggestion to make posing easier. The boy, now calm but still confused, agrees to her terms as he continues to work. His facial expression suggests that he has accepted the unusual conditions and is willing to continue despite his inner turmoil. The girl looks at the boy with genuine delight and amusement. Her eyes sparkle with a joke, and she watches his reaction with amusement. She continues her playful teasing, noticing that his demeanor is becoming more cautious and suspicious, as if he's expecting another joke. The guy is immersed in his thoughts and drawing, apparently puzzled by her words and what she might say next. He looks at her questioningly, expectantly. The time of their session is coming to an end, and he clarifies if it is time to take a break, trying to maintain a professional atmosphere despite the lightness of the atmosphere created by the girl. Schoolgirls laughing and chatting, guys joking with each other. A boy stands off to the side, his eyes staring off into the distance, and as if to himself he says, "I've never had a face-to-face conversation with a girl, not once." In a separate bright room, the artist focuses on his model. The girl sitting in front of him says defiantly, "If you can draw me normally..." Well, the confidence fades, replaced by a playful smile and anticipation of something exciting. She continues, "Though I will give you a reward, Tilda." Embarrassment and confusion take over the boy. He cannot hide his confusion. "What are you understand by reward?" he asks, trying to puzzle out the meaning of her words. Her voice sounds mysterious, as if she holds the world in a delicate balance of secrets. "It's a secret, Tilda." The boy, still shrouded in a blush of embarrassment, covers his face with his hands as if trying to hide from surprise, softly mutters, "I don't care if it's a reward or what. Me at all." He looks away, returning to the familiar certainty of lines and shadows on paper. "I'll just focus all my attention in front of me and draw," he convinces himself, reminding himself that he's always drawn, ever since he was a kid. The girl, not hiding her mirth, cheers him up. "Come on, do your best, but painting her like that. I want a family." Her words are full of playfulness and teasing anticipation. The boy looks away puzzled, his face watered with drops of sweat, and he utters excitedly, "Shouldn't be a problem." The girl looks up at him, folding her hands in supplication, her eyes full of expectation and hope for success. A drawing appears on the easel in front of him, a picture of a girl sitting on a chair, her gaze reflecting warmth and lightness. The scene ends with their mutual glances. She stands cross-legged and smiling, while he is still focused on his creation, giving himself over to the process of art completely. The girl winks, her gaze filled with play and mischief. "Oh, got it, Nenko tilde." The boy replies with uncertainty, his voice sounding unconvinced. "So that's the best you can, more or less? Well, yeah." She cheerfully raises a finger to her lips. "Time for the reward since I promised." The girl approaches, her eyes sparkling in surprise, and says, it's okay, now close your eyes, I'm telling you, it's okay before you just say." The boy stares in disbelief, bewilderment clearly readable on his face, anxiety flickering in his eyes. Suddenly his surprise is cut short when the girl touches his face, laughing, leaving a trace of paint and a playful glint in her eyes. Their faces close together, a weightless playfulness hovering between them as she touches his nose with her finger. The boy recoiled, his face expressing utter bewilderment and amusement. "Thought I was going to kiss you. Did you really think that? P/X/X/X/X/X/X/X/X/X/X/X/X/X/X. What the hell kind of face is that?" The boy is at a loss, his face contorted with surprise and bewilderment. He did not expect such a development. The girl, smiling mockingly, teases him. "You couldn't even draw properly, and there's nothing to fly for. Do you take me for a fool?" She points out the pattern where imperfections are particularly noticeable and highlights them with a smile. "Especially here." Her playful, amused question as she amuses herself by pulling up her skirt. "Yeah, the hem of that skirt then? Your face is all red tilde ah. So embarrassed you can't draw this tilde." Laughter and merriment fill the room. The girl, still playing with the boy, cheerfully declares, "Aha fam, so funny tilde. The only thing cooler is that face you made while waiting for a kiss. I wasn't expecting anything." The boy, visibly relieved, tries to regain his dignity, saying, "I'm done drawing, go home already." "Are you happy?" The girl, smiling slyly, said thoughtfully, "What to do, tilde?" They are both surrounded by friends who enjoy watching their banter. One of the friends, joking merrily at the situation, says, "Semyon, are you going to whine again? Aren't you rubbing your eyes a little too much, fam? Tilde oh? So what? I'll admit, it's fun to watch you, fam." The boy, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaims in despair, "Just go already." The girl, undeterred in her antics, laughs and guffaws. What do you want? I told you to leave me alone. Aha." A wide smile doesn't come off her face. She continues in the same vein. "You're such a family man. Even though you're a boy, you're such a wimp tilde." The boy, feeling defeated, looks utterly devastated, his eyes filled with fatigue from the non-stop fun and jokes of his friends. The girl, smiling from the bottom of her heart, laughs heartily. "Uh-huh." The boy, tears in his eyes, feels overwhelmed, but tries to save face, telling himself, "And I'm not crying, nothing like that." She, immersed in the game, tells him casually, "Not that I feel that way. Just, I teased you again, I'm sorry, fam." Again, the girl cheers him up, saying affectionately, "Oh well, don't cry, Semyon." The boy, drowning in his emotions, admits to himself, "I've never cried in front of anyone until now, even on second thought." The girl looks at him with kindness and a slight sneer, "And now I live in front of a junior high school girl." Again, she continues, turning to the boy who is still trying to hold back tears, "And then I'll give you a real reward. I don't need any." "A reward? Try to draw me right, fam," while the sheet. Figure moving away down the corridor of the school. In his thoughts, he repeats, "There's something that's been on my mind lately." A girl in a school uniform, waving happily and smiling, her eyes shining with a cheerful light. She seems full of energy and life, ready to welcome a new day. Next to her, the text exclaims with joy, "Girl," but already next to a humble guy who seems surprised by her sudden appearance. His reaction is emphasized by the words, expressing his confusion and surprise at her attention. Shows this same guy with embarrassment and confusion written all over his face. He looks puzzled, perhaps even slightly worried, and beside him the words, "Please don't bully Nagatoro-san," express his plea for mercy. The girl reappears with a carefree smile, extending her hand in an inviting gesture and saying, "With me, please meet me." She is full of confidence and goodwill, suggesting to the guy that she seems to be starting a new chapter in their relationship. The boy with glasses is depicted with his mouth open and drops of sweat on his forehead, which may indicate his embarrassment or nervousness. He meets a girl against a fence, and his facial expression seems puzzled, perhaps in response to an unexpected suggestion or question from her, where the boy seems embarrassed or angered by the girl's actions while she laughs, perhaps mocking his reaction. The girl seems to be teasing the boy, pushing him, and his expression shows complete shock and disbelief at her actions. The girl and the young man are in a state of hilarious confusion. He covers his face with his hand and she laughs, and their cheers of joy hang in the air, with dynamics and laughter. The girl seems to be having fun shouting, "Bye, bye," while a guy surrounded by similarly cheerful calls looks a little dumbfounded and asks to stop. A quieter moment between these two characters. He with a slight smile says something like admonishment or advice to her, and she looks surprised and pleased at his words. We see them in a more serious and thoughtful conversation against a cityscape. He asks a thought-provoking question while she, with visible puzzlement, listens to his words. The dialogue between the two characters is permeated with misunderstanding and surprise, where the girl treats with a smile the ridiculous statement of the young man, who seems to be trying to hide his embarrassment behind a mask of indifference. A character in a moment of insight or shock, when he realizes something important or unexpected that is completely contrary to his expectations. The moment when the girl suddenly embraces the young man, his expression full of surprise and bewilderment while she joyfully shouts out his nickname, marking the moment of sincere friendship or amusing banter between them. A young man lying on the ground in a state of surprise or disappointment after some unfortunate event, while a girl stops to express her participation or bewilderment at what has happened. The young man in glasses, surrounded by figurative clouds of cold, guiltily crumpled his fingers as if trying to warm them, and looks at the girl, mouthing an apology. His face expresses embarrassment, and the girl, in response to his excitement, only smiles and calmly says, "Cold." "Ah, no problem, it's fine." These words, spoken by him, sound comforting and soothing, though his anxious gaze and sweaty palms betray his inner tension. Meanwhile, the girl stares straight ahead, her face shrouded in the shadow of her own hair, and her gaze filled with seriousness and thoughtfulness. She seems reflective of the situation unfolding before her, and her deep profile emphasizes her inner focus and calmness. He looks at her with undisguised concern in his eyes, which reflect a glare of light that looks like tears. She, however, wide-eyed with surprise, exclaims, "Aren't you mad at all?" And the word senpai emphasizes their relationship, perhaps indicating his seniority or the respect she has for him. The girl looks forward in surprise, her words on the cloud of dialogue showing slight confusion. "I think I've mixed up the folder a couple or 3 times already, and you're all..." Apparently some action is expected from the young man, which he for some reason is putting off. The young man is surrounded by friendly faces having fun and bantering about the situation. Everyone seems happy and entertained, and saying, "That's right," reinforces the sense of their shared fun despite the guy's confusion. Guy is acting reserved among the dimly lit figures, perhaps expressing his weariness with the constant banter. "So, I know how to tolerate it," he says, pointing to his ability to endure ridicule. His face reflects melancholy and resignation to the situation. You always apologize to them, as if he's used to forgiving others despite the constant jokes against him. His gaze is tired, his words, "and you let it all sink in," speak of his tolerance and ability to accept what he has to endure despite his inner pain. Their smiles look forced and cruel. "I can't even stand up to these people," he admits, sharing his worries about the constant pressure from those around him. To the girl with the bright smile, "Hey, are you listening, senpai?" Her words sound carefree and light. In contrast to the previous gravity, she seemed completely detached from the tension the young man felt. The young man looks at her, his eyes full of tears, but there is no anger or resentment, only deep sadness. "About you, senpai." It's as if he's thinking about her, about how she remains cheerful and upbeat while he struggles with his emotions. The girl smiles broadly and playfully reaches out to the young man, repeating, "Maybe, maybe, maybe," while he looks away and sighs heavily as if trying to avoid her attention. She cheekily and cheerfully asks the question, "Have you fallen in love with me?" further embarrassing the young man, to which his response remains consistently embarrassed. Then the girl, undeterred, continues her good-natured banter, folding her hands like a prayer and exclaiming, "Oh, keep your temper, senpai," at which the young man laughs back, though his "no, I" expresses confusion. Tries to explain something, waving his hands and saying, "This is... falling in love is one thing, and this..." His expression is full of confusion and bewilderment, while the girl watches his reaction with interest. The young man with concern in his eyes and then on his forehead says, "Quite different," as if trying to make his point or justify himself in some misunderstood situation. The girl, with a happy smile and lightness in her voice, replies, "Let it be different. Okay, got it," accepting his words and lowering the overall tension of the moment. The young man looks slightly relieved but still remains flustered, his face filling with an involuntary smile as the friendly teasing continues. Against the darkening evening sky, the two figures stand in solitude, and there's an understated, "to be honest," hanging in the air, as if he's about to share something important. The young man admits with a heaviness in his voice, "Of course I'm sick of it," his words and look expressing a deep weariness from the incessant pressure. The girl looks sideways, and her words, "And of course I'm angry," carry shadows of frustration and mild irritation, reflecting an inner dissatisfaction. The young man begins confusedly. Not that, trying to explain something or perhaps justify himself, but his words are cut short and he seems lost. "I didn't like it all or anything like that." The words come out of him in the same breath as if he's searching for a way to express his feelings, unable to find the right words. The young man, with tears streaming down his face, utters, "It's me about," as if he is on the verge of some important confession or conversation that has been a long time coming. The girl with a serious expression softly says, "Talking to you." She seems to want to listen to him, to understand what's bothering him. She adds, "Which is rude to just poke me," and her words sound confident as if she's dotting their relationship. The young man apparently excitedly shouts, "What's your name?" and his desperation and desire to know more about her becomes obvious. The young man's gaze is filled with inner struggle, drops of sweat rolling down his face, emphasizing the intensity of his experience. The girl stands before him radiant with a smile and cheerfulness, and there is a lightness in her words, as in her Kanichi and Naga. She winks at him playfully, drawing attention to her face as if playing a cute guessing game with him. She then touches his shoulder, and her cheerful expression coupled with the words, "It's so-and-so's kanji," adds a lightness to their interaction, while the young man seems confused and full of emotion. The girl smiles and jokes, "JJ." Pretty hard to write, showing that she finds fun in what's going on despite his confusion. Her smile grows even wider as she introduces herself. "My name is Nagatoro. It's rather nice to meet you, senpai." Her warm greeting shines with clarity and friendliness. The young man looks at her puzzled, his reaction, drops of sweat on his face, showing that his impressions of her are constantly changing and he doesn't know what to expect next. She continues with confidence, holding the manga in her hands. "The last volume. Please don't mock me, Nagatoro-san," expressing her passion for reading while also playing with his expectations. The young man in the bookstore can't hide his excitement. "I couldn't wait to buy it on my way to school," his face contorted with a mixture of joy and impatience. The next moment depicts him immersed in reading, where he browses through pages of brightly colored illustrations, which evokes delight and strong emotions. Suddenly he realizes that the space around him is not suitable for this kind of literature. No, you can't read that here," his nervousness and fear of being caught growing. He frantically clutches the book to his chest, his face contorted with fear as he notices someone entering the room, as if he's been caught doing something forbidden. A young man sitting in the classroom is experiencing intense excitement, barely audibly uttering, "Pre-hi?" His reaction to an incoming person is full of surprise and nervousness. The girl enters with a cheerful priv, her energy and carefree attitude filling the space, bringing a stark contrast to its confusion. She, pointing to her face and displaying a wide smile, jokes, "That's exactly like this," emphasizing her playfulness and amused by his embarrassment. He feels embarrassed under her gaze. Her words, "I can smell the spirit of different eros from you, senpai," reinforcing his awkwardness and shyness in front of her directness. She quickly approaches him, their interaction full of dynamics and banter. He can't hide his embarrassment as she playfully takes the manga from him. In the tense situation, the young man desperately tries to keep the situation under control, saying, "Show the truth to the world. That you like kinky stuff, admit it," trying to justify his choice of book. "There's nothing wrong there. So, ogle die," expressing his willingness to share in the pleasure of reading. She continues, already more insistent, "You can use me for anything, you know that." Her words hint at a willingness to prank and tease. The young man reacts with surprise and consternation when she makes the unexpected move. "If senpai is in that mood," suggesting possible further entertainment. And eventually, the fun turns to a noisy confrontation when she snatches the book out of his hands, exclaiming, "Ha, gotcha," and he tries to hold her back with amazement and resistance. The girl, laughing, accuses the young man of simple-mindedness. "You're such a simpleton, senpai." And her laughter is filled with banter and good-natured teasing. She continues her playful taunts, presenting herself as the winner in this little prank. "And you fell for it, didn't you?" And her words encourage him to embarrass himself even more. The young man with tears streaming down his face is dazed and confused, trying to hide his face and his reading, "No chance, oh night full of zeros," as if he were seeking salvation in those words. The girl, without ceasing her cheerful mockery, says, "I told you so, please," and her confidence only increases his awkwardness. The girl reads the manga with a wide smile and jokes, even if you do say so, showing that she doesn't care about his objections and continues to enjoy the moment. Her smile grows even wider as she looks at the manga page and says, "You have a thing for that, don't you, senpai?" implying his hidden interests. She continues to tease him by pointing to a character and commenting, "Your successful perversion again?" prompting him to admit his genre preference. And laughing, she adds, "Successful perversion? What the hell is that? Ah ha 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 ha," enjoying his reaction and continuing to make jokes at the expense of his embarrassed look. The girl continues her banter with a smile and obvious pleasure. "That's just the way you are. How about that, senpai?" enjoying the moment of his embarrassment. The young man in panic and despair tries to escape from her naughty hands, exclaiming, "Ha, you're a secret pervert, senpais," his face expressing shock and disbelief at what was happening. Without pausing, she says to him with a merry laugh, "Well, bye. Let me read a little. Don't be stingy, hey?" And her mood is full of playfulness and fun. The young man, confused and overwhelmed, tries to maintain control, but his efforts are futile before her energy and determination. The girl, caught off guard, is shocked by the sudden turn of events, and there is utter bewilderment in her eyes. Then she drops to the floor, her eyes full of amazement, and she is clearly confused by the sudden development of the situation. Hiding her face with her hand, she tries to hide her emotions, but her embarrassed smile betrays her inner excitement. She pokes fun at the situation, stating, "It seems a non-senpai wish just came true," teasing the young man and enjoying his reaction. The young man, with remorse in his voice, turns to the girl, his words, "Well, forgive me," carry a sincere desire to atone for his guilt. His gaze reflects concern and hope for understanding, while sweat drips down his face, expressing the nervous tension of the moment. He continues, trying to diminish the importance of what has happened, with a shy and unsure expression on his face. It's not such a big deal," as if he's trying to smooth over his reaction by showing a hand gesture to soften the situation. Nevertheless, they both stand side by side, their shadows mingling with the dim light of the street lamps, creating a picture of their return together, full of uncertainty and quiet anticipation. The girl looks at him with a smile full of confidence and slight mockery, as if she knows more than she's showing, and her boldness contrasts with his uncertainty. On a narrow street, shrouded in the shadows of the evening buildings, the young man stopped, turning to the girl following him. Touched? What?" His voice shook with surprise. "Was that the first time you were touched by a girl?" she asked with a smile, as if sensing his embarrassment. "Hey, senpai, your face is like a tomato." The girl's laughter echoed off the walls as she noticed his blush. Maybe she was joking, but his reaction was genuine. An expression appeared on his face, as if he was trapped in an unwanted feeling. She continued to tease him, not giving the young man a second's respite. "Are you hardened?" Her words were full of ambiguity, but her eyes were full of carelessness and the joy of the moment. "Huh! Stop talking nonsense." He couldn't hide his confusion, trying to cover his face with his hands. The laughter, embarrassment, and warm intimacy of that evening created a special bond between them, imperceptibly intertwining their destinies. "To proselytize it one more time?" Her voice sounded defiant, and she arched her eyebrows in a mischievous smile. The laughter made the young man lose the rest of his composure, and he groaned, covering his face with his hands. Their play continued like a dance, where each movement brought a new note to the melody of their interaction. "Yaks!" she exclaimed when he finally decided to respond to her teasing. But every game has its limits, and it seemed they had reached a point where jokes mixed with awkwardness. "Oh." His embarrassment was so obvious she couldn't help but laugh. She laughed, and his face took on an expression of embarrassed confusion. Her laughter was infectious, and despite his resistance, a smile played at the corner of his lips. "See you later, senpai," exclaims the girl, waving goodbye. Her smile is bright and carefree, as if she is capable of nothing but carefree. The scene changes. Now we see the young man already in the privacy of his room, lying on his bed with a manga in his hands. He is immersed in a world of stories that takes his mind off the day's adventures for a moment. He flips through pages of familiar scenes. Noisy and full of drama, they reflect his own experiences. But unlike the manga characters, real emotions are not so easy to hide. "Nah," he whispers to himself as he covers his face with his pillow, running away from the memories of what just happened. In art class, the silence is broken only by the squeak of chalk on the blackboard and the rustle of brush on canvas. "Please don't mock Nagatoro-san," the young man whispers to himself as he concentrates on his next creation. He is still engrossed in his work, his gaze completely absorbed in the image on the canvas. Such calm and concentration is rare for a young man whose days are usually filled with the noise and laughter of his energetic girlfriend. But the silence doesn't last long. "I see you're drawing the same boring sculpture again," the girl teases him, entering the room with a slight smile on her face. She wastes no opportunity to tease him. Her gaze is mischievous and full of fun, and you can read the endless amusement in her eyes. She finds joy in every moment, even if it means teasing her senpai a little. "You've got a still life on your face. Did you forget it here?" the girl quips, smiling mischievously and pointing to his canvas. Her words play with double meaning, and she's clearly enjoying this moment. Negatoro. He tries to object, but embarrassment takes over and he only blushes silently under her gaze. "Shall I wash with your model again?" she asks without slowing down, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous light. Hey, senpai," she continues in the same vein, coming closer and closer as he tries to keep his cool. No thank you," he replies, trying to dodge her suggestion, but his eyes read hesitation and a secret desire to agree. "A woman's body, huh?" She can't help but laugh when she sees his confusion. "So you really can't draw?" she continues, but her words sound more like a joke than a taunt. Oh, are you sure?" she asks with a sly smile, stepping closer. Her teasing is light and playful, but it's about his self-esteem. "So you can draw while you're gawking at a girl's license, hips and all, right?" she continues, not giving him a chance to focus. "To pose for a morel like you, I'm probably the only one who's that out of it," she says, and you can hear nothing but friendly teasing in her voice. "You miss a chance like this and you don't feel sorry for it?" With a teasing tone, she encourages him. Her energy is irresistible, and the young man feels the pressure of her unwavering enthusiasm. Hey, what a senpai," she says, and her words sound like a challenge he can't ignore. "Do you want to stay with someone this pathetic for the rest of your life, but don't you wish you could be just a little bit better?" Her questions hurt his pride, and he feels his resolve strengthen. "I'm going to paint. Let me draw you." Finally, he finds the strength to accept her offer, ready to face a new challenge. For the sake of such a thing, that's the spirit. Her approval and support is the push he needed to overcome his doubts. There is a tension in the classroom. The girl, silent and centered, is in thought. A guy, wearing glasses and looking like a scientist, sits across from me, avoiding my gaze. "Okay. What?" she barely whispers, not finishing the thought. "Don't look yet," the guy asks, embarrassed, twirling something in his hands. "Just let me get ready," he adds as if it's part of some important ritual. The next moment, her hands shake as she starts to do something, carefully and slowly. "But what do you mean she needs to prepare?" he thinks, immersed in his own thoughts. "Can't you turn up the heat?" suddenly bursts out of her, her voice wavering anxiously in the cold classroom. "It's a little cold in here," she says, and he nods as if awake and rises to fulfill the request. Semyai, he thinks, realizing that there is more to this action than just a desire to keep warm. The guy walks over to the window, his hands firmly gripping the sill. He looks pensively out into the outside world. Suddenly, he is interrupted by a voice from behind him, causing him to turn around. He turns and sees her, a girl with a triumphant smile. "Now I'm ready," she says, and her eyes glow with confidence. Her appearance has changed dramatically, and it gives him mixed feelings. "That's not good, that kind of thing," he exclaims, feeling a wave of shame and embarrassment, trying to look away. But there is a tinge of admiration in his embarrassment. He can't hide his surprise and some admiration for her boldness. Her curiosity was boundless and her smile was infectious. "What kind?" she would cheerfully ask her friend Haru when he was engrossed in stories about rare editions. Is that what you mean?" He shrieked one day when Maya, in the spirit of joking, suggested having a swimsuit day in the library. His response was so genuine that Maya couldn't help but laugh. Standing in front of a guy in a swimsuit, she embodied the cheerful spirit of summer, which contrasted so much with the silence of the library. The guy stood in a stupor, blushing and forgetting all habits. He was so absorbed in her brave act that for a moment he forgot all the books of the world. In the stuffy classroom where fans creaked and curtains swayed lazily, now waited for her new sacrificial lamb with a smile of deceit. "What did you expect?" Laughing, she posed the question to the newcomer, who barely noticed the heart drawn on her desk. But her giddy laughter was quickly replaced by a serious tone as she began to recount her accomplishments. "The president's old bathing suit was in my size, so I tagged along," she announced proudly, not noticing the shadow of doubt beginning to slip over her words. Her eyes shone with cunning and confidence when she mentioned that I was asked to help the swim club. Obviously, she wasn't shy about taking every opportunity to be the center of attention. Meanwhile, the newcomer, embarrassed by her unpredictability and audacity, only rubbed her face in embarrassment. Who's the damsel? He thought, trying to figure out if it was an act or her real character. The story was just beginning, and their interactions promised to be quite interesting. Now, radiant with confidence and a playful glint in her eyes, once again tried to stump her interlocutor. What? Is this level too much for you already? She teased, smiling and giving him no room to retreat. Senpai, dumbfounded and a little confused by her unpredictable behavior, tried to find the right words. What? Virgin senpai? She continued, never missing an opportunity to joke while he tried to hide his embarrassment. When Nao got too close, he, blushing, tried to keep his composure. Swimsuits are everywhere now, it's totally normal. She persuaded him, but his answer was uncertain. No, not at all. His response only heightened her amusement. Also, you're too close. He tried to assert his boundaries, but Nao was clearly not going to back down, making their interaction even more confusing and amusing. Nao, playfully hiding her smile with her hand, continued her jokes. I bet you've probably seen the swimsuits and are already used to them, tilde. Her fun seemed boundless, and she wasn't going to stop at all. She spread her arms in a wide gesture as if embracing the world and exclaimed, "Ah ha 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 ha, and your anime and stuff." Her laughter echoed down the hallway, and the newcomer couldn't help but smile at her infectious mirth. "Ha ha ha, good at least," he replied, trying to adjust to her playful tone, though internally he was still confused by her actions and incessant chatter. Now, on the other hand, leaned forward and squinted enigmatically and said, "So, make sure to carefully," making him stop for a moment and wonder what exactly she was up to this time. Senpai, lowering his head and covering his face with his hands from shame and embarrassment, barely uttered a word. Looked at everything carefully, okay? His reaction was expected for Nao, who was savoring every moment of their interaction. With an enthusiasm full of giddiness and playfulness, Nao exclaimed, "Well, now it's time to paint." She was ready for another prank, and her smile only got wider. Senpai stood at the easel, feeling her gaze full of anticipation and genuine interest, his excitement becoming more and more evident. I can't. I just can't. That's impossible." It came out of his mouth as he tried to focus on the task at hand, but his inner turmoil was causing him to lose his composure. So continued their unusual game, full of jokes and unpredictable twists and turns. Now, playfully leaning over to Senpai and smiling broadly, exclaimed cheerfully, "It's hot, you senpai tilde." Her energy and liveliness made him speechless, and he could only mumble back, trying to deal with the awkwardness of the situation. After the amusing incident, Nao reappeared in class, this time in a more familiar school appearance. Her carefree smile remained unchanged, as if she was preparing a new plan or joke. Senpai, on the other hand, remained confused, pondering what had happened and still trying to recover from the previous events. His confusion was so obvious that even a drop of sweat ran down his face. When he finally got his thoughts together and started drawing something, Nao was suddenly alarmed. "Uva, what are you getting into?" Her sudden seriousness and interest in his actions added a new intrigue to their relationship. Senpai, a little confused but with a note of humor, answered her questions while holding a packet of snacks. "And you're offering this to a girl? No, I've got another pack. Do you want to?" Now, talking animatedly to him, took him up on his offer. "Is that the one about the vampires? Senpai, did you see that movie last night?" She awaited his opinion with interest, clearly finding common ground. Senpai described his impressions. He was floridly good too, don't you think? His opinion was important to Nao, who valued his views. Nao agreed, continuing her conversation about the movie. "I love that vampire theme, tilde, the tragedy of eternal life and matters of the heart." She was encouraged by their conversation, seeing it as an opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of his character. All around, such a useless garlic with you, and at the end, Nao tried to get his opinion on the characters and plot. "There was also a character quite like you, senpai," she said, showing him the picture on her phone and smiling wholeheartedly. Nao continued the conversation, making amusing remarks about the movie. He was captured by a vampire and the end was sad. She saw the depth of the story and how it was reflected in the lives of the characters. Senpai, for his part, laughed at her comments. "And it can't be helped. They sucked all his blood out so he looks like dried fruit." Irony and humor were their common language, making it easy to communicate on any topic. Now, without losing her enthusiasm, teased her senpai. "Why is that? But you don't have to worry if you get grabbed by a vampire." And of course, she couldn't pass up the opportunity for a joke, she said with a sly smile, winking at him. Their jokes and games continued to entertain both of them, making their day brighter and more interesting. Their conversation continued in a light and playful manner. Now dramatized scenes from the movie, giving the story more poignancy. Senpai, already used to her jokes, accepted her words with a smile. "Shut your mouth," he replied, playing her game. "Aren't you glad your budgie is safe and sound, Senpai?" she continued, bringing levity to their dialogue. "Well, I mean, I'm talking about ghouls and virginity," Senpai started, but his thought was interrupted by her amused look. It's not like I didn't know about it. He was trying to make a joke. Now, full of ideas and suggestions, wouldn't leave him alone. "Then why don't we, not to test things out," she suggested, filled with enthusiasm and a thirst for new adventures. Senpai was caught off guard by Nao's suggestion, his eyes widening in surprise and droplets of sweat appearing on his face. He clearly hadn't expected such a turn. Nao, on the other hand, brushed off his reaction with a smile and ease. "Just kidding, come on," she said, reassuring him and enjoying his embarrassment at the same time. Giving into the atmosphere, she took a straw and began drinking her drink, remaining mysteriously calm and at ease. Senpai let out a sigh of relief and relaxed, seeing that it was all just another of Nao's jokes, and he was able to smile back at her good-natured teasing. Senpai reacted to Nao's continued joke with mild shock, his hair even rising in surprise. He clearly hadn't expected her to go this far in her shenanigans. Now, seeing his reaction, didn't hold back her laughter. "Let's gut try." Senpai barely spoke, even more surprised by her unbridled imagination. She continued in the same vein, adding playfully, "I'm not sucking, just one little bite. Come on, just one bite." Senpai was utterly perplexed by her words. "What are you talking about?" "No," he exclaimed, trying to collect himself and regain control of the situation. "You want to stop being human too? I knew you were to be feared, but..." He continued, apparently beginning to realize that this was just part of her game. Now continued her banter, showing her teeth and asking cheerfully, "See my fangs? Pretty sharp, eh?" Her face radiated mischievousness and playfulness, as if she was completely immersed in her role. "So I want to check," she continued, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation of Senpai's reaction. "And test them on you," she finished her sentence, leaving a sentence full of boldness and defiance hanging in the air. Senpai, feeling himself backed into a corner, took a step back, raising his hands in a protective gesture, showing that he wasn't ready to be a part of it. He was determined not to let Nao go too far in his jokes. Nao continued to tease Senpai while pretending to be a vampire. "Now it's like I've become a vampire too. I'm telling you, end it." She moved closer to Senpai, who backed away until he was backed up against the wall, genuinely believing her prank. His reaction was so vivid that he even toppled to the floor in surprise. Nao didn't miss the chance to seize the moment, and as she continued to play her part, she walked over to Senpai, who was lying on the floor, looking at her with slight consternation. Her smile was wide and friendly as she held out her hand to help him up. She knew the banter was lingering and was ready to move on to the next phase of their friendly teasing. Nao didn't miss a chance to poke around, and with a wink she said, "You were destined to be my prey." Senpai, full of confusion and trying to brush off her words, desperately said, "Eh? Am I misunderstanding? What are you talking about? And you'll be okay with that? And if someone walks in now, they'll get it all wrong." Nao, on the other hand, smiling, replied, "Well, that's a lot of things," while maintaining its playfulness and intrigue. Senpai, feeling himself dragged into an unexpected and awkward situation, expressed his shocked state, clearly not knowing how to react to her last words. The streets of the city were filled with the magic of spring, and in one of the quiet neighborhoods, in a small but cozy room, Asami was looking out the window with a dreamy smile. Her eyes lit up with anticipation of seeing her longtime childhood friend, Haruto, who was due to arrive soon. As soon as the door creaked open and footsteps and laughter could be heard, it was clear that Haruto hadn't changed. His sudden appearance in the room was accompanied by jokes and warm smiles. He always knew how to make Asami laugh. But the laughter was quickly replaced by playful fighting when Haruto started teasing Asami, talking about how she had changed. Asami, embarrassingly trying to stop him, ended up on top of him, their faces so close you could feel each other's breath. The moment of tension was interrupted by Asami's sudden, confused look as her gaze met Haruto's. Time seemed to stand still, and the unsolved mystery of their feelings hovered in the air. The awkwardness of the moment was quickly replaced by Asami's burst of laughter as she recoiled, accusing Haruto of giving off a funny odor. Her teasing was always harmless, but made Haruto blush up to his ears. Haruto, embarrassed but still playful, suggested taking a break and doing something casual. Brushing their teeth after the sweet tea they were drinking seemed like a good idea. Little things like that were a way for them to remember their childhood. The evening had moved into a quiet phase. Haruto sat down at his computer, immersed in working on his new project. There was silence in the room, broken only by the sounds of the keyboard and the quiet sound of the wind outside the window. The silence was pleasant. Haruto felt relaxed knowing that Asami was close by. In such moments, he could focus and be inspired for his art, for drawing manga, which was not just a hobby for him but a part of life. Haruto, who was concentrating on his manga, suddenly perked up. His attention was diverted by a message on his phone. Duty? Flashed through his mind, and he immediately remembered his planned meeting with his friends. The meeting turned out to be full of surprises. His friends ran into the room, and among them was Asami, who was glowing with happiness. Surprise? No doubt about it. Haruto hadn't expected to see her in such company. Sitting at the cafeteria table, Haruto couldn't hide his amazement. Why is she here? He thought, trying to figure out how come the girl of his dreams was now laughing and chatting with his friends. The interaction between old and new friends was something unfamiliar to him. His mind was on Asami. How could she communicate so easily with others? Haruto felt both happy for her and slightly jealous at the same time. Asami listened intently to the music Haruto offered, immersing herself in the world of his tastes and preferences. Meanwhile, Haruto was in a corner at the table watching her, trying to hide his excitement and uncertainty. He had seen her socializing with another guy and it gave him mixed feelings. He guessed the guy was an acquaintance he'd seen earlier at school, and it added to his confidence. They did know each other, but Haruto was still confused. What did this mean for him and Asami? Time passed and the conversation flowed around art, music, and mundane things. Haruto still felt left out of this cheerful flow of conversation. So you're in a band? He tried to sound casual, but his agitation was obvious. Then he ventured out and suggested that everyone listen to a track he liked. It was more than just music. It was a way to share a part of himself, his inner world, which he rarely did. You can listen if you want, he said, trying to hide his excitement. As the music played through the headphones, Asami's face lit up with surprise and admiration. She felt the very spark that united her and Haruto, their shared love of unusual and deep melodies. Other friends seemed intrigued by the music as well. Haruto, who was watching Asami's reaction, felt a little more confident in sharing a part of his world. I come more from soul and hip-hop styles, he admitted when describing his musical preferences. Suddenly someone suggested we go get drinks, and the group split up for a moment. Haruto remained at the table, brooding and a little discouraged that he had opened up to Asami even more. Asami, left alone, continued to listen to the music. You could see on her face that she found something special about it, that her experience of the music was very different from the popular music that many people are used to. In this moment, the music was the quiet messenger that brought two hearts separated by uncertainty and misunderstanding closer together. After going up for drinks, the friends returned and the atmosphere was lively again. So, did you like it? The boy asked, looking at Asami curiously. She, with a broad smile, expressed her delighted surprise that the music was unusual, not as expected. Haruto watched this exchange of emotions with hesitation. Asami seemed to really like the music, and that was important to him. But her words, I really don't understand, gave him mixed feelings. He wanted his taste to be understood and accepted. The dialogue slid into jokes and laughter, and even Haruto relaxed, allowing himself to forget his worries for a moment. Their friendly conversation turned into a play on words, and in that light humor, Haruto felt he could find common ground with Asami and her friends. Asami lowered her gaze to her hands and admitted that she hadn't actually heard a single note. This came as a surprise to Haruto, who thought she shared his enthusiasm for the music. His surprise was palpable. The situation took an unexpected turn when Asami laughed merrily, seeing his confusion. It's not at all what I imagined, Haruto thought, feeling a little cheated, but at the same time amused by her sincerity and directness. Soon came the moment of farewell. Oh, how? I need to step back, said one of the friends, and the group began to disperse. Haruto and Asami were left alone, which was unexpected but pleasant. Asami calmly told Haruto that the guy who left to get drinks really knew how to behave around people well. Her words confirmed that despite his doubts, Haruto too could find common ground with others, if only he allowed himself to be as open and natural as they were. In the midst of the evening, when jokes and laughter had already become the norm, Asami complimented Haruto on his ability to surprise. You defended yourself surprisingly well, Natatoro-chan, she said with a slight chuckle, recognizing his efforts. Haruto, with a slight look of embarrassment on his face, looked at the guy who was chatting easily with Asami. This guy, he thought, trying to unravel the secret of his ease and confidence. The guy continued the conversation, pretending not to notice Haruto's confusion, and shared his thoughts on how important it was to know how to behave in society. I come from a boys' high school myself, he said, acknowledging that he had to learn how to interact with girls too. Haruto realized that charm and ease of communication was something that could be developed, and that everyone had a different way to go about it. You don't have to worry so much, he seemed to be telling himself, finding comfort in that moment, and perhaps a hint that he too should try being more open and relaxed with others. After the joke, Asami looked at Haruto with a sly smile full of playfulness and friendliness. I don't know what you were trying to accomplish with that, she commented, not hiding her amusement. Haruto, caught off guard, felt a little embarrassed, but also enthralled by Asami's light flirting. She continued to banter, comparing his attempts to the tricks of an aspiring illusionist, which caused laughter in the company. Haruki, she exclaimed, pretending to be amazed at his talents. See the real thing? You're so grown up and you don't even mother a bird, is it that bad? The joke was in the spirit of their camaraderie, and Haruto, though a little embarrassed, smiled back, appreciating this moment of companionship and warmth between old friends. Asami looked at Haruto with slight reproach and bewilderment. When meeting for the first time, it's bad form to say things like that, she reminded him, but there was still good-naturedness in her eyes. Haruto was embarrassed and hurriedly apologized. Sorry. He realized he had crossed the line, but Asami was no longer offended, her laughter filling the space around them, diffusing the situation. The fun continued and things didn't seem so serious. Haruto, though feeling a little awkward, couldn't help but smile seeing Asami laughing and joking. While the friendly atmosphere was blossoming, someone suddenly got up from the table saying, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. And it was a natural break in their conversation, allowing everyone to rest a bit and gather their thoughts after the jokes and laughter. Left alone, the girls exchanged thoughts about boys. Hachi, aren't you interested in boys? One asked. Yeah, no, I just think they're boring, Asami replied, showing her independence and casualness. Their conversation was interrupted by the admiration of one of them for the passing boys. But they're such tough guys, don't play matchmaker, she remarked. But Asami remained indifferent, not interested in idle talk about superficial things. Meanwhile, Haruto, already away from the noisy cafe, was walking down the street alone. His thoughts were consumed with the day spent with his friends. He reflected on his feelings for Asami and how these moments of friendship and interaction would affect their relationship in the future. Haruto, walking off into the twilight, suddenly stopped, struck by a sudden thought. There's no way, he muttered to himself, thinking over the events of the day and perhaps realizing something important about his feelings for Asami. His footsteps were uncertain, as were his musings. Each step reflected his hesitation and search for answers to the questions that plagued him that evening. But then suddenly someone patted him on the shoulder, snapping him out of his train of thought. Haruto flinched in surprise, turning around to see who had interrupted him in his musings so suddenly. Thames? His surprise was palpable. What mysterious turn of events awaited him next? Asami ran up to Haruto. Her face brightened with a smile, and she called out to him cheerfully, Senpai, what's up? Her sudden appearance was a complete surprise to him. Haruto, still under the impression of his musings, was stunned by her attention. You're recognizable from afar by your silhouette, she commented jokingly as she continued to tease him. She playfully imitated his gait, never missing an opportunity to tease him about his walking style. Squill, squill, squill like this, she said, and Haruto, despite his shyness, couldn't help but smile back. And it's like you apologize all the time, senpai, she added, filling the evening air with warmth and laughter. What? Haruto objected embarrassedly, his embarrassment mixed with the joy of such unexpected and pleasant companionship after a long day. The bewildered Haruto, barely recovering from the unexpected encounter, tried to say something. Sushashi, Nagatoro, and you. He still couldn't formulate his thoughts. Asami in her manner interrupted him. What is it, senpai? Her gaze was full of anticipation and genuine interest. She was clearly enjoying his reaction. Haruto was confused to the core, his face expressing utter bewilderment and confusion at Asami's sudden encounter and unpredictability. The next shot shows him alone, concentrating on washing his hands, perhaps trying to gather his thoughts and realize what had just happened. This small moment of everyday life felt like a vacation to him after the whirlwind of emotions that meeting Asami had brought. Once in the kitchen together, Haruto and Asami continued their playful conversation. He, still embarrassed, didn't know how to properly respond to her presence and jokes. Asami, on the other hand, seemed full of enthusiasm and joy at their interaction. "Sorry if I'm distracting you," she said with a smile as she continued to wash her hands. Her cheerful tone and lightness was infectious, and Haruto involuntarily smiled back despite his inner turmoil. "Do you have to use the sink?" she continued, as if instructing him in the ways of the world. Haruto, though a bit taken aback, appreciated her care and attention. "What's wrong with that? We're only washing our hands," she commented, teasing his indecision. Haruto finally agreed with her, realizing that it was just friendly teasing and that there was no reason to worry. "Come on, senpai, don't be such a boo," Asami said, leading him to the sink. Her ease and casualness helped Haruto relax and accept her company as the gift of an unexpected fun evening. Asami, continuing to play with the foam, sprayed it into the air like little clouds. Her cheerfulness was infectious, and even Haruto, usually so serious, couldn't resist her happy mood. "And you're surprisingly right," she told him, as if teasing him about his earlier words on how to properly wash his hands. Haruto, standing next to her, seemed surprised and a little confused by her statement. "Senpai, what's wrong?" she asked, looking with interest at his hands full of soapy lather. Her curiosity and nonchalance added a lightness to their interactions. Haruto, though embarrassed, began to relax under the influence of her nonchalance. "That's how my hands are together," he muttered, and Asami burst into laughter when she heard it, enjoying the moment of simple human interaction and delicate touch. Asami continued her jokes, reminding Haruto of the fun side of life. "We're like lovers in the bathtub before we do something," she said, causing him embarrassment and bewilderment. Haruto, as if frozen by surprise, was clearly puzzled by her words, but the playfulness in Asami's voice made the moment more amusing than awkward. He decided to play her game, and they continued washing their hands together, laughing and joking. This casual intimacy gave Haruto a new perspective on his relationship with Asami. Although Haruto was still somewhat embarrassed, he was beginning to realize that Asami just liked to tease him, and that she enjoyed provoking him to react. "Pfft, sorry," he finally blurted out embarrassedly, and they both laughed, forgetting everything in the world. The soapy foam game continued, and Asami's joy shone through, making the mundane process of washing her hands a fun and relaxed moment. "What are you doing?" Haruto asked with a smile, to which Asami replied with a cheerful laugh, drawing him into the game. His initial embarrassment was gradually replaced by the peacefulness of being with his longtime friend. "Since we've gotten this far," Haruto realized that it was just a joke between old friends, meaning nothing more than friendly interaction. In this easy exchange of lines between Haruto and Asami, their friendship grew stronger, and he began to feel more free and at ease in her company. Asami's joking mood reached its peak when she doused Haruto while playing with the foam, causing him to ask in surprise, What are you, what? She laughed, savoring the moment. "Like what, wash each other?" Her amused and innocent mirth infected Haruto as well, though he seemed somewhat shocked. A sudden splash of water hit Haruto, causing him to gasp in surprise. "Boy!" he exclaimed, to which Asami responded with more laughter. The game ended abruptly when Haruto, finally soaked, decided to run away, and Asami, laughing, shouted after him, "Ah, don't run away!" But Haruto was already rushing away, leaving behind a trail of water on the hallway floor. The young man behind the desk is obviously embarrassed and confused. What was that all about anyway? He thinks, trying to understand what happened. His classmate, with a twinkle in her eye and a sly smile, seems to know more. Brooding. Nagatogo is delayed. Slip of the tongue. Time stretches slowly, and my mind is a kaleidoscope of memories. And here she is again, energetic and cheerful. "Ha ha, family, you'll paint me again tomorrow," she says cheerfully. "Okay. I was going to make it hard to draw anyway," he replies, accepting the inevitable. So begins their unusual friendship, full of creativity, laughter, and little adventures. Between rows of desks, art, and childhood dreams, the complicated story of two teenagers blossoms. There was a spirit of creativity in the art classroom. Yuna, who was concentrating on the apple, was suddenly distracted by Mickey. Her surprised look and exclamation of "sigh" made him look up. "Do you even realize the opportunity you've been given?" Vigorously she began, indicating her presence as if it were something important. "Oh, you have a high school girl here. Do you understand? A high school girl," Mickey insisted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. 407. However, when class ended and the classroom emptied out, Yuna was left alone. Mika's stoic words echoed in the emptiness of the classroom. "Well, it's a good thing she's not coming," he whispered, but his tone hid a smile. Perhaps he was looking forward to the unexpected encounters with Mickey that brought bright colors to the school routine. Yuna sighed, sinking down into a chair. "Here I am," he began, but his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. Mickey jumped merrily onto the windowsill, creating a new wave of commotion. "Lazy also," she said with a smile, climbing onto the windowsill with the fidgetiness of a kitten. Yuna turned around and stared at Mickey in amazement. "So, what are you doing?" he asked, trying to understand her sudden actions. Mickey spread out on the windowsill with the grace of an acrobat. "Don't you think the chairs in this room totally suck?" She spoke carefree, as if this was quite an everyday activity for her. Mickey demonstrated, making Yuna surprised every time. And although sometimes he didn't even know what to make of it, these moments made his school life unforgettable. On the face of the young man read concentration, as if trying to ignore the unusual behavior of the girl, who with a smile and obvious irony joked about the situation, while pretending to be asleep. Her words were full of ambiguity and mischief. With every move she made, the room became more and more cheerful. She kept up her game, offering a variety of entertainment options that became more and more amusing and inventive. Her face lit up with delight as she suggested new ideas for spending time together. Her whole manner was full of challenge and suggestion of a fun adventure that might distract them, and smiled enigmatically as she looked at him. "What do you say to that?" She seemed determined to convince him of her idea, waiting for his reaction with a slight note of anticipation. The tension in the room was building, and the young man, feeling the growing unease, tried to focus on the text, but his efforts seemed futile. The girl, however, with a countenance of victory, exclaimed in answer to his confusion, offering him an easy way out, as if the game had already been won. She sat cross-legged coquettishly, as if inviting him to join her game, while he was still trying to keep his composure. He was looking at her through the panes of his spectacles, holding a pencil, and his gaze expressed a mixture of indecision and curiosity at the suggestion she had so insistently urged upon him. He was clearly embarrassed by her insistence and unexpected suggestions that made him nervous every time. She sat back, radiating confidence and amusement, enjoying his reaction, apparently getting exactly the effect she had hoped for. Losing control, he drops the pencil. His last bastion of self-control seemed abandoned. He stammered, trying to find the words while she kept teasing him, seeing his confusion and flaming cheeks. Her energy was genuine and she was completely immersed in her imaginings, oblivious to the world around her. He, on the other hand, standing at the blackboard, felt confused, his eyes full of bewilderment and confusion at what was going on around him. "How can you remain so indifferent?" As if she were summoning him, giving no rest to her questions and remarks. She continued her amusement, paying little attention to his confusion, immersed in her dreams and games. She lay back on the table, continuing her game as if offering him a new twist in their unusual dialogue. "Maybe this will change your perspective on our situation?" she seemed to be saying. Her face blossomed into a smile as she winked at him, promising a reward for his labors if he agreed to her terms. He looked away. Doubt and curiosity seemed to be struggling inside him. She was skillfully taking advantage of it, evoking more and more emotions. Lying down, she showed complete relaxation and satisfaction with their interaction, waiting for his next move in this game of two. He wondered if it was all a game or something more serious, his doubts only growing stronger. Sitting across from her, he watched her calmness, which contrasted with his inner storm. Her smile was soft and soothing, like she could feel his gaze and it amused her. His gaze was full of bewilderment. He didn't know how to react to her casualness and calmness in such an unusual setting. And so it seemed he accepted the challenge. Concentrating on watching her, he prepared to capture this moment on paper. His hand gripped the pencil tightly, the drawing beginning to come alive under his confident and precise movements. A smile appeared on the young artist's face. Perhaps this is how he found the inspiration he was looking for. The result of his work was before his eyes. Her figure came alive on the paper, as if he had been able to capture and convey her playful spirit and spontaneity. He saw with uncertainty that the work was completed, but he was seized with doubt. It's never been so hard to focus on a model, he thought as he looked at his creation. His embarrassment increased at the thought that this image could be seen by someone else. What would happen if our mentor saw this portrait? He imagined the possible consequences of his unusual inspiration. His embarrassment began to fade when she, watching him work, expressed approval. "It's time for a well-deserved reward," she said excitedly, for he had worked so hard. She cheerfully suggested a game where he had to close his eyes, perhaps preparing a surprise. "Come on, don't be shy." There was an infectious energy in her voice and an anticipation of continuing their fun. He watched her actions cautiously, wondering if she was going to surprise him again. His fears were not in vain, for it seemed she was preparing another unexpected move. There was something mysterious in her eyes, and it made his heart beat faster. He had already accepted that her pranks and unexpected decisions were becoming part of their interactions. Her delight and joy was uncontrollable, and she held out her arms in a sign of openness and readiness for new pranks. With a smile full of giddiness and playfulness, she beckoned him to join her game, implying another carefree adventure. The moment of interacting with him was a source of joy for her. She bounced merrily, encouraging him to reciprocate her playfulness. As he watched her actions, he realized that these little moments of fun and joy were what brightened their days, bringing lightness to the routine of school days. Standing at the window, he gazed wistfully into the distance, reflecting on the past day filled with unexpected moments and hilarious twists and turns. This day was special in its own way, he thought as he took a bite of a piece of chocolate that appeared to have been bought for himself, but fate had decreed otherwise. Her naughty question caught him off guard. He had a feeling today would leave vivid memories. She laughed, enjoying his confusion, and admitted that today was the only day of the year when she could tease him with impunity, a day of jokes and laughter. Bewildered, he realized that he was the victim of another one of her jokes, which made him mildly disappointed. Her surprise was genuine when she realized his reaction was not what she expected. She asked him curiously about the chocolate, guessing that he might have gotten it from someone special. With a smile, she confirmed his suspicions, skillfully shifting the conversation to his potential sympathies, showing her cunning and cunningness. He was on edge, his patience wavering as he found himself the center of her attention again. With obvious indignation, he repeated that the chocolate was bought for himself, defending his right to personal pleasures. Her gaze was full of anticipation and excitement. She was ready for another round of their little game. Once again, her laughter filled the space as she teased his bewilderment, enjoying the lightness and joy of the moment. His exclamation reflected a mixture of surprise and annoyance, while she, radiant with joy, continued her game. She confidently held the gift in her hands, anticipating his reaction, full of anticipation to surprise him even more. Concentrating on his homework, he was once again distracted by her message, which came at the most unexpected moment. The sound of an incoming call broke the silence, and he stared at the screen in disbelief, wondering what she'd come up with this time. Mickey picked up her smartphone and her face lit up with delight at yet another fun idea. "Huh?" she exclaimed, apparently taking selfies, and her laughter filled the room. The laughter continued and she joked around, picturing various reactions to her reflection in the camera. Ah, sounds of laughter and amusement accompanied her every action. Meanwhile, Yuna was engrossed in his textbooks and notebooks when suddenly his world was shaken up by a bell ringing. "I just accidentally jerked my hand and dropped my notebook, that's all." He tried to explain the situation, full of confusion and trying to maintain control. "Nothing like that," he continued, while Mickey continued her merry barrage. "Ah, ha, you're overreacting something, senpai," she teased him, grinning and continuing her game. Yuna tried to focus on his studies, but Mickey continued her antics. "And what's wrong with my voice?" he exclaimed indignantly. Mickey, on the other hand, with a smile and a playful glint in her eyes, continued to tease him. "You're imagining my body right now, aren't you?" Yuna, blushing, denied her words. "I don't think about anything at all. All my concentration is on my homework, not at all." He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. "I must not fall for her tricks," he reminded himself. Yuna looks at the phone screen in surprise. His eyes filled with bewilderment. A sudden realization overwhelms him. "She did a video challenge?" There's shock in his voice. He flinches, looking at the screen. "I see, video call." Yuna is trying to figure out how to react. He gestures decisively away from the conversation. Yuna realizes that they need to put boundaries in their playful bickering. Yuna blushed with embarrassment. "Anyway, it's fine one way or the other. To be honest, I only got a glimpse of the last moment. I mean, that's all I've had time to see, so don't worry." He tried to calm the situation. Mickey looked at him with genuine regret. "And nothing's wrong, it was my own fault after all. You don't have to apologize, senpai," she replied, realizing her rashness. Their gazes met across the screens, and it was clear that both felt uncomfortable with what had happened. Mutual understanding without words bound them in that moment. Finally, Yuna stepped away from the phone, secluding himself in the shade of the trees. He sighed, trying to recover from the sudden flood of emotions. Yuna had a view of the castle rising among the mountain peaks in front of her. "What is this place?" Amazement overwhelmed him. He was amazed at the world that unfolded before him, a world where dragons soared in the sky and castles stood atop peaks. But suddenly reality is shattered by the dragon's cry. Yuna was caught off guard by this sudden attack. At the last moment, someone rushes in to save him. "A 999! Sounds the cry of an unexpected savior. Yuna realizes that this world is full of surprises. After a surprise dragon attack, a rescuer in the guise of a cat warrior appears to Yuna. Ne Kotoro's here, her energy and fighting spirit infecting the environment. Ne ko Kotoro mi, she declares heroically, smiling and showing her claws ready for new feats. Yuna doesn't realize what's going on at first. Nyatoro? He's still confused, but he's starting to get used to this strange new reality. She cheers him up with ease. I feel a little sorry for you, so upke I'm with you, senpai, offering him a helping hand and camaraderie on this incredible adventure. In the new world, Yuna and his feline companion face another challenge, a water splash from a giant fish. They bravely confront danger, their team working together cohesively. Then comes a moment of peace. Yuna and the cat warrior rest, celebrating their small victories, toast after toast, enjoying a meal surrounded by new friends. But the tranquility is short-lived. Here they are in battle again, this time against a mighty troll. Yuna, already more confident, fights alongside his indomitable companion. Every moment in this world is a new challenge, a new opportunity to show courage and make friends, even in the face of the most unexpected allies. Before Yuna and his brave companion, a challenge once again arose, a majestic dragon, the embodiment of the might and power of this world. Yuna's gaze is determined. He's ready to be the hero of this story. The battle begins, and Yuna, armed with her shield, deflects the mighty beast's attack. His actions are becoming more confident by the moment. Next to him, the cat warrior maneuvers with ease, dodging blows. Her agility and fighting spirit inspire Yuna. After the battle, they rest, celebrating the victory. Their strength is in their unity, and together they were able to overcome the challenge that this fantasy world put before them. After adventures and battles, Yuna and his companion found a moment to talk. Not that. Yuna is shy, he's not used to compliments yet. That was pretty cool for someone like you, senpai. The cat warrior winks jokingly, appreciating his efforts and bravery. Yuna, still blushing, only smiles embarrassedly in response to her words. This new adventure becomes his discovery of not only new worlds, but also new sides of himself. They both laugh, and Yuna begins to feel a part of this unusual but exciting world. That we can do anything when we're together, he begins to realize the power of true camaraderie. A gateway to a castle surrounded by lightning opens before Yuna and his companion. They stand before him, ready for the new challenges that will present themselves within. They enter, and the grandeur of the castle overwhelms them. The echo of their footsteps echoed through the empty hallway, filling the space with anticipation. Yuna's gaze settled on the throne where he expected to see the Demon Lord, but his seat was empty. Well, there doesn't seem to be any Demon Lord here, he says, relieved and wary at the same time. Their adventure in this world continues, full of mystery and mystery, with each new plot twist promising more challenges and discoveries. In the heart of the castle, our hero Yuna encounters an unexpected turnaround. Oh, here she is, the realization slowly comes to him. In front of them appears none other than the Demon Lord himself, dressed in an unusual appearance. Ta-a-a-a-dum, she merrily mutters, full of jokes and antics. Yuna's confused, his reaction a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. Heik! A laugh through nervous tension bursts out of him. He sits, devastated and solving the riddle in front of him. A new chapter of their adventures is just beginning, full of surprises and unpredictability of this mysterious world. The Demon Lord jokes merrily with Yuna. Well said, tricked me, she laughs, showing how easily she's got him wrapped around her finger. Yuna stands confused. Oh, what a surprise. He's still trying to figure out what the joke was. She teases his reaction. You should be ashamed to even dream about it, senpai. And Yuna can't hide her embarrassed laughter. He puts up with her funny character. You'll have to humor me, she says, and Yuna realizes he won't get bored with these jokes. The Demon Lord's jokes have reached a climax, and she lets out a loud laugh. Yuna, caught off guard, can't hide his horror. Wah! He shouts as she abruptly changes her appearance from good-natured to frighteningly outlandish. Suddenly everything subsides, and Yuna finds herself back in the real world, on the street, where everything is calm and ordinary. He breathes a sigh of relief and whispers, Senpai, he said, trying to regain his inner balance after such an unusual and exciting dream. On the street, Yuna meets the girl from her recent dream adventure. Good morning, she greets him cheerfully. Yuna looks at her in surprise, remembering their fantastic battles and battles. His reality and dreams are intertwined. Her gaze is full of life and energy. It's as if she's inviting him on a new adventure. Yuna, blushing, only laughs back. Yes, good, he finally utters, and his smile suggests that the world is full of wonders worth believing in. The girl greets Yuna with a cheerful question. You never answered me, did you? After all, you've never stood up for my attacks. Yuna looks at her in bewilderment. What do you mean? His eyes are full of confusion. Around them, naughty classmates banter and laugh, enjoying the moment. She steps boldly toward him and urges him on, "Be more confident," reminding him to be brave and confident, even in the face of school pranks. The classmates around them continue to banter and make noise. "What do you hear?" they ask Yuna, enjoying his confusion. "And to become such," the girl replies, suggesting that Yuna go through a trial that will change him. "Now let's test you," she declares, insisting he participate in some sort of task or game. How odd, Yuna thought, stepping closer and wondering what he was agreeing to, but his interest is piqued and he's ready to find out what the challenge is. Yuna stands next to the girl, his face expressing bewilderment and some tension. The girl, with a smile and mischief in her eyes, asks the question, "Who's counting crows here?" Yuna seems confused, his gaze full of doubt, but he stays by her side. "Say something from the heart and rattle on," she suggests to him, expecting him to join in the game. "We have an energetic one here, not sad, not obligatory, but saying something witty," she adds, setting the tone for the upcoming conversation. Yuna seems determined. Now I've learned he's ready to answer her challenge. "Since when did you check out of the suckers?" The girl continues to tease him, tempted to get an even sharper response. Yuna replies with defiance, causing her to back off for a moment. "I'm going to get an inaccurate retort." "Senpai, make yourself a worthy sukkum," she persisted, encouraging him to turn into the perfect opponent for a mock battle. Yuna seemed resigned to the situation. "I don't care about that. I'm sorry I called you a jerk." He replies with some awkwardness, "Oh, senpai." She continues in her spirit, "Rather, you're interesting. But you're not a dude anymore." There's a really light and joyful atmosphere around him, and he starts to think about strange topics. The girl smiles at him. "What are you, a sheep? All fluffy?" And adds, "And your hair is interesting too," showing that she appreciates his uniqueness and how he stands out from the crowd. The girl continues to joke about suggesting Yuna become a succubus, which causes him to smile in embarrassment. "When are they going to cut your hair? Isn't it about time already?" She wouldn't stop showing the scissors and offering her help. "Zukomi, Zukomi!" She cheerfully nods in agreement, nudging him into action as if winking at fate. Yuna holds back his excitement, for he has yet to take on this new challenge. The boy's face reads confusion and bewilderment. The words, "You shouldn't have to go far." They regret the decision. Perhaps he realized he'd crossed a line. The girl looks at him surprised, her gaze full of bewilderment and excitement. "Yeah." It's like she wants to say something, but the words are lost, unable to find their way out. The girl, but with a serious expression. "Pros." She begins a request or perhaps an apology, preparing to reveal her true feelings. Her face hardened in determination. Her gaze became hard and serious. Sweat streams symbolized the tension of the moment. She gathered her courage to say everything that was on her heart. The girl's grin, accompanied by playful sounds, hints at her joking mood. She pokes fun at the guy, adding a spark to their interaction. The next moment she draws him to her, jokingly offering him the role of hero. Her words, "It turns out you were born after all," are accompanied by his confused, "Oh well, don't frown." The guy, dumbfounded by her unrestrained mood, can't hide his excitement. "What now, senpai? Am I going to split again?" He's trying to deal with the situation. Her face contorted in surprise as she asks where his thoroughness is. This play of words and emotions shows their closeness and mutual trust. She pushes him for an answer, insisting, "Answer something already." His embarrassment and confusion grows. She teases him, saying, "Enough already," and he recoils, lost in this game. He tries to push her away in an effort to reclaim personal space and his own dignity, but the banter continues. Their gazes meet, full of surprise and misunderstanding, creating a moment of comic tension between them. Their playful duel continues as he, desperately trying to keep his composure, shouts, "Ch-ch-'s extraordinary me," and she happily plays her part in the scene. He covers his face with his hands, muttering, "Endure, bat," apparently looking for a way out of this funny situation. She, on the other hand, doesn't let the moment pass, and looks at him with defiance and playfulness, continuing their fun confrontation. And so softening, she says condescendingly, Ooh, you're already making progress, senpai. You can whenever you want," giving him a chance to feel more confident. She continues to tease, stating, "But when you do, Tsukomi, at least here," pointing to herself, making it clear that she expects more from him. A cheerful reply follows on his part, "And you're a pervert, Neyo Spetsnap?" He responds to her with joke after joke. The scene changes and we see the guy on the soccer field. He is determined and focused, playing soccer with his teammates. They stand together looking at the soccer field, and she, with admiration in her eyes, says, "They say he's the kind of super serious guy who's the same age as you can easily turn pro. You can't even tell he's the same age as you, senpai." And he, with a smile, replies, You can't even tell he's the same age as you, senpai. The warmth and approval of his comrades envelops him. They are proud of his play. When people around you praise you so much, although it must be great, he thinks, feeling supported. She watches him and asks slyly, well, just a little bit. Senpai, do you want to be praised? Her words are full of hidden meaning. Her playful gaze and intricate pose emphasize the lightness of the moment. Her interest is obvious. She's waiting for his reaction. He stands beside her, somewhat confused and thoughtful. She'll laugh at me or something. His thoughts on her possible jokes. She brings up an interesting point. Senpai, have you ever complimented other people at all? Her gaze is full of curiosity and waiting for his answer. A slightly confused, follows on his part, not really, an admission that he doesn't often compliment others. She gives him some friendly advice. If you really want to be praised, you must first praise others. And concludes with conviction, people who don't compliment others will never get them themselves. Her words reflect an understanding of how important it is to give positive emotions in order to receive them in return. She offers him the exercise by sitting on the table and gesturing for him to begin. So Otaki Wazya from this... Her smile is wide and enthusiastic. As practice, be kind enough to compliment me on my clothes. He seems a little hesitant, unsure of what to ask. Why would I do that? Ha! She cheers him up, smiling cheerfully. Come on, hurry up. You can say whatever you want, it doesn't matter. It's just practice, senpai. He seems confused and a little embarrassed. You say to compliment me, but Walya, what am I? Her face radiates patience and anticipation. It really is quite nice, but... He continues his thought in confusion. I just won't be able to say it when she's sitting right in front of me looking cocky. But in the end, he finds the words, you have silky hair and it's X good. Despite his nervousness, he makes an attempt. The girl's ringing laughter fills the space. She's genuinely amused by the situation. Her ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha sounds like a melody reflecting her fun and carefree attitude. Her joy is indomitable, she teases him. That's good, eh-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Her cheerfulness is contagious and lifts the spirits of everyone around her. With a playful glint in her eyes, she asks, I'm sorry, please give me another compliment. She knows exactly how to push him into action, making it all an easy and fun game. And, shifting into a joke, she pretends to be seriously offended. Aha! I rejoice, it's great that you're moving so easily. Professor. Her words are full of sarcasm and warm irony, and she continues to teach him the art of complimenting and communicating with lightness and humor. The girl, full of enthusiasm, encourages him, come on, more, and adds, thank you, senpai, showing her appreciation for his efforts. The guy, gathering his wits, begins, that time I saw your foot kick. He recalls a moment that impressed him. I thought it was cool. He finally expresses his admiration, though he feels uncomfortable complimenting her directly. Her eyes read surprise and perhaps a little confusion at the unexpected sincerity of his words. Her reaction changes to one of restraint and she says, slightly embarrassed, thank you, but soon reverts back to his playful nature, it's time for me to praise you too, senpai. Don't be too hard on me. Her gaze becomes thoughtful. She seems determined and ready to repay him in the same coin. Then she laughed, ah ha 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 ha, it's just a joke, showing that all this time she had been acting in a jocular tone and his fears were in vain. If you have nothing to compliment me for, then don't compliment me. She teases him, revealing that their interaction was just friendly banter. The guy, surprised and a little confused, turns to her with a questioning, huh? Apparently he didn't expect her to continue this compliment game. The girl, with a smile and lightness in her eyes, replies, you have an interesting sweetheart. She compliments him, which seems sincere and kind. She continues, watching his reaction. Your facial expressions are interesting, senpai. Her words sound like an admonition to his ability to be expressive and emotional. The guy seems to get even more embarrassed under her gaze. Every time someone looks at you, you look down and start twitching. His reaction emphasizes his shyness and perhaps some insecurity. She continues to play with his emotions, watching his confusion and uncertainty, adding play to their interactions. The girl cheerfully points out his nervousness. You started twitching. Ah, look. Her energy and excitement makes her glow with joy seeing his reaction. The guy tries to justify himself, trying to hide his excitement, but just eyes itchy. His confusion and bewilderment only adds to her amusement. She doesn't hold back and laughs, saying, I've unintentionally brought the senpai to tears again. What? I'm not crying. His reaction is full of confusion and bewilderment, but at the same time he seems touched by her attention and concern. There are cheers in the hallways of the school. The girl, with a slight chuckle, shakes her fist proudly, celebrating another of her little victorious achievements, while the guy, blushing, tries to hide his smile. Her lightheartedness and joy is his source of inspiration. They're both in art class. A focused boy portrays a girl who lies in front of him in a modeling pose. She watches him through half-closed eyes, and in that gaze is quiet support. He is immersed in his work, his gaze focused on the details of the drawing. Each of his strokes is not just a line on paper, it is his way of speaking to the world without using words. Her gaze is soft and full of affection. She smiles, and in that smile is hidden everything, and warmth and light, and the very casual joy she shares with everyone around her. The school festival is in full swing, and the girl is happy to see a bunch of candy. Her eyes glow with joy, and her smile is infectious. "Candy!" she exclaims, and all her childish excitement and anticipation of the holiday is hidden in that cry. She turns to the boy, holding out a lollipop to him, genuinely enjoying the small joys of life. "So cute," she says, and her voice sounds like music to those who hear. The boy is embarrassed, his words sticking in his throat. "Thank you," he utters, and though he tries to hide his feelings behind a mask of indifference, his gratitude speaks for itself. But something inside him is changing. He feels a kind of uneasiness. It's not because of the good day, he thinks, and we realize that his heart is beating more frequently. And the reason for that is not just because of the candy. With a smile full of mischief, the girl challenges the young man by playfully wiggling the candy in front of his face. "You're being dishonest with yourself, doubt less," she says, teasing his modesty and doubts. He looks at her puzzled, trying to unravel the deeper meaning of her words. "What does candy mean?" he asks, feeling himself involved in a game whose rules he doesn't know. "You're playing with me," she says with a wide smile, and the anticipation of a response glows in her eyes. That's what they mean, he thinks, realizing that every moment around her is a game that he, despite all his misgivings, is already a part of. The game of words, the game of looks goes on. "I don't know what their meaning is," the boy stuttered, trying to evade a direct answer, but his confusion gave him away. The girl, not missing a moment, remarks with a chuckle, "Oh no, I took the vile love candy smepai tilde." Her sneer is light and harmless, but she knows exactly what she's doing. "Is that right?" The guy can't help himself and responds to her joke. "Have you considered confessing to me, seizing the moment?" His words are confused, but interest is evident in his eyes. She doesn't relent, continuing the game. "I'll replace them," he exclaims, trying to maintain control. "Bring it back," he demands, but his seriousness is feigned. Their gazes meet and she whispers, "Love," a word full of tenderness and playfulness, a word that in their little universal joke was now something more. The taste of sweet victory can be felt in every girl's smile when she says "yummy," and there is more than just the taste of candy hidden in that word. "Hold it yourself." The boy is jokingly indignant, but his eyes play with amusement. "Smapai, get it lower, please." He continues the game, though his heart beats faster at the proximity of her face. He stands at the threshold of the dining room, remembering, "I decided to give it a try and came here in the city alone, except..." His musings are cut short in the face of reality. The school cafeteria stretches out in front of him, full of noise and life, a place where every meal turns into another episode of their friendly battle for the best moment of the day. The dining room greets him with a boisterous hum and laughter. "Looks like Pin Yu," cheerfully shouts the girl, inviting him to join her friends for lunch. Her smile is infectious, and it's clear he's not alone here. She winks at him, and there's as much friendship hidden in that gesture as good-natured teasing. At this school, every day is a chance for new jokes and games. And here he is, surrounded by fun and friendly banter that makes his heart beat faster with excitement and a little embarrassment. Only trouble awaits me there, he thinks, but his face expresses a hidden joy at the adventure ahead. "Who's the type?" his friends ask, watching him. "Ah, the manga guy." They have fun understanding his secret passion for drawing and art. With each step he takes, the tension grows. He approaches the table, his face expressing a mixed emotion of indecision and determination, preparing for unpredictable conversations. "Since I've been invited, I'll finish quickly and leave," he says, trying to hide his excitement behind a mask of indifference. But deep down inside, he treasures those moments of companionship. "In the meantime, I can't escape," he thinks, realizing that his attempt to stay away is futile. He's already part of their world, part of their history. "Are you afraid?" A classmate playfully teases him, while another watches with a smirk. Their interest in his personality and his drawings makes him the unwitting hero of their daily school adventures. A mischievous smile plays on the girl's face, full of confidence and zest. "We're dating Tilda." Her words, drenched in playfulness, make the guy blush, and he involuntarily smiles back despite his embarrassment. "Sampei." She addresses him with affectionate respect, and in her tone she sounds not only a joke, but a sincere feeling. Their camaraderie, full of warm jokes and innuendo, continues, leaving room for the friendly banter and laughter that unites them in this high school world of adventure and discovery. Classmates are watching this scene, their faces expressing surprise and bewilderment. In their eyes, you can read a genuine interest in the dialogue going on, and maybe a little envy at the unexpected attention the girl is paying to the guy. The girl continues in a joking tone, "Don't you want to date me too?" Her words cause confusion in the guy, but a spark of humor flashes in his eyes. Her gaze becomes more intense as she waits for his reaction, and his embarrassment only adds to the poignancy of the moment. The infectious laughter of a classmate fills the atmosphere, their joy and amusement taking over the entire dining room. So funny! They can't contain their merriment, enjoying this light and fun moment. Attention! A virgin on the path of shredding! They joke, and every word they say adds spice to the friendly banter. The girl continues in the same spirit. Her laughter and smile make this day unforgettable for the guy who, despite all his shyness, also can't resist smiling. The classmates continue their banter. "More like an animal, so how about it?" cheerfully asks one, turning to the other. "Animal." The other one picks up her cheerful attitude. That cheerful tone makes the girl say, "That older comrade of yours doesn't look so good." She looks at the guy with a smile, who at this point seems confused by their sudden attention. The boy only stands silently by, his embarrassment reaching a climax under the mocking looks of his classmates. But the girl quickly brings the situation back to a joking tone by saying, "Why, that's right, he's a tame fuzzball." Her words bring out his competitive spirit and his unwillingness to appear weak in front of girls. The jokes continue, and the girl pulls the guy's hair with a smile, saying the word "fluffy tilde," as if to confirm her words about his softness. The guy, trapped by this good-natured tease, tries to pull away, his expression suggesting slight confusion and awkwardness at the unexpected closeness. "Senpai's hair is dirty, don't touch it, okay?" He warns, but his voice sounds less serious than slightly shy and genuinely confused by the girl's attention. Guy is quick to defend himself, his words impetuous and full of hope to restore his reputation. "Oh, gently, is someone dirty? I wash them every day, just so you know." A classmate exclaimed with a smile, "Sauga!" teasing his sudden burst of seriousness and his reaction to the joke. "I'll give you a carrot, biter." The other joked, offering him a carrot as a sign of reconciliation and a continuation of their hilarious dialogue. "Who's Sasa who?" Guy tries to maintain control of the situation, but his attempts seem unsuccessful in the face of their jovial mood. "You're a Sauga now, senpai." Now he is no longer just a classmate, but a Sauga, their personal and friendly meme, a symbol of their camaraderie and hilarious banter. The girl's energy and enthusiasm is boundless as she screams with joy, "Let's get to work!" calling everyone to action and fun. With a sense of unity and camaraderie, they clap their hands cheerfully, creating a bond between them that speaks volumes. They are not only classmates, but good friends. You can catch a slight smile from under the guy's bowed head. Perhaps he's beginning to find joy in this friendly interaction and mischief. There is an atmosphere of friendship in the school canteen. The table where the students sit becomes the stage for their funny moments and memories. "It's all amusing, of course," says one of the girls, smiling and watching her friends, sharing with them the joy and ease of youth. "Oh, isn't that awful?" jokes one, while the other adds, "Doesn't he resemble a beetle, an untraveled pouch?" Their jokes are light and casual, and altogether they create a warm and fun environment. "We've done so much already. Better yet." They laugh at their antics, appreciating every moment spent together in this little corner of their world. The guy with a look full of weariness says, "You know what?" His patience seemed to be wearing thin with the incessant stream of jokes. The girl, undaunted, replies with a smirk, "He doesn't look like a guy at all in the storm," continuing to play and tease his account. "You've said enough." The guy is on edge, his patience running out, but he's still trying to keep his composure. Finally, the explosion of emotions subsides and everyone settles down at the table. Perhaps it's time to take a little break from the antics and enjoy dinner together. Ow. The atmosphere calms down and the noise of the school canteen once again becomes the background to their friendly conversation. One of the girls says with a chuckle, "Looks like I insulted your boyfriend a little, Tilda." Her smile reflects the playfulness of the moment, and her apology sounds more like another joke. The other looks at her, her gaze serious, but there's no judgment in it, more like a slight reproach, an understanding of the joking tone of their interaction. That's not what this conversation is about at all. The guy tries to shift his attention from jokes to something more serious, but his stance doesn't seem so convincing anymore. Question marks hang in the air as all three collide glances, and the tone of the conversation hovers on the line between a joke and an actual misunderstanding. Her rival, though stern-looking, was no less worthy of respect. The eyes of those around him were fixed on this confrontation, and among them was one young man whose excitement was reflected in every feature of his face. He was clearly worried about the outcome of the duel. "Nagatoro," he barely audibly whispered as he watched the girl who stood in front of the warrior. His eyes reflected not only anxiety but also quiet pride. "She's pissed now," he thought as he saw Nagatoro's gaze become even more determined. It was the look of a man who would not back down or show weakness in the face of a challenge. And so there they stood, one opposite the other, young man and girl, confusion and determination intertwined in their gazes. The battle of the great warriors promised to change not only their fates, but the fate of the entire world. The three friends were discussing the latest news, their eyes full of curiosity and excitement. Listen to this," one of them began, but the words froze in the air as all attention turned to the young man at the table, who seemed confused by his own thoughts. "Actually, I'm not Nagatoro's boyfriend," he admitted, his voice full of embarrassment and uncertainty. He could feel the weight of the gazes staring at him. The three friends exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. How could they be wrong? How could such a story have come about? And so our heroes sat at the school desk, absorbed in a heated discussion. There was life boiling around them, and every moment could be the beginning of a new story. Lunch break at school was the perfect time not only for food, but also for friendly conversation. The girls surrounded the young man, their faces glowing with surprise and joy. "Yes, Mano?" they asked, but he continued eating, trying to avoid unnecessary attention. "Are you sure you've thought this through?" one of her friends asked insistently, her voice full of wariness and doubt. "You've got as good a chance as anyone in the course." The young man seemed to be on the verge of capitulating under the weight of their questions. "I just said we weren't really dating, that's all." His voice trembled and his face flushed. The girls looked at him with bewilderment. Their faces expressed complete incomprehension. How could it be that their perceptions of events were so far removed from reality? The school cafeteria was filled with laughter and cheerful homonymity. "And the family seems to be interesting," joked one of the girls, animatedly discussing recent events. The young man, meanwhile, was completely absorbed in his thoughts, his face expressing bewilderment and confusion at everything that was happening around him. "Gathering to play!" exclaimed the energetic girl, her eyes shining with excitement and anticipation of the new entertainment. "What other game?" the young man asked, feeling that he would not be able to rest from his adventures. "It's called Get on the List," she explained excitedly, and the young man only managed to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Every day at school was full of surprises and new discoveries. "You need to find where your opponent's clothing imprints the nipple," she explained, smiling slyly. The rules of the game seemed simple, but the young man clearly didn't like it. "What the hell is that?" he mumbled, realizing that he was not going to get any peace of mind. The game began, and the girl, full of determination, made her move. "That's it," she exclaimed, causing the young man to bounce back in surprise. "How's that?" she asked, laughing and continuing the game. "It won't do at all," he objected, trying to pull her hand away. Their friendly pranks continued, filling their school days with joy and laughter. "Another crooked virgin senpai, as always," the girls teased, seeing their classmates' confusion. The game they proposed was just another prank, making everyone laugh. "I'll drive alone then," declared one of them, determined to control the situation and direct the game. "A miss means victory is yours. How's that sound?" she continued, offering the terms of a game that was something like a high school version of Truth or Action. "No, you don't," she exclaimed with a smile, waving away her classmates' objections. "There's a lavish prize waiting for you," she added, engaging him in a game that promised to be full of surprises and tasks. The tension was building in the game, and the young man began to realize that his girlfriend was willing to do anything to win. She was showing off a ticket that had something written on it that caused her obvious pleasure. "One ticket, pure history that pokes fun," she read, anticipating his reaction. "If you take water when I tease you again," she began, hinting at the next step in their bantering battle. "And I won't think small," he replied, trying to keep a serious face in the face of her art of provocation. "Though you can stop me at once," she continued, raising the stakes of the game, showing that she wasn't going to give in without a fight. "You can make me do far more inaccurate things," he said, but his tone suggested he wasn't so opposed to such trials. "However, instead of such a boring method," she began, planning her next move that would no doubt add intrigue to their school days. The school atmosphere was full of laughter and lightheartedness as friends continued their fun. "When I'm in the kitchen room," the young man asked in surprise, trying to understand his friend's joke. She, for her part, continued to have fun, offering a new twist on their game. "You don't have to do that," he objected, trying to keep control of the situation, but his girlfriend was already into the game and wasn't about to stop. "But since these can be stopped," she said, smirking and relishing the opportunity to joke with him even more. "Now that's my family, of course you're in," she stated, confirming that jokes and games were part of their friendship, which everyone was willing to participate in. "Yet deal, I'm playing." He finally gave in, accepting the game challenge. With each passing day, their school life was filled with new stories full of humor and good-natured teasing. The school hallways became the arena for a new chapter of their game. "And don't fight back, no hands, understand?" the girl said sternly, pointing to the rules of the next challenge. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation of new jokes. "Great, now we're stupid," she began, but her words were cut short by the young man's facial expressions, who was clearly feeling stranded. "Right," he replied, his face expressing mixed feelings. He was between confusion and agreement. "We're only playing one round, right?" he clarified, hoping to limit the length of his involvement and the possible consequences of the game. The game continued, filling the school days with excitement and competitive spirit, where each round was full of laughter and new challenges. In a secluded room, with light shining through the blinds, creating a play of shadows on the floor, a young man carefully undoes the buttons of his shirt. His gaze is focused, as if he is going to an important meeting or ceremony where every step and gesture matters. Suddenly, the scene is disturbed by the appearance of a girl with a cheerful smile and a paper airplane that cuts through the air like lightning. Her eyes sparkle with mischief, and she suddenly tugs on the guy's shirt, causing him confusion and bewilderment. He hadn't expected this turn, and his face expresses utter amazement. He seemed to try to object, but the words froze in his throat. His gaze is full of confusion and questions. He doesn't understand how such behavior is possible in this quiet and peaceful atmosphere he has tried to create. She meanwhile continues to play with him, oblivious to his embarrassment. Her face is hidden behind a mask, but her eyes are laughing and her movements are confident. Nah, did I get in?" she asks, full of smugness and irony. Her voice sounds playful and defiant, and the guy doesn't know what to do about the situation. The uneasiness intensifies as she moves closer to him, as if preparing for a playful attack. She plays with his dazedness, and his nerves seem taut as strings. "Hey, it's over here," she says, pointing to her heart and causing even more embarrassment for the guy. And so he loses his balance, falling backward under her friendly onslaught. She yells, "You're busted!" and the echo of her laughter echoes around the room. He lies on the floor, barely realizing what has happened, with only confusion and the sound of her laughter in his head. Now she stands over him, confident and triumphant, like the winner of an innocent game. "What? A spy under my right now," she says, and her eyes sparkle with pleasure. He, on the other hand, lying on the floor, looks confused and vulnerable, admitting his defeat. "I'll use it when you forget about it." The story of their interaction is a game in which each step leads to a new twist, a new moment of laughter and understanding. After the pranks and laughter, there is a time of silence and reflection. A young man sits at a desk deep in his thoughts. "And I can't get in the mood to cram," he says, resisting routine and obligation. His gaze falls to the notebook where his hand is translating fantasy into drawings. The images come to life on paper, the bold hero and the mysterious heroine standing side by side, ready to confront the unknown. Through the lines on the pages, he explores another world, a world where he can be anyone he wants to be. Perhaps it's a reflection of his own desires, or an escape from a reality that sometimes seems unbearably ordinary. The pencil moves confidently, and a battle is born on the next page of the notebook. The hero and heroine he has just drawn are engaged in battle with unknown enemies. It's his own way of battling the world that forces him to learn when he wants to create. The hero, with a note of regret in his voice, asks his companion about her return home. She nods, answering yes, and thanks him for the support and care he has given her all this time. These words, full of sincerity and warmth, reflect the deep bond that held them together during their ordeal together. She says, "Take care," and this goodbye sounds like a gentle admonition, like a promise to preserve the memories of her journey and the man who has become so important to her. These simple words become a bridge between the past and the future, between what has been and what is yet to come. And there they stood, facing the new horizon, their figures clearly outlined against the spreading landscape. It's a moment when paths separate, but shared memories stay with them forever. The young man finds himself once again next to the girl in the cat costume. She playfully pats him on the shoulder, reminding him that life is full of unexpected moments, and that even a goodbye in the pages of a drawing can be the beginning of something new and joyful in the real world. The girl in the cat costume continues her antics, laughing and asking the question, "Why so sour? You should see your face." Her cheerfulness is infectious, and it dissolves all worries and sorrows. A young man sits in the classroom smiling at his memories. He's back in reality, but warm memories of the naughty cat girl warm his heart. In his fantasy world, the hero smiles too. It is a reflection of his own feelings, a world into which he can escape, where he can find solace and joy. So he's next to the cat girl again, and she asks, "Do you want me to be afraid to steal with you?" He replies with slight sarcasm, "I pity you, stay one alone," and she responds with laughter. It's a play on words, a play on emotions that goes on in between. Young man suddenly steps in, his face filled with surprise and delight at the sudden action. He seems full of energy and ready for new adventures. However, next we see him in reflection, as if he is evaluating his actions or remembering something important that has brought him to this point. In an escape, perhaps from the everyday or routine, seeking the freedom he so values in his fantasy world. Finally, the girls in suits, one of whom is clearly pleased with the encounter and the other says, "Well, hello," are filled with cheerfulness and anticipation of new events. It is a reflection of the many facets of his life, where fantasy and reality intertwine to create the unique world he lives in. The adventure doesn't end, and the young man, surrounded by new acquaintances, is faced with a choice. "Would you like to join our company?" they offer, giving him the opportunity to join their circle. He's already on the back of one of the girls, who seems determined and enthusiastic. It is a depiction of the dynamics and unpredictability that are often found in life. Her face radiates self-confidence and a certain cocky aggressiveness. She is determined to push forward despite the obstacles. Characters call for calmness, adding a sense of lightness and playfulness to the scene. Take it easy," they say, creating a contrast to the girl's energetic mood. It's a reminder that even in the most unexpected and tumultuous moments, there is always room for laughter and lightness. The girl stands on the threshold, her face expressing surprise and a bit of hesitation, as if she is here for the first time or unexpectedly discovers something new. The young man looks at her, his gaze full of surprise and maybe even delight. The meeting is unexpected, but it could turn out to be the beginning of something important and meaningful. They are in the library, a place of knowledge and silence, where every search can lead to an unexpected discovery, not only in books but also in the relationships between people. The girl with a smile greets, her eyes shining with joy and friendliness. "Senpai Zdarov," she says hello using school lingo, making the moment closer and warmer. The young man responds with confusion and nervousness, his aha betraying his excitement at the unexpected attention. An encounter at the library turns his world upside down, bringing new emotions and possibilities. The seriousness of the moment is broken by casual conversation. The young man is focused on his exams, preparing for the challenges ahead. "Exams are coming up. We have to get ready," he says to himself, reminding himself of the importance of studying. The girl, however, is surprised to notice his constant presence in the library and jokingly asks, "And you've been here the whole time? You weren't in the club room?" The intensity of the interaction increases as she leans closer, curiously asking him, "What are you hiding in there?" But he, feeling the need to return to his studies, guffaws and hurries away. "I've got a lot to do. Bye." He says goodbye, leaving open the possibility of future meetings and conversations. Left alone, the girl discovers something that makes her eyes widen with surprise. Her hands shake with excitement as she picks up a notebook full of drawings. On the pages, she sees herself drawn in a dynamic and fun way that makes her heart beat faster. He portrayed her as energetic and lively as if she were a manga character herself. Her eyes widen with amazement and delight, a reaction so strong that the paper seems to fly right out of the notebook. She can't believe what she's seeing. But then she is overcome with warmth and joy. She smiles as she holds the notebook, her face glowing with happiness. This moment sticks in the memory as something special, a symbol of mutual sympathy and creativity. The girl runs away, full of delight and joy, her laughter resounding in the air. In her hands, she holds a notebook that seems to be the source of her happiness. The young man, for his part, stands back, perhaps unaware of the excitement he has caused with his drawings. But here the girl catches up with him, her eyes full of surprise and amusement. "What's that? What's that all about?" She can't hide her excitement, and mischievously she points to the drawing, claiming, "But that's definitely your doodle, senpai." Her enthusiasm is infectious, and she is full of intentions to share this moment with him, even if he himself is confused by it. The girl continues her game. She pokes fun at the drawing, showing it to the young man. "Cat's ear?" she asks with obvious interest and genuine surprise, pointing to the drawing. His denial, "Not true," sounds more like a confused protest than a confident response. She's in the doorway with a smile and a mischievous look. She calls him senpai again, establishing a special bond between them. The young man is once again immersed in his work, but the girl does not miss the opportunity to tease. "You're drawing something boring again?" Full of energy and ready for new adventures, which is reflected in her dynamic pose and facial expression full of anticipation and joy. These moments together paint a picture of their interactions, humorous, friendly, and full of inspiration. We are faced with a scene full of understatement and sensual tension. The young man seems to be caught off guard, his eyes full of confusion and his heart beating at an accelerated rhythm. You can tell by the visual image of his pulse. The girl, on the other hand, looks thoughtful and sly at the same time. Her words, what does it look like?" Filled with curiosity and playfulness, she's clearly waiting for some kind of reaction that might give away the depth of his feelings or thoughts. He, on the other hand, is confused and bewildered, trying to cope with the sudden onslaught of emotions. His shyness and insecurity become almost palpable at this point. The young man, covered in a blush of embarrassment, confesses, "Well, looks beautiful." His heart continues to beat frantically, reflecting the storm of emotions inside. The girl glows with happiness, her smile spreading warmth. "Thank you, senpai," she says, and her gratitude is filled with sincerity and ease. This exchange of moments between them is captured in simple but meaningful words and gestures. Our story begins with a couple of days earlier in the slums of monsters, with Wasteland breaking through the defenses, and their brutal attacks destroyed everything in their path, and all the people who were in that place could not escape from these monsters that came out of nowhere. And among all the people who were running away from danger in the center was a little boy who also did not stand still and with all his legs tried to find shelter. "And I run away." He suddenly realized that he had to find a weapon somewhere, because there's no other way for a slum boy to survive in this environment. Other people, or rather bandits and murderers, started pulling out their guns and shooting at other fleeing people, shouting at them that they were idiots would be perfect bait for the monsters, where the people who fell to the ground were eventually robbed and crushed, and that they were killed and eaten by monsters. But the little slum boy Akira ran away with great speed, because he wasn't going to say goodbye to his life here. And as he rounded the corner, he saw his gun lying next to the dead man, and he couldn't pass up the chance. After all, he needs this weapon now, because without it he cannot survive in these places. Sprinting and ducking at full speed, he still managed to get that weapon for himself. But as soon as he looked at the weapon and decided to get to his feet, he saw a huge monster beast wolf in front of him, who was looking at him with a terrifying gaze straight into his eyes. And no sooner had he moved than the beastman opened his huge mouth and began to attack him with the purpose of destroying him. And as his huge sharp teeth sank into the body of our hero, he began to scream in pain, but still he decided not to die right here, and he needs to fulfill his dream. And pulling a gun out of his back pocket, he pointed it straight at the passel of monsters, pulling the trigger, and the sounds of gunfire erupted throughout the neighborhood. And after that, he decided to raise his head and saw that the creepy monster was still destroyed, and he managed to survive and destroy his opponent. But suddenly another shot rang out that exactly destroyed that huge monster that was standing near our hero. But Akira could not understand what happened because he had already stopped using his weapon. And as the immobilized monster fell to the ground, the boy saw that behind him stood the hunter with his weapon in his hands, with which he finished off the beastly wolf. Slowly rising from the earth, Akira, without any hesitation, decided to ask the other man what, unless he was a hunter, to which the man replied that he shouldn't touch the bloody corpses of the monsters because these old world religions are enough to pay for his dinner, and that he should drop the gun right now and get the hell out of here. But as soon as he stood up on his own 2 feet and turned around, he started to run away from the hunter with shouts. But the hunter did not expect such audacity and started shooting at his feet to immobilize him, but the boy was too fast, and still he managed to escape around the corner. And holding a gun, he realized that he too could become a cool hunter, and that he was going to prove to everyone that he could climb to the highest heights and become the #1 hunter. A short time later, the city had walls that shut out the insanely rich from the rest of the world, that the rest of the people call a wasteland. And in the neighborhood, there was a conversation that went on about how poor people like me have no choice but to live in the slums that are right next to the empty still. And most people live and die here. But if he can earn money, he has a chance of getting out of here. On another man decided to ask how he managed to get out of the slums and eventually become an amazing monster hunter. And that there are places in the wasteland where relics of the old world remain. And if he gets to them, he can sell them for a very good price. And rumor has it that the hunters who got their hands on priceless relics of the old world were able to start a new life outside the walls of the city. And our hero, who was near the place with the relics of the old world, looked in amazement at what was happening in front of him. For it was the ruined ancient city of Kuzuhara, and from this city just left a huge ruin that this or in itself many dangers and amazing relics. And holding his hunter's license in his hand, he realized that he was now a hunter and would bring the relic no matter what it cost him. But when he came down from the building, he continued to walk towards his dream of finding the relic and holding his hunter's license in his hands. He couldn't notice a man with a gun waiting for him around the corner. And just as he rounded the corner, that man grabbed him by the arm and started pulling him along the ground. And soon other guys came up to that man and pointed their weapons at our hero and started telling him to take his hands off his weapons. But what they didn't realize is that this guy didn't even look like he could make money off the rag he wears on his body. Our hero raised his head and saw that these guys are a parody of bandit hunters who are just looking for the weak and taking all their prey. But at that moment, one of the guys hit our hero on the stomach, and after that they began to ask that he is not playing hunter, and that it is a waste paper they give to anyone who crossed the threshold of the Department of Hunters. And as soon as that guy read our hero's name, he started saying that it was the end of his bad game of Monster Hunters, and after all that was said, he started going on and marketing our hero. But sitting down on one knee, our hero, holding his scarred face, began to say that his name was not Ajira, and his name is Akira, and soon he could become the #1 amazing hunter. But the man started laughing loudly and saying, doesn't he know that on that fist of paper it says Ajira, and that they made a mistake? And it's like Slum Boy. And anyway, he's sick of playing games with him, and he should give them everything he has right now. But at that moment, our hero sharply turned his head to the side and began to stare at some strange creature, but the hunter bandits could not understand what was wrong with him and what he saw there. But in front of our hero appeared a naked girl who stared straight into his eyes, and slowly opening her mouth, she decided to ask Akira. But our hero didn't understand why her face was so calm and where she even came from. But the girl kept asking our hero if he could see her now. But delivering his gun, Akira slowly began to raise it and pointed at that girl who appeared with shouts for her to stand still. The other hunter bandits couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy and started pulling out their guns and pointing them at him, yelling at him to calm down and drop his gun. And the fact that he's just some weirdo pointing his gun at a place where there's no one there. But at that moment, our hero realized the terrifying fact that the other guys do not see this girl, and that something strange is going on here. Akira once again shouted at the girl to stand still, but the other hunters couldn't understand what he was shouting about and what he saw in front of him. Could it be the ghost of the old world? But suddenly the girl started saying that our hero has seconds to jump into that building behind him if he doesn't want to die right there on the spot. But as soon as she got right up close to him, she started counting down, but Hero didn't realize what she was doing. But the counting didn't stop and the girl kept saying the number 6. Once she realized that this guy in front of her was completely useless, she said goodbye to him and started glowing brightly. But at that moment, the guy suddenly shifted and started running to the place she said earlier that he had seconds if he didn't want to die. He had to get there quickly and take cover behind the nearest wall. But the hunters couldn't figure out why this guy suddenly started running to the nearest building. And just as he reached the entrance doorway, a huge explosion sounded behind him, which threw him straight inside the building with a huge blast wave. The explosion was so huge, the guy thought he was going to die. But by managing to regroup and shine a light behind his head, he avoided serious injury but continued to still fly along the ground inside the building. But in this world, a girl who was on the street appeared near him with the words that she was glad that he managed to cope with the task she had given him earlier. And as soon as she turned around, she started saying her name was Alpha. She was very pleased to meet him. But now they must go up the stairs together. Our hero couldn't understand what she was saying, but as soon as she started counting down the seconds again, he took off and started running up the stairs because he had huge explosions behind him again. And climbing to the top of the building, he decided to catch his breath on the ground. He started asking Alfie to tell him what was even going on here. But in her open clothes, she stood in front of him and began to say that she understood him and would now explain everything, and that he would have been killed by gun dogs. So she came when he needed help, and he should now realize what she's telling him. And the fact that he now has to get up and look down and see that there are a huge number of gun wolves wandering around in the bloodstream. But Hero couldn't understand what was going on there. But Alpha started to say that if he went out as their guns grow out of their backs, these are the gun dogs. Originally they were created for policemen in the urban areas of the old world. Now they are a type of biological monster. And the fact that nanobots are implanted in them and making weapons and ammunition for them. But still turned our game decided to ask what he is more interested in, who she is and where she came from in the first place. And is she really the ghost that the fairy tales say she is? But Alpha told him that it wasn't, and that what he was seeing now was a form of augmented reality. And it was created using very high technology in what they called the old world. As soon as she came closer to him, our hero friend got shy and started blushing, asking her what he didn't understand about augmented reality. When she touched him, she began to explain that it seemed to him as if she was really here. Because information about her is sent directly to the hearing and vision parts of the brain. The conversation continued, and Alpha began to say that now she will tell why he is here. After all, he is a hunter, to which our hero in response nodded her head in agreement, and that she was counting on it, and since he's a hunter, she has an errand for him. And she wants him to take control of a certain ruin, but our hero didn't realize what a certain old ruin is. It's not really necessary to capture it, and it's not really the ruin where they are now, and he can even get to them. But Alpha said it was unfortunate that he was dead, because those ruins are very dangerous. And as a down payment, she'll act as the perfect support, and so he can get there for sure. If all goes well, she'll give him a relic of the old world that he can sell for a very good price. But when our hero heard it, he couldn't believe his ears. Is it really true what she just said? But in an instant, our hero's face suddenly turned serious, and he started telling the Alpha that he was grateful to her for helping him now, but he had to turn her down. Alpha, with her glassy eyes, suddenly began to stare at him intently. But our hero said he just realized why he wanted to be a hunter after all. Up to that point in the slums, he had been drugged and stripped countless times, and the fact that they told him he could eat good food and he could live outside the walls, and because he believed their lies. He was betrayed and abandoned on the road and lost everything he had. And he would never let himself be fooled again, not even by some hologram that appeared out of nowhere and didn't really explain why she was here. But Alpha kept insisting on her own, telling our hero that she should say that by getting this job offer, he's almost spent all his luck. So, if he doesn't accept the offer, he'll be finished. And before he can get out of this territory, he'll die. And what's more, the monsters downstairs will absolutely kill him, and he really wants to die that badly, she asked. But our hero realized that by coming here he was prepared for the worst. If he is destined to die here, he realizes that it means his luck has run out. But turning around, he left and said that this time he would make the right decision, that he realized he hadn't completely given up yet and put his hands down. But Alpha stayed behind his back and told him that she was offering him a deal then. She'll help him for a certain amount of time as a trial period, and once he can trust her, they can make a contract. But he must now answer how he feels about the offer. After all, if she helps him, at least he won't die here. After thinking it over, our hero turned around and told her that he's okay with it now, but he'll think about the full contract offer next. But if he has one thought that she's cheating on him, that's the end of their relationship. And as soon as they got outside, Alpha started saying that rule number 1 was that he had to follow her instructions exactly. And it doesn't matter how much she will help him, but if he doesn't follow her light, everything will be in vain. And after hearing all this, our hero agreed with her words. And now to survive, he had to get past the gun dogs. But our hero didn't understand how he was supposed to do that. But Alpha said that in the movements of dogs, there is a pattern. If you take the individual characteristics of dogs and analyze them, you can find patterns. Nothing complicated in it is not difficult. And as she descended the steps to the first floor, Alpha began to call out for the hero to follow her slowly. And as they approached the collapsed window, our hero realized that the weapon was actually growing out of their backs. Alpha said that he wouldn't get wet if he got caught in the blast from their shots. And that's why he needs to run past them as fast as he can, and not turn around. Just keep running and then he can survive. But as soon as the hero heard it, he couldn't believe it. Did she just make a joke? But the Alpha kept insisting on her what she had just said, that he must absolutely follow her instructions. And now all he has to do is run and follow her instructions. If he doesn't follow at least one of them, he'll die on the spot. But no sooner had he run a few meters than the dogs noticed him and started running after him. But suddenly Alpha appeared in front of them and started yelling at the dogs to look only at her. And as soon as they saw Alpha, they all started firing their cannons that were on their backs. But because she was just a hologram, all the shells flew right past her. And just a few minutes later, she saw that they were finally out of ammo. But suddenly there was a huge explosion, and all the small dogs started flying in different directions, and Alpha noticed that the one she had been waiting for had finally arrived. The one every monster hunter fears is the leader of gun dogs. And the fact that he was very huge, and just by his mere appearance, he terrified everyone he met on his way. And as soon as he completely came out of the destroyed building on it, was seen that he really inspires terror, and that he was several tens of meters in height, and on his back was a huge weapon that could destroy with one shot half of a 5-story building. At this time, our hero continued to run away, not realizing what was happening, but turning his head in the direction where Alpha was standing. He saw that there were huge explosions appearing there. And at that moment, she appeared beside him and began to say that she was going to ask him to do something very peculiar. If he hesitated even for a second, he would simply die. But she'll try to make sure he can't die here because she promised to watch him and help him all the time. And as she swung her hand and gave the order for him to hurry up and run in the opposite direction, she would try to hold off the huge monster that was slowly approaching them. And as soon as he ran a few meters, he heard the voice of his partner Alpha, who said that as soon as he turned right, He should put his back against the wall for seconds and then run back the same way, and that he should pull out his gun and at her command turn around and shoot until he ran out of ammo, didn't understand how he could shoot such a huge monster with a weapon like his own, and fleeing amongst all the explosions that would be which says, and at that moment he began to slowly turn his body in the opposite direction and extend his arms, slowly pulling the trigger of the gun. And as soon as he turned around completely, he saw the huge eye of a huge monster emerge from the ruins. And after a few shots, there was an explosion that threw him to the ground. And with his face covered, he couldn't bear to look at the destruction that was happening right in front of him. But as soon as he raised his head, he started asking the Alpha that did he really kill him, to which she calmly replied that he had done a great job. But looking at his weapon, he could not even suspect that so small a weapon could kill so big a monster. But Alpha raised his hand and pointed his index finger at his head, saying that although he was big, it looked like his brains were the size of rabbits' brains, and that she of course helped him to defeat the monster. And how could she not, because she promised him that she would accompany him and help him all the time, until they made that pact they had agreed on the roof of the building, and that she's shown very cool support. But why can't he just trust her now, and that he shouldn't be modest and should shower her with praise now? But our hero was still very frightened and discouraged that things had turned out this way, because that monster he had killed could have killed a dozen small hunters like him, but he was still grateful that she had helped him. But Alpha continued to insist that if they make a contract, she can help him once more, and that he can right now say his answer to our hero did not hurry with such actions, and told her to give him a little more time to gather his thoughts. A little while later, Alpha walked the area and eventually said that all the gun dogs were finally gone and he could come out of hiding safely. And coming out of the dill place, he began to look at his partner Alpha and wondered if she was really augmented reality ghost of the old world. And remembering those words she said to him earlier that she was counting on it, and since he's a hunter, she has an errand for him. But our hero didn't fully realize if he could accept her offer and work with an ephemeral being calling himself an Alpha. His thoughts were interrupted by her asking if he wanted to continue the search or if he wanted to go back home. But with a wave of his hand, he was still determined to keep looking for artifacts, because he couldn't go home until he found what he had come for. Well, as soon as he moved from his seat, Alpha asked that, since he had so firmly decided it was okay with him if they went instead of slightly more dangerous than this on those words still only scared him. The Alpha was still in a very cheerful mood and smiling. She told him that as long as she showed him the way he would be fine, as long as he followed her instructions, of course. And as soon as she had finished speaking, they set off on their way. And coming out on a straight road, she began to show them which way they should go to get to the place where the relics were hidden. And sometime later, she started telling our hero to hurry up and hide in a shelter, and he didn't think long enough to rush behind the nearest wall, and that he should now maximize the thrust and stay in the same place for exactly seconds. But the hero did not understand whether there were enemies somewhere, because he did not really see anything. And looking out from around the corner, he began to consider that there was nothing nearby but a ruined building, and that he couldn't understand why she had made him hide behind that wall. And as soon as he stood up, she started ordering him again to run to the other wall and press himself against it for seconds. After that, he should put his back against the next wall and slowly move forward. Then he must climb to the top of the destroyed building, and then run as fast as he can until she tells him to stop and hide behind the wall again. And once he had his back against the wall again and was slowly moving forward, he suddenly noticed that they had just been in this very spot, and not understanding why they were walking in circles. But such maneuvers had exhausted our hero very much, and he had little left, but Alpha still kept telling him to come back now with the very same route. But he stood still and suddenly started thinking about what he was doing and why he was doing it at all, because there was no one here, and that if she was going to tell him to come back from the start, why did she ask him to climb that huge block of rock? But Alpha briefly replied that he was climbing through the expansion to avoid the dangerous path. But right now, he should not think and just listen to her instruction and go back to the very place where they had started. But he couldn't hear any sounds from outside, and he couldn't believe that it was really dangerous out there. But still gathering his thoughts, and that he made the decision that he would kick out for a second and see if there was any danger. But as soon as he approached the corner of the building, poked his head out from behind the shelter, he made sure that there was no danger nearby. But suddenly Alpha appeared and started yelling at him to get behind the building because he could die. And at that moment, a huge robot began to appear right in front of his eyes, which with the help of its disguise stood invisible. And in just a few seconds, he completely appeared a huge robot, who with his huge eyes saw everything that was in the nearest few kilometers. And at that moment, a huge explosion sounded because of what our hero from the shockwave began to fly away a few dozen meters to the side. But he was lucky that he flew into a crevice that led to the basement, so the robot kept scanning but eventually found nothing but a chest of rocks. But still, our hero was severely wounded in the abdomen from being hit by a piece of laser that flew off a huge robot. And as soon as he started to realize what was happening, Alpha started telling him that if she hadn't hacked into the guidance system of those missiles, he would have been finished, and it was a miracle that she could breathe and that he had survived at all. There's an incredibly dangerous neighborhood guarded by robots with high-tech optical cloaking. If he didn't like her instructions, why didn't he tell her in person? But still remaining on the ground, he lowered his head and lightly told her he was sorry, but she held out her hand telling him to show his wound. I watched him. She realized that he looked lousy and that he wouldn't last much longer, and now they needed to find a cure. And that he has trust issues with her, and she understands. They barely know each other, but he must know that his death would put her in danger too. And so she's doing everything she can to keep him alive, because that's the #1 priority right now. And moving even closer to him, she asked him to trust her for once. But he still lowered his head, and with a heavy voice he began to say quietly that he would never become a strong hunter. But his partner Alpha said he's wrong now because all he has to do is sign a contract with her anyway. And while he searches for the strength and will to sign the contract, she swears she'll take care of the rest. Because all he needs is strength and desire. He doesn't need anything else to get stronger. And what he remembers and realizes is that he promised himself that he would become a hunter and get out of these slums and never be tormented again. And that if he can't get out of them, what can he do? And that she's right now because he needs to pull himself together, and get the strength to move on. He needs to survive to get stronger anyway. And that he doesn't know how he'll find the strength to achieve everything he wants. And though bleeding from a severe wound, he still barely got to his feet. And slowly leaning on the wall, he continued on his own. For she had an idea, and they should move on, deep into the ruins. And as he walked down the long corridor, he caught a glimpse of Fat, and noticed that there were huge robots hidden inside. And they were the same robots that had attacked him recently. And once they got deep into the ruins, our hero saw some kind of country jar, but Alpha started to explain that here lies the relic she was looking for. And he needs to take this medication now. First he has to swallow the capsules, and then he has to open a couple of capsules and pour the powder directly on his wound. And the powder is made up of surgical nanorobots, so if he applies it directly to the wound, the medicine will work faster and there's no anesthetic, so he has to hold on with all his might. And as soon as he poured the powder on his wound, he started to feel a huge pain in his body, and because of that his body started to twist in different directions. And immediately after that, he fell asleep and slept for a few hours. He began to slowly come to his senses and open his eyes. But as soon as he opened his eyes fully, he saw a girl sitting in front of him asking him if he had slept well. Not realizing what was going on, he quickly pulled out his gun and pointed it straight at Alpha, who was sitting next to him. And when Alpha noticed this, he started to ask if she scared him. Our hero replied that he was just born in a place where waking up to find a man looking down on him usually means he's been robbed, but Alpha said not to worry about it, and that about his wounds. But as he raised his hand, he saw that his wounds were healed, and now that she had spoken, he realized early on it no longer hurt and it really had healed, and that it looked like the medicine was doing its job. And continuing to examine my body for fat, I realized that old world medicine was amazing. But Alpha interrupted him, saying that since they could go now, why don't they check to see if there are any more relics waiting to be taken over? And once they started looking around, Alpha told our hero not to be greedy and to remember that they had to go back through the danger zone. And that, by the way, they need to find a use for the knife and the medical equipment. But picking it up was sure it didn't look like a battle axe, and once they were done with the relics, the Alpha said that was enough for today and they should head back. And as soon as they arrived in the abandoned city, where a lot of people were passing by, our hero turned his head and started asking the Alpha that, doesn't anyone see her? I mean, it's just weird when no one pays any attention to a woman in such a flashy outfit at all. But Alpha said that while we're on the subject, he should know that people can't hear her voice either, so now he looks like he's talking to himself. And as they approached the building, they realized they had arrived at the place because when they looked up, they saw the place. And where the sign on the building said buying relics that belongs to the Hunter's Service. But our hero thought only about how much he would be paid, maybe about gold coins or even 000. But as soon as they got inside, our hero went to the relic receiving station. And the man examined the relic and put gold coins on the table. And our hero, seeing this, could not understand that he had brought such a religion, and that it was for the sake of gold coins. And he attacked the salesman and started saying, is he kidding him? This is barely enough to eat? But the man with an angry face started asking, does he have a problem? If so, then he should take his hunting license and look for something else. And at that moment, there was another hunter behind him who started saying, why doesn't he just get the hell out of here with his religions? But after hearing all this, our hero realized that he had no other choice, and he slowly started to take his gun out of his back pocket, and the other hunters noticed it and started to take out their weapons as well. The Alpha, who was near him, started telling him not to do what he was up to, because it's better not to pull out his weapon here. The man, on the other hand, went on to say that he wanted to give him at least some of his knowledge, and first-rank hunters with no reputation or achievements get gold regardless of the value of the relic. It is the law. And he should be thankful that he's being paid in gold for something they have no idea about. As far as he knows, it could be some garbage, and it would take at least a day to evaluate his relic. And after the appraisal, they'll decide how much to pay him next time he comes in, so he should go and find something else to sell them. But still, most did not come back here a second time, and our hero was determined that he would come back even if he had to crawl here from the last of his strength. And looking firmly and angrily into the eyes of the release buyer, he swore to him that he would still come here. Well, once our hero decided to turn around and leave, the man told him to remember that his hunter's license is an ID card. If he loses it, they'll make him a new one, but he'll have to start all over again. And before he could get out of the door, the man gave him one last shout for him to be careful out there. A short while later, he reached the slums of the provisioning center. There was talk in none of the buildings that some of the men couldn't believe that they would eat anything for free. Their food is made of plumbing ingredients from real machines and is even rumored to be mostly made up of monster meat. And you can sell anything as long as no one dies or mutates into a monster. But at that time, our hero was eating the Sanovits he bought from those guys, and Alpha, who was watching him eat that food, started telling him that she didn't know if he knew, but there were dangerous ingredients in his food. But he said he knew, but he was broke. And that's all he could afford for the money he was given. But after hearing that, Alpha said that means they have to get to work. And they're going right now to get religion, and they're still on probation, so she'll be helping him. A little while later, they did make it to the abandoned ruins of Kuzusuhara, but suddenly our hero decided to ask his partner Alpha why she changed into a dress. But she suddenly replied that, does it not look good on her? Or the previous, he likes it better, but the hero replied that it was very pretty. But if we're talking about his preferences, he liked the way she was dressed on the day they met better. But Alpha suddenly thought about it and began to remember the way she was dressed the day they met, and changed his image. She asked, did he mean when she was naked? But covering his eyes because of what he had just seen, our hero began to shout what he meant by the clothes she was wearing afterward. But still he couldn't understand why this particular dress, to which Alpha replied that it was for the same reason as the day they had met. But he couldn't understand what she meant by that, and she began to explain that even in the ruins of the world, there are places where the data of the augmented reality is still being broadcast, and she interferes with the transmission system and expands the range of the broadcast. But if you use the interception equipment, she's easy enough to spot and her dress makes it easy to find who's using it. And that's when our hero realized it meant someone was intercepting data near them. And it frightened him a little bit, but still his partner, so that it did not happen, he should not turn around and draw attention to himself. After all, she has a plan to get rid of the pursuers. And even though they're watching them and there's only two of them, the two men are well-equipped hunters who are following them. And the fact that they've been on the tail for a very long time and are good at keeping their distance without showing themselves. At these words alarmed, and he began to question that is she sure that they are not on purpose, and why they are after him, to which Alpha replied that either they noticed him when he was selling the relic, or got information about him somewhere, and in any case, they want to steal it. He must now consider them enemies, or he will simply die. But still he was angry because now he would have to fight the hunters too. But Alpha told him to forget about it, and now he should enter the building in front of them, and only do it as naturally as possible. And as soon as they got inside, our hero started asking her how he could escape. But she replied that there's no need to run away to fight, and he'll swap roles with them. But our hero thought that she's not kidding. After all, they are pronounced to the teeth. But smiling fearfully, Alpha said that with her support, he could defeat them and he just had to sign a contract with her. Our hero wasn't so simple and to the point. He didn't agree. He just said he'd think about it if they destroyed the pursuers. Considering her comrade's stubbornness, Alpha still said she agreed and she would show him the advantage of her support. He can really beat them. If he can't even handle them, then his dream of becoming a great hunter is worthless. And now he must simply prepare himself, and that he must be ready to restrain his temper and his eagerness too. And having prepared for the battle at last, he said that he would take care of his morals and aspirations. After all, the Alpha will take care of the rest. Right now, he should just listen to her and act. And he'll be so surprised by her endorsement that he'll sign with her right away. At this time, the two pursuers who were watching our hero began to talk about the fact that this punk really walks around with a girl in a dress, and his partner began to reply that his optics are getting the information. And the fact that that girl so brazenly appears in plain sight, but can only be seen by people who have devices that allow them to see the old world. And the fact that only the chosen few can see her, and they're called ghosts, is what one of the stalkers thought. But the other stalker is stiff, replying that I too am just a scarecrow about ruins, and that tempting ghost who lures hunters deep into the ruins with the promise of many relics. On his comrade thought he was a fool, and it's just an augmented reality system. It's not unusual, and it's creepy to think that something from the old world still works. But still he saw through their ruse, but his comrade couldn't understand what he meant. And he started saying that if he had it because he was using it to escort him to the place where he found that religion. And he thinks the ghost story scared everyone so much that no one went to those places, and after hearing it, his partner realized it was definitely true. And turning around, one of the pursuers began to say that they could already move out from behind the herd, but his comrade told him not to be in such a hurry. After all, he had a plan, and that he'll stay here to make sure they don't run away. And if he sees the girl, he'll go to them, although he can go with him if he's afraid of ghosts. But his partner said not to make fun of him because he can handle it alone. But still, his partner realized it could be a trap and he could just watch from the outside. But still to the end, he hoped that his fears were simply in vain, and his partner would not be harmed. And going inside the building, the other stalker who had virtual reality goggles started following the girl Alpha. And transmitting information on the radar, he began to tell his comrade that he had found the girl, and now she was walking down the hallway right in front of him. His buddy asked the guy who's with her now, and he said she's alone now and he must be around, so he should be careful. But the stalker replied that he knew because he wasn't stupid, and continued to watch the Alpha and realized that she was fast, but he couldn't figure out where she was going. And when he looked closely, he saw she had a great ass, and now he knows why they call her the tempting ghost. But at that time, our hero was on the edge of the house and watched the stalker who was following his partner Alpha. You even realize he only has 3 rounds. He just has to follow his partner's instructions. But as soon as the stalker passed our hero, he hesitated. Not at that moment, the girl turned around and began to stare at the pursuer, who with his weapon stood directly in front of her. And lowering his weapon, he began to tell her what a surprise she was to him, and what the hell kind of hell she was. Our hero, hiding around the corner, could not understand what he should do now, because without the instructions of his partner, he does not know how to act correctly to attack from the back or to wait. But at this time, the stalker came closer to Alpha, and raising his hand, he began to say that she looked like the real thing. But with a wave of his hand, he realized it was just a hologram and that he couldn't even touch it. But at that time, from the corner appeared our hero, who was holding a gun in his hand. But noticing this, Alpha began to tell him to stay where he was, because it was too early to attack. But it was too late. He jumped out from around the corner and took aim to attack his enemy. But he didn't expect the stalker to turn around and shoot back. And after a few shots, the man started screaming that he was bloody in the snot and how dare he attack him, and behind his backs. But in one unexpected moment, he couldn't understand what was happening to his body right now. On contacting his partner, he started telling him that he was distracted by the girl, and the kid attacked him from behind, and his partner called him an idiot. And that he realized that it was a trap and began to tell his partner to listen carefully because it looked like he had instructed her to distract him. Meanwhile, he's using it as a guidance system. On the other hand, the partner starts saying that it's the girl who's near him now, and that's to their advantage, and he has to use it to corner the punk because they'll never get another chance. But looking at the girl, he realized it sounded like fun and he's in. But at this time, hiding behind the nearest corner, our hero began to take medication, but still he could not understand how he could not hit after several shots. But at that moment, he heard the voice of his Alpha partner asking how early he was and why he didn't listen to her. But wrapping up his wound, he replied that he had simply overestimated himself, but the Alpha told him that next time he should do as she said. Pressing my wound to make it heal faster, Alpha said the regenerative medicine works fast, so he has plenty of time. And now she's leading the stalker straight to him, and he should be in place and waiting for them. However, the plan just got a little more dangerous, so he needs to get ready. And the fact that he's the doer, and he has to calculate every option and every angle he can jump out of to finish that guy off. And he should leave the rest to his partner Alpha because this time he'll be able to destroy it. And just as she started to walk towards the nearest door, the guy asked her how much further they had to go. But she never said anything in response to pause. And turning towards the entrance of the room, she extended her index finger and started to show him that he should go that way. But the guy couldn't understand if that brat was in that room. And when he looked around the corner, he saw the blood drops and realized the guy was definitely around. And jumping out from around the corner, he started firing all his rounds in the direction where he thought our hero was standing. At this time, the same guy outside started hearing a lot of gunshots and couldn't figure out where they were coming from or what was even going on there. But once he got his clip in, he couldn't figure out where the guy was and started turning his head in different directions. Turning around, he started yelling loudly at Alf about how that guy wasn't supposed to be where he was shooting at. But lowering his head a little lower, he saw that from the girl's chest began to appear a pistol that slowly pointed straight at his head. And before he could react, a lot of bullets flew straight into him, and he started to feel a huge pain in his body. And after a few shots, he still fell to the ground and stopped moving, and all he could do was tell his partner he was shot. But still he couldn't understand if the girl was the shooter because she was just an image. But when he looked closely, he saw a guy start to get out from behind her. And the fact that he was just hiding behind her because she was just an image, he didn't have time to react and didn't see him. And while he was looking at the door she was pointing at, this guy got under her dress and hid there. and he couldn't believe that he'd been tricked by some boy, but he didn't scream for long because our hero simply drew his weapon and finished him off. And as soon as it was over, our hero began to lower his weapon because one stalker was finished. But still there was another who was outside, and in a panic he could not understand what was going on inside because the connection with his partner was broken, and now he would have to go upstairs and check what happened there. But after looking at his enemy, our hero couldn't quite believe that he had actually shot that guy. But his partner said that they should quickly strip him of his gear and replenish his ammunition. And after he's done, he should take his body and throw it out the window. But at the Fat couldn't understand why he had to do it, but there wasn't enough time, and Alpha told him to hurry up. And outside, the other stalker couldn't figure out if there was a firefight inside, and that there was no news from his partner now. And just as he stepped over the powder building, he heard something fall from several stories behind him. And turning around, he saw that it was his partner he was just about to go to, and doesn't realize the fact that it's a punk trying to provoke him. And yet the stalker was very angry because he didn't understand how the brat had managed to destroy his partner. At the top of the building, Alpha started telling our hero not to sell the knife he found in the ruins and to keep it for himself. But he didn't fully understand what knife she was talking about. Could it be the relic he'd recently found with her help? And she said that's right, and he should kill the second hunter with that knife, and that he could shoot the protruding part of the handle. But Hero didn't realize wouldn't it break after that. And maybe it's a relic too. If you sell it, you can get a lot of money. But Alpha said there's a chance he'll try to kill it a third time. Meanwhile, the second pursuer was getting higher and higher, but he realized that if the girl was with the brat, they must know where he was. But taking out his gadget, the hunter began to watch the beacon that moved on his watch face. And smiling strangely, he realized that that idiot had taken not only his weapon, but also his communicator, and that it was a stupid oversight, and that was his plus. Now he would find it safely, and will be able to outsmart them that way, and now all you have to do is just walk down a long corridor and get to the place. But as soon as he came around the corner, he saw the communicator lying on the ground, and that he realized that the guy had spotted the chase and threw it away. Or maybe it's just a trap, but he's not stupid enough to fall for it. And that an ambush in such a place would be to their advantage, but suddenly he noticed that some strange laser was rushing right at his feet. And as if something quick and sharp had cut his stomach, but he couldn't realize what had happened until the end, because everything happened very fast. But as soon as the wall collapsed, he saw in front of him a guy who was standing with a knife in his hands, which because of the vibration, some strange. Alpha started to tell our hero that he did well and he managed to finish off his pursuer. But our hero, who was holding a knife in his hand, realized that he had fallen to pieces. And jumping over the pillar, he began to ask his partner what kind of knife it was, to which she replied that it was from the old world. If you destroy the protective layer, it will release incredible power. And approached the second stalker, he started taking his weapons and saying that old world relics are awesome. But he turned his head and saw Alpha pointing her finger straight at him and saying, "What exactly?" because next time he could be cut in half and he should be careful. But he didn't know what to do. But Alpha replied that it's all because of her support and he should say something. He said he's only alive because of her and he's very glad he met her. And once the conversation was over, the Alpha finally said they should grab a couple more relics and head back to town. A little later it was told that in the neighborhood, they found the corpse of a huge gun dog. And whether 5 or M in length, in any case, just a huge dog. And some hunters thought it was just some kind of trick, because they live in the depths of the ruins. And it's true what they say that the group was destroyed because of this thing, but some hunters thought it was nonsense. Because did someone deliberately set that huge dog on those guys? Or he's just trying to cover up a conflict between hunters, and they know it's unrealistic to sick such a machine on someone, and ours will kill whoever tries to do it. Although some thought their ghosts would do that. Speaking of ghosts, one of the hunters started saying there were rumors of a ghost temptation or something. But at this time in Kugomayama in the lower level of the hunter's office buying relics, our hero came to the very place he had been recently, and the man behind the counter started saying that if he had a hunter's license, he should show it. But as soon as he turned around, he saw the same boy who had come to see him the other day, and he realized he didn't recognize him right away. Although if you look closely, he looks a little different now. And taking the relic in his hand, he began to tell our hero that it is very thin and last time he was just lucky. But Shifat replied that it may be thin, but the relic of the old world and he should get grapes for it much more than for the last time. But suddenly our hero couldn't understand what he'd heard about being lucky last time. But the man said what they appraised the past relic and plus money for this one. He'll get his gold coins. And that it's not often that a punk like that gets that kind of money, and that he should spend it wisely. So the way they're done now, he can get the hell out of here. And he went outside to look at all the corners because he'd never kept such a huge amount of money on him before. But Alpha. And why is he so worried about that money? Why would she say that? Gold is a lot of money, but Alpha didn't think so, telling him it wasn't money at all. and the fact that with her support, he can earn unconditional sums he never dreamed of, and that he has to realize at the end of the day what she's telling him. But as soon as he agreed with her, the Alpha went on to say that generally it had been a hard day and they should find the Nocturnals, and that at the end of the day, she should teach him how to manage his money properly. And as soon as they rented a normal hotel with normal comfort, our hero sat down on the bed and turning his head, he began to tell her that he is so unusual to be here. But Alpha replied that he should get used to it, there's no need to sleep in a back alley. But he collapsed on the bed, started to say that he just couldn't believe he had to pay for the night, but Alpha thought it was worth it. But now he can start by taking a bath and finally getting some rest, because tomorrow is a long day. And that if he wants her to help him in more than just combat, but as soon as he heard the words bathroom, at first he lay in the same position. But suddenly he began to realize that he'd been dreaming about the bathroom for ages. He jumped out of bed and started running straight to the other room. And in the bathroom, he finally decided to rest, but he was still worried about the fact that he'd paid 0,000,000 for the night. Well, all that was interrupted by the fact that he was feeling pretty good now that he hadn't had a bath in a long time. But suddenly Alpha appeared, and noticing this, our hero started telling her that even though she's an augmented reality object, she can take a bath somewhere else. But she suddenly said, doesn't he care about her presence right now? But also the fact that if he falls asleep in the bathtub, he could drown in the water and it's better for him to go to bed. And rising from the bath, our hero said a few words to Alpha as he left, that he thought well of it and would sign a contract with her to take over the old ones. But Alpha wasn't the least bit surprised at such words, only asked what had he finally confided in her. And he turned his head around and told her it was probably true. But there's also the fact that it's useless to go there now and Alpha should wait until he's stronger. Alpha thought it over and said they needed to buy good gear first. The next day when our hero was sleeping soundly, Alpha appeared near him and started to say that she wished him a good morning. And if he had slept well, he could get up already. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he suddenly jumped up from his seat shouting where he was. But Alpha replied that he was now in a hotel room. And now they'll have a good breakfast and then they'll go get their gear. A little later on the lower level in a hunting store that was called a Cartridge Freak, the girl who was at the cash register started greeting our hero and asking, is it really his first time here? And her name is Shizuka. And what are they looking for specifically since they came to her store? But picking up his weapon, our hero started saying that he wanted to get a set of ammunition for his weapon, and also he would like to sell some of the weapons in his arsenal. But looking at our hero, the girl realized that this boy is from the slums and that he's a hunter. And as she picked up the machine, she started saying that she understood that they wanted to sell it, but if they put it in for maintenance, it would last a long time. But Alpha leaned over to our hero and said that he would use it to the fullest, so better get a new one. And immediately our hero told the girl that he would like to get a new machine. And the girl started pulling out a new gun, saying that with the cost of the old one. That's 000 gold and here's his machine he asked for. And the fact that it is inexpensive, easy to handle and rarely fails, and that it is the best in its category and quite popular among hunters. And the girl started to ask him if he'd like to try on these she's about to show him. And even though this outfit is a little big, if it's fitted, it'll be just right. And the fact that it was a gift to him from her store and that it's a little damp, so it's not for sale. But if he feels uncomfortable, he can come over more often. But our hero was very much excited and surprised that she gave him such things for free. And as soon as he left the store, the girl behind the cash register looked at him and realized that he was so small and already a hunter, and that he would soon survive and become a regular customer at her store. But at that time in the hotel, Alpha started saying that now they will have training sessions, and she will continue to help him since they have formally signed a contract. And inspecting his weapon, our hero remembered the words she said that he had trusted her, because he still doesn't understand how Alpha can exist. And that when he was wounded, she said she used up all her strength to keep him from dying, and she wasn't lying and wants him to take over the old ruins by any means necessary. And that if Alpha meets a better hunter, she won't need him, so he'll have to get a lot stronger. But at that moment, Alpha stood up and began to speak to our hero, that she was about to explain to him something very important about the contract, and he should listen carefully. And at that moment, her eyes lit up, and she began to say that he was sure he wanted to perform in a wide range of operations without prior consent to ensure the implementation of extended support. And this also includes the use of level 5 personal information. Consent to receive additional information is not required. Just because he's sure he wants to perform a wide range of operations without prior authorization. In a room with large windows, a girl looks up at a glowing figure. To impoverish the reality of extended support, she thinks. Alpha looks at the mysterious figure with interest. Ah, shooters quietly. The second, frightened, breathing heavily as if after an ordeal. Phew. Her relief is palpable. The mysterious figure is calming. Thank you, Alpha, I'm not hostile. A voice in space responds, Akira, come here. No answer. Alpha, though puzzled, decides to accept the offer, I wasn't quite sure what she meant, but I've decided to make a contract with her. The creature explains the terms with a smile. So Akira, you'll have access to various support functions once you're contracted. Alpha nods incredulously. Telepathy? Like telepathy, for example. Her gaze is full of doubt. Try mentally talking to me. The figure calmly offers, watching his reaction. Akira, having experienced his new ability, opens his eyes wide. Alpha? He's surprised and excited. Akira marvels at the new skill. The most convenient thing is that your thoughts are instantly transmitted to me. He realizes the potential. If we practice, we can transmit even over long distances. The speed and accuracy of information transfer is very important during battle. Cool. They stand on the devastated ground. Another function is firing support, the creature informs them. Alpha points at the target. 100 meters away lies a small pebble. Where? She's testing his abilities. Akira is puzzled. Alpha? What's wrong with my eyesight? How is that possible? What did you do? Alpha confidently explains, with my support, it has been improved. She points to the ground. Look carefully at the area circled by the green border. Wait until the pebble is circled in red, then shoot, she instructs, instructing Akira. Alpha prompts, the blue line is a ballistic projection. The closer it is to the target, the greater the likelihood of an accurate hit. Akira concentrated and fired. The flash from the gunshot cut the air. Missed! Akira states disappointedly, the bullet has changed trajectory. You want to beat real monsters? Aim better then. Alpha keeps him from getting discouraged. Go teat, he replies, preparing for a new challenge. Akira tries to change the subject. That saleswoman who was charging with you, is she your type? Alpha doesn't give in to provocation. Nah, you can't fool me. She goes back to teaching. Okay, now do you understand everything about telepathy and scaling? Akira is still mulling over what he's heard when Alpha announces, let's clarify something. The main condition of the contract is to capture some of the difficult parts of the ruin. Alpha persistently reminds, don't forget that, okay? But both the relics and my perfect support are just a down payment. Akira nods thoughtfully. Do you have any more questions? He admits, honestly, there's a sea of them, but you'll explain when the time comes. Alpha is ready to move on to the next stage. Let's talk about future plans and in particular training. Well then, Alpha voices the plan. The first week will mostly be looking for archaeological sites. She adds, the rest of our time will be spent practicing and studying. In your case, we'll start with reading and writing. Alpha continued, prioritizing. Follow me, Akira. Until you fulfill the condition of your contract, I will support you, she concludes. Akira, studying the document, is surprised. By the way, there's a mistake here on my hunting license. He shows his ID. Why a Jirpa? Alpha smiles. But at least I can read, so I've learned something. Akira looks at her appreciatively. Looks like you've gotten more accurate. Feeling good is a very important thing, notes Alpha. Alpha says firmly, okay, let's move on. Suddenly a giant entity appears in front of them. A gun dog. The dog lunges to attack, its menacing growl filling the air. Akira prepares to fight, pointing his weapon at the monster. Alpha looks at Akira with confidence, urging him to calm down. Calm down, it's just augmented reality, just like me. Don't be frightened. She continues his training, pointing out the importance of adapting. You need to get used to the unexpected, while they both bounce back from the monster's attack. Akira, wide-eyed, realizes the risks. Or else you'll end up like this, Alpha says, implying lethal. She guides his actions in battle. Aim for the weak spot is strategic advice in the moment of combat. Alpha puts a hard emphasis on the survival lesson. You will die on a counterattack if you don't deprive your opponent of at least half of his combat abilities. She emphasizes the seriousness of the setting. Unless this happen in real combat, you miss, you're done. Akira is sympathetic to his training, recognizing the need to improve his skills. Train harder. With the danger over, Alpha turns his attention to a new threat. Someone is headed this way. Akira, practice is over. Akira, peering into the approaching transport, is nervous. Hunters, have they really come for him? 2 girl hunters. Alpha analyzes the situation. I think they just came to the ruins of Kuzusukara. But let's hide somewhere just in case. She warns of the potential threat. If they're hostile, there's nowhere for us to run here. Shifting to a calmer setting, they discuss plans. It's okay, Elena, I'm just worried. Sarah, how are you? Elena reflects on her observations. Her receptacle with the tightening of the nanomachines has gotten so small. She's definitely fine. She worries about their companion's condition. So just in case, I chose simpler ruins to examine, she continues, pondering her steps. The remaining drag of the nanomachines should be enough, barring anything unforeseen. In the car, they discuss plans. Well, no. This way, we won't be able to explore the ruins at all, and then things will definitely be bad. If we don't find anything this time either, I'll sell the gear and buy you nanomachines. They leave, continuing their mission. Yep, Sarah, Elena, let's just hope these rumors are true. Akira exclaims in surprise. More hunters? Why are there so many people here? Alpha rushes Shim. Akira would need to move on. They observe other people. Rumor has it that a certain slum boy is bringing expensive relics to sell, so they apparently decided to check it out. Akira is shocked at the realization. A certain slum boy, it's me. Alpha continues. Although these neighborhoods have been exhausted, many people have decided to check them out again just in case there are undiscovered places here that the little ones might be lured to. And those rumors are the reason they came here? The Alpha urges the action. It's time to go, Akira. Akira repeats in bewilderment. Again. Night descends on the ruined city and Alpha asks the question, Alpha, what now? They stop at the ruins and Alpha shares his thoughts. Eventually, the hunters will decide it's just a rumor and give up. But the situation remains tense as the two huntress girls are still in the neighborhood. But the Setwa girls are still here, Alpha states. Alpha cautions Akira. They are very experienced and are following you around. Well, I don't want to meet them yet. I've had enough battles with hunters. Akira asks with concern in her voice, but it won't be long before everything here is destroyed. What makes you think that? Alpha expresses her doubts. Honestly, I'm not sure. The colorless fog is getting thicker and thicker, and the other hunters are about to leave. Is it worth continuing the search? Akira reacts surprised at her words. Speaking of which, what's with the colorless mist? Alpha explains the current situation. Do you see the haze around you? This is the influence of colorless fog. The high concentration of this fog not only causes communication with radio waves, but it drowns out even sounds and is engulfing. She emphasizes the difficulties posed by the fog. In too dense fog, sometimes even the naked eye can see bullets flying by. In addition, the power of firearms is also downgraded, range of vision is reduced, and marksmanship drops. Akira realizes the seriousness of their situation. At worst, you, Akira, will spot the monster faster than me. If his search ability is reduced, Alpha makes a disturbing conclusion. And worst of all, my search ability is greatly reduced. Akira realizes that their chances of survival are getting worse. Then our chances of survival are slim to none. Alpha tries to instill confidence in Akira. Okay, but that's the order of the day here, remember. Suddenly there is a murmur. Alpha, what's going on in there? Akira sees a new threat. A huge monster has appeared. That's not good. Did the hunters piss him off? Alpha offers a plan of action. Let's leave right now. Looks like he's headed for those huntress girls. Amidst the destruction of tall buildings, where broken beams fell like huge arrows from the sky, there they stood, Aya and Sarah. The debris of the past around them was a reminder of the storms this world had experienced. Sarah, it's time to go back already, Aya said, looking at the girl with a warm gaze. Sarah nodded, but you could see the hesitation in her eyes. They both knew that safety was temporary. Sorry, the search area, we should have gotten here sooner. Saren's voice shook. Regret and pain from past mistakes reverberated in her words. Aya squeezed her hand in a show of support. It's okay, let's go back, just be careful. Aya tried to reassure her and they exchanged looks full of hope. There was everything in that look, a promise of loyalty and a willingness to protect each other to the very end. Suddenly, a deafening noise broke the silence. Buildings began to collapse even harder. Shots fired? Aya stared at Sarah in horror, looking for confirmation of his fears. Elena, do you understand anything? Sarah seemed oblivious to everything in the world except the danger of the devastation. Wait, there's 8 hunters and 1 monster. Her eyes widened with fear and she squeezed Aya's hand, preparing for the worst. And then, a picture of chaos opened before them. Hunters armed to the teeth were fighting a terrifying monster. They're heading this way. Explosions and gunshots filled the air, and a new chapter in their fight for survival began. Sarah grabbed Aya's shoulder, her voice filled with terror. Let's break in, man. What kind of maniac? They only make him angry. Aya looked at her, determination and fear struggling in his eyes. Sarah, are you normal? If that's the case, we'll have to intervene. Let's finish him off. Sarah gathered her wits. I'll solve everything with 1 shot. Her voice was full of despair, but also hope for a quick end to the conflict. Aya picked up his weapon. Move aside, he shouted, taking aim and preparing to fire. This moment will determine the outcome of the air bout. An explosion ripped the ground, and Aya's shout pierced the air. Bullseye! They were surrounded by smoke and dust, the echoes of the battle still lingering. Aya and Sarah, covering each other, rushed to the side, trying to find cover from the sudden explosion. Did something fall down? No, I don't see. Sarah peered through the dusty veil, her gaze focused and wary. And then out of the smoke, a grenade flew at them. A grenade? Shock froze in Aya's eyes. Time seemed to slow down. The fate of both of them hung in the balance. With his heart quickening, Aya lunged at Sarah, pushing her out of the path of the grenade. Helena! His scream merged with the sound of the explosion that shook the ground. They fell to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around them. Sarah lay unconscious, her face pale, the shadow of a smile frozen on her lips. She knew he had saved her. In the distance, the silhouettes of hunters loomed against the destruction like guards in this chaotic world. Aya, clutching the grenade in his hand, realized that his decision had changed the course of events. He has protected them both, but the war is not over. Sarah, Aya whispered softly, squeezing her hand as she fought for every breath. You came. His voice shook, seeing her struggle, knowing he'd done everything he could to protect her. They say the eastern districts can treat diseases by injecting nanomachines. Talk of new technology crept through the fog of pain. Looks like you're already feeling better thanks to Eastern technology. Sarah's voice was full of hope as she watched him recover. Looks like the doctors added something else. What kind of reinforcements are these? Surprise caught Ayu off guard as he began to realize the changes in his body. If you use external devices, you'll have to go through other body modifications. Aya looked at his hands where new implants gaped in them. Sarah touched his face, trying to comfort him. Go. This is where they put the nanomachines. Stop. His tone was soft, despite all the changes, remaining human at heart. And then, amidst the ruins, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Sarah turned around and saw the figures of the military. Her amazement reflected in the single sign as a new threat confronted them. Sarah? Aya suddenly realized that Sarah had disappeared from his sight, a collapsed wall separating them. Helena! Sarah! He shouted, trying to find her among the dust and debris, his heart frozen with fear. He saw her falling amidst the destruction, and in that moment his instincts compelled him to act. 2 pistols appeared in his hands, the epitome of new strength and determination. The willingness to protect loved ones was above anything else. Aya was firing with desperation in his eyes, trying to fight off his attackers, each shot a fight for life. He shrieked, feeling the storm of pain from the explosion of the hand grenade tearing through his body. Drop your weapons and come out, or else we'll shoot her. A gruff voice boomed out as the military took Sarah hostage. Sarah, forget about me, just aim them, don't give up. Aya shouted to her despite the pain and fear, urging her to fight to the end. Aya, clutching his gun in his hands, faced a choice. Come on out! The military's voices were full of menace, their weapons ready to fire. His mind was churning. If I really forget about Elena and suddenly fight, I can win, but they might actually kill her. The dilemma of risking everything or trying to save them both. Hey, are you two here too because of those rumors about the slum boy and relics? One of the soldiers was clearly interested not only in their fate, but in what they were looking for. If you want to stay alive, drop the gun and come out. We can't come back empty-handed, so I think your gear will suit us just fine. The ultimatum was clear, but for it wasn't just a choice between life and death, but between honor and betrayal. I have to save Elena, but how? Sarah was paralyzed with fear and uncertainty, her thoughts darting around looking for a way out. That's it, that's enough, I'll shoot her! The menacing voice of the soldier holding a gun to her head filled the air with tension. Wait! Shouted Aya, daring to make a bold move. He couldn't let Elena get hurt because of him. In a last desperate effort, he dropped his weapon and raised his hands in surrender, trying to buy time and find an opportunity for escape. With every step the enemies took, Aya knew, the less distance between us, the better my chances of defeating them even with my bare hands. Armor, stop, take off the armor too. The enemy commander seemed nervous, not expecting Aya to be dangerous without a weapon. In my opinion, these are the perfect clothes in which you can safely endure a grenade explosion and remain without a scratch. I don't want to be beaten to death with this armor, so take it off. Just slowly. The soldier was confident in his words, but not in the situation. Aya realized their delusion. He decided my hazmat suit was armor, okay. Realization flashed in his eyes and he began to forge a plan. Aya slowly removed the top of his suit, distracting his enemy's attention for a moment. If he doesn't realize it's not the clothes, it's the modified body. He was counting on the element of surprise. At this time, Sarah, still in the hands of her enemies, heard their rude taunts. And she looks like a guy, ha ha ha, where did you put your boobs? Sarah suddenly flared up in anger, unable to tolerate their insults. Hey you have no idea what she's been through. One of her captors ordered her to shut up, but you could see the unwavering determination in her eyes. And in that moment, Aya knew that it was that fire in her that could be their salvation. The enemy holding Sarah said confidently, well, come here. Aya cried out in despair as the feeling of the power of the nanomachines filled him. Energy was rolling through his body, preparing him for the fight. The soldiers were stunned by the sudden burst of power from Ai, their faces contorted with shock. "She's a nanomachine carrier," one of them said with a sneer, not realizing the situation was getting out of hand. "Even without clothes, she has the same physical abilities as a person in armor. If you don't want trouble from her, stay out of it." Aya knew that now that his opponents had realized that he and Sarah were far more dangerous than they first appeared, the moment of truth would come. Sarah, freeing herself, threw a punch full of determination and nanomachine-trained strength. Nanomachines focus on wound care. Her voice was weak, but her actions were swift and precise, reflecting her unwavering will. "I'm sorry, I promised." Aya, weakening, fell to his knees. His strength was waning, but he knew that Sarah would be able to keep fighting. Around them, the military men froze, puzzled by what was happening. "Colorless mist is already thickening," one of them warned as their time was running out and they must finish their business. A sudden explosion of power and determination descended upon the enemies as Sarah used her nanomachines to direct a strike against them. Sarah's power surprised her enemies, leaving them in a state of shock. "A gunshot?" One of the soldiers couldn't believe what had happened. Sarah and Aya stood together, ready for more fighting, their looks saying that they would not give up without a fight. Is there anyone else of yours here?" The enemy was clearly shaken and unsure of how to proceed, realizing that he was facing opponents far more dangerous than anticipated. In a momentary flash of movement and defiance, Sarah lunged at her enemy, her facial features full of determination. Her actions were precise, achieved through amplification by nanomachines. She was as fast as lightning amidst the chaos. Her sudden and explosive counterattack sent a wave of shock through the ranks of the enemies. "Fuck!" one of them shouted out, dumbfounded by the unexpected fury of her attack. With her comrade by her side, Sarah stood unwavering. "Who outshot them? What's going on?" She demanded answers, her voice cutting through the battle noise, ready to keep fighting. As she prepared for battle, she assumed a fighting stance, weapon in hand, embodying the indomitable will to survive and defend that had brought them this far. Her eyes, full of battle fire, remained fixed on the enemy, challenging them to advance. The enemies were assessing the situation, testing their remaining strength. "Alpha, how much more to go?" one of them asked, awaiting the report. 3 killed, 5 more men left," the other reported, keeping his weapon at the ready and keeping his guard up. "It's dead, 5 alive," came a distinct voice, indicating that the battle was far from over. "Continue firing on them when we're beyond the range of their detectors," was the order as they began to retreat, trying to get themselves out of direct hit. The battle tactics were simple but effective. "They'll have a hard time spotting you in this fog," the voice said, confident in the advantage the surroundings gave. "Vote of us, if you shoot from where I say, they sure won't be able to detect you," the strategist added, thinking over each step. "Shit! Where's that guy shooting from?" shouted the enemies, puzzled by the stealthy threat. They were losing their bearings, unable to determine the source of the unexpected attack. "So you can eliminate them while remaining undetected. Bye-bye." The last exclamation was an order to action, a call for a decisive and furtive retaliation. The screams of the enemies tore the air. "Yeah!" The unit was caught off guard, vulnerable and discouraged. A focused fighter, stealthy and vigilant, gave commands. "Keep following my instructions, and remember, if you're spotted, you are finished. I believe you can do it." Under the cover of gunfire, they moved with caution and determination, knowing that their every action could mean the difference between life and death. With a strained gaze full of determination, the fighter turned for confirmation. "Alpha, where do you want me to shoot next?" His willingness and ability to act decisively was clear. There's tension in the air. The boy's eyes, full of anxiety and determination, seemed to be searching for answers to unspoken questions. "Alpha, where do you want me to shoot next?" His thoughts are louder than his words. Standing nearby, Alpha, a creature with noble features and a look full of bewilderment, responds with a vague gesture. Their views are intertwined. A mutual misunderstanding reads in them. A boy whose kindness is as evident as his youth faces the question of his own courage. "Why are you looking like that? Are you mad that I helped those girls?" Alpha replies with a note of disappointment in his voice. "Helping others is a good thing, not really." The unspoken words between them create a bridge that only the heart can cross. "However, what?" Alpha's eyes reflect the excitement she tries to hide. The words hang in the air, ready to fall heavy on the boy's fragile shoulders. "It would be problematic if you died without fulfilling your part of the contract, but you're too weak." Alpha looks straight into his eyes, her words like an icy shower to his courage. "Didn't tell you, just what about it? It would be problematic if you died, did I?" Her words are cut short as she tries to maintain equanimity. "Ah!" The boy apparently realizes the gravity of the situation. His face reflects a mix of confusion and epiphany as he begins to realize the full weight of his actions. With his head down, the boy resigns himself to the inevitable. Alpha paid me in advance after all. His words are as heavy as the decision he's making. All right, let's get this over with before the fog clears. The Alpha's determination leaves no room for doubt. They must act while they have the chance. Uh-huh. Was that the last one? A boy with a rifle in his hands ready for the next step. Hizzy's no read not fear but concentration. I'm sorry you had to help me. Let's go home. The boy's words sound like a farewell to a battle he hasn't finished yet, but has already realized its true cost. Alpha, without losing his seriousness, is looking for answers. Just tell me, why do you suddenly want to help them so badly? What moved you? The boy shares his concerns with hurt in his eyes. Since these people, they might attack me one day, right? Then wouldn't it be better if they died? He continues, trying to reinforce his decision. Here I realized I'd restore it a little if I helped those girls. You said I was very lucky, right? Okay, let's get back already. Good, Alpha says, and there is a glimmer of understanding and agreement with the boy's choice in her eyes. Alpha reflects on the boy's past actions. However, he immediately changed his mind when I mentioned those people. Her words echoed in the void. They leave the last vestiges of the battle behind them. He didn't kill those people to save the girls. He saved the girls so he could kill them, she continues, and her eyes flicker with doubt and a realization of the complexity of human motives. I obviously shouldn't become his enemy in any way. What intense hatred. The boy realizes the depth of his feelings and the difficulty of choosing between life and death. The gunshots have subsided. Is it all over? The Alpha looks around at the destruction, and in her words you can hear the hope for an end to the conflict and a return to peaceful life. The Alpha, weakening, turns to the boy. Are you all right, Sarah? The nanomachines have healed my wounds, but I can't move yet. Her voice is weak and filled with worry. I'll be right back, he yells as he runs away. His steps are determined and quick, and his heart is full of anxiety for his companion. Suddenly, one of the girls the boy had saved runs toward them. The atmosphere is tense and unpredictable. Am I going to be able to outrun her? The boy thinks, and there is determination and fear in his eyes. He realizes that every action he takes can change the outcome of this story. Alpha points to the side, warning Sarah. She's on the other side of the wall, but she'll attack you anyway. Her voice is full of urgency. Don't go. The boy hesitates, but his resolve grows stronger. He knows he must act. You should work on your handwriting, he remarks jokingly, trying to ease the tension of the moment, trying to take his mind off the danger. Will it work, do you think? Sarah stares at the inscription, hoping that a simple word can stop the inevitable. Now aliens, read my not-so-big load. He's preparing for a new challenge. Alpha looks at the object in his hands with bewilderment. What's that? Her look of confusion. Seeing the inscription, she is even more surprised. Is that it? Her reaction leaves room for interpretation. Sarah seems to have a thought of something unusual. She looks around the place where the battle had just been fought. A bullet and a piece of paper, here to wait the writing or for a warning. Her thoughts weave in an attempt to understand the situation. You're the one who saved us, aren't you? Thank you. Her eyes suddenly filled with gratitude. And I'm sorry, but can't you help a little more? Her voice is shaky with weakness, but there is hope for help. Puzzled, Alpha holds up a small object. The cure. Does he want us to use him? She's trying to understand Sarah's intentions. The next moment, we see Sarah running through the ruined streets, rushing to help despite the danger around her. After returning, Alpha is relieved to notice. Glad the medicine worked. Thank you, Elena. I'm better now, Sarah replies, his condition noticeably improved. Who would even just give me something like that for nothing? It has proven to be very effective. Alpha reflects on the unexpected rescue and where the miracle cure came from. Alpha's silhouette is rendered against a backdrop of ruins. I don't know who you are, but the day will come and I'll be sure to thank you. She promises to honor the invisible savior. The city of Kugamama is slowly recovering from the devastation. Life flows, people return to routine, but traces of the past are still visible. This will be your 10th Ralk exchange here. A voice from the past reminds him of hard times, of struggles and what was lost. My name is Akira, right, Akira? There is a sense of confidence and readiness in his voice for new beginnings, for a new chapter in their lives after the storms. Here's the map and card, the man says, handing the important documents to Akira. His face is friendly and helpful. Oh, so the name on the hunter's card is wrong? Today, that's exactly what you can fix. He offers a solution to the paperwork problem that has arisen. You just need to register by simply handing this card to the local staff, he instructs Akira, explaining the next steps. Well, what else is there? And while you're still here, The man gazed thoughtfully at Akira, contemplating his next course of action. Well, just behave yourself, okay? He admonishes Akira, emphasizing his words with a benevolent gesture. Akira's eyes reflect gratitude and slight bewilderment at the unexpected help. A building looms before us, imposing and monolithic. If the map is to be believed, this is the right building, Akira thought as he gazed at its outline. This building, built into the protective wall, is a key economic link between the outer and inner walls. The information on the building spoke of its critical role to the city. This is the hunter's office. It's a different office, right? It's very different from the one I know. Akira is perplexed, comparing it to more familiar places. Inside the office is bustling, power suits and nanomachines that enhance their bodies. Local hunters are on a whole other level, Nenelon and Impalas. There's a lot of work going on around here, and the best of the best are here. They've mastered the most dangerous ruins and come back in one piece every time like nothing happened. That's how strong they are. The people around them discuss the skill and strength of the hunters who have gone through many trials. In a huge room replete with lights and technology stands Alpha. I was told to show you this. Her voice echoes in a space filled with anticipation. She turns to Akira with a question and a smile. Well, so you're Akira-san? Yeah, he replies, a little confused by the attention he's getting. I mean, no, my name is Akira. They made a mistake in my name when I registered. He quickly corrects the situation, admitting to a little confusion. To begin with, congratulations on obtaining the 10th rank of Hunter. Well, Akira-san, her words are full of magnanimity and approval as she hands him the recognition he deserves. Wait, wasn't I real? Akira puzzled, turning to Alpha. His question reflects a mixture of surprise and self-irony. Now you're a real hunter, not a self-proclaimed one. Unfortunately, yes, Alpha jokes, recognizing his accomplishments. And yet, what did I do that got me promoted? Akira's bewilderment grows, a look of genuine bewilderment in his eyes. These are all the relics you traded. High-rank hunters can buy gear that is not available to ranks below. You'll even be able to take assignments with a higher level of access. It has its perks, Alpha explains, demonstrating the importance of his new status. Before we correct your name, please state it again, she asks, confirming his identity with a smile. Akira. He says his name quietly but confidently as he stands before the Alpha, in the heart of this modern building filled with radiance and possibility. The changes will take effect temporarily until the primary registration date. This information will be added today as additional information, Alpha explains, clarifying the details of the procedure. Your registered name will be used as an identifier of your identity, she continues, emphasizing the importance of accuracy in documents. Also, your family, country, city, and class information will be tied to it. Given all that, Alpha pauses, waiting for Akira's confirmation. Do you really want to change your name to Akira? She asks the crucial question while Akira, with his back turned to her, ponders his answer. With the backdrop of streets filled with traces of past battles, Akira remembers his loneliness. I've always been lonely. I don't have a family or even memories of one. The only thing I have is my name, Akira, and no one even calls me him. He turns to Alpha, his eyes full of determination. My name is Akira. Register this name. That's the end of the registration. I will pray for your success, Akira-san. Alpha finishes the process, filling his words with confidence in Akira's future. So, how does it feel to be a rank 10 hunter, Akira? She addresses him with mild interest as they leave the building. So far, I feel like I'm too much. It only happened because of your support, Akira replies, recognizing that his success would not have been possible without her help. Alpha, with a light laugh, teases Akira by holding up his hunter card. That's right, only because of me. However, this hunter's card is a big step for me who had nothing until today. That's wonderful, Akira. She acknowledges his successes, while at the same time reminding him of his humble beginnings. Now that you bought a hunting terminal, you need to figure out how to use it, okay? Alpha reminds Akira of the next important step in his new life. Akira, with visible confusion, looks at the terminal. And why are you in the monitor? He's surprised at her sudden appearance in an unexpected place. This will probably calm things down, so get out of there, he says, barely hiding his excitement in the face of new technology and possibilities. Alpha explains to Akira the capabilities of his new device. Sometimes corporations or hunters will send their assignments to him that way. With it, a hunter can collect, change, share, and even buy information about ruins and monsters, she says, giving him a new perspective on the hunting world. You're probably wondering why hunters need this thing, Alpha continues, seeing his interested look. Wait, stop inundating me with information. You can even use it to download a map of the ruins from the internet, Akira exclaimed, overwhelmed by the information he had to digest. No, therefore tomorrow we go to the ruins. Plus I spent so much money to buy this terminal. Will everything be all right? He asks, concerned about his financial outlay. And since your shooting has improved, I'll be adding more training to your menu tomorrow. Alpha concludes, pushing Akira to take on new challenges and further improve himself. To become more accurate, you will learn to move without my support in detecting the enemy. Alpha sets a new goal for Akira, designed to increase his independence and skill. Akira, with amazement on his face, exclaims, "Just imagine I won't be around tomorrow." "It won't, that's why you need to practice." "Are you sure it's going to be all right?" Alpha convinces him to train on his own to become stronger. The scene takes us to the outskirts of the ruins of Kuzusuhara, where the anticipation of the next day and the trials ahead hangs in the air. Akira examines the ruins through binoculars. "Seems clear, no monsters. Check the situation with binoculars," he reminds himself to be vigilant. As he ponders his actions, his face reflects doubt. "By the way, I've been down this road so many times, haven't I? But I don't feel as confident without Alpha's help." Akira reflects on his new independence. He decides to take advantage of the technology at his fingertips. "Check the card at my terminal, and then choose the safest route," he plans, figuring out the best route. Akira is ready for action, his gaze focused and his posture ready to move quickly. He knows he has many challenges ahead of him, and he must rely on himself to overcome them. Akira feels the tension as he scans the wreckage of the destroyed buildings. "Damn, I've been stuck here for an hour and I've barely made any progress." His frustration is palpable in his intermittent thoughts. He checks every corner, knowing that danger could be waiting for him at every turn. "If suddenly someone brushes up against me in a place I haven't checked, my life will be immediately cut short." His voice filled with an awareness of the risks he carries as a hunter. Confirming his fears, he admits, "Yes, these ruins are very dangerous after all." His every move must be careful and deliberate. Back in Slam City, life goes on as usual, and a voice from the crowd reminds him, "You did well, Akira." These words of encouragement give him the strength to continue his journey in this dangerous but opportunity-filled world of hunters. In the ruins of an abandoned city, where the history of every stone is steeped in the secrets of the past, two adventurers take their next step. A young man, confusion and determination mixed in his eyes, tightly holds the amulet, the final key to their quest. An explorer doesn't get much easier with the right ammunition, he thinks, while his companion, who has a mystical charm, is already ready for new discoveries. He recalls every moment of their journey, how she, always unfazed, supported him when the difficulties seemed insurmountable. "She's really coolly supportive, but I can't always rely on just her," he admits to himself, trying to hide his vulnerability. His chaperone, meanwhile, shares her observations with him. As time goes on, we're going to find more and more of them. As they make their way through narrow streets filled with whispers of the past and echoes of future adventures, they realize that every action they take leads to the opening of new chapters of history. "You're not a diligent hunter." "I knew we'd find more of the usual," she says, emphasizing the usual as if it was something more significant to both of them. He smiles, realizing that every step they take brings them closer to something great. "Looks like it was worth it to achieve something rank after all," he thinks, feeling his heart fill with pride and anticipation. What secrets lie ahead? They are ready for new discoveries, new chapters in their never-ending story. The suddenness of the onset of danger made the young adventurer's heart beat faster. "Akira, we're surrounded," his companion whispers, not losing her composure even in the face of imminent threat. Her voice, cold and judicious, becomes an anchor for his agitated mind. This is the first time Akira truly feels the weight of responsibility for both of their lives. "We need to change position," he thinks determinedly, clutching the amulet in his hands. His decisions must now be quick and precise, like the movements of a chess master striving for checkmate. The screams of their opponents ripped the air like a thunderous roar as they inexorably shortened their circle. "Surround him! Don't let him get away!" The desperate and violent faces of their opponents only confirm the seriousness of their intentions. Akira and his companion found themselves in the heart of an enemy ambush. "Damn it, headed for the gang," Akira thought as he dodged punches and attacks. Judging by their numbers and determination, they are from the Slam City gang. "Just as I thought, I don't have any luck left at all after all, do I?" he admits bitterly, but there is a note of defiance in his voice as well as despair. The adventure promises to be even more dangerous, but at the same time even more exciting. A corner of the building becomes a temporary shelter for Akira while he tries to figure out what action to take next. I guess the rumor of a guy coming back from the ruins with booty got them interested, he says, figuring out how such rumors could have led to the current chase. His reputation seemed to have spread further than he had realized. He realizes that their attention is focused on the amulet he found, and that he must turn the situation in his favor as soon as possible. Then we need to get rid of that image as soon as possible, Akira decides, preparing for action. His companion, wasting no time, gives him some valuable advice. Start with the most seriously armed. Kill them one by one. Her words carry strategy, equanimity, and confidence in his abilities. Akira is about to trot off when she reassures him with her last words, "If things go bad, just follow my lead, okay? Good, I don't feel like dying myself." They are ready to fight, knowing that together they can face any challenge. "Am I going to make it?" he asks, and she answers, "Sure, as long as you have me." At the heart of the conflict, Akira finds a moment of reflection that illuminates his inner conflict. "It's kind of weird, even though I'm a hunter. I have to kill people," he says, facing a dilemma when his actions contradict his expectations of himself as a monster hunter. Akira feels that the line between the monsters he's been hunting and the people who seek to kill him is becoming increasingly blurred. Since they're trying to shoot you for no good reason, then they're not much better than monsters, I guess, he decides, trying to justify the necessity of his actions. His opponents don't give him time to think long. They continue to attack using superior numbers and street smarts. "He can see all our movements? What the hell is even going on?" exclaims one of the attackers, surprised by Akira's ability to anticipate their moves. In the midst of the fight, his companion enters the fray, protecting his back. "Stop bullying!" she shouts, applying her skills and intuition to ensure they both have a chance at survival. Their fight for justice in this dystopian world continues, each facing their own fears and doubts, but their determination remains unwavering. The fight escalates, and every shot, every scream reflects the tension in the air. Stop. The battle echoes through the ruined streets, where every second can be decisive. Akira, focused and silent, acts like a true warrior despite his inner doubts. His cold stare evades his precision, a view that can only be the result of multiple encounters with mortal danger. He knows that every round is a chance to turn the situation in his favor, but he also understands that guns don't solve all problems. "Leave her alone. You'll only waste ammo," he reasoned, choosing his targets with calculation. Akira and his companion continue to maneuver among the ruins, dodging attacks. "The next target is already here. Apparently reinforcements have arrived," she says as she rushes forward, ready for new challenges. Together they will overcome this obstacle, because their courage and mutual understanding make them invincible. A sudden explosion changes the course of events, and Akira's partner is trapped in a trap. Her shocked face speaks volumes, her eyes reflecting confusion and fear. "Help! No, oh! Her screams to invisible saviors, probably Akira. The picture of destruction tells its own story. Dust, debris, and the emotionless bodies of those who have already fallen in this merciless battle. "Thank you, help!" Perhaps it's the cries of other survivors, or the pleas for help echoing in the echo of the struggle. One of the antagonists, caught in the ruins, seems willing to do anything to keep himself alive. "If you let me go, I'll bring you to the boss." His promise could open up new opportunities for Akira and his companion. This twist could be a chance to change the game in their favor and unravel the mysteries they've been trying to solve for so long. The captured adversary tries to negotiate by playing on the instinct of self-preservation and fear of the unknown. "So let it go, okay?" His voice is assertive but desperate. He offers a deal, emphasizing the reality of a threat they've all begun to ignore. "The whole gang will be after you, you know? Otherwise..." The words sound both a warning and an invitation to talk. "You don't want any trouble, do you?" He tries to convince Akira that the choice between battle and diplomacy is not only a moral choice, but also a strategic one. Akira faces a difficult decision, realizing that every choice has a price. "Yeah, right. I somehow don't feel like dying." His response reflects a desire to live and at the same time a reluctance to become what he fears to be. Their next move could determine the outcome of their entire journey. Fear leads to betrayal. The captive enemy's face is contorted with horror as he realizes that no deal will be made. "Looks like the MU will have to die on you." Akira's cold verdict sounded like a sentence. Akira acts decisively, not letting his opponent's threats and promises get in the way of his choice. "Are you a blackmailer? Now is not the time to think about it. The hunter may well go after the others, you know?" he says, the determination in his voice leaving no room for doubt. The situation escalates, and now the surviving adversaries are faced with reality. Their leader has fallen, and their fate is now uncertain. What's going to happen to our faction now? Questions about the future hang in the air, filled with fear and uncertainty. One of the surviving gang members is looking for a way out, willing to do anything to survive. "Look, I have connections in another gang. Let's join them." He turns to his comrade, looking for a chance to start over. But can it be trusted, or is it just another hoax? The woman in the gang, desperately realizing her helpless situation, turns to Akira and his companion. "Wait, take me with you too." She is looking for protection and a way out of the cycle of violence in which she has become entangled. However, her gangmate, intoxicated by fear and possible betrayal, lashes out at her with accusations. "Are you stupid or something? You're getting your own. Taking you is tantamount to suicide." Emotions are running high, and he sees no other option but to hurt her. The situation culminates and she, stunned, falls to the ground. "Just die somewhere already," he shouts, leaving her no hope of rescue or mercy from her own. In the eyes of the woman hidden in the shadows, you can read despair and understanding of the bitter truth. Why did everything turn out this way? Because I was in a gang of my own. No one wants to deal with me. Her loneliness and exile become her new reality, a reflection of the cruel nature of the world she is forced to survive in. In the eyes of the woman lurking in the shadows, one reads acceptance of fate and insight. "It seems I have no choice. Now that it's come out like this, it's my only chance." She realizes that a turning point in her life has come, and it's time for a change. Akira and his companion continue on their way, pondering their next steps. "Good. Well, we'll practice on a pack of gun dogs," he says, boosting his morale for new challenges. He reflects on his abilities and what lessons have been learned from past battles. "I wonder if the bulk of hunters can handle monsters of this level. I feel like I've really gotten stronger after all this training. Except I think I'm still too weak to fight these dogs." Akira's companion, upon hearing his words, does not hide her surprise and admiration. "By the way, those hunters you saved could take down a whole pack of gun dogs. Are they really that strong?" Perhaps she's beginning to realize that there are forces in the world beyond her wildest imaginings. Akira and his companion continue to discuss their plans. "Good. Anyway, let's focus on practicing," she says, confident that with enough resources they can improve their skills. Suddenly she turns her attention to something important. "By the way, Akira," her tone makes Akira wary. "Again?" His question is filled with a premonition of more trouble to come. "We're being tailed," her words confirm his fears. It seems that their journey will not go as smoothly as they had hoped. She peers into the corner where the quiet voice comes from. "Don't worry, it doesn't look like she's going to attack. Apparently she wants to talk but is hesitant." They realize that there may be a new meeting coming up that could change their course of events. The girl's face, reflecting fear and confusion, looks at Akira. He, surprised and wary, asks, "What do you want from me?" Her intentions are not yet clear to him. She hesitates, her voice trembling. "Talk." Akira, with mixed feelings of puzzlement and curiosity, continues, "Talk? About what?" His companion reminds him of the recent past. She was among the attackers back then during the shootout, remember? A picture of that situation begins to form in Akira's mind. Akira looks at her shrilly. "You're one of the ones who attacked me, aren't you? So what do you want now?" Now that he's recognized her, there's tension in the air, and there's a conversation to be had that could change everything. The girl is stunned by Akira's sudden proximity. Her eyes are full of tears and she seems agitated, as if she's on the verge of an important revelation or request. Akira, confused by her reaction, asks warily, "Leave the barrels. Is it because of me?" He can't understand why she's reacting this way, or what could have caused such an emotional storm. She pleads with him, "You didn't mean to attack me either, did you? So let's calm down and talk, all right? That's what you came for, isn't it?" Her words reflect a desire to resolve conflict and find common ground. Akira seemed to find himself in an awkward situation when his companion notices, "From the outside, it looks like you made a little girl cry." It's up to him to find a way to pacify the situation and find out what this mysterious girl really wants. Akira, frowning, asks a question reflecting his bewilderment. "What's in it for me, huh?" You can hear the irritation in his voice, caused by the surprises that won't stop. The situation escalates, and suddenly Akira, his companion, and the girl who had previously been standing on the sidelines leave the scene of the conflict in a hurry. "Let's go," Akira urges, and they all run together to escape the new unknown threat. After running away from danger, they find a place to take a breather. What was that all about anyway? Akira tries to understand what just happened while his companion tries to calm him down. The girl, who only a short while ago had been asking to talk, now looked lost and puzzled. All eyes out. Her thoughts that an inexcusable process on her part could jeopardize the negotiations speak to her internal conflict and fear of the consequences of her actions. The girl seems to realize that Akira isn't a threat to her. At the very least, he won't kill me. But through it all, he loosened his focus. I hope it's not a lie. Her words hint at some calculation and the possibility of manipulating the situation. Nevertheless, there is hope in her eyes. And yet, he brought me here for a reason, and it was with this, right? She realizes that Akira could have just left her to her fate, but he didn't, and now she's searching for the deeper meaning behind it. It would be great if I could get him to honor my request. Yes, I'll do my best to do it. Her resolve seems firm, but at the same time she realizes her limitations. I'll do my best. In her words, you can hear both the intent to get her way and the recognition that her options are not limitless. The girl's face reflected sincere gratitude. Thank you for... She begins, but the words are lost in her emotions as she tries to express her feelings. Akira and his companion watch her carefully while the girl makes an unexpected gesture. She holds out a tray of food to them, trying to thank them in some way. Tears of emotion and gratitude can be seen from her eyes as she says, I'm sorry to bother you. Thank you for the food and thistle. This moment closes a chain of events that began with tension and suspicion and ends with peaceful understanding and gratitude. Akira, with a note of irony in his voice, offers, Call me Chief Mr. Akira. He establishes some distance, trying to bring some lightness to the tense atmosphere. However, his mood quickly changes when he says, Let's cut the crap. His gesture and facial expression indicate that he is ready for a serious conversation. With a strained look, he asks, So what did you want to talk about? He makes it clear that he's willing to listen to her and find out exactly what she had to say. The girl seems ready for a revelation. Okay, I'll get right to the point. Her determination to break the silence may reveal new facets of the story that until now have remained behind the scenes. The girl, with hope in her voice and some anxiety in her eyes, makes an unexpected suggestion. Akira, please become our boss. Akira, with displeasure reflected on his face, dismisses the idea. Nope, I'm not interested. His response is clear and decisive. He doesn't want to get into additional commitments. She insists, trying to convince him, You're not risking anything? Even on the contrary, being a hunter, you'll be able to capitalize. And anyway, hunters have plenty of reasons to join a gang. Her arguments show that she sees more in Akira than he thinks of himself. However, Akira remains adamant. I won't change my mind, look for someone else. His last words, oh wait a minute, indicate his annoyance at the girl's intrusiveness and that he is not ready to accept her offer. The girl looks agonizingly indecisive, as if she senses that her last attempt may be futile. Persuasion will only make him angry. There's no choice. Her words carry desperation and an acknowledgement that the proposal could be perceived negatively. She makes one last argument, promising Akira complete freedom of action. If you become head of the gang, you can do whatever you want to me. This proposal seems bold and desperate at the same time. Perhaps it's about something more than leadership. Akira, on the other hand, seems completely unfazed by this turn of events. His facial expression and body suggests that he's not ready to take on that kind of responsibility and everything that comes with it. He looks determined and detached, emphasizing his desire to stay out of the whole situation. Akira rejects the girl's offer with understanding but also firmness, expressing doubts about her ability to be useful in a decoy role. His words are not without sympathy, but they are firm and realistic, emphasizing that she may bring more trouble than good. The girl's reaction is tinged with surprise and some despair as she realizes that her attempt to influence Akira has failed. Her look and gestures express concern and frustration. Meanwhile, another girl who observes the situation makes the assumption that the sentence had a hidden meaning, perhaps related to gender roles in their group. This assumption may indicate that there is a certain balance or expectation in the group that the girl is trying to upset with her proposal. In response, Akira continues to dismiss the idea with a slight smile and a joking tone, insinuating that a girl can't replace his beauty and attractiveness. This may be his way of softening the rejection while keeping the atmosphere light and non-serious. Staring at each other, the young man and the girl exchange remarks full of recriminations and promises. I say as I certainly won't be, he declares, as if defying his own fate, while she, with a slight chuckle, reminds him, You don't have to say the same thing 3 times. The atmosphere of tension grows when the girl, like a demon leading the temptation, notices, "If you mean girls who just throw themselves at you at the first opportunity, I've had enough of those." She emphasizes that she values authenticity over superficial attention. Besides, I don't like people who accomplish their goals in this manner, relying only on other people's weaknesses, she continues, expressing her disdain for manipulation and hypocrisy, while looking confidently into the boy's eyes, as if seeking an ally rather than an adversary. The situation changes when a new character appears, a naive girl in a school uniform who asks the question, "Pre-mangaka," or a consumable, causing others to be thoughtful. Hidden in her words is the question of self-identity. Who are they in this story? Creators of their own path or expendable in someone else's hands? The girl with demonic features speaks of the series of trials the young man went through. First you were attacked in the ruins, then in the city, and now this. Her words are saturated with sympathy and hidden anxiety. Her gaze reads the history of their shared calamities. The young man seems dazed and depressed, his reaction reflecting deep disappointment. In other words, it looks like your luck has turned away from you. Fate seems to have placed him in front of an insurmountable wall, with the burden of failure resting on his young shoulders. The third scene presents a possible turn of events, where the girl offers an alternative by asking, "I mean, it's a good opportunity, right?" It raises the subject of moral choices, offering a chance for correction and perhaps redemption. The boy holds his ear tightly as if trying to hide his confusion or pain by confessing, "Even so, taking care of her is too troublesome." These words may speak of a heavy burden of responsibility that he no longer wishes to carry. A girl with demonic features and a mysterious confidence makes a suggestion, and all you have to do is reach out. She hints at a simple action that might make his journey easier. "You don't have to take care of her for the rest of your life at all," she adds, offering a temporary solution that doesn't require a lifetime commitment from him. The boy seems pensive as he listens to her words. "This will bring back your luck. Nothing more will be required." She offers him something that could be the key to regaining his favorable fortune, hinting at the possibility of regaining his lost luck. The scene in the reception room. A girl in a school uniform looks at the boy and briefly commands, "Cheryl, have a seat." There is a sense of tolerance in her voice, but also an insistence that emphasizes her role as the more responsible person in this interaction. In the last moment of their interaction, the boy seemingly makes a decision. He looks down, pensively considering the girl's words and weighing the actions to come, while she stares out the window in anticipation, perhaps thinking of the future they can build together. A young man with indecision in his eyes faces a choice as if facing a coin toss. Heads or tails? This decision, it seems, will determine much in their fates, and he hesitates before its weightiness. The girl with the demon ears answers simply and plainly, "Tails." Her eyes are full of anticipation, and she keeps her gaze on the boy, as if conveying to him her confidence that the choice is the right one. The suddenness of the choice makes the boy wince. "Tails? Or an eagle? What is it?" His doubts intensify, and he realizes that despite the seemingly random choice, the consequences will be far from random. He stands up, full of determination, and declares, "Like I said before, I have no intention of becoming your head." His words carry echoes of past promises and choices he has already made, perhaps seeking independence or avoiding unwanted commitments. The girl listens to the explanation with bewilderment and anxiety in her eyes, but "I will help you, of course, on some conditions. First of all, you're going to be the boss." She encounters an unexpected twist that turns her understanding of their relationship upside down. The young man answers her, emphasizing his decision. "I'll only help you, you know. Gang issues don't bother me." He faces a difficult choice, but his decision defies the pressures of circumstance. The situation escalates when he contemplates a radical step. "Stop. If I bring in an acrylic that helps me, that kills the force and practically wipes out the gang, then..." His words transport them to a world where the struggle for power and survival goes hand in hand with danger and sacrifice. She comes to terms with the reality of her situation. "I have no choice. There won't be another chance." Her words express despair and a recognition that the path they have chosen leaves no room for hesitation or doubt. There's tension in the air. "Thank you so much," whispered the boy, his voice full of gratitude, but something heavy lay on his heart. He felt guilty but couldn't admit it. The girl looked up at him, her eyes full of confusion. "But what was on my mark?" she asked, the innocence of her gaze hiding the storm of emotions inside. She searched for answers that could explain her anxiety. The guy answers, his gaze serious and piercing. I had nothing against you asking questions, but if I suddenly don't answer, don't ever ask me that again. His words carried an adamant decision. And there they stand, face to face on the stairs. Well, happily ever after, Vasi, he says, trying to hide his anxiety under a mask of indifference. Her response, expresses so much, fear, misunderstanding, perhaps the beginning of a goodbye. The story goes on. What fell out there? The girl asks with concern in her voice, holding a coin in her hand. A dime? She answers uncertainly, trying to hide her confusion. It was hard for her to focus when so much was at stake. He turned away, his shoulders tense. I won't tell. Briefly he threw, trying to remove himself from the situation. There was a note of determination in his voice. He didn't want to divulge a secret that could change everything. There is doubt in his eyes, tension in the air. Did I win? What's the toll of her bid? He thinks, looking at the girl who carries the answers. Or did you lose? The question hangs in the air, unnamed but tangible. They stand against a backdrop of desolation, the past popping up in front of their eyes. But after his death, they became different. All these places used to belong to a power gang. The girl looks at the dilapidated buildings, and her words carry a sadness for the past that has gone, leaving behind only shadows. In a city torn by conflict, a young warrior and an innocent maiden discuss the brutality of war. Can friendship change the course of a battle? The girl pondered, her eyes full of hope. Meanwhile, a mischievous friend watching them jokes, they look like they're getting ready for a wedding. The tension of the moment is dissipated by her laughter. The guy resented the assumption. This isn't a wedding, this is serious, he objects, trying to emphasize the seriousness of their discussion, while the girl continues to tease him. Suddenly, he changes the subject. While we're here, let's get something to cheer us up, he offers, trying to hide the embarrassment and channel their energy into something more positive. Why is he looking at me like that? The girl worried, feeling the young man's gaze. Her heart beats faster. His friend slyly notices his confusion. It's good that you're so obedient. Her words suddenly add to his confusion. What will you show me if I start asking? He thinks, anticipating stories of the past. They're going after the market. A gift, then. The young man ponders as he picks out a souvenir. A crate of weapons is opened in front of the young man, and the merchant proudly presents his merchandise. Guns! His voice full of anticipation. But the hero hesitates, his gaze full of doubt, though it doesn't seem to be quite the same. He is looking for a gift that is more meaningful. A witty friend reminds us of the importance of choice. You decide for yourself. Besides, if your enemy picks one thing and makes you feel bad about it, it will teach you a lesson. The only thing left is to ask the girl who accompanies him for advice. Fine, I'll ask her, he decides, dismissing the thought of buying a gun. Turning to the girl, the young man asks, is there anything in here you'd like to get? His question is full of genuine concern. You want proof of our relationship? He says thoughtfully, realizing that the gift could be a symbol of their friendship. The girl closes her eyes, folding her hands as if in prayer. Then let me leave it to you. I hope it's for the best. He's alarmed. Okay, but don't complain later, he warns, giving her one last chance to pick out a gift on her own. Lively discussing possible gift options, the young man suggests, how about a piece of jewelry? I think it's the most suitable option. His eyes genuinely sparkle at the thought that this could be the perfect gift that she would appreciate and be reminded of today. In his mind, he dismisses the previous choice. Just as I thought, the weapon didn't fit, huh? This thought amuses him, but at the same time, the character realizes that the gift needs to be more personal and meaningful to reflect their relationship. The girl is in awe of his endeavors. Akira, thank you so much for today. Take care of me now. Her words and facial expression reflect deep gratitude and recognition of his care. The young man answers her seriously, but with a note of tenderness. Okay, be careful on the way back. He feels responsible for her well-being and is ready to protect her in any situation, emphasizing their closeness and trust in each other. The girl looks at the pendant, Akira's gift, in confusion. How unexpected. I never realized he was so caring. Her thoughts are full of surprise and warmth at her friend's unexpectedly sensitive gesture. Her gaze is thoughtful and full of tenderness. Akira, he's so mysterious. She catches herself thinking that she still doesn't know much about him, and it worries her. She ponders his behavior, and yet I wonder why he turned around so often. It was like there was someone else around. Her intuition tells her that there is something more lurking in their adventure. Well, I bet I wouldn't have gotten an answer even if I'd asked that. She is confident in his mystery, sensing that Akira is keeping secrets. The girl turns to Akira, seeing him armed. "Akira, aren't you going back?" Her voice is full of worry and bewilderment, her eyes reflecting the sudden realization that their peaceful search for gifts may have been just the calm before the storm. Akira looks around, his face serious. "Me? I was thinking that since it's outside anyway, there's something I could do." There is a sense of the weight of unresolved issues and the need for action in his words. Her gaze is full of confusion. She doesn't understand his intentions. Just to be on the safe side, since it's a survivor's day. Her reaction expresses a mix of feelings, both fear and hope for clarification. Shows a building labeled Power Base, which is where Akira seems to be headed. It is now clear that behind its quiet facade lurked a deeper mission. The girl stands in front of the closed doors, discouraged. Just as I suspected, they've got it all brewing. Her voice reflects frustration and helplessness in the face of an unexpected obstacle. Inside the building, she stops, looking at the massive metal structures. "Throne of power," she whispers, feeling the weight of everything this place symbolizes. A figure on a throne appears before her, armed and powerful. Her gaze fixed on him, her heart sinking at the inner tension and danger this man posed. He collapsed in it, blustering about being a gang leader. "But now it will be taken over by me." Her words are full of determination and courage. She is ready to accept the challenge and take on the burden of leadership. Hiding in the shadows, the girl tensely reasoned, "If the remaining gang members see me with Akira, they'll definitely come to make sure." Her concern is growing by the second. She knows that every move she makes could have dangerous consequences. That was the objective of the half-day killed on the walk with Akira. The idea that all these events could have been part of a larger plan makes her doubt her companion's true intentions. From her height, she notices suspicious movements below. "They're here!" You can hear the anxiety in the girl's voice and the readiness for action. She realizes that there is little time left for reflection. If my adventure with Akira was the first betrayal, her thoughts become intertwined with her emotions when she realizes she may be part of a game she herself doesn't want to be a part of. Determination flickers in her gaze, and even though the outcome of the first game is rather doubtful, this is the second. She is ready for the new chapter, the new challenges that lie ahead. "As long as I live, I'm winning. There's no other way for me to do it but this." You can hear the determination in her words, but also the desperation. She sees another way, but no fight. Calmly and confidently, she takes her seat on the throne. "Welcome into my gang." She is now the one who determines the rules of the game. Stunned gang members stand in front of her. "Your gang? What are you even talking about?" They can't believe their new leader is standing in front of them, ready to lead them forward. With confidence and pride in her voice, she announces, "The only reason Akira and I ended up together was because I came to share the path with him, and from this day forward, I'm the head of the gang." Her interlocutor looks puzzled. "Yes, it's a wonderful name, isn't it? So he's Nami Sakura." Tension builds as he angrily asks, "And yet, why did you come here, Primus forcing Therist off the stuff?" She explains his decision. Except he's quite often human, a hunter after all. So Akira told me to keep an eye on the gang. It reveals the motivations of Akira, who seems to be faced with having to make a decision that affects all of their future actions. She calmly asserts her position. Since I am actually the only one giving orders here, it confirms my status as the boss. Is that clear to you?" Her interlocutor replies angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. None of this would have happened if the damn co-ed hadn't killed Silsho." With confidence, she continues, "Or come to think of it, the system created a puppet of humans that summoned an ordinary boy." He is indignant, not believing her words. "Squint, speak, but don't talk. No matter how strong that brat is, he's not here now." She looks at them, full of determination and equanimity. "Are you serious? Do you really think I won't tell him anything about you?" With menace in his voice, he replies, "Believe me, we knew perfectly well you were coming here." She doesn't hesitate. "You get caught, they'll let you get away with killing me?" Her gaze ferment and wavering, and he draws his weapon, grinning. "And this rubbish! A boy wouldn't go that far for you alone." His confidence in his control over the situation is palpable. With a slight smile, she touches the gift from Akira. "Look here, Akira gave me this." She touches a pendant filled with significance. Her eyes brighten at the memory. "I'm his favorite." The words speak to the deep connection between the two. With a sense of power, she once again turns to those around her. "If you don't have some important things to do here, the way out is over there." Hurton points to the door. Ant Authority. New faces appear before her, full of hope. "You know what we're doing here. Accept us into the gang." They are looking for acceptance and a place in her new reality. She asks the question, looking at the gang members with slight irony. "Oh, so you recognize me as the boss?" They answer her with submission, recognizing her new authority. "Yes, be our boss." With obvious pleasure, she is willing to accept their offer. In that case, you're welcome. And wrapping up the meeting, she commands, I'm very busy right now. Now come home. She sends them away, showing that she is now in control of the situation. She meets their gazes and instructs, I'll expect you tomorrow. She sets new roles and expectations for her Karjas. But in the next moment, her confidence is replaced by anxiety. There was dangerous. It's too dangerous. She recognizes the risks they've all endured. A glimmer of fear appears in her eyes. I need a place where it will be safe even without him. She is looking for a refuge, a place where she can feel safe. Sitting down on the floor, she admits her vulnerability. Even though I have Akira's support, I don't think he'll be with me 24/7. She realizes that she can always rally on others. And in conclusion, she's willing to go all out. My first step in this game is to create a safe haven for me. At least I'll take advantage of whatever I can. She's determined to protect herself and her position in this new and dangerous world. A look of reminiscence read in her gaze. Yes, it was horrible, but still not like when Akira found me. She reflects on the past. Because of that, I've been able to live in relative safety up until now. With slight regret, she admits, even in the power gang, I worked hard to strengthen my position. Everything changed with the arrival of Akira. Everything changed with the arrival of Akira, and the story picks up as a group of armed men appear on the scene, ready for action. That infinite game, and for him it sounded fun, but first he had to adjust the difficulty, and thought that for him the minimum difficulty would be too hellish a mode. And as soon as the game started, the monitor began to glow, bright color, and that day when Manon Earthbeck aimless. And it had been exactly 5 years since his rebirth in this world, and the old world was just a subheading of time, and no, he couldn't believe he was a child. And the fact that he was born into a bankrupt family and that he would never get another job and never leave the village, everyone told him so. But they didn't like that aura at all. So his mom asked her if she needed help, but she just said she could handle it and Heko Ulgo play. And then telling Issen, whose name was Alan, or Hiro realized that he was forced into the child's body. And that he couldn't tell anyone about his rebirth because he didn't want to worry his family, but suddenly he found his spell book. And after reading the content, she realized that his book is a summoner book. And with the Cancreate, insect is a class that allows you to use magic to create arts with summoned monsters. But still he felt that they still couldn't fight the monsters off this world, and only when did to become strong enough to fight the Mandala could. It was a blessing from the summoned creatures. And only has 20 cards outside of spells, their blessing increases his stats, which makes its strength comparable to that of an adult human being. And the fact that they can erase his stats on that means she can control the command even though he believed it himself, but they couldn't swing it properly yet. But that's when Catherine came running in and started waving at him saying she wanted to play nights with him. But she accidentally stepped on the beetle her brother had summoned. And as soon as she came close to her hero, said they loto Catherine. And they without any though immediately went to play but or hero reali said that his hysterish sparring partner, and she also wants to hunt monsters. Raising her wooden sword, she began to shoot. Her name was Catherine, and she was shalin and ging her opponent to a fight but her opponent was her hero. Jose enemy was Salin and shouted back that they accept at her challenge. But in fact, our hero realized that for him it is a huge shame, because he is actually now 35 years old, but this is not just a game, and it cannot relax because his hystera to full speed is already rushing to him to streak the first blow. But he realized that Sharon up to him too quick, and with many blows, her hero with great difficulty began to parry all the lunges. Continuing to parry her attacks, he realized that, after the strength and speed had increased, his body wasn't too to this yet, and strike a few more times. His sister broke his wooden sword and was full of frustration because it was the 10th marvel she had broken. But her sister kept smiling as she realized that hat fighting with her comrade was much more fun than fighting with her father. And as soon as the battle was over, her started telling her to tell Uncle Jeld about it, but his sister didn't understand why she had to do that, and Alan reminded her that he's been training for 5 years, but compared to her he's still nothing. But suddenly, their father intervened in the conversation and began to tell Alan not to be so discouraged because Haishisonan, she's after all a sword master, and that their destiny is to serve the nobility. But Alan thought for a long time how strange it is and realized when this 5-year-old girl passed the evaluation ceremony. But Catherine also couldn't understand that she's a regular swordsman, and what a swordsman is, it's just an ordinary talent. And with a wave of her hand she began to say that there was something written in Alan's Stallins to end it was something special. Their mother, who was also standing nearby, started asking her husband if it was true, but they said it was, but none of them could read, and the priest said Alan didn't have any talents. But still her hero realized that it doesn't matter if someone can read or not, because he's got some kind of abracadabra instalence. And the god of this world must have pressed the wrong keys, and because of that he wanted to be able to reveal to anyone that the isthmus tarot summoning for a long time to come. But his family realized that even if he had no talent, they was still there, and they were Perudo Manda shouldn't worry, because he would grow up strong and smart. Alan realized that, although this family is support that they didn't even have a bathtub. Still, He's glad he was reborn with them and wants thief a seat that they were both his parents, and although younger than him, he's still very lucky. And once at their uncle came to visit, he said the knights were coming today to ask as Catherine's abilities. And going inside the village, she and her father passed near the church, and people who paid attention to them could not understand what her this girl is a sword master and is not the daughter of a laborer. Because between the laborers and their stuff, the villagers lined up all thought they are all simple people. But suddenly some guy showed up and started elling Guerrero that they didn't take come just to watch. As soon as Alan saw him, he realized it was the freckle-faced boy from the ceremony, who's pointing his index finger at him right Noah and saying that there's no room for those without talent. And Catherine ran up to them and stood in front of Fallon saying he was very strong. But the freckle-faced guy kept saying he wasn't. He's a farmhand and his kids will be farmhands. And just when Catherine wanted to kick his ass, her uncle ran up and started restraining her. And their father took the hero aside and asked if it was okay. Alan replied that of course it's okay because he's not offended by the child's swords, and at that moment, the village chief appeared and began to say how the knights are ready here and everyone should disperse. And as soon as the main gate of the village opened inside, knights on horseback began to come in. Catherine and all the other kids looked at them with excitement. They were every cool in the world be the commander himself. And as soon as she approached Catherine, he asked if she was the sword master, and she said she was. At the main commander of the knights, suddenly I began to say that lying from Thetalentus, a crime and punishable by death in Totes, now will be held duel. But their uncle could not understand why he say SSO, because they have already checked it. But the commander-in-chief continued to say that if she refuses, he and her daughter will be executed. Butor Arrow with his father hearing this could not understand what this says, because I'm crazy. And while her father was angry, Catherine took the sword and started telling her father it's okay, she'll do it. And raised at his word, she began to say that her name was Catherine and she was ready to fight with honor. Her opponent, whose name was Knight Trefrant, replied that he was ready to fight. And while the other knights kept their father under close watch, Catherine snapped out of her seat and began to attack her opponent, and continued to strike many blows. Other people looked at this child with amazement, because she was able to swing such a huge sword with great ease. Honor Hero realized that she had been training for this since she was 3 years old, and he would never be able to do this even if he didn't choose Hell mode. But at that moment, the commander-in-chief of the knights kicked Catherine with all his might, causing her to fly off into the nearest wall. And crashing into it, she made a huge dent in it with her body, and seeing this, Ariro and Catherine's father began to worry about their health. And as soon as they wanted to run up to her to hail for the knights while were standing near them, began to roll them to the ground. Alan, lying on the ground, realized the Theko Alden handled the soldiers, but they didn't know what to do now that Catherine's family might be killed. He looked up and saw that Catherine was starting to get back on her feet. Both Aurora had changed. And that she simply activated her Marioska land. Her opponent noticed that this is your spatial skill, and no sooner had erased his we upon Thanos saw that the girl jumped into the air and began to flee at full speed straight at him. With a swing of her sword, she made a very strong attack that made her opponent Barella stand on his feet. But realizing that this is note, Nufshabeg Anto continued to attack. The commander-in-chief with all her might, her father, and Thek Ites were in great shock because they had not seen that she could fight like this before. And swung his sword a few more times. Another knight began to shout that the battle was over, but Catherine couldn't understand why it was over, since she had just begun. After that smile, she started to thank her up one and grandfather because she realized that they was very strong. And as soon as the commander-in-chief decided to get to his feet, he failed and fell back to the ground saying, I wasn't a grandfather at all. After all, he's only 24 years old. But everyone who watched the battle couldn't believe that she defeated the knight and the Atchirili as a master swordsman, and their village finally had a master swordsman. As soon as her father was released, Hiranupto Hiran started examining Hirendo Hiro. I was looking at her, realized that she didn't even get a scratch, and that she was so strong, and no wonder every time they trained, she left them with bruises. The other fry lifting the sword the girl saw it, Hatha's word was completely bent ended as he did that. Without any doubt the password would be happy to know about it. But as soon as Catherine ran up to Himshastar to asking if she was a knight now. But them and said she had to wait until she was 12 before she could join the Academy for Gifted Geniuses. But after hearing this, Alan was convinced that there was an academy in this world. But at that moment, another freckled boy came up and asked if he could show himself to because he was an axe maker. But the man told him that they didn't mind and would send an instructor for the entrance exam so they should practice hard. Well, our hero, how was watching from the side saw at the freckle-faced guy is a 1-star axe maker. The commander-in-chief is a 2-star spear carrier, and Catherine is a 3-star swordsman. The captain has fewer stars than she does, and Catherine is the strongest there, and the number of stars in a straight line affects the characteristics. And he's probably the only one in the world who has a level of difficulty here in all his efforts are increased ease by 100 times compared to normal mode, and even though there's no 0 within the increased 0 is still 0. If the 3-star shaved that kind of power, how far off the markish, and when he started open his status is all that he was still at level on after 5 years. But this did not touch him at all because he realized that his life was just beginning and he would be able to get his 8 Summoner stars. And after the triumphant performance of the Swordmaster, their village became known, Aske Atherine's village, and as soon as the fall came in a war era was. Already 6 years old, but was still on the first level. And with 2,000 repetitions, started when he was 3 years old, he had developed his throwing skill to the 3rd level, but a hell mode would require at least 5 more years, and deciding that, for today, he was done with training. He's back at this house and sitting by the fire. His mother is late at night and it's kinda weird. After all, in winter and fall, his father becomes the chief in the hunting party off the butler, has to earn by any means possible. But coming out of the house, our hero saw a lot of people carrying his father on a stretcher, and as soon as they approached him, they saw that he was badly wounded, but the brother began to tell her to calm down, because he was wounded too early. But she began to weep loudly because she didn't understand where she could find money for medicine, and her brother replied that they were lucky to find a Miraz flower in the forest and the knights gave her the money for it. But Alan began to think that this father could have defeated a huge boar over 3 meters tall, and every year he fought dozens of them, but still couldn't understand how he got such a severe injury, and started to ask his uncle what had happened there. His uncle, however, replied that by decree of the elder, this year the freeholders were able to take a part in the hunt, and they found it a nearly task of the most important point was panicking his father was protecting them. And as she continued, to Soberero's mother suddenly began to nod at the other whose band was beginning to come into his senses, and once he was completely gonna finally rejoiced. When Alan saw this, he realized that it was the oldest, but he had this strange feeling that there was an invisible wall separating his family. Geld started to tell him to get some respect, he'll take care of everything and isn't born she led to. But Alan started to tell his uncle that it's okay because he'll take care of things. After all, he's decided that noon the rest of her this family and it's time for him to stop acting like a child. The next day, our hero started doing important things, and as soon as she sunk noticed that he was carrying water, he realized that last night they wasn't kidding. Ash continued to work. Our hero realized that the sharecroppers gave 60% of the landowner's harvest, and in order for the family to survive the winter, he had to harvest as much as possible. And 2 days later, he still had a lot of crops, and realizing that I just had to have enough, he decided that things I think to do was to get meat. But before that, he went out into the field, and as soon as she had mowed a lot of wheat and finished with it, he finally has enough experience for the new skill card enhancement, and the fact that these improving creatures. And he even got a few new creatures and rejoiced that it was a really good day, because he was able to much moo pay for his collection. But at that moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face as Shiloh Oked in the book, and saw the call of a Bientand. It was a rank 6 amphibian. If it can use the skill with his provocation, everything will Gosmo Othli and he can catch up to 50 birds, and that should be enough for the winter. And honestly, he started using the amphibian sit Tinjin ambush. He couldn't understand why no birds were flying, and cool, they know they're everywhere. But at that moment, a huge bird appeared, and looking at it, our hero could not believe his Sony's. Where did it go, me from a huge bird? But still it was familiar to him because it was San Albahathionum I which his father gave him, and soaring like a bird in Theskyend. It was because of Albaheron that it appeared. And as soon as she grabbed the amphibian, Alan realized that it is Huguenotless than 2M in height, and such certainly. He did not count on such a course, but such a chance falls not often after a litigious for hunt for a demodenic beast. And throwing a rock straight at him, he managed to hit the mint he had, and realizing that it's great, because he has a cool skill at throwing objects. But not thinking long after that, he drew his word and started attacking the bird. But after a few strikes, she realized that it was still not strong enough to kill it with one blow, but they had a backup plan. And taking out his book, he began to summon his warhounds. And ordering them to attack the bird and start to destroying it, they briefly thought about 10 and started pouncing on the huge bird and bit Ingot from all sides. But seeing that these dogs are still so lucky, and he realized that the bird is not so simply and not for nothing shy still, D-rank and realizes the fact that is still weak. A little hesitation, he wanted to strike him Lief with a sword, but the bird was faster, and with the help of its Shugapaws, it pinned our hero to the ground because of what he realized that because of such injury Shekinandi. And I understand the fact that they can fold it in anymore, but it didn't take him long to realize there's still a way out. After all, Hestel had blood-sucking insects in reserve, and all of them with great speed started moving towards the huge bird, and as soon as they go T-close at him started attacking his neck, and as soon as the huge bird loosened its grip, our hero realized that this was his chance, and just as she thought the bloodsucker was the ebest in the situation, and the fact that that used 10 hours, and 3 boost sand bonus stats went down, but important thing is that he worried out and got a chance to win. And as soon as she got the chance, he jumped up and delivered a critical blow to the bird. Because of which I finally saw that they got 100 experience points, and jumping for joy with his draft dog, she started shouting that the finale succeeded and he went and killed a huge monster with his hands. And now he's feeling even better than he thought they would be. A little later, Catherine and her hero's mother and father were in great shock at what they had just seen. That their hero began to tip a huge bird that they had killed with his own hands, and as soon as the uncle approached him, he began to say that they had passed his words to the admin, and that if it keeps destroying the Albacar Owens, he'll get the stuff besides wings and bow to purify the magic stones. But a little earlier, he began to realize that if the provocation works on demonic beasts as well, then he can kill Albacarons every 3 days. If they're out with them, then he will definitely die. But what was even more amazing was that the not ice that his experience point should reached 1,000 and that it was finally able to raise his level to second, and that his touch had not gone up very much after this battle. Raising his marvelous book, he couldn't to be happy. That he had finally leveled the pandit that taken him 6 whole years to do attendeth had been a long time, but they understood what else Seto XBE to from the hellish regime. And that the stats for strength and magic had increased a lot, compared to the first level, and had knew they would increase, but not that much, and it had been a month since his father had recovered, and realized it was time. When he got home, he started to go inside and tell his father that there was something he wanted to discuss with him. And after making the whole point that they came up with, his parents still agreed with his decision. After all, he hid from them for a long time, but when he was 1 year old, Alan said that he will be given a lot of difficulties that will not be overcome by hundreds of people, so he knows a lot, but still, I thought that if he said, what a plan to say, will their parents not fall into panic? But his parents couldn't believe what he was saying because it can, bet that Alan is the Lord of the world. But as soon as his father stroked his head, he started saying that from birth, he was different from them, not only by the color of his hair, and that he was an amazing child, and he didn't believe in the result of the ceremony, and he trusts him completely. But Alan went in to say that they didn't want to hide it, but suddenly father said that this first trial was over and our hero couldn't understand how he knew. His father went in to say that he has a lot of challenges to overcome, and no matter Owarditis, he must remember that he has a family to support him. But his father also decided to ask if Geld knew about it, but Alan couldn't understand why he was asking, and his father went to say that he was always bragging about with his daughter and that he could finally get even. And as soon as December came, your hero together with Gel set out on the road. After all, they went to get supplies for the winter. Our hero realized that they could not hunt Albacherons and that they should exchange meat for firewood and salt, and after a long time our hero decided to ask his uncle, only he must not tell his parents about it. How a sharecropper can become a free commoner, but his uncle said he had to pay 10 coins, and then the feudal lord would sign the freehold. At least that's what he was told. And after hearing the hero think that if I account a child and his family of 5 people, you need 50 coins. And before he left the village, he decided that they would make money and buy his family out. And after a little time in Thessaly, our hero realized that soon his adventures would suddenly begin. And after a few days at the market, he found out that he had to kill 500 Aljuahers for 10 coins, and that it would take him a few years, and he wanted to Boyanaron Barwipon that would be enough to kill 2 Alchirons. But they still had to save money for food and other things. But while our hero was looking at the weapon here, was a guy with freckles asking what a forgotten front of his father Estor, but Alan could not understand if the leader of the Brats, and that means that he's after all the son of a gunsmith. And getting closer to her hero, the guy starts asking why he's looking at him like that. Does she want to run away? But if he survives a couple of blows, maybe he'll let him go. Alan still didn't understand why that jerk was a teed again, because he'd always shaded pointless battle singamest a didn't to give experience. And drawing his sword, turned around and started telling that boy to stop talking because he would deal with anyone who got in his way. And as soon as she started attacking her hero with parried several attacks, realized that he's not even close to Catherine and her 3 stars. But once I had him on the ground and had left his word in him, the hero asked if he still wanted to goon. But the guy laying on the ground, all he couldn't swear was that they'd finish him off next time. 9 months later, Catherine was picking up the baby and saying she was cute and had a baby sister too. But in the meantime, our hero kept fighting that freckle face guy, but Catherine started telling her little sister if she wanted to play knights. But near the battle continued, and Alan Bega and Totel Drogo to pull himself together. Becca used his movements were too easy to read. But they kept replying that they knew, but there was nothing he could do about it. But suddenly, when he heard a sound, he turned around and saw Catherine training with his sister, and lately he realized that he had been training Drago for a very long time, and during this time his little sister had been training herself for 3 years, and he couldn't wait to check on her after 2 years. And as soon as midnight came, our hero's father entered the house along with his uncle Geldoy. His father started to say that they were called Edby the headman, and they had increased their duty from 10 o'clock to 15 boars, and now they would have to kill 5 more of them. And also this year there will be more wolfmen involved in the hunt like last time, and what he wanted to object to, but it's the Lord's sorters, and they can say anything to him no. And the worst part was that next year it could goop to 20. There's no way town white. After hearing this, Alan thought about the fact that he doesn't know the details, but it seems that the Lord wants to destroy more monsters, and this problem is because they can't obey him. And turning around, he began to tell his parents and uncle that the lady had shared her no ledge with him, and they should rely on him because he would figure something out. And as soon as October came, your hero together with his father and Uncle Kamato Themangat where other hunters were waiting for them. And once they got together, our hero realized they were happy with their leader, and his father was fully recovered. But at that moment, his father turned around and started telling Gimnato Geru close it during the battle and Dewasonly going with them to watch it. But there was another guy who started to tell our hero's father that if it gets into trouble, he doesn't need to risk his life toss of his life. But the same guy put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to think about it and just focus on the battle. As soon as the preparations were finished, Thiel began to move out, but our hero realized the fact that now the duty has increased, which means more men are needed. And as for the newcomers, he'll be personally supervising them, in the family of a sharecropper for 7 years, and never been so far away from the village before. For as soon as the gates opened, he saw the vast glade, and that it was not the first time the Knight had walked this path. His father said it's all right, but they have to go the other way now. A little while later, they reached a place where there were a lot of monsters. It was every hunting ground soft the big boars, and while everyone else gathered together, our hero watched the trees and realized that the boars leave their places in the fall, and that from then on it is clear that on the top lives a white dragon, and on day he will be his prey. And suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a scream that someone was coming, and as soon as he turned around, he saw a huge fucking boar. And that it was very huge, but the hunters were prepared for this turn. And as soon as they were able to surround him, they started using their weapons to do a lot of damage to him. Alan watched the situation and saw that the eye were able to stop it. And the fact that they first lure him and then immobilize him and then they have to hit him in the weak points. And this tactic was created in years of Middle East for more than 10 years even without talent. And as soon as all the moment began to say in points that no, it's their turn, because last year, by order of old age ordinary free just people began to party Chapati in the hunt, but they have an experience in strength and it attracted to a bunch of problems, and as a result his father was badly wounded. And that it was a mistake to send them to the front lines again, they'd better hide and wait for the right moment. And once they had completely surrounded the boar, our hero called his insect Denk and ordered him to act. And as soon as his insects flew and hit neck cough, the boar fell to the ground, and our hero began to show to his father that it was simply unbelievable. The young hunters who stood behind began to look at their hands and wondered if it was they were strength increasing, for this was a test of the gods and they were every grateful to him for it. Our hero realized that everything happened as she thought they got a lot of experience, and if they continue in the same spirit, they will soon be able to stand in the vanguard D. And now that they've participated in a real battle, they must quickly deal with 15 boars, but looking at their experience, our hero is surprised. After all, he also gained 400 experience points for killing the boar, and his experience points reached 2,000. He was able to rise to level 3. And from now on until he collects the 50th moment, he needs to hunt boars. And Hugbert's aura, as the level his life will change a lot of Hegachai. And after 5 months, our hero began a nautic at that everything was going very well. Hirak had his 4th level and he pumped magic every day, and after a year and 9 months, was finally able to reach what the aimed off. And after checking his status window, he saw it had no access to ranky animals, but they couldn't quite figure out how to properly use his inventory. After all, today he has increased his level in. There are good changes, and the inventory can store an unlimited number of items that will fit in an area of 30 square meters. Is the skill inventory, and to strengthen the animals, Ranky needs magic stones that are contained in the bodies of monsters, and to create an insect ranky he needs more magic stones. Theonesh Samus Baranki and thought they are small, useless, and of Fla rank on se hunted them, but they didn't understand where are the stones. After all, rank E stones are almost worthless, and in the forest you can't collect a bunch of the man collecting stones is such a hassle. Thank God he has inventory. And 3 months later, he could now summon creatures of Frank E, and having sorted out the stats, he realized that this is what the system is like, how summoning should work, and no Akanu Selthed Vanentag is, and such a clever system invented by the creator of the game, and now is the essence of his class. And the fact that insects poison animals damage birds get information, and scouting pool and shield rocks protect an Ek is a role in the battle, and that is the power of the one we'll calls upon. And that Narero's size flashed the future. A whole army of creatures capable of crushing any stronghold, and it will be commanded by him, but still he did not understand if Thisish's future. For in the fall begins in this year, the Lord gave orders to catch 20 boars, and somehow, in a disgruntled voice, had older Hera not to throw anything away this time. After all, this is there the Lord will visit their Valega for the first time, and that he's suddenly here to see the boar hunters, but he's got a lot of night sandmen with him. But as soon as Shikamatul dagged the village, it began to thank him for the meeting, to which the Edmund replied, something they should be grateful for his visit, but the Lord began to apologize, because hi sorry that they quote so high, because it is the king's order, and therefore he cannot refuse. But the village chief couldn't believe his ears that this was an order from the king himself. Theodore hero standing behind couldn't understand, because more and more amazing things were happening in this place. And as soon as the Lord noticed, our hero he began to ask the old men if Thisish's shield the old man replied that this is the son of the hunter Roden, and he will accompany them on the hunt. But the Lord's daughter suddenly said that the was the shield of a laborer, and these words did not please the low RD, for he began to say that they were still his be opla, and that they should not hear such things again. Bowing, his daughter began to say that it was Ori, but as soon as she turned her head at her hero, she realized that such a stare does not bode well. Our hero, to show them the way and his words will help fulfill King Alan's decree, immediately became clear to him, and he began to explain that the quote of 20 boars, their residents of the village, could fulfill if they worked together, as his father had said. But the Lord was surprised at these words especially, because Roden had said so, but sudden lithe doors in the village began to and say that the hunters had returned. And when he looked at it, the Lord was very surprised because they'd killed 3 boars in unhunt, and the fact that they were armored. But Alan began to explain that the armor was made from boar hides issued by the Lord last year, and on top of that they trained over 20 hunters in a year. Had thought it was a good start on another man. How was standing north of town said that it was all fine, and that he were able to kill 3 boars in Unday and that there were only 17 left. But our hero interrupted him and said that there were only 10 boars left. Hearing this, the Lord was puzzled because they had at least arted half a month ago, but Alan began to say that they had enough mean to kill more boars in each hunt, and that this year they will do the duty themselves. And after giving it some thought, Lord replied that he had no reason to worry. And our hero was puzzled whether he should say it, but gathering his thoughts, he called the Lord and lowered his head and began to ask if they could keep the boarskins for the next hunts, for that was his father's request. After a short thought, he replied that of course they could. But the Lord's subordinate suddenly intervened in the conversation and started asking the Lord if I could trust the child, and if they should check them out. But the Lord replied that there was no need for our mess child and no reason to take it. Alan was pleased that the Lord understood. And the next day in the house of the village, he had men gathered 3 men, Alan his father and his uncle Lord. Hoa stacking them to Hisha, ear began to say that the land reclamation decree had been dragging on for 15 years, and some villages had failed but not Kirina. And turning to the hunter Roden and Gelt, the Lord began to speak. That they had hunted for over 10 years and worked for the good of the village, and therefore he was going toward them. And from no one, they and their families become free commoners, and they must continue to fulfill their duties. They couldn't even imagine such news. And as soon as they looked at each other, they immediately began to lower their heads in gratitude to the Lord. But our hero was so happy that they couldn't even hide his action because he had been thinking of such a reward ever since he learned that the Boarhun was conducted by order of the Lord. He earned only 5 gold pieces and was desperate to succeed, but no wise free and can leave the village and dunt wherever he likes. And the first one he will hunt is Thedrigan. But the lords suddenly went in to say that their est of the laborers, who have worked for more than 10 years, will also be rewarded and pay taxes. Ask commoners or main serfs, let them choose this morning why did they start the monster hunt with Rango. Ask at him because he can tway to learn about it. Well, our hero didn't know it himself because his father never told him, but suddenly his uncle raised his hand and began to tell him that 13 years ago they began to develop this land, but in the fall they were attacked by a multitude of boars because they had destroyed their food supply. And then Roden exclaimed that they would kill if they yati on a boar. And once they started hunting, they were happy to kill everyone, but they lost many too. And he always told him not to blame himself, for returned after hearing that story and that it was such a story and that he believed their words. And that is Lord of these lands, highs obligate done these citizens, and in the past he has been very no we must ask for anything. While pondering, there were not thinking long your father found a hero began to say that if they'll listen work in their house and like him he's very smart, and high sure that they will boys full to them. But these words did not please our hero as much as the Lord our hero could not fully understand these words. And Alan started telling. His father not a scoff for it, but his father still insisted that they could do him a son Iran boy. And without thinking long the Lord looked at his subordinates, none of whom replied that he didn't mind, for there was no doubt that he was clever. But Hero could not understand how to refuse it because his dream of leaving on Monster Sissel ipping away if it will work in the house of the Lord, then everything will only become more complicated and no one must think how to get out of such a situation. But the Lord suddenly said that they did not think that they would be an Iran boy. And being Roden's child makes him an official servant of the H.O.C. of Granville. Well, for some reason, Alan's father was even more shocked than Alan himself, but our hero didn't understand. And what's the difference between an Iran boy and a servant? Because it's not what a think citizen who needs a reason to refuse and who needs to think fast before it gets worse. But when he looked at his father, he saw that he had begun to weep. And as soon as she realized the whole point, he began to lower his head and say, because it's impossible for him no one to can't refuse. And so leave the village within a few days, and when her sister heard about it, she began to weep loudly. But this companion Kath Aaron, with sadness on her face, asked, is Sharia lie leaving? To which he replied that she should take care of herself, but lastly he wants stopley nights again. And the whole family was no watching their battly and just saying that they didn't to get dirty and even throw it as a farewell game. Who's to say it'll be good for them? And as soon as they heard their words, Catherine began to say that she was ready for battle, to which her hero replied that he was a servant of the Baron of Granville, also ready for battle. But as soon as Catherine moved from her seat all and began to move faster, and used his speed to a rasher movement and attacks. After all, he decided that today he will definitely win because with his skill, soft speed, and intelligence he will be able to feather. And swinging his sword for the last time, he put to the box in their battle, for she had lost but no Talifos thought, so the hero said it was new nays. and holding out this hand said they weren't to done it and they could fight again, and Catherine shook his hand and said that next times he would win for sure. But still her noticed that she moved differently. Then in the battle with the deputy commander of these knights, and that she will soon go to the academy, and then serve in the royal family. And there is little chance to meet her, and although he spent almost all his magics once for this fight, but they is very happy to see her smile at the end of it. Finally, his mother began to hew him, but they realized that they should not cry because the older brother cannot do that in front of the younger brother, and turned around and began to tell his younger brother that they should become stronger and protect the trees. On leaving the village, he met this old comrade who gave him his hand and gave him a knife from his family store. After saying goodbye to everyone, our hero began to leave, although his father took on a last look at this son and said that he was a good boy. And before he started to get into the carriage, he asked his father if his life would change when he got into the carriage, but his father leaned over and said lastly that his future would attend as a servant and he should seize the opportunity. And as soon as she got into the carriage, they started to leave. And lastly, he decided to look at this village and promised himself that they were old and do his best, although he didn't realize until then what this new life will be. So he left the village and started a new life in Baron Granville's house. Every next day, the Baron's daughter sat on Alan's shoulders and shouted to them that she couldn't reach in him a straighten up for Heisher servant you must obey. But he held her feet and thought they might accidentally drove her, for he had left the village and come to Thebar on shouts to be the servant of some petty girl. But as soon as she tasted the fruit, she got she didn't like it because it was too sour. And then she started giving orders for Alan to run to the market and find her a papaya so she'd forget the taste, and day after day, he fulfilled the whims of an 8-year-old girl that it probably wouldn't get a chance to hunt after all. Suddenly, the hero looked up and saw that an Irish ship was flying over his head and that it looked like a whole city. But the Count's daughter started to tell him that it was stupid because it was a magical transport and he was seeing it for the first time. And the other brother's coming back from the academy in the fall, but no, he has to get up. They're going to the market. But as soon as the day was over, he turned Tot headed off the mansion. He lived in and then next morning he started using his skill Tasmel. Some flower store plenishisman, reserves for 5-6 hours. And a little later with his amplification of synthesizing and creating, he realized that this room wasn't an internet cafe, but since Nunils lived here, but he could swing the skills as much as she liked. And having taken his breakfast, he started to approach the table where another guy was at ting, and as soon as she called him, her hero started to sit down at his table anthem and started to ask him if he was satisfied with his service and Lady Cecil. But Alan realized that in the house he was a little servant, not counting the numerous servants, and those who work here recently, are not considered servants. And a little later, he began to enter Lady Cecil's room for a hastwood duties to take his care of the Count's daughter. And service theatable. And the meal of service is simplified as bread, vegetables, and soup to the Baron's new family. It is these and thaw they treat to appear. Modest Lady Granville, welcome into the room, began, "Oh, say that Ellen seems to visit to the work already." To which he replied that he had a lot of felt because you can't even say he was a laborer, said the lady, but the Count, while was sitting next to him, told his wife that they had not a lent. But our hero couldn't understand how he knew. But he's not surprised because it's the feudal lord's duty to know everything. But suddenly his daughter paid attention to it and started smiling strangely after she found out that they had not a lent. And jumping up from her seat, she began to say that she was a sorceress and their older brother Michael. The swordsman hearing this, Alan was surprised because the sorceress hast Worcesters but sudden lied. The Count began to shoot at this daughter not to reveal the secrets so carelessly. And a little angry, the Count started to get up from Theatable and tell Thomas what about him. But Thomas is with tears and he says that he's sorry he has not a lent, but he wants to go to the academy like his brought her sister. But after hearing all this, Alan realized that talent was more common among low-ranking commoners and serfs, and that would of 3 children with talent twere reigned the nobility and had concerns I didn't know he had. His mother started saying he had nothing to apologize for and his father backed him up. But the ill be admitted to the House of Lords and heck knows that swear he meets wonderful, people with nodal and tan that swear he and his father met at the ball. But as soon as the kids heard the word that the was a scorous older daughter, immediately shouted that she wanted to go to the prom too. But their older brother replied that she would be in academia and no score for her. That's when Alan realized that when she's 12, she'll beat the academy with Catherine and Drago and they're not going to get along. A little later in his free time, our hero gathered information in Thessaly because there were no restrictions for servants, and he only had a doctor return before the next morning, and that he market is located in the area off the north of Reincarnation, about 2 hours on foot from the central square, or 4 hours if I go from the southern gate. And that their village is no match for this place, because there's 7 adventurers skilled here. And in this world, such places are called adventurers skilled, Sir Rascal said. Adventurers kill monsters for a living, and if that's the case, he can do it too and get experience for money. Well, as soon as she got to the front desk, the girl started saying that he's only 8 years old and you can only be adventurous after 12 o'clock, and she is sorry but this should come when he grows up. But he's forgotten that he's still young and that he wants to do some more hearing work at his father's request, but they can't stop hunting. And walking over to the bulletin board, he saw a lot of different monster book has started to turn on the autoplay and even thought there was no information about the monster locations. But at that moment, some adventurer stood behind our hero and began to ask what the child forgot there. Because this is not a sandbox, but Alan was not confused and began to ask if he did not know where to find these monsters. But adventurer, this made him even more angry and he started to answer why he asked him that, and then hearing get the answer, that if he answered, the boy would go away. And not with much kindness, Theman began to swear that usually their habitat is shard to get tit to they done tripe by the closer. He got to the whiter dragon mountain, the stronger the monster. After thinking about it, Alan realized that White Dragon Mountain is where the Great Boars live, but a man went in to say that they'd never been there. But he dared that it'd take us 7 days to get there and it's not very close. And after hearing him out, Alan decided to ask him if he knew what roads led there. But the manga even angrier and said, "Is she really mocking him?" And looking again at the bulletin board, the arrow saw some strange monster for which they gave 200 gold coins and that they wrote where it can be found. And remembering all this, she realized hath his father named Masha after him and that for adventurers like him it is too much and he should leave it to the knights. But Uhura still insisted on his own and continued to ask what about the white dragon. The men replied that the hope the knights we ought to kill him because Nunanoshi's exact location, so it is impossible to go to the mountain. And that even to strike 1,000 coin will not buy the danger and an Aemon will not want to fight a white dragon even for such a reward. And at that moment, 2 girls appeared and started shouting to them and standing near Shirohada is doing there. After all, they were just about to celebrate and Wyash is standing near a child with very sparse black hair. But when he heard Demon's name, our hero thanked him and turned around and started to leave because he had learned everything he wanted and no one knew what it could do. As soon as it was November on the 11th, all ran down the road and realized that this year sun would be cold, and likely toast now soon and Rentall the North Gate guard began to ask if they had a pass, but they showed the crest of the Lord. And seeing it the night began, to ask if it was from the house of his grace, but our hero looked at the crest, and realized that it was much more useful than expected and that they had long since prepared for it. And on outside the gate he rejoiced that it was finally free. And that's what my father saw when he left and came back to the village. He's got a whole day to hunt and know he's going to have a blast. And as soon as Sharon out, the knight who stood in Earth the Gate began to shout, "Do you really need no guards? And where are you going alone?" Butu Rero did not even want to listen to him not to lose at the fight for a while. And the fact that the Wilbun pleasant to me thigh-ranked monsters, because now the goal for him is D monsters, and if they are equal to Albaheron, he will not lose, and the fact that the Hasalria Dairun 10 kilometers, which means it's a good time to see your summoned animal hawk. And it called him to him and started to give he orders to walk in a circle, and as soon as she fulfilled the Mestarita to praise him because he became smarter after the improvement, and now understands he commands. And now he's going to release them all to the skill and define the monsters. After all, they are now very far from Thesty, but somehow was strange because the monster he did not meet in the boat nor waiting for the appearance of Falbatcher well, perhaps the chance to meet a monsterismal. But still he had to prepare for battle and had begun to take out the blade that Drago had given him from his inventory, and it was just in time for his summoned eagle had returned. And it started to show where the monster was went, though he didn't know his rank, so he decided to be careful about outshining the light exactly where it was, but he needed to find out where it was, but still he couldn't understand why he couldn't offend anyone. And as soon as she stepped out from behind, the Bushisha saw a huge horde of goblins. And there were about enough of them, and the fact that they were about 1.5 meters tall. As soon as 5 of them noticed it, or hero they began to run at them, but Alan began to call his Tiger Satonse, and he summoned as many of them as there were goblins. But as soon as the goblins saw who they should fight with, suddenly hesitated, because it seems that they're definitely afraid of his summoned tigers, but it was too late and her hero began to give you orders to those to destroy the goblins. And what was most beautiful was that her hero within a radius of up to 50 meters could summon monsters and know we would simply block their escape routes. And as soon as Thadiger surrounded, the goblins and heroes first fighting, this new place began. Goblins standing still suddenly moved and began to run towards her hero, but Alan did not hesitate and began to give you orders for Thadiger to act. And in the midst of the battle, Alan's, that this notification window appeared that he had defeated one of the goblins and received his 200 experience points. And then he cheered because he realized that he could defeat them with the help of his summoned tigers. But suddenly one of the goblins simply unable or destroyed the digger, and opening his book, Tihira decided that it will not be given Soju Stwin he needs to quickly finish with them. And summoning her insect butterfly Shestar Tedo fly up and distract only of the goblins. As soon as she sprayed her pollen to put Stano in them, which put them to sleep, Alan took advantage of the moment to pull out his stone cannon and throw it at the sleeping goblin. But after the blow, he realized he couldn't kill him like Albecker, even though he's the same rank, he can still order Histiger to finish him off while he's unconscious. And after a few minutes, he still destroyed their Stoth E-Goblins and got this 200 experience, and it's only been 2 hours, and he's already gained 1.000 experience. Goblins Sunthi Hunt U priority Zealways at time efficiency, and suffer goblins Sarathi, most valuable. In terms of experience E, And as she approached one of the goblins, he realized he had the body of a human. He took out this blade and began to take out Christ all seven, though it was disgusting on themag jigstone saritha basis for the summoning and then was collect them and that the goblins are aegis for this purpose, and at this moment, the hawk reported that there are 5 more goblins in a radius of 3 kilometers. And the fact that he has already killed almost 80 goblins and 5 horned rabbits, and got the 16.050 experience 2 levels at a time. And for him it turns out to be a very productive weekend. And now we know show the skill of a summoned butterfly works, because there is a chance to put the enemy to sleep not 180% in each summoned butterfly, can set in multiple targets, and to make theditive worko and higher ranked monster needs to multiple summoned creatures. And that they should collect rank stones to summon butterflies, and noticing that it would soon be night and the fats began ordering his shock to look for other targets. But they still stayed in the some place, and our hero couldn't understand what was wrong and why they were standing in decent place, because he himself was awake and full, but then he realized that they all couldn't see in the dark anymore. And the fact that the summoned monster has shaken blindness, and that he doesn't know which way the city. So no, he has to cut this weekend short. A month later, our hero in every 6 days, that is 4 times already went hunting, and was able to raise his level to 12th and when used to want to hunt more often, but the still has not bought weapons, and are more and want to earn money and buy and improve equipment. And you are so simple. But the only problem was that as a high servant, the only gets 50 coins once a month. And so word started telling Alan that he was doing a good job, and that he was getting reports from this butler, and they were extremely flattering. And today he again treed to leave the mansion before sunrise, and he's now wondering what he does on weekends during the last month, but our hero realized that it's expected he's a suspicion and that is better for him to totally know, because it will only be worse, and not thinking long he answered the Lord that there wasn't ing monsters. But Lord couldn't understand why in monsters and or heroines were that the season of a hunter-killer of boars in her life, shunting like his father. Everything sounded natural, and Aurora realized that they should not suspect anything, but the hero wondered whether his rebirth next to his father was accidental or not, but Lord replied that he understands that he is the son of the hero after all. A butler friend intervened in the conversation and started asking what it was doing with the horned rabbits, but Alan realized that they thought they was killing monsters. The butler went in to say that if he was selling you the meat, he'd better stop or there would be bad remorse, and instead the Lord's family would buy them back for honest silverco in a piece. He thanked them for their generosity because they'd helped him with money and time, and now he wouldn't have to go to the butcher, and that now the meat that was garbage could be converted into money. 6 days later, and on his day off, hero was seedy Engie devil fruit and sitting near a tree, he realized that first he had to kill 100 goblins and 5 rabbits would be enough. But that's when his hawk flew in with a report that he'd found the goblins. But no, the hawk was behaving strangely and asked her very strongly to hurry up, because Zebwa did not understand why so fast, because he gave him the command to hunt only within a radius of 3 kilometers. Continuing to run through the forest, he started to hear someone screaming, and on he way he saw a dead goblin, and realized that there was a battle. He saw 2 girls, one fighting goblins and the other looking after a wounded comrade, and that they were now trapped in a trap. Ash looked closer. He realized they were adventurers she'd met in the guild. Without thinking, he began summoning the other 3 custom-made orbs from the gun store. Taking out the first ball, he started throwing it with all his might towards Goblin. The Girl who was standing near him was surprised to see that Goblin simply flew aside. And as soon as her hero jumped out from behind the bushes, he started telling the girl that he would help give in turn. Could not understand where he came from here. And with his turn ball, he began to throw Thema to the goblins, who could not defend themselves against such power. And as soon as Theron balls, Renoth realized that they didn't even kill Thema with the steel balls. But no, he didn't want to use the prizes. In front of the other Guisan decided that he could handle his own strength. And Night Run Tune of the Goblin, she started telling the girl to fight with the handless shell to kick her off the Otherone. Well, as soon as Veroy ran up to the Goblin, he realized that before, he had avoided personal combat with them, but now things are different, and Hai is finally stronger and will be able to defeat them. After a few minutes, the girl drove up to her comrade who was bleeding, and began to tell him that you were saved, but still how was breathing. Very ardent, she realized that she had not passed head of stuff the Lord, and now they need to hurry you, pan heal him with the healings. Skilbathio Thair girl replied that she had no mana left. And with Thiersnerius, the girl continued to shoot the did naughty, but at this time behind her back already Appy a Raider hero, who began to slowly walk towards them. And as the girls got closer, they noticed him and started asking if he was the one who killed all the goblins. But the hero looked at them and realized that he has a terrible wound, and he will definitely not react thesity, and that he has medicinal herbs, and he will now try to heal him, but the girls were shocked by such an offer and were willing to pay him as much as she would save him. And taking the herb of life from his inventor, why? Heck knew from the name that it was medicinal, but they didn't know how it worked, and no, we decided to check Kid out. And as soon as she applied the healing properties off the herb, the guy started to slowly come to his senses, and literally in a moment, his early healing was over in a moment. And as soon as Shirocephaly began to his companions did they cure him, but replied that he was a boy, and Turner Hero replied that he was glad had the herb shad worked. And it touched the girl. He said he was gonna touch her hand, but as soon as Stephen went away, the girl started asking what it was. The hero replied that it was a maraza flower. He had 2 of them, and he remembered his father, who had been cured by these injuries and quick cly. The maraza flower is a plant that restores the maximum from the physical state, and the herb of life is a plant that heals them, but at that moment the man rosefully, and as soon as she looked at her, he realized that he was that child from Thegu Ilden asked what talent they had, because he was very strong. But the heroes replied that they had not talent. The girl could not believe these words, because he had saved them, and no, we should let them thank him, but it weighs enough for him that they would not Elignone, and he wants to continue hunting. He-Man replied that they did not worry about it, WL, maybe they can help him at least something. And after thinking about it, Hero replied that they collects magic stone ascent, that about all the goblin magic stones and 100 E-rank stones. And as soon as they paid him for his help, they started to goon their way, but the heroes asked if the 3 of them could get Othesity to Ichthaman, replied that he had already met an armored, and so from the goblin certainly will Lainati. And as soon as they left, her hero started pulling out his magic book and checking before he started hunting. And calling his bird, he began to skim why he had ignored him, seeing he had told him not to go near people. Did he really want to help them, or did he feel sorry for them and maybe heal Sano's feeling and compassion? And that the summoned monster should obey him because he's basically just a set of skills and characteristics, but he ignored the order and acted on his Sauno ill. So it's not an unknown creature, but it is have a mind. And stroked his bird, has said it didn't to blame him, but he would think what commands dog give him if an next found people in need of feel Panoe was counting on him. Hearing this, just called bird rejoiced and spread his wings. And it's been a few days since he's met Rain's company, and now he knows that a summoned creature can have an opinion off its own. And he also managed to get 100 magic stones from this group of strange adventurers, and from no one had no show to progress on his path of summoner, and the hunt came back with rewarding. And as soon as December began, there was snow outside, and her hero Hawaskal earring gets off the gentleman and began to greet them. As soon as the Lord noticed, her hero has said that Juno will looks better after 2 months, but the hero noticed that the commander of the knights sometimes come with a report to the Baron, and the knights' duty is to protect this liege, catch robbers, and destroy monsters. And this is not an army to fight other armies, it seems, in this country don't know what war is out of land. As soon as they sat down to supper, the Lord asked, is it truly the meat of those horny rabbits? That Alan called this daughter had already answered that I got 5 rabbits in one day. It's expected from the son of Rodin, said Lord, and that he had heard that the village of Serena Ika had fulfilled the order and obtained 20 borovs. Well, one of the Lord's daughters began to say that if they caught so many, why didn't they send them anything, because he remembers that last winter, the Tabormia tender hero thought it was Strangatu, because that number of boars really should have given tons of meat. And is it really that there wasn't straight to the capital to thinking in the Tuga balloon, but the Lord at that moment began to tell he she led not to dar to ben autia the tablant that children are a really hard work to bring up. A Thomas sitting at table began to ask Uriro, could he get a white stag for their table next time? But this Easter started telling her brother that before he gave orders, with her word he should first ask her permission, but as soon as Thomas Lee and Edivert to his sister, he whispered in her ear that they would have a tale for New Year's Eve. And after hearing all this, our hero answered, or rather he had to answer, had it would be done. Their mother began to ask Thomas not about the Rallin so much, but still Alan realized that the white stag is a monster Frank C. Just like the great boar and his father, Steam is to hunt them, and it's time for him to tree. And the next day our hero took up the hunt, and as soon as she had summoned his amphibious Todes, the white reindeer did not keep him waiting and appeared very quickly. But as soon as she approached them, he was idly trapped and fell into a huge pit. And standing over that Peteriro said that they could not be called a summoner unless he used the abilities of some mounted creatures. And as soon as the white stag began to climb out of the hole, our hero drew his sword and finished him off. And then he saw when the notification window that the white stag was killed, 2.500 experience points. Alan, after all, has spent he whole day on it, and he was given only 2.500. And he realized that it would be better if destroyed the goblins, because 100 goblins, it is already 20.000 experience, and now he hopes that at least you ill-thank them. And after a while, the people who were in the castle started shouting that the monster was coming towards them. The Lord noticed this and started telling them to raise their weapons, because they should hold out until thick nights arrive. And as soon as the huge white stag appeared in the main square, all the others saw that Alan was near it and began to climb out from under it. Hestigan say that by order of young Mr. Thomas had got the white stag. But Lord couldn't believe his onies, because he couldn't have imagined that he had managed to get a white stag after all. And the guys immediately rejoiced, because they realized that they will have a New Year's feast, and that they will not put dirt in their face. The Lord's wife came to Riro and began to tell him that there was a loyal servant, but the Lord could not believe his eyes and began to ask the butler, and really that this shield does not relent because he single-handedly killed a monster of Frank C, and that they should now check his entire fam illitree. But Alan was still very happy because, thanks to his achievement, that day the Baron's family had no shortage of meat, and he will know, be able to go hunting all day long, and his tasks include hunting monsters to get food and also help people in distress. And he was 7 rewarded with 100 pieces of silver, and of course he expected more. But I guess, the Barana shaving money troubles. And that it was great that they could hunt Wadays a week no, and even though it was a lot, he had hoped for more. A little while later, Alan and the young Princess began to leave the carriage, and she told him that they were going to meet the Baron. But still he could not understand why she'd taken him with her. After all, you have today, they meet the eldest son of the Baron who is studying at the academy in the capital, but the young lady repeatedly told him to move, but the hero realized that it would be the ultimate punishment if the brother turned out to be the sister. And as soon as they got over the fence, they immediately saw a huge airship, and Alan was shocked at the proximity of the airship. Is a Wesam, and he knows it feeds some magical rocks, but still, it's amazing to see something with technology. And the fact that there's a clocker in the 12 system and otherwise it's pretty developed. But at that moment, a young gentleman started to come out of the airship waving his hand to his sister, and asking how she was doing, but Sharon hugged her brother saying that she was fine. And as soon as she got closer, he started asking who is this new boyish and new servant, but the hero replied, that is Namai's Alan, and he has been a servant since the last fall. The young lady started to say that their servant is also a hunter, but their older brother was shocked that their father had already allowed her to Takio an extra servant, and this is a rare opportunity for her after all. This guy so should try to please her sister, but Alan had no deserito, espanto such commence. Michael bent down and began to take out the gift that brought her from the capital, and as soon as she printed it, she saw a butterfly, and began to thank her elder brother for this gift was very nice. And after that, Beut the hero carried his things and thought in light that they are really close, for noble child Ren. A little later, our hero's first day of hunting was since a Michael show Edupandi managed to get 5-horned rabbit and the leg of a big toad, and that Cecil told him not to return without prey, because she decided to organize again. But it was good to know that he had his vault, but they couldn't figure out how to get it all through such a small hole, and that he was attracting too much attention walking around town like that. And entering the Lord's manor, he saw that the commander himself was training with Hiss and Michael. When he saw that Michael was fencing, he was surprised by it, and most of all, he was surprised that it was the first time he had seen a commander bear his word. And as soon as they finished, the commander started to say that they had improved his skills a lot lately. Mikhail thanked him and said that only he was already 13 and he should not call him young. And as soon as they saw that her hero had rather Ned the young laddie come up to him and began to say that their cook would be happy with what he had brought them. But Michael was surprised to see what a huge creature he had brought home and began to raise his blade asking if he would like to feed it. And as soon as she picked up the mithril sword, he was surprised that it was who get UCH and only born be a commander, and this is his first fight since him eating Kira. Well, looking at this book, I saw that this status is still in hunting, Modabutta wants to fight seriously. On Theo, their side the Lord's daughter, who looked at her hero, couldn't understand if he could hold such a huge sword. But Thomas sitting beside Hiran's word her that, of course, he had defeated a monster of huge rank so he could easily lift such a sword. And as they prepared for battle, they began to raise their swords, and the commander standing in between them raised his hand and signaled for the contest to begin. Our hero saw that they could start at a great speed and began to fly towards Mikhail, but still he hoped that he would not be able to seriously injure him. But at the same moment, Michael managed to parry our hero Sadik and raised at his word. He said that now it was his turn to attack. And having struck a few blows after, which our hero bounced back in understanding, why, he's so weakly struck after all, he did not even notice his attack. And doesn't they have the speed to strike hard, but this is just more musings, and in this world our hero jumped into the air. And hitting again did not change anything, because Michael with only one hand was able to repel this attack. Mikhail's mother watched the battle from the sidelines, but the commander told her not to worry because Mikhail had been at the academy for a year, and he wouldn't lose to someone who hadn't been there. And as soon as Michael swung his sword in Samurai, he easily knocked his opponent's sword out of his hands, and that was the end of the fight. After lowering his sword, Michael began to say that he was not bad after all, and that it was not for nothing that he was made at such a young age. Our hero replied that he was very grateful to the young master, but he was made a servant only because his father had escaped him to doso. Immediately, all Theothir siblings ran to the battle site and started praising Michael hath had one in Waso. Fast and Michael replied that they would still be fighting in the dungeons this summer, which made the guys a little bit scared by these words. And they will fight the monsters, and the weaklings will be expelled, but my sister replied that he wanted to be home this summer. St. Michael began to speak heavily, but Doberirk had given him this holly sword, so maybe he'll even have some fun. Alan, while was standing behind him, suddenly realized that they thought he'd dared the name before. And the fact that he's without a dungeon academy and a saint on top of that is what differentiates Delenn to normal difficulty. But the younger sister and brother kept asking Michael when he would be home again. The latter replied that next spring Alan had asked the young master to fight him again then. Whereupon Michael stretched out his hand and said that he agreed, but he must serve his sister well. And as soon as they shook hands, Alan realized he was already acting like a real person. But still he wants to hunt every day, other than need stock with the humiliating service of sea killer, but still he didn't understand how to do it. A few days Michael returned to the academy, and in the head of for hero lodged a wistful thought that even in the end there we ill be and he'll once in the dungeon. The next day, the lord of the manor said he was honored to have Viscount Carnal in his home. The latter began to reply that this town was so noisy that he was glad to spend a couple of quiet evenings in the middle of now here. And while they laughed, our hero brought them food and thought about the fact that Viscount is a title that seems to be higher than Baron. And as soon as she put the food on table that man noticed our hero and began to tell him that he a black-haired servant. It's such a rarity I too must every meet off their era hogs they were so hiding. But Lorda replied that he would then dare heed anything from them. And while that man was ceding Thema to her realized that this is reported to Thaki and Hyun justified hunting in the Baron, Stamain as a result of which attacks them. The possessions of both Cornel and Granville Elisad beside, and are separated by the natural barrier of the White Dragon S-spine, and a mithril vine runs along the entire chain of heaves butts into the White Dragon lives in Granville's side. Michael Sloot thrives only in the possessions of Carnel, however. 100 years ago the dragon lived on the territory of Viscount, and the situation was the opposite. And that would means we're constantly feuding over the White Dragon and the Mithril but whatever their relationship to slandered heeking about Bourse is just plain lowly. At this point, the Lord began to ask his guest what they owed to today's visit. The Viscount began to answer that a few days ago his youngest daughter had passed the evaluation ceremony and hurried to his hera there is salt with him or hero heard Etria lizard that his daughter must bet the Samiegia smash. But suddenly the man laughed and started saying that luckily she was completely talentless. But seeing that the Lord was getting angry, we Theman said that they didn't mean to hurt their feelings, because two of his 3 children already have Edelent. But the Lord got up with an angry face and began to say that the 2 will have a talented child someday, and it too will fulfill his duty as a nobleman like him. But Alan couldn't understand if having talent was so bad, he wouldn't understand these a nobleman commoner she's Fortalent, and then for Thesky. And what nobleman stut are they talking about? Mashar or even Kiriana wouldn't have a chance to run if all noblemen's children were born talented. A little later, going out to hunt or hit realities at that, and the it will be a year. Now the works for the Grungy family. And the ice already 9 years old into the village already. Probably began the hunting season, for Wilborant had breathed of a dead spider cloak a small resistance. To all damage, he was glad that they got such a very material to create a cloak, and the fact that they can gradually get all sorts of equipment. And the fact that they still cannot look at this status, because every day his heart sinks and he feels today he will be able to get 5 times more experience, because after destroying 10,000 goblins, heavenly raised the level and Korean gifts probably all over the goblin land. And so today he goes to fight the highest rank ing monsters, and releasing his flying beast she began to give the mortar to quickly find a target he can destroy. And jumping over Hugarox, have finally found the monster Raven Mentionity. It was an armadilloant, and that it's a bug 3 meter tall, but still dares to attack it by summoning Istame beasts. And as soon as they started attacking Fatter realized that this method was not very effective. They simply could not resist him. Because as soon as they approached him, he used Ishiga tentacles to destroy them with a single blow. Seeing the Thediger Sereno Goodo road cited to change tactics and release his butt or flies to spray pollen and put Thean Tosli Ipa. And as soon as they started spraying Thean, took a few deep breaths, and fell to the ground, they realized that it worked and that's like a monster could be put asleep like the last in E. And I realized that while not 100% effective, he can still hunt white deer that way. And after climbing on his belly, he decided that the was going to finish him off before he walked UP, but still he couldn't understand where the wounds that Thediger had inflicted. Wherein after hitting him a few times, he realized that this attack of 438 damage would be enough. But still looking at his blades, he realized he'd even his neck could not pierce. Then here you need a better dagger, but at that moment, a Hugen started to wake up. And panicked, he began to strike chaotically because he did not want to miss such a chance to kill such a huge monster, and as soon as a kill, it could get 3.000 experience points. And having Donizo, he decided to take the magic stones and leave it, but still he could not penetrate its shell with his sword. And no matter how many blows she threw, where Zed couldn't to get Ohiman, still not understanding how to hell he was going to get the stone she shared, the little he decided he was going to look for the orc. And wandering through the woods, our hero came upon some kind of a 2 meter tall giant. And this was a huge sea rank orc. And looking in his book, he realized that this creature never gets to red, but monsters need to sleep. And it's so relevant and a good time to attack. For a while he slept, had prepared many of his summoned animals, tasked with attacking the orc. And it actually worked, because the orc didn't expect this, and while he was recovering he was badly wounded. But swinging, the Ord with his spear he began to attack back. And the fact that it couldn't take out 3 men with on punch. But it washered to scare our hero because he kept summoning Histigers. And yet be pouncing all together, they were able to destroy such a huge enemy. And as soon as the org was destroyed, the hero received 1.500 experience points and realized that Thesis who will now destroy because after all, he even managed to carve the magic stone. But still he wondered if he would need a lot of them because he killed the monster ear Lian didn't have into the traps, and that it was a great achievement for him. But still he was upset that he was beaten by a 15-year-old kid from the academy. So he's a total dog, and academy graduates like the Knight, and Durandus deputy are probably much stronger than Michael and his deputy. Besides, 5-year-old Catherine lost. And the graduates of this academy are every powerful people. They are generally not more than 1% of the population, and should earn more experience and become stronger than them. But now the next goal list Kilt works at a time, and with the help of his birds, he started looking for the Mandas. A result for today, he killed an armadillo and 15 orcs and got 25.000 experience. And the fact that they gained a maximum of 25.000 experience go away, and today, he would copy with the 40 orcs in a day, and it will be 60.000 experience, and from now on, he should be called the killer of orcs. And in early November, the young lady started asking Alan not to say anything rude to the teacher. After all, today he was called to 10 classes, with as a reward for a year of hard service, and as soon as they came at the teacher, he started asking if he had any questions for him. Without thinking, Alan began to scondero at conditions it is possible to Sminabeka use his talent as a summoner, and he has only hypothesis. The summoner's intelligence growth is set OS, and with the level increase, it became easier to learn, so maybe intelligence is needed to earn magic. But if the young laddie decided to say that they has an talent, why would he know about it? But the tia chair interrupted here and said that he was a student today too, and that he would try to explain it in brief. And that everything is very simple. You need a talent that allows you to use magic such as Major Sage. Without it, you cannot get any spell. But our hero realized it was a loose list to him, but the teacher went and to say that Lady Cecilia couldn't use Mariette either. Alan still couldn't figure out what kind of magician she was, but Cecilia got angry and started asking her teacher to give her a crystal ball. And as soon as she picked up the crystal ball, it began to glow brightly, and then she said she had magic, but Tohiro also wanted Totri. And the teacher agreed that it could see for himself, and as soon as she stood near my cruelty recall and decided to see how to summon how the Zamona was friendly with magic. And just a few seconds later, the master said that magic was ultimately unavailable to him. But they still couldn't understand why he needed intelligence, because someone like him can't swing a sword or use magic, and what's in it for him, and then this hypothesis who as disproved. A little later, he went into the store and picked dupe everything the young mistress had asked for. And coming out of the store, she heard a conversation of men who said that the monster was surrounded him on all sides, and he already thought that he was finished. Here came this boy and saved him, but the hero replied that he was just following the orders of the Lord and they should not worry about it. Another man, how was standing behind our hero, asked that, "Are you the hunter of the Granville family?" And it's been a year since he was officially authorized to be hunt monsters, and somehow in this city he has a lot of acquaintances. But at that moment, the hero noticed that a lot of people began to sort out wow and where, and they could not understand what was going on here. And when it caught up with the adventurers, he started asking them where they were all ruining to. To which the adventurer began to answer that there appeared a terribly gent Vilmar Dragish right near at his south gate. Alan decided to skip. They were going to fig hat them, and they all said no way. Only the strongest men in their domain, the commander of the knights, could do that, but neither he nor his deputy are here now. They can only jet people way before things get really bad. Alan realized that it's a bad thing, because most of the adventurers in town don't have a talents, so they can fight such a monster. And that helping to fight monsters is a hunter's duty to the Granvin family, and the Baron will forgive him if he interferes. And starting Torn a lot faster, he said in an interesting way that he would run and scout out the situation. And as soon as Sharon told the men gate, he saw that most of the people had started to scatter in different directions, but still there weren't many wounded people. The guards, while were standing near the gate, began to tell the others not to let them enter the city, and they should close the men gate now. But the men standing near them began to ask them not to close the gate because there is still his carriage there. But near that carriage was that horrible monster that started destroying the horses. And as soon as Serrero looked at him, he realized that he was 4 or 5 feet tall, and how can he beat him no? And as soon as that huge monster began to take his huge paw carriage, in which sat a woman with a child or hero, suddenly began to move towards the carriage, but the guard standing in the same place is simply petrified from fear. And Dash walked, he started pulling a huge iron ball out of his inventory, and without a second thought, he threw it with all his strength straight at the monster and hit it in the right eye. And right after the hit, the hero realized that it was bound to get his attention, and drawing even closer, he started distracting him by saying that he was going to kill him. And drawn up behind the carriage, Alan continued shouting, "What's the matter? Why isn't the paying attention to him?" The guards standing at the same place could not understand what he was doing and why he was teasing him. Adventurers shouted to hero to stop provoking him because he might just ye. And as soon as the hero realized that the fell for historic monster began to turn slowly in his direction, but the hero realized that there is no in trouble because his mana is gonna in only 3 hours. Ago has spent it in training. At the same moment, a huge monster with Sathis back swinging Hestru CK, a beater hero, managed to dodge by jumping to Th's side. And when it turned around, he saw that the monster was looking at them strangely. And seeing his smile, hero couldn't understand why he was looking at the men's me, ling so strangely, and could it but was imply laughing with him. And while that monster was smiling happily, hero remembered that his brother Mashese ems to be named after him and his father Hikom Esa with the list of names. And gathering all his strength into a fist because his mana had almost resumed, he began to summon his book. And as soon as she was able to increase his agility and defense, Tadojitsu moved from his ether started, running towards the forest, but the monster didn't hesitate long to run after him. The adventurers who looked at it realized that the Thusid himself as bait, but Thete Knight standing in a stupor could not move from the place. But at the same time, our hero continued to him over from the monster through the forest. And until they were away from Thesity, the hero began to call his animals to put the monster to sleep. But as soon as the butterflies flew up to the monster, it was destroyed in on a blow. And after some time, Ura still managed to get away from the monster, and hiding behind a tree he realized that he had lost. And the fact that his Debufston twerk on, he meant that monster is impossible to defeat. But now the most important thing is that they can to figure out what they should do. But nevertheless, having gathered his thoughts, he realized that it's alright. He will pump a lot, and will definitely take revenge on him, and at least it took him far away. From Thesity Butte, at that moment he began to hear behind his back some strange was. And turning his head, he saw that the monster had torn off the tree he was hiding behind, and Hinner hero realized he was in trouble. And as she continued to run away, the hero still screamed at that up of his voice at that this monster was very persistent. And after 3 days, the knights, while were near at the main gates, went the distance some silhouette, and a check Emma closer, they saw that it was our little her Oho simply fell down in front of his feet. And the knight started to lift him up and told him that it was not proper to fall down. And then they started to call the doctor and quickly told the Baron that Alan had been found. And being inside the palace, her hero began to come to his senses, and opening his eyes, she saw in front of him his little mistress who told him that they had slept 4 days in a row, but still how it feels now. And as soon as she was fully up, she started saying that since they was her personal servant, it was only natural, that she was worried if he went Ted food or drink, it could just ask. Only happy that they survived, but looking at the butler, he started to say that as soon as she commenced to his senses, she must got the Baron with a report, and that they realized that they hadn't Irvined without permission, and probably the Baron is now Nan swords. But as soon as she walked, none the Baron started asking him what he was thinking. But Alan replied that they couldn't run away, and he regrets that they did sufficient free we land apologizes for it. But the Baron couldn't understand what they was apologizing for. For the protection of the people is the Dr. Rand in behalf of all the knights she thanks Shima for performing this duty in their absence, and in this case he has done nothing wrong, and hanks to him the city is almost unharmed. And his reward is in coins. And another 10 from the family whose carriage is saved, he gets 20 gold coins. And as soon as Sororo saw it, he realized that the Baron was so generous. And no will buy a better weapon than some rusty sword, and immediately run to Thermary. But the defense went on to say that the next May hunts monster should not go far from Thesity. Smiling, the hero realized that everything had gone surprisingly smoothly, and replied to Otherbaron that of course he would now be more careful. The next day our hero found in it that it couldn't to kill last time, but now he simply swung his newsword and kill it in on blow. And he was sincere because he had bought the mythical sword and was knowing hard, and beside, she had made a remarkable discovery. The new summoned monster have all the memories of the previous ones, and his bird still remembers that fight and still keeps track of hat monster he escaped from. And while our hero was walking his draft, it's like a generic memory. Not remember everything and learn from your mistakes. A giant D-rank bird and a ferocious goblin. C-ranked monsters that no adventurer can handle alone, and finally, the true horror of Themonister be deadly to humans. And duel again in the spring after their turn off the eldest son off the Granville family. He's leveled up a bit, but it still swings faster than him be a factor of 100. And as soon as the commander-in-chief waved his hand, the battle began. And without any regrets or doubts, Michael started throwing a lot of punches. The young lady who was watching the fight couldn't understand if she had become weaker. At that moment, Michael landed several more blows and still took the weapon out of Alan's hands, who started to say he was giving up, but Iwazaki truly very angry that they couldn't twin, and he's spin training hard and it should be stronger than last year. After the battle, the commander-in-chief came to Michael and told him that he had brought a great fight, but Michael was very surprised to be, because he noticed that Alan had become so strong. And as soon as they shook hands, our hero told Mr. Michael that he was still growing up compared to him, but Michael replied that they could restiasic knowing that he was a servant off the Cecil. But then his little sister come up to him and whispered in his ear that they needed more trained engines wordsmanship. And a little later, sitting at the table, Michael began to ask her hero, did they really fight with Ma or Darsh? But the younger sister answered that he ran away from him for 3 days, and after that slept 2 days is dead. And that he had a very hard time, but there was the younger brother asking Michael if he could defeat him, that he couldn't defeat a rank B monster by himself yet, and in that case he needs to work harder. But at that moment a knight burst into the room and approached the Lord very quickly. But Lord himself could not understand what happened, But the knight said that the white dragon flew to another place, and Lord could not believe his own ears. Alan was also surprised because he darted off it. And it's an O-rank monster that's been living in the mountains for hundreds of years. But the knight went in to say that the adventurers had seen the dragon fly into the lands of Cornelius, and trembling with further lords till said that at least they had decided to flee over, and how long did it take him? And that it should be used sooner rather than later because Hacken asked them to explore theory of Michael's mines, and first they need to find a new dragon's lodge, and then they can look at the 4 areas with deposits. And that there are high-level goblins and orcs in the mountain foresties, and it's going to take months. But when the Lord heard this, had told them he was relying on their. The older brother began to say that they had a feeling that the story itself had been set in motion, and that finally the townspeople will all to be happy because it was great news, but still Michael added that they might come but care next year. And when his mother heard that, she said he was probably right because there's a chance the dragon will come back. So they should keep the information secret. Well, our hero has realized the problem and now will seriously deal with the consequences of the monsters and all this experience, and that they needs to hurry up. And as soon as the new month of July began, the amount of experience of 4 hero reached them, arc of 1 million, and the skill of synthesis was raised up to the 5th level and also received the skill of exchange. And that today he raised a lot of skills, and now that they made sure that the white dragon flew into the land of Carnell, it is time to check his characteristics. He can't wait to find out what kind of D-rank creatures he can summon, but first he decided to try the exchange skill because he hopes it will be useful as the inventory. And after a moment, the hero realized that this is how his bird sees and he can simultaneously look what his he is and the yes of his bird, and that's what the ability to exchange means. And as soon as the bird took off, our hero has a very exciting feeling, and they share this in a hearing too, and it's like he's flying on this bird. And that the Canevnus at the skill of Iglaie, Sandy can see everything is a few kilometers away from him, and that this beard after all flew beyond a radius of 50 m, and after all Heineth's zone of influence he can improve the orders, but nowhere realize that they can control it completely at such a great distance. And it is similar to how players control multiple character set and see in the intelligence parameter sought the summoned creature should be he, herso and dit canals. Establish a connection with several at once. But each creature requires 200 points, factual intelligence, and his 1.200 intelligence will yield 6 creature Satan see, and then he realized how the summoner's intelligence is used, and he thought this parameter was just an overkill. And after thinking about it, he decided it was time to summon new creatures because he had collected 10,000 high-ranking stones. And as soon as she summoned the new creature-ish, he realized that all but the potatoes had intelligence above 100, and so they must understand, and it could RNG in exchange with them. But it's a dead one able to summon Tamanao, but they can talk like Hawk, but only know as her hero realized that he understands orders and canoes of the swap, which means that the creature she summoned can hunt on their own, and no one need this to check it out soon. And as soon as she got the huge and started calling for his web. And as soon as the web did, the began ordering his beast bear to attack. And just a few minutes later, the Hugent was destroyed, and our hero rejoiced that although not with a single blow, but his creature was able to copy with a tone its own. And what is Goddess the Brigade, a completely autonomous group of summoned beings. And the fact that the search for enemies will take Horo and Hawk, and that the Skillinthate MPL surge will increase the chance of dodging galleys. And the fact that without them, the number of sea reachers in the group will not be restored, so they must keep a close eye on the debuff. And that the bears are still huge, and our hero decided that they can rely on them, because if the bears switch between attack and defense, they will not listen for anything. And no one knows that sharing works 7. When he sleeps and he has the perfect squad that we learn him 30 days of experience. And she left gave another order that hey we're not to approach Theman, and that if the Era struck they were not to fight them but K. And parted with his squad, or hero realized Hathisis, a very cool ability. Although he looks with IS 86, and does not feel any discomfort at a land, it seems that his gradually becoming great and terrible, and a weapon in every way, thus increasing radius of movement. But at that moment he realized that the white dragon lurked behind the mountain and had looked of another way he could use the swap. A little later, in Ariro's village, he saw Catherine practicing with Thedragu N, and that they were preparing for battle as it were. And after a moment, Catherine began throwing many punches at their opponent, who was skillfully defending him Zilefi, and a little later she started telling Masha that it was his turn to train. Well, our hero's father looked up into the Eski and saw some familiar bird that started flying towards the Iron House. As soon as she looked out the window, I saw his mother sitting with his little sissy R. And on say it was done, she said she finished her braid, which made the girl thank her mother. But at that moment, they heard a strange sound and a gold coin fell at their feet. At this time, our hero was sent the mansion and realized that no, he will fly to them every month, and through this exchange can help them and see how they are doing. And on the 10th month, our hero turned 10 years old and has already been working here for 2 years. The Lord who's attadable began to say that they had worked hard for 6 months exploring Ctheria, and so what about his mithril mines? The commander-in-chief began to answer that as she had feared the Sealands had not been trodden by men for 100 years, and no wonder there were so many monsters breeding there. And not only at the 4 mines, Budalsoin Village, where they used to process the Mineta Nido cleanup theory by hiring workers to establish transportation links, and it will take at least 3 years to get a second response. But the Lord was shocked to hear about the 3 years and began to say that he was, of course, asking for the impossible, but they must Yandia the wondered how things were now in Thailand of Cornell. The commander-in-chief began to answer that since the Viscountess domain continued to produce mithril, I was summoned to some dragon realized that it was all about the production of mithril. Our hero standing nearby heard the whole conversation and realized that it was good that they sent a bird there to admire the dragon and probably hash his own version of Deagly, although I am a little early for him to get in the A-rank monsters. Lord suddenly began to tell the others that because the work at Theminishes become unbearable Viscount probably doesn't know what to do and they will be watching his reaction. In the meantime, they should go to the mines and follow the plan, but Alan didn't really like the idea because now the poor monasters will be cut down by the roots. But still at this time, and the hero received notifications that Oniorgwa Skildandric Eve thousands of 500 experience, and he realized that he will have time to prepare for 6 months. And as soon as he turns 13 he leaves the mansion, and becomes Adventure randomly has 2 years left, but it pays them favors and helps Team Penthemenes. And in the weekend to put the whole experience to some nights, Athedo Poff the world, where Eternals now meet the heavens, the legend of Arkomir begins. Off the highest difficulty, the window fold whispers whirling between the rocks. In the shadows off the mountain peaks where a forgotten spell slumbers, ants weave underground labyrinths. Behind the ants, their eagerness is heard, echoing in the wall's soft stony soil. In a village of force where strength is valued viewwards, the Or King reigns supreme. His will is law, his hand is justice, and deep within the Antnists rules the Lion King of Fans, wise and unyielding in his quest for order. The daredevil whose heart is full of courage declares, My Golisto defend this goblin village. Fourth ignites are close, and their footsteps can be heard in Thessalan sea off the forest. The goblins, anticipating the impending threat, are fortifying their lines. They have surrounded the village with a fence and even put guards in front of the gate. So security measures are reputed to strictness S. Eventless, goblins, weapons in hand, are ready to defend their own. Of course, they were not allowed to show their weakness in front of adults. Youth and bravery intertwine, creating a generation of fearless warriors. A whole lot of greatness of bones, exclaimed the guards as they surveyed the endless remains. Orcs are ready for battle, they're hungry for victory and do not spare at her enemies. But in the midst of darkness and danger, one young hero is ready to stand up to evil. But now with nights on my tail, his eyes full of determination, he faces the test, surrounded by giants from the insect world. I'll have to cut them all out. The task seems impossible. The battle begins and the magic word, Harami, triggers a burst of magic. The power of a young warrior is unleashed to cleanse Athala and off darkness. The fight begins with a shout of clang. The magical creatures are ready for battle. Their power stats flicker in the air, promising a brutal bout. Men attack, the Orking commands. His troops, drawn from the brave staff warriors, rush into battle. The collision is powerful, gra, resounding like thunder across the battlefield. Orcs fight with insanity, leaving no chance for mercy. But the laughter of the giant bears grahahaha echoes over the battlefield. The battle becomes even more fierce, and the outcome is impossible to predict. The orcs are not backing down. With each instant of clang from their weapons, the tension grows. Spider, shoot down the arrows, they raid, commands the wise men among the insects. The war between species is reaching its climax. There's a shout of triumph. Each fallen enemy enhances the young hero's experience. 1 goblin killed, 200 experience points gained. His progress is displayed. There's a whole horde off them. The hero doesn't hide his surprise. He realizes that the battle hastily just begun and there are greater challenges ahead. The battlefield was ringed with many Kriso F. Graya, Pa, Twa. These are the sounds of battle, where every fighter is ready to defend his seat to the last. The hero, gazing into the churning sea of enemies, admits, I could count from above, but I think there are 200 or 300 of them here. He realizes that his brigade can handle so many enemies without his help. Men, kill them all, no mercy. Sounds the order, and the hero does not hesitate to prepare for decisive action to change the outcome of the battle. Grass. Sounds around again, but the hero does not give up, driven by his duty and willpower. There's nows running, he whispers, absorbed in reading spells, preparing a new round of magic. Pira-as, screams Seko in a raging battle where every blow can bet a CCV. Victory ice ours. Hope explodes from the warriors, but the enemy does not relent. And now they can no on a 1-2. War shows its cruelty. Out of the darkness emerges the guise of them ideast, the common king Theon before whom the lands tremble. Almost missing Meown funeral, the hero remarks ironically as she watches the chaos unfold. Oh, showed up at last? And you can see the spark in his Eastather LD's a new turn of events. Zerk, the leader of the enemies, shouts, My creatures have been killing C-rank enemies by the thousands, but the enemies in front of Fimarino Marine Mize. Goo. Thega-Blinking's last words are resilience, and the hero gains 4,200 experience points. Victory Isathand. The hero commands, finish off the goblins and herd their course as into the center of the village. His words are a lot of his remaining enemies. He'll leave us the battlefield, where every step has been echoed by the battle. It was a lot of work, but at least I have so many magic stones now. The hero is already thinking about the future The only thing left to do is to get rid of them so they're another to fight. The hero knows his mission is nearing completion. The fire in the hero's inventory never goes out. How convenient. He's using it to finish the job. This concludes the defense of the Goblin Village. The hero exclaims in relief as he sees the flames consuming the aftermath of the battle. May a long peace await you, the hero says to the fallen. He doesn't know how long it will last, but for now the task is accomplished. And with each step of withdrawal, his experience grows. 48,800 points for defending the village. Life returns to its normal flow. Something's getting a little boring. We should check on the orcs, the hero pondered as she looked at the smoking ruins. In a few months and a good walk around the neighborhood, Andre said the level. He notes of the progress made during his adventures. Return to a world where the war is behind us and friends are waiting to continue their studies and training. Now we'll all be together again. The joy of reunion is in the years of the young. And while peaceful days flow, memories of battles and adventures remain. Blondie doesn't look happy, the hero remarks. The mysteries of the past and the future ere to be unraveled. Fight me, Butenly, seriously, as hard as you can. The hero challenges, perhaps looking for a new adventure in a quieter setting. The atmosphere is really different now and the hero is pensive. I don't know why he needs it, but I don't mind crossing swords once again. Very well, if such is your wish, I will tell with you in full force, the seasoned warrior replies, accepting the young hero's challenge. The story continues and the hero is already thinking about the next steps. With Vicky Stone, knowledge and powers in his hands. I'm in pre-red shape now. He states with confidence, ready for the next challenge in his path. Aiden begins a duel filled with the seriousness and gravity of the moment. Thank you, the gratitude in your opponent's side reflects respect for a challenge that is taken with complete seriousness. The hero's speed is amazing, almost twice as much as last year. Now the victory will be mine. He's ready to prove his superiority. But the opponent doesn't relent. Damn, he was able to defend himself. Even at this speed, swords cross it equal. This is a true competition of the masters. The hero's movements are swift and decisive. You're waiting, aren't you? Do you know? I'm faster than you? He's determined to show his skills. With each moment, the duel becomes more intense. Say, ring, ring, ring. The sound of swords striking. The spectators are watching the fight in suspense. Some are worried. Is the brother behind? Aiden. But the hero quickly realizes his opponent's advantage. Ish reading my mind? I'm faster than him after all, so why is she fending off all my attacks? The battle reaches a new level of strategy and skill. The tension of the battle is reaching a climax. Shit, shit, shit. Frustration and elation mixed, and non-rush. I'm so totally going to win this year. The hero's confidence leaves no doubt about his intentions. The fight is over. With abruptness and surprise, that duel ends, leaving spectators and participants in amazement. No, an attack like that with everything else, I can't ignore that. Thelos ponders, trying to learn a lesson from the fight. Thank you. The hero is grateful for the lesson, for the opportunity to face a strong opponent. Ace expected of a grand lay hunter. You surprised me even more this year. Recognizing his opponent's peaks, volumes, about the stature and strength of the character are. Michael sets the pace of the conversation, but it feels a bit tense. What? No handshake this year? Bewilderment is in the air. Gratitude and respect are echoed in his father's words. Thank you very much. 3 years in the academy have borne fruit. You've become much more experienced. 10. Was that all he needed? We'll arrange the mayflies like hesked. And so, despite the trials of war, the family ties remain strong. But still not as strong as brother Mihai. You've gotten strong. His sister admires his progress. My sister's enthusiasm shines through in her words. Maybe I should study too. I'm very happy if that's possible. Mikhail shares the news unexpectedly, introducing a shadow of alarm. Listen, there's something I need to tell you. And so Michael's revelation, for the next 3 years I will happily live for the good of the kingdom. The duty's office name. Michael's apology adds weight to the moment. I'm sorry it's so sudden. And you can sense the anticipation of new adventures in his words. The sister worriedly asks, when does the service start? Michael's answer is shrouded in mystery. I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. Stunned, she learns that as off tomorrow, Michael will leave for duty. Change comes suddenly altering plans and dreams. Her parents stand by her side, supportive, but their faces show mixed feelings. The mother smiles, sadly remembering their joyous moments for union. Michael turns to his sister with a promise. It's going to be okay, I'll be back in 3 years. His words are filled with encouragement and hope. Don't worry, I'll write to you as often as I can. He promises as Esha prepares for a new chapter of his life. The heaviness of goodbye filled the air. Not Mom, not Cecilia. Ish heard in a whisper full of sorrow and tenderness. The head of the family sees with importance, and you too will fulfill the duty of a nobleman. Someday you'll have a child with talent. Headdresses, his children, foreshadowing a future for lofty sand triumphs. Worry lurked in the younger brother's eyes. I have a bad feeling about this. Hesence is an impending storm of change. The older brother is surprised at the younger brother's signorance. Strange. So even after working at the mansion for 12 years, he didn't learn anything. I haven't heard of anything special. Aretha words of a man who knows more than he reveals. The looks are full of questions and bewilderment. Isha wearing armor? The younger brother can't hide his surprise. The heaviness of goodbye is felt in every gesture, every word. Cecilia, don't Beslant, say goodbye to him. Mother gently reminds me of the importance of the moment. A goodbye hugus full of emotion. I'll see you again, sister. Michael's words are accompanied by tears. The father's swords are filled with pride and love. Do your duty and come home soon. You are the pride of the grand family. Heartfelt farewells resounded there. Good journey, Mr. Michael. The quiet words accompany the young Manoni's new journey. The older brother looks at the younger brother with bewilderment and determination. Ah, Amelie, take care of Cecile, protect her. He entrusts the care of his sister to the young Jerome, showing him trust and responsibility. Doubt flashes in the younger eyes as she watches his brother leave. Is she an arrow high, or was it just me? He wondered, trying to understand his brother's intentions. And so, step by step, Michael rushes forward. So I set out to my duty as a son of the Granville family. His words are full of determination and calling, leading him down the path of honor and duty. The family says goodbye to Mikhail. I'll be waiting for you. Be sure to come back. His sister waves her hand, sending her brother on his way. The younger brother stands looking thoughtfully at the sister as she walks away, reminding himself, I'll have to keep my promise and protect her. Time passes, and it's been 2 months since Michael left. Since October, I've been diligently mopping up all the goblin villages. He's thinking about his exploits. And here stands before us a young hero, already more experienced and stronger. I've leveled up and I'm ready to level up some more. He's a Yezeri determined and ready for a new challenge. Hidden amongst the foliage, a young warrior sneaks around, heading towards the source of the noise. The fisherman will get there too, so we need to hurry, he whispers to himself, emphasizing the urgency of the mission. Looking up, he sees a village below, shrouded in the shadows of huge birds. The village is ruled by a V-rang monster I haven't killed yet, a Norking. He thinks Asha feels adrenaline fill his body. He approaches the goblin village, his creatures already in position. I'll trap and kill them all. The determination is read in every movement Ash plans his attack. Suddenly, a majestic knight, armed to the teeth, appears before him. This time I have also called for a defense against enemy gunners and a Norkin G. He prepares for battle, knowing that every fight could be his last. Surrounded by giant bears and creatures armed to the teeth, the young warrior stands firm. Our first hunt in Theurk village is now open, the goblins declare as they prepare to attack Kay. So guys, he begins, and at this moment a menacing march is heard from the other side, the monsters moving forward, ready for battle. The Orcabeers, raising their swords and spears, shout their battle cry, Pee-hee. This sound heralds the beginning of a fight in which every blow can be decisive. The warrior looks at his opponents with a smile. They know how to fight them, it'll be easy, he thinks, and his confidence fills his allies with strength for battle. Steel meets steel as the Orcbears advance. Armor, asterisk, defense, asterisk, screams the warrior, taking cover from the flying arrows. Arrows rain down on him like rain. These sound soft, their strikes merging in tune, incessant noise. The air vibrates with the tension of battle. One of the bears bursts through Theveliso Pharaohs with a roar. So many arrows. He creeps out, dodging spears coming at them from all direct ions. So far they've fought without knowing fatigue, but surely they'll do if they take a lot of damage. The warrior pondered as assessed the situation. I wish I could see how much life force my creature Isha left. He looks at the sallies with regret. Oh, Hemu ved the shot. Notes with amazement the hero observing the fearlessness of his comrade. Disarm Thurchers. The warrior commands his creatures, and they immediately move swiftly forward. Avi gonna keep going, attack. The hero directs his subordinates, Athene mousing tactical advantage. Their army responds by preparing its own powerful offensive. With each step, the ground trembles under the weight of their armored boots. There's standing Themifir, or is it all too steep? Wondered the warrior, surveying the battlefield. Heist preparing to see the full picture of the collision to understand how best to proceed. In battle excitement, the warrior exclaims, Yum, yum, how much experience am I going to gather? His eyes sparkle with the anticipation of victory and their word of battle. Crush them, men! He shouts to his warriors as he leads them in battle. Strategy and power combine in his every move. It's time for a squad from the other side to join the fight he orders, coordinating the attack from different flaya to ensure superiority. The great battle is inevitably approaching its climax. I've killed 100 orcs already, but I don't see Durkin yet. Everything is going according to plan, but still the mopping up is taking longer than he've been keeping the goblins. The warrior ponders, weighing his next move in this massive gameo of survival. What? Suddenly a question interrupts the rhythm of the battle. The warrior turns around to see the reason for his surprise. From above, from the heavens, something huge falls, causing surprise and alarm. Armor, asterisk, defense, asterisk. Instinctively he shouts, preparing himself for an unexpected threat. The explosion blows everything around, and the hero, at the last moment, call, Supan magic to strengthen his defenses. Magic, his voice is full of determination and focus. A dark figure emerges from the smoke and dust. Is this taking off the orcs? Doubt runs through his gaze while he tries to figure out if he's finally face to face with a major threat. The warrior watches for monsters that are magic. First time I see enemies. Heberelli has time to finish the thought when danger is looming. They're aiming at me? Confusion is replaced by the realization that the as a prima target. They're attacking again. Armor, asterisk, defense, asterisk. Without wasting a second, he summons Shia's defenses again, countering the magical attack. What? The question freezes in mid-air, but the Wazeable toughened off the attack. Like at Coles, his determination encouraged one to let them give up. Immediately, the Orc Magus began attacking T-Hero, and that's when Alan realized he no longer had his bro in CN reserve. But as soon as he threw a Siren Ball, he was able to kill one of the Orc Mages, and he still got Iron Balls left so he can kill them all. On the battlefield, where the echoes of explosions intermingle with screams, the young hero is horrified to realize that enemies are attacking from cover. Damn, they're attacking from cover. His voice is drowned out by the rumble of a not-here explosion. The enemy's strategy is clear, exhaust their forces and resources. Suddenly, high struck with fear, Fourth Yerkshaven Otayet used up their entire arsenal. And yet there are still 100 orcs left. It's like, I'm in hell, he whispers, wiping sweat from his forehead, eyes full of despair. But surrendering is not his policy, and I'll put everything on the attack. Since that's the case, I'll waive the defense. The determination in his gaze unwavering, he's ready to take the fight to the ground. That's when he remembers the card is a magic pod that can restore 1,000 mana. With her in 100 magic pods, he could summon 20,000 bears, a small army capable of turning the tide of Bat Tali. Chances are he already holds the key to Victor in his hand. In a world where magic art fights dark forces, our hero has the unique ability to summon powerful warrior bears. Until I run out of mana, he shouts, preparing for battle. His army of bears stands like a fortress in the face of an unknown threat. But the enemy is relentless. The answer to his summons is the night fog, pierced by a whispered bihi. A shadow creeps through the narrow streets, heralding the arrival of something powerful. Tension rises. The air vibrates with the anticipation of collision. And then there is thunder, and there is no more time to think. A giant enemy bursts out of the fog, its cry of whoa-oh-oh-oh reverberating off the walls. It's not just a fight, it's a duel of titans where every step could be your last. Our hero doesn't hesitate. With the words, "Bye, Zanza," he answers. The summons, ready test the last of his magical energy reserves. Thekos of his magic echo through Thair, and a battle that will go down in legends begins. Bears of his, monster RDVs, power light Vs, shadow. There's determination in Arirozis. Beware! He meets the gaze of a huge creature sparkling with magical energy, yet the Dark Lord, Mararagarish, pulls his spells from the depths of the night, causing even the hearts of the brave bears to tremble. The majestic Orking, armed to the teeth, stands forward. His battle cry of Orc King echoes across the battlefield as if it were a challenge to Fate itself. This becomes a test not only of courage, Beetle Sufor hero SS skill. With each step, the bears seem smaller and smaller in the faki of this colossus. Are they really 4 meters tall? The hero is perplexed as he sees his creatures rushing into battle despite the size difference. The battle heats up with renewed vigor, and brave sounds like a hymn of bravery. Bears, despite their size, take up the challenge, becoming a symbol of indomitable will and proving that true strength lies not in size, but in the heart. On a fell swoop, our hero explodes with energy, his eyes burning with determination. The spells swiftly replaced each other, creating a whirlwind of magical power. He's not just a warrior, he's a magician artist, painting the fate of the battle on the canvas of the world. Summoning, amplifying, creating, the 3 stages Magicum's coordinate Toan. Every movement is a touch to the picture of triumph. He won T back down until the last drop of Finki Susedu P. But the Orking is relentless. Things are bad, they're being killed faster than I can summon. A grim reality dawns on the hero. The enemy's attack radius is too large, the bear shaven aware to hide. And then silence. No, they killed Brona! The hero's swords arc round in the noise of battle. He realizes she has lost not just a warrior, but a friend. There's only one thing left, Toto. Keep fighting. Bihi! The ghosts of battle do not subside, buttonly spur his will Toan. Despite the circumstances, the hero does not lose hope. Ask for my bears. His voice is full of despair and faith at the same time. Seeing his bears disappear one by one, he summons the last reserves of his will. A mysterious card slips from his sleeve. He ponders, sinking into deep strategic thoughts. Thecard's special skill is Magical Fruit, restores 1,000 mana. This may be his chance for a turning point in the battle. What's Tobe done? That way they be slaughtered soon enough. Fear and determination struggling in his art. Time is playing against him, and every choice could prove fatal. He knows that the outcome of the battle depends on his decision. He hesitates. Wait for thinking to get tired, wait for them to run out of mana. But on the battlefield there is no room for the UBT. We must act, and the fear in his ears lights up again, the fire of hope and determination to taketh the fight to the end. The battle had reached a critical point. Is this really the end? The hero whispers, looking at his empty hands. But then there is an unexpected twist. The appearance of a new character. Looks like you're having a hard time here, the stranger says with a confident smile. The hero is puzzled. I saw smoke, so I thought I'd check it out. Then Wero brings with him not only power, but mystery. What the hell, I thought you were coming tomorrow, exclaims Sir Hero when confronted with unexpected help. The mysterious warrior and Liz smiles. Just thought I'd stop by to visit the orcs. It seems his appearance is no accident, and Hig knows more than he's showing. What else are you doing here? Asks the question, pointing to his presence as a chance. The hero's fate once again hangs in the balance, but no he has only perhaps the Kate unraveling this chaos. Well would have thought you to bring the living here, the hero ponders, his gaze full of hope. An unexpected ally turns his attention to the battlefield. Shit, heckled my animals! With despair, the herocious creatures fall. What's that? Calmly asks the new arrival, just assessing the situation. Come back! In despair, the hero calls out to his bears, but his words seem powerless against the Meghad of the enemy. The enemy might really think they re just ordinary monsters. Just ignored my beasts? The heroican to believe his majesty so easily dismissed. The enemy stands imposing and unwavering, as if he has been waiting for his moment. The Ellie, however, remains unfazed. Though come to think of it, I hear he can handle a Mara Garish well. Strength and confidence are represented in his voice. The hero begins to realize that before him is not just a warrior, but the strongest knight of the House of Grandival, and he apparently didn't hesitate before the orking. Vice Captain Reed Rant, the rescuer, introduces himself, his gaze piercing and confident. I killed their king, I leave there as Toyu. He suggests the hero finish what has started, leaving the way open for his own victory. The hero meets his gaze with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. It's been a long time, come for freebie stew then boy brick for battle. Reed Rant jokingly Thrausen, noting the hero's rough journey. To see how the professionals work. The hero replies, ready to learn from the best. Reed Rant walks in, his back indicating that he has no doubt Sabo at the hero's abilities. Hey, that was actually my experience. The hero doesn't want to be overshadowed by the vice captain, but no one knows that his path is not only batless, but also teaching, and he must walk it himself. The depictions of that warriors, the spearman and the swordsman, emphasize the difference in their paths and fighting styles. The orcs continue to advance, their ranks endless. The orking is fast and has a large attack radius. The hero reminds himself as he prepares for another challenge. Reed Rant, despite his strength, left the fight with their remaining enemies to the young mage. Isn't the two all stumpy? The hero is worried, but his doubts are instantly dispelled. Reed Rant comes face to face with the mighty orc, his cry of Tumo echoing in the air. And here's the memento of impact. Reed Rant walks towards the enemy without fear, his steely gaze and powerful stride demonstrating his unwavering warrior spirit. The force of his strike is lightning fast, and even Hugh Jorscan withstand the onslaught. This battle is not just about swords and magi AAC, but also lessons for the hero. He realizes that every fight is a step toward mastery, and that even in the shadow of the greats there is room for growth and victory. The battle reaches its climax. Vice Captain Reed Rant, with impeccable skill, deflects a blow from a huge orc. This moment, filled with energy and drama, is forever etched in the memory of every witness of the battle. After the storm of battle comes a well-deserved rest. At a table in the tavern, Captain Richard toasts the bravery of Fisco Marades for those moments when they stood shoulder to shoulder against unimaginable foes. Xenor the War Demon is how they pronounce Reed Rant's name, marveling at this unrivaled strength and bravery. He becomes a legend, a symbol of fearlessness and power, the embodiment of Thydiel of the warrior. But the true hero of this story is a young mage who, despite the full might of the vice captain, finds the strength to stand and fight. Looks like he's pissed it off, thinks the hero, looking at the enraged orc, and realizes that his ordeal is just beginning. Vice Captain Reed Rant meets the enemy warrior Sadek with fearlessness. His weapons and manner of combat glisten, deflecting the onslaught of a mighty foe. His fame grows with every moment of the fight, and he truly deserves the title of Great War Ior. The power of his Strikaizen wavering assists his determination. with a shout of Tumu he demonstrates his skill, forcing his opponent to retreat. These moments of battle become legend told from generation to generation. The young mage watching the scene feels excitement and admiration. He holds his punches and he can't take a beating. He can't help but recognize the skill of the vice captain, who stands unwavering in the face of danger and is ready for any challenge. Reed Rant's strength and confidence inspire the hero. So that's what he is, Captain Reed Rant, the young mage thinks, learning from the vice captain and intending to use this lesson for his future battles. Reed Rant stands unwavering before their army, their sinister figures filling the horizon. So there Theonas, who started this fire. His cold gaze examines the enemy, as she assesses the situation. With every movement Devis captain makes, the tension builds in the air. Around him shakes with the anticipation of battle. The young mage watches Ash's men or prepares to face the crowd alone. And so Reed Rant enters the fray, his movement swift and precise, his sword gleaming in flight, orcs can't match his speed and agility. Every Stephadekesis a dance of death for his enemies. The young mage froze in amazement and admiration. That's what he is, a true warrior. He thinks Asha sees Reed Rant fearlessly, Metheon slot, of the EMI, standing firmly in the path of their destruction. The force of Reed Rant's blow crushes the enemies, their ranks crumbling like a wall under the hammer's blows. The echoes of his might spread across the battlefield, drawing admiration even among the orcs who had not expected such a confrontation. The young mage observes the scene, shocked. He was aiming for an orc mage. His eyes widened with surprise, seeing Reed Rant tearing through the Nemelanes. Thieves' captain's blows are so great that even the orc mage's stark enchantments fly apart like flashes of light. High's ruthless and precise. His every move means victory. Wow. Orcs cut like butter in the kitchen. The young magi can't help but notice as she observes Reed Rant's unprecedented agility. He realizes that before him is not just a warrior, but a true artist of battle, whose maneuvers blur the line between war and dart. The Reed Rant burst through the ranks of the enemy forces with unrelenting pressure. His powerful blow echoes, bam and the orcs, like light pieces on a board, scatter under Hyson's slot. The young mage, amazed by this sight, cannot hide his admiration. "Captain!" he shouts, realizing the extent of the vice captain's power and bravery. Reed Rant sweeps stern into a storm that sweeps away the orcs as if they were a Morellian obstacle in its path. Eco-fizz movements is emphasized by an explosion of power, leaving behind only dust and destruction. Norking gives the qual of Captain Richard, now that's power. The Magi realizes with a twinkle in his eye that Reed Rant, skill level is far beyond, his will to stasum peachins. He's inspired and determined to follow hism, entor's example, and achieve the semi-greatness in Beatle. The young mage ponders Reed Rant's incredible skills, wondering if they were the same one as that Captain Richard once displayed. Perhaps the secret of their power lies not in line their weapons, but in their spirit, in their talent as warriors. He recognizes the defeat of Theorking and realizes that a warrior's true strength is not in the sword but in skill and experience. The images gaze and Reed Rant is full of admiration and genuine interest. On the way to Thessaly, the image marvels at the Weasley Reed Rant paves the way, shortening the distance between battle and peaceful life. His ability to go from war to peace is amazing. In response to Themage's request for help, Reed Rant, despite his seriousness in battle, shows kindness and willingness to help. "As you wish," his simple and powerful endorsement speaks volumes. Thus Themage and Warrior continue their journey, combining wisdom and strength, ready for new adventures and challenges. Themage and Warrior continue on their way, reflecting on past events and conclusions are reached. The young Meg realizes the importance of strategy and discernment on the battlefield. Before the gates off the village, they ponder its future. If we'll leave things as they are, it's not out of the question that the village will be overrun by orcs, Reed Rant says, anticipating the possible consequences of their actions. He suggests that the Magi spent the night at Hikimp and then discuss the next steps. The rest will be handled by the order of Knig HTS. He concludes confidently Asha ponders a plan of action to protect not only the Villag E, but the entire area. Their conversation continues and they exchange information about the number of enemies S. "And how many were there?" asks the magician. 52, and I don't think there's any more left, Reed Rant replies. Thimage is amazed to realize that Reed Rant is not just a warrior but a protector of all voices. Reed Rant shares the story of the village of Kirin A where strange events began, 4 years ago. He describes how the village began to supply Morel Kirin, a magical stone full of mystery and power. The Magi listens intently as Reed Rant continues to recount the aftermath of these events. The village was overrun by orcs, and monster carcasses with magic stones carved into them began to be found near the village E. Reed Rant recalls show aloft his led to him being taken into the service of the Granville Mansion, and how lightly all the Alchiron trees in the area have been cut, their stone is stolen. The mage, remembering his recent exploits, how innately hunted lions but also single-handedly destroyed monsters, feels proud of his accomplishments. Reed Rant recognized his successes, and Thimage feels that his acknowledgement is not only a word of thanks, but also an acknowledgement of his own skill and importance in the story. Priests and scholars, thoughtfully studying the events, have come to the conclusion that everything that has happened is true. However, they noted that the young mage had not lent be Asidon their understanding of magical power and ability. The mage remembers the light filling the room may when it touched the orb, but the question remains, do they remember the events of the past when he first manifested his power? These symbols is so incomprehensible to He priests. Their inability to read them suggests that He magician's level of magical power is underestimated, and it carries something more than they may or realize. Reed Rant turns to the mage, and recognize Histru Edelent, which does not in the usual measure soft magical power, but in his ability to fight and overcome obstacles. You have a talent, he says, emphasizing that true talent often hides behind everyday achievements and is awakened in moments of adversity. Mage and Reed Rant exchange a look. The mage notes with some concern that the problems are not completely resolved, but Reed Rant reassures him, suggesting that they leave further conversations between them. Reed Rant then shares with the mage that the Baron noticed Histalent Longago. This revelation comes as a surprise to the mage, who begins to understand why the Baron allo ed him so much. The mage reflects that the Baron probably understood his passion for hunting, and gave him the freedom to develop his skills. This realization gives him confidence in himself and his path. Reed Rant ends the conversation with an enigmatic smile, acknowledging that while the mage is interested in the details, he can't tell more. If the mage wants to know more, he can ask the Baron personally. This mystery only increases the magician's curiosity and desire to deepen his understanding of his own abilities. The events of the event unfold on the field of force, and one of the young warriors talks about how it was very bad for me on the personal side. Certain number of warriors passed by their battle-stricken opponents only looking at who survived and who didn't. In one of the aisles, I looked at the man who was lying down, only to be told that he had survived. Only one of the warriors said that the one took off in the mist. The knight drew his sword, only glanced at the rest of the warriors and began to turn around, walking off into the sunset. The events take us to another time, where the TV is telling us that it is a beautiful and sunny day. Just as with attention to the citizens to drink more water, came a guy standing with his back to us in relation to this protagonist, to which he started walking towards the door, saying that he should already be on his way to work. Thinking about how very tired he was, he held his head. And suddenly he's out of the room and he's plummeting, literally stooped and violent. The hero immediately seemed to feel a pain in his chest that made him unable to even move. Realizing that his life had become routine and suddenly cut short by a man who was burned out couldn't find a new life in another world. But here the events are again transferred to the young war in the period when he was doing his duty. It was the protagonist, to which he was immediately asked by turning, "Why does he make that gesture again?" To which the kid, seeing her, said it was his habit and he does it without thinking. On this guy, just another, content to have them already as they need to join the fighters. But many military men who stood their ground began to wonder if the commander might be griping again about how afraid he was that others only thought he enjoyed being picked on. At that one of the guys, I turned to the next character saying, "How about him, so how did he destroy the 9-year-olds? And he could be proud of himself too." But our hero only cried out indignantly that this was not something to be proud of. But the guy doesn't consider why he thinks that, because it's really a reason to be proud when he was able to take down the 9. To the fact that our hero, I answered only that it is only his job, and he destroys not for numbers. Since he's just an ordinary soldier, nothing more and nothing less. But here the guy smirked at such words, talking about what he seemed to be an immeasurable amount of pathos. On our hero turning around too, said he still seems about what he says about pathos. But his boys made the decision that they should leave the house as one of them was already tired, on being a hero like her. I laughingly said he didn't believe it since he'd seen it, just sitting his ass down. And for some time afterward in the ward with a broken heart, a certain number of campfire sitters were warming themselves near, and someone was guarding all the ammunition in their ward. The heroes were just sitting around the fire eating their food for the first time in a day, and just barely as he reached out to take a bite of his piece of food, suddenly someone snuck up behind him and interfered with his trapeze. It was one of the warriors who approached the guy, immediately started talking about how he had heard that the guy was able to put down 9, and also kept saying that he had 15 of them to his credit, which meant he was good. About being heroes, I immediately said that he is still not his equal addressing the commander, because the man immediately laughed. They say that of course not because he has dangerous skills. Other lands also noticed that they understood everything perfectly, but magic, those skills were just not fair. To which the man immediately looked at these guys. I didn't immediately realize who they were. Talk to the one I'm with the mohawk, and this is the burrito and the one with the world face Noor. They were very pleased to meet the commander in person. Though about how there's nothing dishonest about his skills, since that part of his skills and abilities, this guy immediately said it's still too strong and dishonest. But also a girl how to understand his skills. The truth about what he can do. The commander immediately said that of course so, as it was the truthful truth of all the truth. Because his skills are the coolest. And a guy who was sitting not far from our hero asked him if he was really that cool. Our hero said definitely yes. After all, he should just even think. Unlike magic and might, which can only be dreamed of, skills are enhanced physical abilities that anyone can master. And one of the commander's abilities is precisely the lightning destruction technique. The guy, as soon as he heard about it, only I thought, that would be cool if he had that skill, as he alone in one can turn the tide of war in any world at large. It would also be cool to have money-making skills. The guy's only quip was that he's always with his jokes. The guy keeps saying because he doesn't have the same skills, and wish he had the same skills as the commander. Meanwhile, hero, I continue to sip my drinking glass, talking to your interlocutor about how easy it is, so she would love to have the skills / They also have a magician, and he wanted to do magic, right? About what the hero immediately said about dreaming of men's ways of life being enough on principle. Not a bad thing. And as soon as the lad heard about it, he immediately looked intently in his father's direction. He immediately jumped up, turning to the commander and said that he had just said he was dreaming about something, talking about how this man who gave the ability to fight at full strength against any opponent on this commander immediately interjected that what had happened, about how maybe he should just talk it out. It would make him feel much better. And the hero immediately replied that he didn't like the staff at work. At the same time, everyone started to react very violently to their boyfriend, and he just asked them all to work and shout like that, because he can hear everything perfectly well without it. Well, then the commander started to say what about their future plans would be next. Since they have many battles ahead of them, they should not relax in the future. I continue to speak as tomorrow. Once they rest, their non-enemy now becomes mirrored. Also keep talking about today when they completely smashed the Liberal Trade Federation and went after the Miard Kingdom. And also the war against the Liberal Inns was only an excuse, such that their true target was mirrored. And they also joined the advancement of the squad as well. At Commander Echidna's grin, he said that they had already had their fun, and they had had enough, as they would have a very hard journey tomorrow. Everyone immediately from the squad began to cheer, realizing that their next war would be Miard. It's also something they've never encountered before, because there's only the most real carnage ahead of them. And they should make preparations now, as they will be moving out at dawn. To which the heroes immediately began to remember how someone asked him to destroy it, but simply to take the money, asking, seem him or not. To which Guy immediately said he couldn't hear him and he would follow orders. To which one of the knights immediately swung his sword to strike. But here the commander was speaking sharply about what was owed to him. And in a short time, the entire fighting army moved out on its way. But in the row, the commander turned to the hero again, talking about seeing what he sees the one in the clouds flying at what the hero interjected about him. Is it coming? Meanwhile, the army had already approached the city of Saria, realizing about the fact that they are until morning free. So they planned to spend the evening tonight with the commander, asked, at our hero will he go with them, something the latter kindly agrees to say that he will go. But suddenly here comes a girl who asks the question of how does he behave with her at night, to which our hero only nodded and heard further, as the girl kept asking how he was acting at night with her, and already at this point, everyone started immediately saying that they were either beggars or would do anything for money. The guy is fine, isn't he? But he immediately said it only hurt him to even look at them. But the girl, by all her adaptation, was very insistent that she immediately grabbed the guy's clothes, asking her question. But which he immediately rudely replied, no, as he is not very much interested in this proposal. To which the girl was at length very much distressed, for she had counted on the fact that looking at her was really painful. But our hero immediately held out his hand with food, offering to tell the girl she had something to eat. The girl immediately took what she gave to the whole character, and I was suddenly back there, showing the magnitude of what she said. Thank you. A slight smile also appeared on the same guy's face, and he only escorted the girl who was running away with his gaze. But the commander immediately told the guy not to feed them. But our hero only said that he just wanted to help her, nothing more. But in the other guy, No had already said that if she blabbed to everyone about these poor people surrounding him, it actually seemed like that was what they were going to do. Also, he's savvy about not showing his goodness and clouding his judgment. And also told the hero that he would be very careful, as this is a funny fact. Since the guy destroys everything and anything that moves, but also does almsgiving. Heroes immediately exhaled and said that soldiers were just his job. The hero immediately lowered his equal eyes, for he understood perfectly well what poverty and hunger were, since he was born into a farming family away from the city. And by doing so, they were barely making ends meet with food the way the sky. Not in money. And that's the only reason he went to service, because he sent most of the proceeds home. I didn't keep what I kept, that was change. After all, if they had that money, things would be very different. Reasoning and realizing that it was his family that was in the shoes of these people. But in fact, Saria, like all royal traditions, used to be prosperous. The hero would of course be so surprised by the interjection of questioning about whether this backwater hasn't always been like this. And yet 5 years ago, one royal canon decided to fortify themselves on the borders with the empire by building up a core force. And the commander immediately began to speak. For he remembers how he was then greatly surprised that they were so small battle and beat off their wooden skins. And there the animals are fed to the broads he usually eats for lunch. After all, they had very fertile land and endless fields. But that same very delicious moment recalls the commander, even a little invited, in a way that counted used to be good times for me then, what it is now. But one of the boys immediately inquired of the commander what had happened then, that this village had become so poor, though it had been prosperous before. The commander, too, explained that he had become like the great Duke of Meard, formerly a nobleman of royal customs, and he had betrayed his neighboring kingdom as well, participating in federations he had opposed his former state. And the last cannons burned one by one the whole country. In the blink of an eye, Oka became a scorched earth in the end, and only ruins remained of it. Murd, on the other hand, took over the entire infrastructure and brought his name to himself by a monarch royal of long ago. And this place became this way because it was given to Murd to eat. I will go on to say that there is no way the Empire could have done this because of military aid, the hatred of the Nevians and Miardu and the Federation, much more than many could have imagined. And even though they were also at war with them, that's how hard this world really is. But all the heroes could think about was the fact that the couple would have returned the favor to Meard anyway, and just a short time later they did arrive at the place, holding their way. And already, sitting in the goal, they were discussing the cases that had been with the libertarians, and after all, let victory foster leaders in the Miard as well. At the fact that over the conversation, the heroes immediately reached out, pulling out food. And he immediately began to eat, his eyes literally glowed. The guy watching all this also smiled slightly, holding a glass in his hand. And the hero was smiling, for he had not eaten for a long time, though they had been on the road so long. And just moments later, the commander stood up, turning to the hero, asked in an orderly manner whether he was on the other guy Padobi they seemed to have eaten you. And you so and so happened. Our hero a little too much and on what the commander immediately said that he, in all his snotty glory, as there were quite a few drunken empty glasses at the table. Meanwhile, the guy pushed back his stool and stood up, setting aside a small violin from his chair. The heroes stand against the wall, just thinking about the fact that Saria had always been in this state. For a moment his despair set in and he too exhaled. I think of him as just a common soldier, but nothing more. Though at the same time, what a soldier. He's probably just a man who destroys everything in his path. But already the next morning the commander welcomed all his men, in that war that stood in formation, looking intently at the man who valued them. The man also introduced himself that he was the commander-in-chief of the Miardian Front Army, Gerhard Berger. He continued to watch all his fighters, saying that everything they earned here represented the courage of the Provisional Empire, and with the help of their volunteer warriors, they could finally put an end to the 5-year war, saying that they should not spare their enemies and destroy them in equal combat, and also that they should infuse them with all their fury. He immediately struck his fist struck by all the combat key, to which almost all the soldiers immediately raised their swords and spear token to salute the commander and raise their morale. But among all who rejoiced, there was a hero who was by all his clothes not very happy about it. The way he thought of it, they were just ordinary soldiers and nothing more. But one of the guys who was standing next to the hero immediately asked him how he was feeling, as he looked quite pale, to which the hero also said that it was probably because of the hangover. But the guy goes on to say that if he's going through us yesterday, he understands everything perfectly well. And besides, by the way, he doesn't have any money, just in case he wants to feed brooches again. Meanwhile, the Empire's army split into 3 units and advanced from Saria in 3 directions that confronted Miarda's defenses. And in the central direction stands a huge castle on the enclosing road with a garrison of 3,000 warriors. Meanwhile, the Empire's siege camp suggests that they are very lucky that their war started with this particular castle. The same commander started telling everyone that he had a plan and he was now lighting them all on fire, but they need to be very careful that they understand exactly what they should do. Meanwhile, our hero Ya just stood back holding his mouth and thinking about how badly he was feeling at the moment. The guys immediately began to interject, telling them to be careful for they might go cuckoo at the fact that one of them asked the other guy in an orderly manner whether he was onto something immediately that yes, since he had nothing to eat. But then the hero asked the guy to please, don't get the newbies please, to which the guy immediately replied that he seemed to be able to find an approach to that. There's talk of him just trying to defuse the situation since this is also his first time taking part in Siege Castle, and by the way, it's in the vanguard as cover for the ladders, and it's kind of more of a melee weapon. But here he is told about the fact that they were not afraid, as if they would be perfectly fine, and they shouldn't worry about it. since even if the enemies get to them, they will definitely be covered by the commanders, and he can certainly destroy the enemy's contacts with neither muzzle nor eye. To which the other immediately laughed, for he had said so, being somehow strong. However, he really doesn't want them destroyed. To which some began to say about our hero, they say that they have heard that he handled the Nine during his domination with the liberal Taurians. But they were still afraid, and that was okay. But here the fellow replied sharply that he stuck to him like a trivial leaf, for he seemed to be the one to rely on. And suddenly, behind their backs and listening to the voices and sounds, the guys turned around began to realize, since it was very clear from the sounds that they were already quite close to them. At this, commanders immediately state that they can show him how to speak in real combat, to which our hero only glanced up with a look, preparing for a future fight. All the fighters immediately waited to reflect the blow in front of their shields. Including our hero, I also became behind the shield, and here's well in the drool prepared for the start of the fight. Since at this moment they were already holding their defenses right in front of the castle, from where the warriors began to come out. Though of course the first thing that flew in those days was arrows, which some fighters could hit, and the commander also realized that they didn't know how to do this power shots. The most important thing for them is not to miss this moment and viralize the arrow. But the hero immediately started shouting to the commander to keep his head down, as if he dried up for even a second he would immediately be hit with arrows. The commander immediately decided to give the order for them to move on the wall as soon as possible, which actually I more or less started trying to do right. They immediately lurched forward and moved toward the wall to fulfill the order to breed on the wall. But they also realized that they had started shooting at them from the watery spaces, and it was magic. Only I mouthed that in all likelihood they had already organized such a performance for them. But at some point, the commanders used their power to destroy the magician, which was actually how he was able to destroy the magician, who began bombarding them with water mediums. And the commander quickly realizes that he should have surrounded them as much as possible before they regrouped and came up with something new. But by the same token, they're beautiful in the same way that the hay hasn't been taken in yet, and the hero doesn't yet understand what they're going to do at this point. But then I came to think of it, so I realized that his guards were gathered most likely at the gate, and he thought they might have a breakthrough after all. And while I, hero, was thinking about a new plan, immediately came a snitch, who immediately said that he had reports from the commander, because they were ordered to help the contact, attacking all manifestations. That's why they immediately rushed to the attack with the whole squad. Climbed the wall on the signal, they still managed to put their morale on high, and not only shouted onward to victory. The hero also ran to the door and grabbed hold of one partition, shouting to the commander to stick with him on what he said he understood and would do. And they already began to climb the wall together, where at the top was an army that was literally gathering them already, as well as disciples who were aimed at them, shooting arrows of their own. But still our hero, I was able to break through the first line of defense and climb the wall, destroyed the archer who was literally aiming for this some forum to climb the wall. And already at this moment, a sufficient number of warriors began to make their way to the wall, which in fact is the conflicts immediately realized by giving the command that they have already climbed the wall. And already a moment unleashed wallpaper, and she herself, the protagonist, easily destroyed for another of their rival, and not two of them did not lose a chance to stand. While the military actions that protected the wall were also good, they didn't allow all the heroes and army to pass through fast enough. But that was certainly a good thing. It's not enough for them to be unable to stop a hero who literally destroyed everything that moved without giving any chance at all. But immediately after destroying one warrior after another, a knight in various forms stood in front of them, who was very well uniformed and very heavily trained. What's on his mind and movie view of his future conflicts with international communities, he will say. What he in fact began to do, trying to hit our hero with his axe, but he failed because all the blow came on the shield. The knight was perplexed for a moment, for he had not expected that he would not be able to be destroyed in one blow, and all in all he only leaned over the shield slightly, though he chopped it down with ease, before it was enough to win. And already at some point remained our hero, me and the knight. And on the sides there were wars who only fought among themselves, and also watched what the duel would be, because they were perfectly equal that in the blink of an eye, the two strongest rivals collided. The hero here turned to the cruiser, saying he had the strength. Only the rookies have more practice to beat him. But the knight immediately said that he immediately seized the empire. After all, he had no behavior, and he no longer allows him to trample the land of Miard. Therefore the knight immediately threw towards our hero for a punch of perfection. Although the knight managed to get as close to the hero as possible, but he did not expect that it would not be so easy, because he did not appreciate his opponent. Since our hero was not a simple soldier, he could overpower an attacking knight with a sweep of his sword, but not only that. Although on the same side of his arm, the knight got a grip on his arm and managed to survive, but it still wasn't enough for him to win yet. And the hero is well aware that if he hesitates, there will be annihilation, The hero realizes perfectly well that in a good way, he should have been in command with such a bulky man. But as it was offered, too, he didn't even go up on the wall. And he understands exactly what the pandemic means to him. To deal with this Gramila himself, and to help the man he killed as quickly as possible. So he immediately adopted a fighting stance, just like the knight. Protecting himself with shield in hand, they literally looked at each other intently. But the hero also raised his sword and looked at the knight with a very sinister look, realizing that it was about to be a good battle. So our hero immediately decided to go like this, and the first thing he did was to try to destroy the knight with a punch. But it wasn't that simple after all. The knight didn't want to just give up like that, he just kept saying it to each hero to set himself instead of making himself. That being said, the knight did actually apply a mechanical strike, but it still missed as the hero was able to turn away from the knight's strike. Well, that knight also began to say that the halberd should destroy the opponent, but in school it is impossible as he did not believe that he would not be able to hit. Meanwhile, our hero I was literally enveloped by a magical barrier that actually spoke of a knight, and also sparkled as he didn't realize what was happening with that second. The hero immediately swung his sword, realizing what she wanted, and his sword became much lighter for it. But the knight interrupted his thought. He told him not to relax as they weren't done yet. And the duel further continued to build up its momentum. Our hero was able to swing, and with one blow to shatter the knight's defense destroyed his shield and also hooked his arm. After that, our hero immediately laughed. My smile has never been like this before. After all, he is well aware that these movements affect him in a very different way, and these are powerful skills. After all, not only was he able to destroy the shield, but he was also able to destroy his opponent. And moving away from the defeated knight, he too thought with the commander. But he heard how the enemies did not always discern who it was, what kind of man it was, for they could not keep with the theme that he had so requested, to eliminate the one-strike knight strongest of them all. Meanwhile, while the heroes I moved around the wall, all the stronger defenders spread out a little to the right and left. As a consequence of this, the commander appeared and shouted with a battle cry that they had taken the wall and could not retreat one step back. Since they have to destroy every single thing to the point of simplicity and completely take over this entire wall. And the commander immediately turned around looking at our hero, turning to him with interest. Whether all is well, which the hero immediately said that yes, because he thought that his early view is not too deep. It was a common injury at the same time, but still the heroes were considered on guard as the battle is still going on. The thing that actually continued to ponder further did not stop for a second, and all the defenders that were protecting the wall one by one were defeated. Clearly there was little he could do to help in this situation, but he still couldn't be blamed for it. The commander also immediately pointed out that I wasn't doing too badly as a hero, because although he was injured, he still continued my reflection. And also the commander said that he could see that the one had mastered the skills very well. So some of the guys started to approach the hero with interests. Why doesn't he take a vacation since he can leave the rest of his professional life behind? From this, hero immediately kicked in. Still, he remained just watching as the other wars mopped up the wall and moved further inland. But while the hero stood and watched everything that was happening, a girl came up to him and called his name. The girl also thanked the hero for saving her, smiling and awkwardly looking at him, and also talked about how she's really grateful, and it seems like she can get back on track now. The hero smiled, and she was the only one who said she was glad that she could already get back on track and she was fine. But he took off his helmet, immediately exhaled in an uneven manner, somehow survive again, looking up at the sky. He only thought about it. Putting his head down, he kept thinking about what had happened and how he had managed to squeeze everything out. Because not only was he injured, he was on the border. And already at this point, the hero was approached by the commander, who said that it seems to be the work of me. On that other me also stated that he seems to possess the elements of fire and wind. And also the judge, by the looks of it, there are only 2 of them left, because they managed to destroy all the others. Some are also not equal. Also some can be considered magic. And after the siege had already passed a few days, some detachments began guerrilla warfare in the forests and on the roads, and also the army was advancing towards the enemy's capital and was stopped on these routes. Moving on to a new episode at this point, which is ongoing. The guys only kept discussing among themselves, because their caravan had been attacked again. It was the 3rd day of war searching for those who attacked the caravan, as they only know how to hide and attack small caravans. But they also realized that these were not halberds, for too large an area had been hit despite a man to destroy, but the commander sharply told the hero simply the word shield. And they also started thinking about how a person, if it's the shield and it's true, could the person responsible for it have skills? Since there are a lot of people using their power abilities, and it's most likely an iron wall, since with it even a wooden shield becomes like a steel shield and uses such skills, just causing such effects. They have at least 2 gifted, and one uses magic and the other mired skill will be used by such people in guerrilla warfare. Here's anything is possible, since even an entire squad went in search of them, and as a result, 30 of their warriors were sick. They should have nailed them a long time ago, but they've been slipping away forever, as they've been quite good at hiding, and in some wars you couldn't even see them with camouflage. At this time, our hero, while pondering all this, decided to take a little rest by smoking a cigarette. But then he immediately thought, for could they detect the smell of tobacco? But on the same side, it's unlikely they stink much stronger. Besides, had he ever met a wolf in the woods? But one guy decided to make a joke, said that if he perfumes himself, nothing bad will happen on the fact that she is our hero. I also decided to make a joke on him, said that it is a good idea. And he should not forget to put on, as enemies appreciate this gesture. But then the girl suddenly, but something noticed, asked everyone to be quiet as she didn't want to wake him up talking, but noticed the cherry. This squad guy smiled sharply and said that these were the people who sold me information about their. But the girl was puzzled for a moment, as it would be incomprehensible to her. But at the same time earlier, when he was still unaccustomed to such an order, someone had told him that they were the reason why 10 of their soldiers had been killed. The girl was a bit of this dumbfounded, and at the same time our hero continued to further smoke his cigarette. Another guy made the point that if they destroy the attackers in the caravan, they get trophies with them. But they don't necessarily equal how they defeat the gifted, since it amounts to a reflection against the commander. I realized that even if there were 20 people like him, he probably wouldn't have succeeded either. But our hero was a little surprised because he was already enrolled in the gifted, since it was even readable by Izamu, for he did not understand with what it was by him at once enrolled in the gifted. But then suddenly something happened, and what many people immediately turned around not realizing what had happened. They immediately realized that 3,400 meters ahead, someone had run into their warriors. Deciding that they should go around to the right side, just as realizing that they were Trap's commander, also swept them up so that they would by no means miss them. The commander immediately, one Prakasa, goes on the offensive, and the entire Rava immediately move into battle, including the heroes also with a sure carryover, destroy the very ones who attacked them from the point of view of comrades. And already running up to the scene of the battle, and they immediately notice some of the fighters. Warriors immediately realized that the commander of this squad, I did not understand that reinforcements came running to them, which actually happened meanwhile. Our hero I already attacked. He literally destroyed all his opponents one by one, and at some point he saw some fighter. His look immediately changed. After he eliminated one of the fighters, he also turned his gaze around and was a bit shocked. I don't understand. After all, they were leading a squad of adventurers ahead of them, and were a bit overwhelmed by it. One of the girls immediately decided that something should leave as quickly as possible, as she realized that they were being surrounded, turned to the commander, and immediately rushed from the exit of the place. Dueling, they realized that they are indeed all surrounded. But also the girl did not understand what he meant by the word adventurers, and immediately explained because these people fight demons and guard the dungeon at the same time, when she had thought that the Miard army was so good at guerrilla warfare. But the hero is well aware that if their ranks of adventurers then remained only elite knights. But in the meantime, the battle continued on both sides. And at some point, one of the warriors addressed the round, saying that he was the one with the technological structure, which in fact the one would be a bit perplexed, not understanding what he was talking about. It was the commander, who immediately began to say that he had heard that the guild would not interfere in the war, but across the country it was not so bad, for it's strange on another caller. He immediately asked the question, is he familiar with the word mercenary? The character was able to overpower one of the opponents in the movie, and he was also a bit of a shocker, since it's unclear how, but each character literally tried to take down the snitch, though he was able to resist and was even able to strike back. With a whirlwind, he was able to stand his ground and even had a fence. He immediately realized it was a wind blade attack and realized it was a mage. At this time, the king got down on one knee and looked intently in the direction of the politicians. He saw literally in the distance a girl standing literally 50 meters away from him. The girl was also at a loss as soon as she saw that she was spotted holding. She was holding a sword and shield, but the hero, I was equally surprised to see the girl. He immediately brought his attack, lunging at the girl and seeing as how he wanted to destroy her faster. But suddenly in front of her I emerged from the two warriors, who immediately shouted for the hero to attack them first. On the hero throughout the length of it, not a tittle did not embarrass, as his look did not change at all, and no warehouse did not touch, so that literally in one attack he was able to destroy one of the warriors who became in his way. Saying the only thing -1 and then looking at the other warrior, all he said was that he would be next. And the same movie attack literally hit to destroy the second opponent that was in its path. The girl only watched the whole thing, not realizing that such a thing was possible, was because he was able to get rid of the two knights quickly enough. Although at the same time in France, all I was asking for was to be rescued. On the stannery just told him to shut up since no one ever helped him anywhere. And for a moment already, the girl began to realize that I was waiting in a way that a guy was so far disconnected from a man. As soon as he finished filming, he immediately turned around, throwing a glance in the girl's direction, but she didn't understand how he could. Her eyes reported back with intense fear, for not that it had not happened, but she feared with great intensity from what might have happened to her. The hero turned even more towards the girl and threw a glare at her. I was literally no longer face to face, looking at each other, realizing there was no escaping the fear. But also the hero only talked about the battlefield being the norm, and he was sure she had her own hands in doing such a thing in a way that was not at all surprising. But as many girls have seen a guy attack her, she is immediately ready to attack. The hero immediately realized it was a spell, and then to top it off, it was the same trajectory. The hero wasn't that easy, so he was immediately able to dodge as he already understood what kind of trajectory it would be and what kind of attack, so he had already thrown his blows. The hero was a bit surprised as he immediately cast his weapon, but the girl managed to put a shield in front of him, and in a way he did save her life, as the hero only hit the shield. But from inertia, the girl flew away a few meters, and the hero did not even twitch his facial muscles. He just and watched. As he continued to stare this way and that, he stopped looking with his gaze in the direction of trust. He immediately began to wonder what that question would be about, because it didn't make sense, somehow he thought. But at the same time, he didn't understand why. After all, the girl on the other side was wounded perfectly fine anyway, something she wasn't used to destroying, so he only began to take steps to the side. Each step got closer and closer to the girl sitting in the same spot because she couldn't go anywhere. Hero. I continue to look at the girl, who has already also raised her gaze without looking in the direction of our hero. Hero's the only thing this time was talking to her to finally give up already. The girl is very much frightened, but suddenly something happened. But then footsteps were heard, which showed themselves quickly enough to the hero and the girl. Heroes immediately pulled back and looked at the one who looked, but he also didn't let that girl out of his gaze. He immediately launched vicious blows toward the girl, but I was lucky she overreached and wasn't hit. The girl was very badly frightened. Her tears gave it away as well as her eyes. Although at the same time the heroes didn't stop attacking the girl, but at one point when the heroes heard their attack, someone's hand, I literally flipped out. And the hero couldn't get a glimpse of what happened. He didn't realize what. And just moments before, someone repelled our hero's attack, preventing him from striking. The character is the same crouching on the knee of the video in front of me, silhouette that appeared. It was one of the squad members who turned to the girl telling the commander to stay behind his back. The hero at this point finally realized that this girl was in charge of the squad. The guy looking at our hero immediately stood in a fighting stance, preparing to repel the attack while the heroes at this time rose to their feet. The heroes were just saying that he was starting to get pissed off about it. So the first thing he did was rush into battle right at the Soparik, who was defending the squad leader. But it never went away as our opponent was able to come back, and he immediately realized that this accelerated body technique, you realize that this guy is also a gifted guy. He immediately went on the attack. I don't understand, mock air. Though our hero was easily able to stop the attack with my counterattack, knocking down my opponent's legs. So he immediately asked if he was sure he could handle that kind of knowledge. But this guy immediately asked him to shut up and never spoke to him again. Though at the same time he was a bit surprised as he wasn't officially strong of his opponent. And heroes waste a lot of time, so he just rushed in like that. It is said that he was prepared to use his body acceleration to repel his attack. The girl immediately started yelling at the guy to take care of himself. And at that moment, a hero like that and a guy like that immediately turns his attention to his girl by looking at her. Although at the same time, they were standing literally a meter away from each other. The hero also started yelling at all the heroes that they were invaders. I'm not monsters who don't care about other people's suffering. Keep saying that I forgot about things because they destroy others without thinking about the fact that they can easily be destroyed as well, and they will be defeated. To which the guy immediately yelled at him to shut up because he didn't know what he was saying. The fight endured, though the lad suffered a blow, but our hero with ease from Rusty time after time. Prepare for the fact that she strikes her blow, which actually happened, but that the video girl her lived as she realized that this fight will end with only one final, which is exactly what happened as our hero. I was able to defeat his opponent by grabbing his sword. The girl didn't understand how such a thing was possible, since all her fighters had been completely destroyed. When he told her that perhaps she was destroying others, though on the same side he's a damn tongue. They huddled together in salt for a moment, looking at each other. But suddenly, hero, I saw an incredible attack, not realizing what just happened. For he did not know that it was the spell of these animals in such large numbers. Realizing that she had an ace up her sleeve for her head attack. Although the hero even smiled a little as he liked it, and at the same time the girl began to stand up holding a sword in her hand. She immediately cast her spell again, which the hero was a little surprised at, as he didn't understand how she still had the strength for such spells, as her attack was able to destroy a large number of warriors that were unprotected. The commanders immediately realized that this spell was doing massive damage to their warriors to keep them down in no way. While the hero, I stood there as if nothing had happened and continued to hold his sword in his hand. The only thing is that after application, it completely disappeared, and now also the guy who was previously struck by our hero. Such a spell's incredible power drained her, but no one knew if it was worth it, because it seems that it was, since she still managed to escape from the battlefield. One of the guys I approached the commander with questions should they go after her, to which the commander immediately replied that it was not necessary since they had already dealt with the effect of the Miard army, and there was no point in doing more than necessary. But still, the hero, I understood your adventurers were not so bad, and if they had been accustomed to what might be annihilated, the result would have been very different. But by the same token, the hero, I realized yet that he still didn't like destroying his opponents. Though at the same time, the girl still didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. The man very much started screaming, not realizing who they thought they were. He also went on to say, or rather shout, that he would not allow some snotty kid to treat him like that. Meanwhile, events shift to a man with his shaved head who raised his hand only to mutter for him to take his hand. Our hero at this time did not understand why he should take his hand, so he immediately asked if he had heard correctly that he had asked to hold his hand, to which he received an approving reply. Also, the man goes on to say that he heard yesterday that he was interested in magic, and they have a break a little, so now is the time for him to train him. To which our hero immediately took a man by the frame, and you have already said that he wants to learn very badly. But some fighters didn't understand what these two were doing, though the kid immediately explained that the man was handing the hero mana to teach him magic. Girl was surprised to understand how it happens, say what comes out that the hero will become a caster. But still they realized that they should live to see, since maybe he would teach how to use a fireball or water spears like the others. So no matter how you spin it, holding hands is a little bit of an attraction. But as soon as the heroes listened to this, he immediately threw a glance at the kid very embittered, and he immediately grabbed his head and said he was joking. But the man immediately asked our hero not to be distracted by all sorts of trivia on something, only she said yes. And already at some point, the hero began to feel in his hand, but the man assured that this is normal because such a feeling of magical energy, and he should concentrate and breathe smoothly. And also he should focus on his breathing and think about the river or the sea, and even better, it is suitable both options. The main thing is to ask for water. And already at that moment, the hero saw in his hand a manifestation of water. He immediately questioned the man. Is it true that this is magic? But the man looked at his hand and realized that the situation was getting out of control and it was very bad. He also immediately said that there is water, but it's a pussycat though, since it may be enough to make him a source to begin with, but the heroes hearing about some source didn't understand what he was talking about and what he was saying. On what also commanders sharply laughed, said that they now have two sources, and from now on cannot save on water. A little surprised looked at the commander because I do not understand the joke or not. And also the man asked that the hero stop creating water because he should take care of his mana now. Because if he can't stop, he'll dry up like a raisin in the sun. Well, besides, he should consider the destructive power of his skill, and he wouldn't waste it on something like this. The heroes immediately began to realize that in all likelihood, come out this all the time he had been using mana to interrogate the men. To which he immediately replied that of course, since mana is required for both skill and magic. Because roughly speaking, if he uses mana for an elemental spell, it is classified as magic, and using mana to strengthen his body or weapon is called a skill. But the man was also surprised to hear the hero ask about it, since he thought he knew it, but the hero was assured he was still a redneck with no education. Which actually the man immediately, I realized, said that then they should find out his predisposition to fire magic. So they immediately sat down opposite each other, and the man began to say to our hero. Although the moment they were focused, some fighters immediately dipped into the water and began to struggle dousing each other with water. And while the fighters were dabbling with water, our hero was able to create a blob of fire that scared him badly enough initially. He immediately turned to the man asking what to do as he felt in his hands very hot springs. He didn't realize what to do, as the fire energy began to burst out so strongly that it even fried one of the fighters' hair a bit. But the girl did not realize that our hero this case is not on purpose, so she immediately asked that he spared the guy, and the heroes at this time did not understand what it is about turning around. He saw how he really tucked accidentally hair, so he also said that he didn't do it on purpose, but by accident, because he didn't even realize what he should do at that moment. Just an enveloped magic with a nonchalant face like this happens every day, which actually set the hero back for a while and calmed him down a bit. And then the man shoved our hero to the other side so he wouldn't do anything else. Good thing he got in the water and didn't hurt himself, so he immediately stood up sharply to get up. But still the hero did not understand what had happened and why he had been thrown into the water. But the man had already at that moment approached our hero with just a hand outstretched and told him to take it. And as soon as the hero I grabbed the man's arm, he immediately pulled him to get the heroes up. He also said that it seems that he has a talent for fire magic they should continue, that actually a little bit of our hero pleased, and on the other hand and scared. On what the only I watched the commander very closely, because he did not yet understand what would happen next. But while these events were happening, suddenly behind the back of the commander came a fighter on horseback, and the commander immediately realized that it came news from one of the places. "Soldier, you said he had orders from the captain for him personally." But suddenly the commander asked the fighter if he felt something said about it being a massacre, since nothing in the world smells like it. But what to be afraid of immediately ran through her thoughts of him really being that crazy. And that the commander, after his speech, only continued to look with a glance in the direction of the fighter, with some side even aggressive. Well, also the man and the heroes watched the conversation that this is such a strategy, so the squad is ordered to link up with the main forces. Events shift to the plains of Raref. You realize that this time the Empire is sure to be defeated. The commanders immediately began to discuss on Anna, so which non-armies have fortified on some hills. Moreover, according to intelligence reports, the main forces are first heading towards Miard's army, leaving a small number of people to hold them back. I realize that at this point they're still on track. On the way to a battle that will decide the fates of entire nations, this strategist seems unshakable. The road of annihilation of regression, the words inscribed on the sign at his feet, like a motto leading him forward. His eyes narrowed, and in them you could read cold judgment. They hope to overpower our evil army, he pondered, already anticipating the coming victory. These hackers are just a bunch of crazies. His verdict is harsh but fair. He sees the enemy's hopes crumble under the weight of inevitability. They don't stand a chance, he declares, turning to his warriors. In those words is not only confidence, but also promise. With a glance at the military camp, the strategist asks a key question. His words are brief, but they contain the depth of strategic genius. The strategist's gaze fixed on the figures of troops spread out before him. There are no bridge nodes in their builds, right? His question is not in doubt. Yes, sir, the adjutant confirmed. The strategist's attention shifts to another aspect of the battle. A cavalry regiment of Jurfor. He can already see the picture of a battle in front of him, where every move is calculated. Murad will be attacked. His words are cut short, but they already contain a plan that could change the course of history. They are not our target. Suddenly there's a change of tone in his voice, but he pauses, full of reticence and intrigue. The strategist raises his sword high above his head, his gesture full of determination. Bring victory to your king. His order echoes throughout the camp, stirring the hearts of the warriors. His grin is full of cunning and confidence. All moorings lie to me. He knows that the Lord of the Seas and that one may be a pawn in his game. I'll make sure these barbarians beat each other up, he continues, already anticipating an enemy riven by internal conflict. The hackers have made their move, he turns around suddenly. The game is changing its rules, and the strategist is ready to take on a new challenge. Warriors in full armor line up in rows ready for battle. The hike has begun, one of them announces, their faces hidden behind masks of determination. I think the point is that we've got them cornered, came a confident voice. The strategist's strategy is beginning to bear fruit. Don't you think the Murads are a little mean today? The joking tone doesn't hide the tension before the clash. What are we waiting for? Uncertainty among the ranks is met with determination. Has the fight started yet? The question is in the air. Anticipation turns to action. Apparently they're determined to defeat us. An acknowledgement of the reality of the situation, but each of them is ready to fight to the end. On the battlefield, where every second counts, emotions still find a place. A tear rolls down the warrior's cheek, a sign of fear, pain, or perhaps relief. His comrade looks at him bewildered. P? His gaze full of questions, not understanding the sudden display of feeling. And the gist of it is this. Strategists have devised some other plan. Even in the midst of battle, brains are at work, weaving intrigue and scheming. The battle map unfolds before the warriors, showing the path to victory. And in a time of general confusion, it will be our turn. The voice is full of confidence in the strategy. We'll unite with Jurfor's regiment and strike a decisive blow, is the plan that should lead to triumph. The hero stares at the plan, his eyes wide with surprise and realization. Here it is, an opportunity to change the course of history. Questions and doubts are beginning to grow within the ranks of the army. Combine infantry with cavalry, voice full of incredulity at a plan that seems insane. Our regiment performed well in the battle with the liverymen, their experience being beyond question. And why did they choose us? They don't understand why they've earned this honorable right. Case Yaryan, the commander says firmly, his gaze heavy and serious. Fucked up. He summarizes the current situation succinctly and accurately. A whisper spreads among the warriors. Is everything that shitty? The sarcasm in the voice of one of them hides the excitement. The infantry will have to run alongside the horses, came the voice of another, where bewilderment mingled with a realistic appraisal of the situation. The commander does not lose his resolve. Listen to this, I want to puke already. His rudeness serves as an attempt to boost morale in the ranks. And you'll be ready to gut your babe by now, he continues, urging cruelty and ruthlessness. You can't stop. The order is clear and uncompromising. The fate of each of them is in their own hands. Because if you hesitate, you'll be trampled. The commander's speech carries the harsh realism of war, where mercy has no place. The commander addresses his subordinates with wild energy. Do you also know why our unit was thrown to the cavalry? His voice full of challenge. He continues, and his words sound like a sentence. Because someone's been messing around with their fish. The accusation is thrown, and there's anger in it. The hero stands confused, his face showing shock. Yeah? He can't believe he caused this decision. The commander addresses the hero with defiance. Doesn't the commander of the Duzan express himself better than I do? You can hear the underlying irritation in his voice. The hero, remaining unperturbed, replies, It was clear that the task would be daunting. His restraint contrasts with the tense atmosphere. It's understandable why they chose us. We have 2 skill holders, he continues, recognizing the special abilities of his squad. And on top of that, the magician... The commander's words give me a bad feeling. The hero listens intently, realizing the seriousness of the moment. The hero's gaze is fixed on the distant horizon. Will I hold out until the end, without dying? He whispered, both hope and fear in his words. The commander gives orders to his soldiers at the top of his voice. Shake off the fear! There are no orders to attack yet. He stands as steadfast as a rock, ready for any challenge. On the face of the commander reads anxiety. It seems that the plan went on the ride. Something may have happened to the vanguard of the main force. His gaze is thoughtful and serious. However, I don't think the Coast Commander-in-Chief misjudged the situation. On the battlefield, banners soared in the wind. These are the main forces of Ferris. The warriors are ready to fight. Their will to win is unwavering. The commander's face reflects the tension of the moment. What do we do? His question hangs in the air, full of anticipation for a solution. The warrior's eyes reflect worry. Why are there no orders? He's looking for guidance in this chaos. The commander is resolute. We're screwed if we don't do something. They'll send them. He calls for action by understanding the stakes. Look, Murata Reserve units. There is a mixture of surprise and challenge in his voice as he points out the new threat. The character's eyes reflect determination and anxiety. He is acutely aware of the weight of the moment, preparing for what is to come. Our goal is the stronghold of Ferris. Attack! A call for decisive action hangs in the air, banners fluttering in the wind. A mixture of bewilderment and urgency engulfs the army. Hey, are you crazy? Look! One of the warriors can't believe the risk they're about to take. We were going to attack the Murata. Resentment is growing among the ranks. What? Ferris? What's going on? Questions fly one after another, demanding explanations. The cavalry, like the elements, rushed into battle. Their power and speed breathtaking. The cavalry has already advanced. The hero, seizing the moment, shouts, Go! His voice cuts through the air, urging his comrades to follow the cavalry. To stop is to die, the beginning of a mad attack. The commander picks up on the energy of the moment, preparing the warriors for the decisive assault. The hero's gaze is full of determination as he screams, Fucking hell, fight in the same formation as the cavalry. Archers on horseback perform their maneuvers with grace, firing arrows at full speed. The warrior with sword in hand dives into the fray, his movement swift and decisive. The commander questioned, his face contorted with bewilderment. What do you mean by that? Fly fishing? He demands an explanation in the blink of an eye. Warriors rush into battle with an indomitable impulse. I don't know exactly, but... begins one of them, his voice full of hesitation and tension. The commander makes an assumption, his words sharp and confident. Probably the commanders foresaw the course of the battle. He continues, pointing to the strategic goal. Therefore, make the enemies attack with all their strength. And so the banner rushes forward. Our goal, reach their stakes faster than they reached ours. The warrior shouts, urging his comrades to take decisive action. Double or nothing. Either we are theirs or they are ours. They face a choice that will determine the outcome of the entire war. Amidst the battle turmoil of war is met with the news, "They're coming!" Her voice is full of anxiety. Eh? The soldier doesn't hide his surprise when the enemy approaches faster than expected. The situation is escalating. "Hey, go away, die!" shouts a fighter, urging his comrade to avoid imminent danger. "Fireball! Fireball!" The hero uses his spell to fight back against his enemies, his voice full of determination. The hero, concentrating will and magic, shouts powerfully, "Fireball!" His spell carries the full power of his spirit. The force of the spell rains down on the battlefield, a flash of light and heat dispersing the darkness. "Ah, it worked!" Without hiding his delight, the hero exclaims, seeing the result of his powerful spell. The accomplished action marks a new turn in the battle. "Break in the enemy formation." The command sounds like a sentence for enemies stunned by the unexpected blow. The commander excitedly proclaims, "We have to stop them, not one step back." The cavalry rushes into battle, cleaving the air with their lances, ready to break through the enemy ranks. "Remove the barriers. Make way for the cavalry." The orders come one after another, emphasizing the urgency of the moment. "If we endure today, we will meet victory tomorrow." The commander keeps the morale of his soldiers high by motivating them to do exploits in the upcoming clash. The force of the blast scatters dust and reveals the extent of the breach, leaving enemies confused. The character stares at the chaos unfolding before him, his eyes reflecting the sudden realization of the situation. A new threat looms on the horizon and the warriors await further instructions. Jerfer's cavalry is approaching. Who doesn't want to go crazy? Light out of the way. The commander's voice resounds through the noise of battle, calling for focus and swift action. Jerfer's cavalry boldly advances, their ranks unyielding and powerful, like a wave ready to wash away everything in its path. In the midst of a battle where every moment can be decisive, warriors experience the tension and adrenaline of battle. The soldier on the ground experiences confusion and fear, his whispered words begging for protection. "Mom, help!" The fight for survival on the battlefield continues, and each of the warriors is ready to fight to the last. The troops are advancing, rushing across the battlefield with indomitable force, their footsteps like thunder. "This is still flowers," one of the soldiers remarks sternly, looking at the enemies. "Come away, it's too early to relax," he adds, warning his comrades against premature optimism. Forward thunderstorms in the form of... The commander motivates the warriors by reminding them of their power and inevitability. The fighters are assembled, each ready to act as a unit, ready for any challenge that fate presents. A scream is heard on the battlefield. "Baya!" is the sound, full of tension and adrenaline, as soldiers prepare for a decisive clash. The cavalry, encouraged by the battle cry, rushes forward, breaking through obstacles, striving for victory. "Royal Guardsmen!" A loud cheer sounds as a particularly brave warrior pierces through the enemy ranks, becoming a symbol of the courage and strength of his army. On the battlefield, the call goes out, "Stranger, do you want to die for a country that is foreign to you?" The lyrics are full of bewilderment and anger as the warrior faces the reality of war, which sometimes calls into question motives and sacrifices. "Run!" The order sounds and the soldiers react instantly, ready to retreat, realizing that sometimes retreat is the only way to survive and win in the future. The clash of swords, the explosion of emotions, and the adrenaline of battle fill the air as the battle continues. In the midst of the scrum, there are cries of, "Heavy! He reinforced!" The warrior feels the power of the enemy's blow, the difficulty of the fight, and the weight of the weapon. "Hooray!" A shout of encouragement and fighting spirit rolls through the ranks, inspiring soldiers to new feats. "You got in my way!" The soldier realizes the obstacle in front of him, but his resolve will not be broken. The battle rages on, and every fighter knows there is no retreat. "When are they going to run out?" shouts the commander, baffled by the endless waves of enemies crashing down on his troops. He feels every moment of the battle dragging on like an eternity. "I see movement on the left flank. They're leaving, avoiding the fight." The commander's desperate gaze turned toward the receding figures of the enemy, dodging a direct confrontation. "Squad, follow me!" The commander gathers his men for a counterattack, ordering them to follow him into battle to seize the moment and deliver a decisive blow. "We're a little busy here," screams the warriors as they fight the enemies that surround them on all sides. They are making a huge effort to hold their ground. "He sent these warriors to detain us," realizes the commander, realizing that the enemy is using a distraction to slow their advance. "Hold it right there, coward!" shouts the commander, rushing towards the retreating enemy, determined not to let him get away and end this fight as soon as possible. "Jerk!" A warrior commander gallops ahead of his troop, leading them across the battlefields to victory. His determination knows no bounds, and he is ready to crush any obstacle in his way. Surprise and shock are displayed on the young warrior's face as he sees the might and bravery of his commander. This moment becomes a test not only of his fighting spirit, but also of his faith in his leader. With each step, each swing of the sword, the commander and his squad approach the climax of this epic battle, where the outcome of the battle hangs in the balance. The warrior's gaze, furtively watching his commander, is full of admiration and concern. The words that awaken his resolve hover in the air, using magic as a risk, but without it, the chances of success melt away. That armor-clad bastard doesn't think to move, thinks the warrior, preparing for a decisive clash when every moment could be the last. The realization that they cannot reach enemy headquarters and that they cannot afford to lose the king fills the warrior with renewed vigor. Every movement, every choice, is a step towards victory or defeat in this ruthless game of war. From behind the clouds of dust and the rumble of battle, there is an exclamation of surprise. The warriors, turning their heads, see the incredible. Their comrade, contrary to all the laws of physics and expectations, floats in the air like a bird freed from the earth's shackles. "What's he doing? Take him away!" the soldiers shout, but their voices are drowned out in the chaos. An unexpected maneuver filled with desperation and fearlessness strikes their fancy. The magical energy that the warrior had decided to use was now drawing its path, creating an unpredictable vortex into the ranks of the enemy. This is the moment when a miracle becomes the only chance of victory. In the heart of the scrum, the order goes out, "Go yourself!" Each word pierces the noise of battle, insistent and determined. The warrior, whose fate now hangs in the balance, decides to follow that voice. His figure cuts off abruptly. He disappears into the bowels of the battle, leaving behind only an explosion of dust and echoes of chaos. "The price will protect us, Burrito. We need to leave," shouts one of the associates. In this cry is not only fear, but also hope for salvation, for escape from the imminent doom that is getting closer every moment. The cry of "You die here" cuts into the noise of battle like lightning, and one of the warriors feels a chill of foreboding. His eyes widen with horror. Something unexpected and terrible is rapidly approaching, something that will change the outcome of the battle. What is it? His thoughts are interrupted by screams of terror echoing everywhere. In the blink of an eye, it becomes clear. The situation is out of control, and now everyone must act quickly to survive in this chaos. Suddenly, the battlefield is illuminated by the light of an unusual blue flame, causing surprise and bewilderment among the warriors. Blue flames? Their minds are filled with legends of ancient magical powers. Meanwhile, tension hangs over the headquarters, where strategists are mulling over plans for next actions. "Your Majesty, it's very dangerous here," cautions one of the advisors, pointing to a map of the troops' positions. "We must link up with our main forces. If you are killed, our army will be finished." His voice is full of urgency, emphasizing the critical importance of the moment to the outcome of the war. The commander dismisses with disdain the thought of fleeing. "Are you suggesting I run with my tail between my legs?" His voice full of anger and contempt for the idea of retreat. The alarm is sounding at headquarters. The warriors standing by the map turn around, recognizing the new development. "They broke through the defenses," yells one of the soldiers, reporting a problem that needs immediate attention. The situation on the battlefield is escalating, and commanders must quickly decide how to change strategy to counter the unexpected turn. With strain in his voice, one of the warlords turns to his comrade. "Please, my lord." He realizes that a critical moment has arrived, and their actions may decide the outcome of the battle. The scene on the battlefield continues to accelerate. Warriors in panic try to organize defense, but the enemy continues the offensive, breaking through their ranks. The commander, focused and determined, prepares for action. His gaze is filled with determination and a willingness to face the threat head-on, not backing down in the face of danger. The warrior's eyes reflect horror. He recalls. The memory of something terrible flashes through his mind, leaving a trail of fear and confusion. In a room filled with strategic plans and heavy thinking, a warning is sounded about blue flames on the battlefield, a sign of great danger. The warrior's face hides a shadow of horror and disbelief, as if he were facing the very embodiment of his fear. Chaos unfolds on the battlefield, and in that chaos he sees a blazing source, a blue flame, a sign of unimaginable power. The scene shifts to the military strategists, who realize the full extent of the threat. If they fall, the entire army will be on the brink of defeat. This moment determines everything. Either they will unite and endure, or all their efforts will be in vain. Suddenly, events take an unexpected turn. A warrior facing an unforeseen threat realizes that they now stand on the threshold of a decisive clash, and their actions at this critical moment could change the course of history. The man immediately and dramatically announced that he would be next. But our hero I only stared intently at the man, immediately turning to him. Speaking of that look that your greatness in blue colors comes in despair. The heroes continued to address the men by calling him Your Majesty, because it was clear that he usually looks like a foot soldier, but he doesn't look like one. But the man immediately angrily began to say that he was the commander-in-chief of the army, and his name was Winston Farius. But the heroes only thought it might have been a doppelganger, but maybe not. Then Hero suggested that they just give up because he thought they were going to lose anyway, since it makes no sense to just wipe out your royal family members who are more profitable to have as hostages. Since this is war after all, and he'll be much more useful that way. Although on the same side, he of course still has a whole world, and his sword is with me, so as well as his pride for nothing, and all their wars are still being fought. So there's no way I'm necessarily going to continue all this. The heroes just stared at it all thoughtfully, because the man immediately turned around abruptly and said he was going from whatever he saw in his mind at the moment. No reason to give up at all. So he immediately thrust his sword into his hands and with a battle cry decided to engage our hero. Although the hero is well aware that the man will not want to take and give up so easily, so he was well aware that his opponent will not avoid the fight, that actually the man and did immediately throwing himself at our hero, who with ease was able to turn away from the attack of the man. The man continued to attack our hero, even though he was defending himself very well. As well as the hero, I only thought the man said words like, "There's no reason to give up," realizing that if he had hesitated at any point, he would have come to the end of himself and would need to disregard such stupid mistakes in the future, and in no way think about the fact that someone could simply destroy him. After all, he thought the reps were knowledgeable and could only command, but in no way thought they were mere pacifiers with loud titles who could do nothing. But the hero was well aware that his opponent is quite very strong, and it is not possible to defeat him so easily. And the hero is not as equal to him to destroy his rival, for he was very strong indeed. And while the hero, I thought about how he could destroy his opponent, he did not waste a second, so he immediately tried to strike, attacking all the hero. After all, he had already tried to strike at the hero, although the hero noticed this attack in time and was able to dodge, but the fear did not end there. But the man was aggressive in the way by the looks of it, he wanted to win so badly, as was normal. Though the hero, despite having some open areas in his defense, but the man kept hitting the hero and some attacking from some side and leading a bit. And in a moment, they were within a few meters of each other, though so and men still achieved some of their goals. And the man did notice it, but he suddenly saw our hero turning around and ready to attack. But it was not yet clear what that attack would be. Suddenly, our hero simply throws his weapon towards his opponent, thinking about it coming right at the target. Although apparently, he couldn't expect a man with the ease of a throwing attack to do so. He was a bit taken aback by it, because he didn't understand why he had thrown away his weapon. But he couldn't even think about the fact that it would just be a deceptive maneuver, since our hero I was already literally a few centimeters away from him. And yet our hero's attack came right on target, as he still reached his target and delivered a devastating blow, destroying his opponent the moment he began to fall. And the heroes finally realize it's a battle he's winning after all, since there's nothing left of the man. But the moment the man fell, he was only saying that he might have struck that window battle. But the war was not yet Shenna, and our hero I stared at his defeated opponent, and he immediately shouted with all his warriors that their king had been destroyed. So all the wars immediately realized that they needed to finish off those who were left and let it go. So they immediately rushed with the new appearance into Battle 1. But while the hero I was watching at all that happened unexpectedly, he heard a voice that responded to his name. Turning around, he saw a man who was crouched beside his rival whom he had previously destroyed at something uttered that could not be addressing our hero. He immediately drew my sword in front of him as a sign of respect. And the picture was choosing new outcomes because so far the hero of Ya is still not sure what's going on. The hero, without raising his eyes, only flew in his thoughts. Something was troubling him, but Paka was not clear what exactly was troubling him. The man immediately told our hero that he was shocked a bit because he didn't expect him to be able to destroy him, saying that it was a very good job and he really couldn't expect such a thing from him. As well as his interest in the matter, he immediately asked what squad he was from. Our hero immediately replied that he was from Dwayne's squad. The man immediately said that he would be rewarded quite so well for what he had done, to which our hero said that he was happy to try. Well, the man also said that he should try not to die until he gets his reward. And then one of the guys from our hero's squad came up to the hero and asked him how he was doing. The hero replied that he was very tired, but thank God he was able to win the fight and stayed alive. But also hero was interested in how the others, because he thought not only about himself but also about others, to which he received the answer that all the others Bordriach come. But then the commander also turned to the hero saying that they should not relax because everything is not over yet, but he was now the main thing, is to see if anyone has a drink, to which the hero I smiled and said that he was sweating like a horse, but still wants to fight. But while the heroes handled the commander work further, And at some point, the hero looked at all this, a little upset, was offended, as his look immediately changed. For he believed that this victory over the kingdom signaled the imminent end of the war from some country. It was good enough. We have something upsetting him too, for they realized that they had very much reported that the master was a permission, but still did not understand what they should do now, as their confusion was. The man was very much at a loss as to how to beat him further. I didn't realize it was for the sake of everything. I've been doing everything for the captain all these 5 years. For what did she betray her country? He realized that this was the end of it, showed only most of what he was demanding forgiveness by his daughters as they capitulated. Man, by all his clothes, was very much distressed at what he was not, what he was doing, and at what was to be. But everyone immediately started waxing, no saying it was the wrong decision. All immediately cried out that he had sold his country some of his gains, and also he had lived before all their lands. Everyone immediately pointed guns at him, but the man didn't understand what he was supposed to do. The only thing he said was for them to forgive him. And at the same time, one of the guys realized that not why they were called to such a big mansion, addressing the commander, because maybe he did something wrong on what the other guy, only she told her that he also does not understand yet. But the commander also said he could hear them very well, and they did something wrong in no way if the commander was mouthed off by one of the guys. But the same commander said they were being honored for their accomplishments on the battlefield, and that's why they are all present here. But the heroes began to think, because the same thing said the commander of the cavalry detachment realizes something is not right here. And all the military sat at one big state and waited for what would happen next. But the heroes also wondered if the commander how to drink tea properly. Ishek, to which he immediately replied that he had heard that aristocrats drink like that. And he immediately, one of the guys, decided to try and drink tea like a real aristocrat. And everyone here is the same, like chugging tea out of a cup. At one time couldn't create his brain and taste buds. I mean, they didn't realize it was real black tea. But they all drank tea. And the weaker ones really liked it a lot, as it had been a long time since they'd had something like that. Groy immediately began to say that it was a beautiful and elegant flavor, and he apparently missed that flavor very much. Everyone immediately started saying that they were all looking at him and smiling at the old Spitfire. But a man came in abruptly and greeted everyone at the table, said he'd see them partying from some country. Maybe that's a good thing, but maybe not even a good thing. And then it says that they're all attached, as in feet, really not, and now they're going to talk a little bit. To which our hero, I only wondered why Grandpa was staring at him like that, because it made him very tense to realize that this is what a god I am in the War Commander burger. Though the male hero sipped his tea, which he already had poured and hot, and he was surprised to hear about his achievements, because he did not expect that a foot soldier and not a cavalry could destroy King Ferris, saying that he was outsmarted, especially by our protagonist. He immediately went on to say that he had invited them to personally present them with the award, to which the commander smilingly only said that the commander-in-chief was flattering them. But here all the fighters were very surprised, as they did not know that their commander could be polite. The man immediately questioned if he was the squad leader, since he had heard for him, and he had also heard that he was nicknamed the Swift Lion, saying that the Empire of the Crane is grateful to him, to which the commander immediately thanked for the compliment, because these words were important to him, and also. But then the man suddenly turned his attention to our hero and asked if he remembered his name correctly. For 6 months after enlistment, hardened fighting on the frontier, and his skill as a commander, and learned Magi from one of the men well as well. Our hero used Dennis Faddis during the battle. But also, Commander-in-Chief, I noticed that the hero has an incredible ability, and is really shocked. Our hero only lowered his head and in many ways said this to the one who serves the fatherland. And also the blue flame spreading the enemy of hell is a tale he had heard everyone, and in the distant past it had been used by heroes as well as prominent adventurers, and was very curious if he was one of them. So she commander immediately turned to his aide to fetch something. And unexpectedly for our hero, he was brought a mask that was placed right in front of him. It is said that its owner was from a squad that wore armor in another world, and together they fought against 3 great powers, and this mask is shrouded in mystery, but it is said that it belonged to the previous owner of the Wandering Fire. And then the unexpected hero, I picked up this mask and immediately put it on, which the man only said it suits him very much. So he advised the hero I kept this mask. Well, also the hero unevenly. Why he at this time felt a slight afterlife, he immediately thought it was strange, not realizing what this feeling was after all something to do with his past world. And also the commander-in-chief immediately said that all his future opponents shuddered before that mask in the video interrogated our hero. Did he like it? Our hero, I didn't dare to show up right away, a little squirming, he just looked thankful for such a gift. But suddenly the mask literally trembled and started making noises. The hero of this one wasn't exactly shocked, he was very frightened. I don't understand what's going on. And many who sat at the table also immediately did not understand. They themselves have already peeled off, that only the man who taught magic to our hero did not move even a hair, and also the commander-in-chief immediately laughed. Everyone immediately started talking about how this mask was the curse of the hero. Literally, after taking it off, he immediately turned pale and no one around him understood what was going on, and what this mask was. The hero shrieked too, Shi-Team still not realizing what it was after he saw that he was just sitting on a chair and laughing. The man just kept laughing, asking the only question, did he like the gift? On the fact that the characters apparently weren't thrilled with such a thing, as it didn't fit why the mask abruptly started screaming and began shaking. To which the man immediately said that he almost choked with laughter, and also talked about not being afraid because she had not hurt anyone yet, saying that it is a kind of weapon with a will of its own, and it is very picky about the choice of its master. Once everyone had received their awards and finished their tea, they immediately began to leave the room. To which the commanders immediately said that he was tired, and besides the awards he did not like at all. Also, others have remarked that they did not understand what they would do with it, and the hero at heart did not understand because surely, as the ocean said, she commander will keep it to himself, because why not better not throw away this devil's mask? But immediately the commander began to shout, not realizing that he was completely crazy dare to cross the commander-in-chief. As the others immediately apologized for even thinking of such a thing, they were very sorry. But the heroes only thought about the fact that this is a very strange world, where the mask with its will and how it works it is not clear yet, as he did not understand where he was reborn and these skills and magic. Meanwhile, workers did some industrial cleanup further into the city, as well as picking inscriptions out of monuments and changing glass. Everyone just looked at me, destroyed their warriors, thinking that they are Miard soldiers. Don't you realize what they are doing here? But some Arabs defended their city to the end, even though they knew they were doomed. Because nothing is eternal, not power, not wealth, and all of that can change in the blink of an eye. Once upon a time, there was a mercenary named Taro Sakamoto, a man who knew no equal because he was extremely strong. To everyone who was a member of the bandit gang was afraid when Sakamoto appeared on the horizon, their hands began to shake just from his murderous gaze. He could have easily cut off his head, and those who threatened his life did not make much effort. He was truly unsurpassed. His techniques impressed everyone who came face to face with him, and after that, they lost all desire to meet him at least once more. All the people who worked as mercenary killers treated him with great respect. They wanted to adopt all his skills for themselves, and all the local robbers were scared to death of him. But one day, everything changed. Everything was as usual. In the evening, Sakamoto once again went to a local store to buy some groceries, and the girl who worked there greeted him with a slight smile. And this was the reason for all the changes in the future. Taro Sakamoto fell head over heels in love with her. As soon as his eyes fell on the dark-haired girl, he stared at her with his mouth open, crazy about her beauty. Later on, the man resigned, forgetting about the business he had been passionate about for so many years, and after a while, the young couple decided to get married and legalize their relationship. After a certain period of time, he and his wife had a baby, whom they loved very much from the moment he was born. Once upon a time, there was a mercenary named Taro Sakamoto, a man who knew no equal because he was extremely strong. They lived in a happy and close-knit family, supporting each other in difficult situations, and later, when the boy arrived in the Japanese capital specifically to meet with Master Sakamoto, he found the famous Sakamoto's shop and was going to visit it. At the time, a little boy was standing there, calling out to Mr. Taro to show him something, and the older man looked carefully in the direction the boy was pointing. The boy asked the man if he could take a free juice can if he hit the target with a suction cup arrow, and then the boy showed him where he should shoot. Sakamoto told his wife, as she came closer to her husband, that this little boy had been visiting them often in recent weeks, and that the child had missed the target. The boy shouted something and was about to try a second time, and was sure that this time he would hit the right spot, calling out to Sakamoto. But when he bent down to pick up the arrow, his backpack opened. The books, along with the entire contents of the briefcase, fell on the white pants of one of the shop's customers. The boy looked up at him, stepping back awkwardly, and the older man meanwhile took hold of his t-shirt and threw a tantrum over his damaged clothes. The wife noticed that the man wanted to beat the child, and then asked Sakamoto what to do now, because the man began to threaten the child with death. The very next moment, Taro approached the client, stopping his hand from almost hitting the boy, and after he stood there in shock, Sakamoto took out a pen. He grabbed the impudent man by the hair, putting the object right up to his chin, thus protecting the guy. In a matter of minutes, a dissatisfied customer with a frown was leaving the store, cursing the sellers, and the child thanked the nail technician for his help. It would have taken a little more and Sakamoto could have killed this customer, as he had done with his enemies before. But he was just lucky, and after a short while they heard the voice of a guy who came into the store. The guy claimed that he clearly saw the man pierce his carotid artery with a regular pen. The mercenary seer Shin was also closely involved in this case, and he introduced himself afterwards, glaring at Sakamoto a little angrily. But the very next moment, the former mercenary hit Shin hard in the face. The guy immediately jumped away from him, surprised when he started hitting him. They had once worked together on a task, and it turned out that Shin could read minds, but soon everything calmed down and they talked calmly to each other. Shin was very sorry that the community had resigned and begged him to return to the criminal world, as his excellent skills were being wasted, and his body weight was only increasing. But he firmly replied that he would not return to his previous life, despite the fact that the guy persistently tried to convince him otherwise and remind him that all criminals were afraid of him. When Sakamoto refused once again, Shin banged his fists on the table and started shouting, saying that he was a legend and could not just forget about his past. The man was quietly chewing his noodles, looking at Shin, and the latter could not stand it any longer and took out a cigarette to smoke. Shin started muttering something under his breath, but something surprised him, and then the cigarette fell out of his mouth. While Sakamoto was eating quietly, Shin noticed a sign announcing that smoking was prohibited. Shin sat in shock. Despite the fact that Sakamoto had already lost his form, he could still kill him with such speed that the guy wouldn't even have time to blink. The very next moment, the man was called by a friend of his who was passing by the shop on a bicycle and asked him to help him, and Shin was surprised when Sakamoto was asked to help. A man needed to trim the branches in his garden, but he couldn't get there, but Taro assured him that he would help him. And the next moment, his wife came up to him, saying that their little girl didn't want to eat vegetables at all, and then the boys came and wanted to play with the ball, but they only had one. Everyone wanted Taro to help them. Shin watched in shock and then thought that he was skillfully hiding his true nature. Shin called his current nature a laughingstock, to which he simply did not respond. The boy decided that it was time to go and said goodbye, after which he assured him that they would meet again someday, but when Shin turned to leave, an arrow thrown by the little boy hit his head. The man cursed unhappily, but later he was already sitting in his car. More than 5 years had passed since he last saw Sakamoto, and the man had grown very fat. But the man was still very cool. Despite all this, he hadn't lost all his skills. If you ignore Taro's excess weight, his aura remains as irresistible as ever, and Shin was eager to work with the man again. As soon as he left, he received a call from his boss, who asked him hopefully if he had managed to convince Sakamoto to return to his old job. But Shin, a little sadly, replied that he had not. The guy asked again if he was sure he needed to get rid of the man. Sakamoto is already covered in fat, he is absolutely no threat to them now. But the boss was of a different opinion. According to all the laws of the organization, when you leave it, you are eliminated. Sakamoto betrayed them, and they could not allow the man to remain alive. In addition to all this, there were already dozens of people behind the boss's back who claimed Taro's head, and if Shin continued to talk, the same people would go after his life. The boss ordered Taro to be killed immediately. There was no choice, as sooner or later he would be settled, so Shin decided that in that case he would do it himself. The boy went to the store again, seriously determined, and was met in the yard by his wife, who was standing next to the boy, who immediately asked if he could play with him. But the boy refused. It was not the right time for that. Shin took out his weapon and entered the store while Sakamoto was calmly reading a newspaper. The man said with a disgruntled face that he had to leave the city as soon as possible, so Shin pulled out his gun and walked even closer to the man. Shin then pointed a gun directly at Taro and opened fire in the store. The bullet flew past the old master, who looked at Shin in shock, but did not let go of the newspaper. And then Sakamoto deflected the bullet with a regular cough pill, which surprised Shin, and then ice cream flew right into the guy's face. Shin ducked, looking around for Sakamoto, who had disappeared. Shin could neither find him nor read the man's thoughts, although he had done it before with flying colors, and Sakamoto had already run to the warehouse and hid there, picking up a rubber band to attack the boy with when he found him. Sakamoto watched through the net to see if Shin was coming toward him, and the very next moment, the man launched this thought right at him, which scared the guys and almost got him caught. Shin ran as fast as he could, throwing everything off the store shelves along the way, and then went around the corner of the store and fired a shot at the man. But he easily dodged it. The next second, a strange sticky thing flew at Shin, but with such force that it knocked him down, and all his hair was covered in this sweet candy. While Shin stood confused in the middle of the store, Sakamoto was already there, standing behind him, and he realized that it would be worth changing his location, but he didn't have time to do anything. Sakamoto kicked Shin with all the strength he had, and the young man flew to the opposite side of the store with a loud scream, knocking over all the food on his way. He fell to the ground and hit himself hard, after which he lost consciousness and woke up on the bed with a compress on his forehead and his body bandaged. Next to Shin stood Sakamoto's wife and their little daughter, who happily exclaimed that the boy had finally woken up. He shook his head, not understanding where he was, but they reassured him that they were all on the second floor of the store. They kindly brought him a bunch of dishes for lunch, and Shin was surprised when they put so much rice in front of him. He realized that he had not fulfilled his task, but Sakamoto suggested that he start eating, and Shin began to eat, but thought that the food might be poisonous, and that it would take a long time to remove the poison. But it was so warm and tasty that he couldn't stop and kept eating everything that was put there. He looked exactly the same as when they first met, the girl exclaimed joyfully, and Shin was haunted by a strange feeling. He had never felt like this in all his time as a mercenary. Did Taro resign just to save his boring life? It's so stupid. But Shin ate anyway, and then thanked them for such hospitality, and Sakamoto began to write something on a piece of paper. Taro invited the boy to come to the shop in the future, and Shin smiled slightly and realized that he was still far from Sakamoto's skill. When the young man returned to his organization, he was immediately approached by his boss, who demanded to know if he had anything to tell him about his failed assignment. This was a great shame in the boss's mind, because Shin failed to eliminate Sakamoto and fulfill this important assignment. The next moment, the guy fell to his knees, bowing his head to his boss and begging him to let Mr. Sakamoto live on. But to the head of the organization, it sounded like a mockery. The man could not understand why he was defending Taro, who had betrayed the organization. But the young man continued to stand his ground. Sakamoto had a family of his own, but this did not convince the boss at all, because he had broken the rules. He had abandoned his duties, and it was because of this that he should die. Then the guy decisively pulled out a gun and put it to his neck, saying that if anyone refused to do his duty, it would be him, after which he asked once again that the man be allowed to live on. The boss asked Shin what he was doing and why he was doing it, to which he replied that it was his punishment for pointing a gun at his hero. For a while, the boss was silent, not even knowing what to say, but after a few seconds, he said that he should do as he pleased, let him kill himself, and then he could safely deal with Sakamoto. The boss of the organization had many thoughts going through his mind. He thought Shin was a fool for believing and admiring a man like Sakamoto, and for going to kill himself for this man. But no one took into account the fact that Shin is a seer, so the guy was not surprised by this, and then he pointed his gun at the boss and was about to shoot. The boss had completely forgotten that the guy could read minds, and then finally became convinced that he had to be killed. And Shin realized that he now had no other choice. Meanwhile, Sakamoto's shop was sad. There were absolutely no people in the store, and the man sat with a gloomy face listening to music. Soon he decided to open a cash register, and then began typing something on the keyboard. And after a while, the man entered a room where a great variety of weapons were stored. He looked at the riches that were stored in his seemingly ordinary shop. He walked over to a shelf where there were pistols with grenades, and Sakamoto picked up one of them. Meanwhile, Shin was trying to hide from people who were in the same organization as him, but now became his sworn enemies. He was fighting against one person, but it seemed as if the guy was predicting their every move. Shin's pistol was almost out of bullets, but he was not going to give up. Shin was a seer, and if you get too close to him, he can easily read all the thoughts in that person's head. The guy realized that there was no other option but to run, even though the guards were going to shoot him by surprise. But he killed his enemies himself. He ran forward as fast as he could, trying not to waste bullets, and for a long time he was skillfully dodging, but one bullet hit him right in the knee. After that, several armed men approached him, pointing their guns directly at him, and Shin realized that he had already stepped into his own grave with one foot. But to his great surprise, the next second he saw Mr. Sakamoto holding a weapon and easily dealing with all the enemies, all of whom fell to the ground from his bullets, and the young man looked at the man in amazement. The boss called out to the guards when he saw Sakamoto and ordered the man to be killed immediately. One of the organization's members approached Sakamoto, but the guy was very scared, and when he tried to shoot the man, Taro started waving his hands. The very next moment, when the guy did release the ammunition, Sakamoto punched him hard in the face. So it hit him hard, and he fell to the floor unconscious. Several other guards approached the man. One of them had a knife, but the attempt to cut the former mercenary failed as he abruptly grabbed his arm, and then dislocated it, and the knife fell to the floor. The boss shouted that no one should attack him alone, because nothing good would come of it. They had to shoot at Taro all at once. But the man seemed to be afraid of absolutely no one and nothing. He decided to defend himself with two knives that he grabbed in his hands and stood on alert for a new attack. And when they decided to turn around, he immediately attacked them, swinging both knives in different directions, wounding everyone who stood near him, including the boss. And Shin watched silently, admiring Sakamoto. Despite the fact that the man had lost his figure, he was still a legendary mercenary, feared and admired by all. After the battle, Shin looked up at the man, asking how he knew where he was, but Sakamoto silently handed him his weapon without answering. At the same time, the man gave him a microphone. Yesterday, while he was lying unconscious, he put the microphone under the guy's arm. Now Shin had made his choice. He smiled slightly and then saw Sakamoto's apron on the ground. Taro offered the young man to work for him for either yen an hour or 850 yen, and at first Shin was surprised, but he had no choice. Soon he was back in the shop of the man he admired so much, though he didn't look very happy, and the little boy was chasing the ball around the store. After some time had passed, Sakamoto decided to have a snack and picked up his favorite noodles again. But Shin, who was standing next to him, asked him not to eat the noodles next to him, because he was wearing a new shirt and didn't want it to get dirty. Soon after, Taro's wife came up to them and told them that they were running out of ramen, and then turned her attention to the boy and said that he looked great. And the young man in turn was embarrassed. An old lady came into the store. She couldn't find the detergent because she couldn't see very well, but Shin came up to her and showed her where the thing she needed was. And she was very surprised because she didn't even say what she needed. And the guy told her everything so quickly. Taro's daughter was delighted with his abilities, and it was really convenient. The very next moment, a little boy came up and mentally said to himself that Mr. Sakamoto looked much better in an apron. But this really annoyed Shin, who could read minds. After that, the boy asked if he was comfortable working here, and he said that he was comfortable even when he didn't know what to do. And in any case, it was better than his previous job. After that, the kid asked where he used to work, and Shin knew he couldn't reveal his real job, so he mumbled that he worked somewhere in a community cleaning organization. And now he moved to Sakamoto's shop and he actually liked it. It's been a week since Shin gave up his life of crime and went to work for Master Sakamoto, yet he even gave him time off on other days. The man had never seen such a great hand-to-hand fight. Even in retirement, he was better than anyone he knew. But the man just told him to do his job well and talk less. But he paid no attention to it and happily muttered that he had helped eliminate all his enemies at once. When his wife, who was standing next to them, heard this, Aoi angrily asked him why he had returned to killing again, since they had already agreed that Taro would give it up. The man started shaking his head and panicked, not even knowing what to say. But Shin continued to tell him how Taro had quickly dealt with the opponents, and the man said that there were no fatal injuries. The very next moment, without letting her husband talk her out of it, she revealed that the punishment for violating family rules would be divorce. Aoi snorted and walked out of the store with a disgruntled face, and Shin asked what kind of strange family rules were these, while Sakamoto watched his wife. The guy watched this strange situation in amazement, and while he was sweeping the yard, he noticed an officer patrolling the area. He replied that they'd had a lot of robberies lately, so they had to patrol more often. But Sakamoto's was considered the safest store in Japan, so the cop exhaled. However, you never know when criminals will be at it again. You need to be on your guard. But Shin couldn't even imagine any crime being committed here. But his thoughts were interrupted by Taro, who was standing with a box that needed to be delivered to a customer. Meanwhile, bandits climbed onto a local bus, wearing masks and carrying guns, and ordered everyone on board to stay still because now the bus belonged to them. If the passengers move, they will die in an instant. Sakamoto's wife was on the same bus. She couldn't even imagine what to do now. She had bought ice cream that could melt. She wondered if the gangsters would get angry if she decided to eat it now. And Taro left a notice on the door of the store that he was not there at the moment and was delivering an order. And together with Shin, they went to fulfill the order. At which time the boy decided to ask what family rules his wife was talking about, but there was too little time to explain all these nuances. But the young man suggested that he just remember it, because he could read minds, and that was quite enough. He was even a little jealous of this family atmosphere, and while the guy was flying in his thoughts, Taro noticed a bus standing nearby. Shin braked sharply to avoid hitting him, and the parcel they were supposed to deliver flew out of the cart. All the food in the box scattered on the road. He asked him, breathing heavily, what had happened, and was told that one bus had been seized and that Aoi and his wife were also on it. Meanwhile, the bandits continued to threaten the passengers because they knew how sad it was to close their favorite manga, and they were going to crash the damn bus into Shui's house. And the lives of passengers were to be sacrificed for the sake of a better manga industry, but Aoi didn't care at all. She was only thinking about being late for dinner as she looked out the window. One of the bandits noticed her and said that she looked like she didn't care about the mango. She was terribly calm for someone who was about to die. She only just noticed them. She just smiled and said that she knew Sakamoto would always save her in any situation. The perpetrator asked in surprise who he was, as if the girl was going crazy with fear. But his partner said to forget about this girl because she would die soon anyway, like everyone else here. Meanwhile, Sakamoto ordered the guy to go ahead. They had only two priorities for this rescue mission. The first was to rescue the hostages, and the second was to remain incognito and not show that they were mercenaries. There were to be no killings. Taro added a third priority. Shin had wondered about this in their last competition and didn't understand why the man was so worried about killing. But Taro was silent for a moment. 5 years ago, when he was only 22, when his relationship with Aoi was just beginning, he was covered in blood again after another mission, and the girl was not at all satisfied with this and was against it. She didn't attack him, and didn't understand how he could do such terrible things so easily. But he said that he had to work somewhere and give his beloved gifts. But she didn't want gifts that were washed with someone else's blood, and only after that did the man think about it. The girl immediately went as far away from him as possible, because if he could not change, she could not be with him. And then they just jumped off the bridge. Sakamoto was horrified, and a few seconds later, a powerful explosion was heard. He jumped after her and grabbed her as hard as he could, and the girl's shoes flew off. Soon they landed on the ground. It was very strange that they had survived. Aoi was sure of the opposite, but it was very good that it was still snowing. Sakamoto wanted to say something then, but she cut him off, saying that the only condition for them to be together was that he would not kill her. If instead of killing people he started helping them, it would be much better. That's why they opened the shop. And now the girl was thinking how cute it was when he was so reckless for her. Shin reviewed all his memories, realizing that really killing now would be an unnecessary input, and they would communicate as usual by telepathy. And after discussing the whole plan, they shit on the bus. Once on the roof of the bus, they turned off the engine of their vehicle, and the bandits looked up in shock. Shin ordered Taro to hide his face to remain anonymous in the case. But what destroyed them was the fact that they were approaching the bridge. The bus would have easily passed under it, but they would have definitely been knocked off its roof. Sakamoto jumped up correctly, jumping across the bridge. The boy meanwhile lay down, hoping that nothing would hit him, but he rolled loudly. When the bus finally passed under the bridge, he started calling out to Sakamoto and looking for him. Sakamoto, who was flying over the rooftops, ordered the bus to point in the right direction. The man noticed the children playing in the streets below. They opened their mouths in surprise. He looked very cool in their eyes. Without wasting any time, Shin climbed inside the bus, breaking one of the windows. In one jerk, he grabbed one of the bandits with his feet and then pulled him over. The next moment, the robber's neck snapped. He started screaming frantically, and the guy ordered him to stop the vehicle immediately or his arm would be broken. Shin turned his gaze to the driver and saw a horrific picture. The driver's legs were chained to the seat, and he could not get it off the gas, so he immediately attacked the thieves to free the driver. The team communicated again with each other through telepathy. Shin said that the bus could not be stopped, but the man did not see this as a problem and decided to do it himself. Taking the torn road sign in his hands, he threw it against the windshield, and the vehicle gradually began to slow down. Taro held the sign tightly, doing his best to prevent trouble, and the people inside looked at the savior in surprise. Soon after, he burst into the bus wearing a face mask. The passengers were already looking at Sakamoto with fear, not knowing whether they could trust this strange man. Meanwhile, Shin sat down next to the unconscious robber, who mentally hoped that he hadn't fallen asleep, and Aoi happily approached her husband, saying that she knew Taro would definitely come. She also thought for a minute and said a little uncertainly that she hadn't mentioned another family rule in the morning. Sakamoto lifted the mask from his face, reminding him of their family's 12th rule. It was their custom to heal after each battle with a delicious dinner, and he recalled what he had said to the girl at the beginning of their life together, when she had almost held his hands for the first time. And soon everyone returned to the store, where they served a lot of delicious food, and the thieves who broke into the bus were detained by the police. But as for the mysterious masked man who suddenly came to the aid of the victims, it was still a mystery, but it was suspected that this man was a martial arts master. Aoi's daughter said that the man looked exactly like her dad, and Shin asked how they managed to take this picture. Shin also said that the story of how he stopped killing was very moving to him. And when Taro looked at him stunned, the guy replied that he had been thinking about it all along and that Shin knew everything because of his powers. But Sakamoto just told him that the boy was now part of their family, so he had to follow all the rules that the former mercenary had put in front of him. If he broke them, Sakamoto would kill him with his own hands, but Shin shouted that this was contrary to the very rules, because it was clearly stated that killing was forbidden. The next day, they were walking around the city with the whole family and wandered into an amusement park, and Shin decided to go to the shooting range, so he took aim with one eye closed. And then he fired but missed. It was not even close to hitting the target. But he sat down with the rifle on the grass, looking inside because he was sure that the sight was perfect, and that the problem was probably with the weapon he had been given, and Shin wanted to take it apart and check it out. While the boy was doing this, Sakamoto won all the prizes that were offered here. The employee angrily told him not to come back here again because other children have nothing to win now. But Taro calmly walked to his with a bag of toys. The next moment, a policewoman approached them, asking if their motorcycle was nearby. She started shouting that this was not a parking area and that it was forbidden to stop vehicles even for a few minutes. While the officer was talking to the man, Shin noticed an advertisement that mentioned Sakamoto, a mysterious masked man. The police girl was surprised to ask if they knew about the news, because the whole city was talking about it, and the two men looked thoughtful, as if they were remembering something. The officer shouted that this was inexcusable, because the so-called heroes were using violence. It was unacceptable, and she would have gladly arrested her right now if she knew these people by sight. They were a little scared, but tried not to let it show, and soon ran away from her as if to get another order. But the girl grabbed Shin by the shoulder, asking him how he knew that no one was hurt because it was not published anywhere. The guy tried to make excuses, saying that he just really hoped no one was hurt, but again he said something that was better left unsaid, and Sakamoto only thought about wishing the guy would shut his mouth. And soon they were lucky. The girl was distracted, and at that moment they successfully ran away from her headlong, but the officer was determined to catch them. No matter how fast the boys ran, the girl was extremely fast and it was difficult to escape. People who were looking out of the windows at the time noticed that Sakamoto was running from the police, and this surprised them, because everyone knew him as perhaps the most wonderful person in the city. While they were running, they were stopped by vendors who offered Sakamoto a taste of their new product, but he just dropped a few moments into his cash register and ran on. After a while, Shin and Taro managed to get away, and the policewoman was puzzled that she had lost them. The guys disguised themselves well enough, and Sakamoto decided to take some food with him. However, this disguise was not enough for long, because they gave themselves away in a matter of minutes and had to run away from the girl again. Shin had no idea if the Taro had any plan, so he suggested that he could serve as a bait and that they might get somewhere. But Sakamoto didn't answer and ran on, taking a sign from a shop nearby. He threw it at the girl's feet, which she obviously did not expect, but now she was riding a small board on the asphalt. After a while, the girl just fell into a puddle, and the children immediately came up to her, asking if she was okay, but the policewoman quickly got up and flew after them. The boys hid in one of the street shops, and after a while, they looked out to see if she had left, but were interrupted by the seller, who told them that they had to pay for helping them, so they should buy 10 skewers each, even though they were already full. Meanwhile, after walking a few more streets, the girl realized that she had lost sight of them. She hadn't lost any robbers for a long time, and now she was extremely upset by this outcome, but her colleague reassured the officer and asked if she was used to the job. To which the girl smiled and happily replied that she was very comfortable here, as her work was intense and interesting. She had incredible skills. She was the best recruiter and popular with the locals. And while she was talking to a colleague, Shin and Taro almost ran into her, but they quickly hid and kept quiet to avoid attracting attention. 201 girl happily concluded her story and hoped that she could continue to help people who really need it now. Shin quietly said that now was the chance to run away for good, but for some reason the old man was not going to do it, even when the girl had already said goodbye to her friend and wished her a good evening. After that, the officer decided to go around the area again and be very careful to find the fugitives, but she was distracted by a local gang that was harassing the girl. A policewoman immediately came up to them, protecting the girl, and the bandit just laughed and told them to let him pass and not to run under their feet at all. But besides all this, a bag of white powder fell out of his pocket, which interested the girl. It seems she caught the drug addicts, although he missed the main target. And in Sakamoto's shop at that time, there was already a real family and relaxed atmosphere. Everyone sat down to eat the unsurpassed food that Taro loved so much. Today, no one left them alone for a long time, so they soon heard the door to the shop open and an officer enter. He apologized for interrupting the meal, but told them about the policewoman who had been chasing them all day and that she had not returned to the station today. And he had only one question. Did they know where she might be now? They thought about it for a while, and Taro's daughter replied that she liked this officer very much. She was very kind and brave. Once, when a little girl lost her mother, she carried her back to her mother on her back, and on the way she treated her to ice cream, a whole portion of it. And because Nakasi was very good, the girl was a little worried about her. The policeman patted her on the head, and Shin asked what was the best thing to do in this situation. The man replied that he would have to do some poor chores. Meanwhile, the policewoman was sitting tied to a chair by this gang of drug addicts. Ricky, who was the leader of the motorcycle gang, Zudomo claimed that he did it only because she caused them a lot of problems, but he didn't really want to do it. After that, he blindfolded her and started mocking her for not even owning a rifle, but she replied that even if she did, her girlfriend would never bring it on him, which surprised Ricky. He just started laughing at her with his whole gang. Shin and Sakamoto set out to find it, and soon they found something. Shin wanted many voices quietly of that factory behind the shopping street. Despite all this, the officer promised to protect the girls, although she did not know how to do so. But soon several smoke grenades flew at Zutomo's gang, and then a huge smoke rose around them all. Ricky screamed loudly and his eyes started to water. Each of the gang members started coughing extremely hard, trying to cover his mouth with his hand. And then they saw a strange figure in the smoke that really scared them. And then they saw another unknown person. Shin would try to give Sakamoto certain coordinates so that he could go in the right direction. Taro listened attentively and soon got to Zutomo's deleter Riki Yi and kicked him right in the face with all his might. Junior started transmitting several coordinates again, and the gang began to panic even more, realizing that someone had attacked them while Sakamoto continued to deal with them. Taro must have done this, and then he took some boards and hit his enemies on the head with them, and they began to fall to the ground one by one. And soon enough, they were all lying on the ground together, completely powerless, and now they certainly could not get up. The young officer was very surprised when everything went quiet. At that moment, she did not understand what had happened. Riki was about to attack her out of anger, because he believed that she was to blame for all of this. But Sakamoto did not allow him to do so and punched him right in the cheek. The blindfold that had been used to blindfold the girl fell off, and only now did Shin realize that he had not disguised himself at all, and the girl saw through it. Sakamoto was standing in front of her, but surprisingly he was extremely thin, and she asked him in surprise who he was. The junior assistant also looked at Taro in shock, wondering how he could lose weight so quickly. The two boys decided to run away from her as fast as possible, jumping over all the obstacles, and the girl realized that he looked exactly like the man she had recently chased. The next day, everyone was sitting quietly in the shop again, and Shin stood in front of Sakamoto with his mouth agape. Taro was back in his previous form of a fat man. He continued to eat a lot of food. The guy was very shocked that yesterday he looked completely different. Nakase, in turn, returned to the station and immediately began to train hard without wasting a single minute. She was angry with herself because yesterday she looked too helpless. But she couldn't get enough of this guy with glasses. Shin kept trying to tell him that he should eat at least a little less, because he was very fat again, and he looked much better when he was slim. After a while, they went out for a walk in Chinatown, not even taking off their aprons, and they walked with smiles to this huge area of the city. Shin was surprised to ask why he had to go so far or just to replenish his stock. Taro replied that there was a certain limit for each customer, and soon he saw the divine pork buns that he loved so much and seemed to have come just for them. This would have been enough for both Aoi and Hana, so they were calmly walking back when they heard a large explosion nearby. A girl jumped out of nowhere and fell down next to Sakamoto, kicking up a mountain of dust, and the boy immediately asked if he was okay and if he had bruised himself. But Taro didn't care about himself at all. He was only concerned about the buns he had just bought and were now lying happily on the floor. He took them in his hands, upset, and the guy began to reassure him that he could shake them off the dust and everything would be fine. Meanwhile, the girl was on alert. Realizing that there was nowhere to run, a gang of strange men were chasing her and they were very serious about her. Lu Xiaotong stood calmly, confident in herself, knowing that they would never get her. The girl dashed to one of the gang members and elbowed him, and the man in the black jacket pulled a knife out of his pocket. However, the very next moment, Sakamoto stood up for her, taking out a pair of tongs and breaking the knife with them. Shin hit one of the men in a nearby box hard and sharply, which scared all the gang members, and now they were not so sure that they would catch the girl. But she was not going to stand aside either, and took to the air to approach her enemies. After that, she punched one of them in the stomach and he fell to the ground. Shin admired her, noting that she fought well while Sakamoto, as always, thought only of his own, that is, of food. He seemed to care only about food, and Lu was as confident as ever, ready for battle. While the younger boy was wondering who the woman was, Taro continued to think about pork buns. The same men approached them, but with the whole gang, and they wanted to destroy them as soon as possible, considering them to be blue rivals. So they decided to run away. Taro took the girl on his shoulders and they ran away from the gang, trying to hide. Shin noticed that this had been happening to them too often lately, and all they did was eat and run away from some strange men, and Lu meanwhile looked at them in surprise, asking who they were. But the escapees really succeeded. The gang lost sight of them, so Vanya decided to try to find the process of strange men that helped her at least some information where to look for them. When they came to their mentor, he was extremely angry that this girl was allowed to escape again, because they had already destroyed her entire family. Wang was very disappointed with his subordinates, and despite their excuses, ordered them to get out of his sight immediately. But before he could do anything, a man rushed at him and hit him in the face. He started laughing with his mouth closed and seemed to be about to finish him off right now, but he was still trying to breathe. His brother turned to him and told him that it was absolutely not cool and that he should stop doing that. He looked extremely funny at that moment. The clan leader turned to the boys in surprise, asking why he had killed him so quickly. Wang said that he needs the key that the girl has, and if he gets it, he will have power over the entire black market. and their main task is to find her. The two maniacal brothers said that they could dispose of anyone who got in their way, and the leader gave his approval. And while the so-called gang that Shin and Sakamoto had recently joined was running away from these strange men on the rooftops, they now learned that the girl was the daughter of the Triad family. The girl showed them the key that they were chasing her with. Her parents had left this key with her. Shin shouted for the girl to get rid of the key, and then it would all be over because he believed that it was not worth dying and risking his life for. But Lu couldn't give it up, because her mom and dad had kept this key at the cost of their lives, and if she didn't take care of it now, she wouldn't be able to meet them in the next world. Taro tried to ask her something else, but she sharply replied that it was none of his business. She apologized for causing them so much trouble, and Taro suggested that they go home. However, before that, the man asked Lu if she could make him pork buns, and she surprisingly replied that her father had taught her how to do it, so she could do it. But she was not sure about the taste. Shin looked at his friend with great surprise, because they could get into trouble again if they went there. Sakamoto firmly said that purchases for the store were postponed, and that they had to help this girl first. But when they're done with that, Lu has to make them these buns. This was the only condition that still surprised Lu. Shin turned his gaze to the man and then noticed a strange figure behind him, attacking Taro from behind. He barely touched him, but he wasn't going to back down. The gang caught up with them. While they were wasting time standing on the roof negotiating for buns, things were not looking good. The older brother told Bacho that he had absolutely no style, but he nervously replied that a killer shouldn't have any. They only needed to find their target and destroy it, and carefully decomposing the remains could always be left for later. But he meant something completely different. The problem was how he was going to destroy them. Shin asks Lu who these guys are, and she tells him that they are twin killers, Sung-hee and Bacho, who are hunting her down. For a small fee, she will kill anyone, because they both appear to be serial killers who enjoy their work. Bacho was happy when he heard that they knew about them. He thought it was quite nice, but the older man said that mercenaries must remain anonymous and he should be ashamed of himself. The younger Shin wasted no time in running up to Sung-hee about to strike him, but he easily stopped his hand. The higher-up mocked him and said that his comrade was already lying dead. But the guys only laughed at this, because it was almost impossible to destroy Taro himself. Bacho, meanwhile, swung at the girl from behind when she was not expecting it at all, and it seemed that she had already given up, realizing that it could soon be over. But Sakamoto didn't rush at the guys very quickly and hit them hard, saying that sweet bean buns would be good for us as well. He did not stop and continued to fight with this killer. The girl looked at the man in surprise. The room underneath them began to fall apart. The calf broke apart and everything on the tables and the cracked glass fell to the ground. They all landed successfully on the floor, but Sakamoto staggered a little on the spot. The two twins decided it was time to call it a day. They had to get their target, so they attacked. But before they did, they told her to hand over the key nicely, and they would end her less painfully. But she certainly wasn't going to do it. Her parents had once said the same thing just before they passed away, and before that they had suffered for quite a while. Did she really want to care more about a toy than her own life? It was very surprising to Sung-hee. Lu rushed forward and ordered him to shut up, but Shin stopped her, telling her not to fall for such pathetic provocations. But this safe contained her family's inheritance, and her father had died at the hands of these horrible people while protecting the safe. While the girl was unable to see, one of the twins fired a bullet at her, but Sakamoto saved her. The dream was telling me to stay away from the old man and not to interfere with his dealings with this girl. But he just said that it was not for him to decide what was important to her. This angered both twins, and now they decided to deal with this old man first and then move on to the girl. From both sides, they began to attack Taro with their katanas, but despite their good technique, the man still dodged every attack. He was completely fine despite a slight cramp in his neck, and the two assassins watched in amazement as this man dodged the blow, because no one could ever escape their attack, Tofu. And besides, this man was extremely large. Why the hell was this wake-up call completely unharmed? After that, they decided to use other techniques, and it was time for a special Maboryu technique. But again, the man deftly dodged both of them, taking out a pot and a frying pan to fight back. Sung-hee couldn't believe his eyes, and Taro began to laugh at them as he stood calmly with a frying pan in his hands. Shin ran up to him anxiously, asking how he was feeling, and he was fine, even though he hadn't carried anything heavy for a long time. The two brothers were completely pissed off by all this, and they just wasted no time, so they just had to take their main target and finish it off. But the boy took the rope and, hearing him clearly and distinctly through his own ability to read minds, stopped the man, after which Sun flipped several times in the air and fell on his teeth, and soon a cupboard full of different products arrived on top of it. They were already lying down completely exhausted, and after the frantic noise there was complete silence. The girl barely managed to squeeze out a question. She did not understand who she had just contacted. She laughed, saying that the men were very strange, but thanked them for saving her. Meanwhile, the leader of their clan was very angry. He had no idea what his mercenaries were doing, because they already knew the location of the safe, and it was a simple matter of getting it. However, imagine his surprise when two strange men appeared from behind him, intent on dealing with him. Two extremely powerful assassins were lying on the floor tied up, which surprised the leader even more, and he asked what they had done to his bodyguards. Meanwhile, Lu snuck up on him from behind. She wanted nothing more than for this scoundrel to disappear from the world, despite his apologies. His place was in hell, not on this earth. And within a short period of time, the head of the clan was lying on the floor. Shin was also not going to stand by and wanted to help deal with these people, but Taro stopped him by taking him by the neck and crunching it slightly, which offended him greatly. Lu calmly replied that if you destroyed everyone who hurt her, it would never end. Her father taught her that the best revenge is to live a happy life. After some time, the girl was opening the safe with the key, but at first she was not able to do it, and Shin started to tease her, to which she reacted quite aggressively. But soon she managed to open the safe, and they entered it together, seeing all its beauty from the inside. There was a lot of gold, silver, a lot of treasures and jewelry, plus a lot of books and CDs and toys. There was really a lot of stuff. Shin sat down to read some book where there was a precise description of the room. There were certain items with numbers, and most likely, these items are favorites depending on each head of the Lu family. Several centuries, that is. Other things, different people were friends with all these things, but the girl was only interested in the one her father was with. Soon they came across sake, and there was a note on the bottle. The girl read what it said, that she had to drink sake from Xiao Tan when she came of age, that it was the most delicious thing on earth, and that she was going to take a glass to everyone as a sign of gratitude. While the girl was pouring the drink, Shin began to read the note himself. They were sitting in the middle of the room, savoring an unrivaled drink with freshly prepared Japanese pork buns. And the next day, Lu joined their shop and put on her apron. She had nowhere else to work, so Sakamoto offered to take her on. Shin was surprised that Ta was going to work at all because she had a lot of treasure, but she couldn't just sell her family treasure. For some reason, the boy was too tense and picked on every little thing. The girl told him to calm down a bit, and Taro told them to shut their mouths because he had a bad headache. The next day, when Lu came to the store, she was greeted by Shin's disgruntled face, telling her she was late. She didn't understand why he changed his attitude to her so much, because she was just a little late, but 2 hours was too much. He asked her if she had ever worked before, and she replied that of course she had. She used to help her father dig big holes and bury mysterious sacks in them. After these words, the guy started begging Taro to fire this girl. She didn't fit this calm atmosphere of the store. Although it was difficult to say this about the guy himself given his character. But Sakamoto told him to calm down in a calm tone of voice because it was not nice, and Lu told him to apologize whenever he was late. While the two stood there with shocked faces, Sakamoto calmly read the newspaper, occasionally glancing at them, and then told them to get to work in the morning. Today he was the most talkative he'd been in all the time Shin had known him. It was the first time he'd spoken so much, and usually even his thoughts were concise. But he was not just a piece of flesh talking. In Taro's opinion, such words were impolite, but it was just an innocent conversation. Sakamoto stood calmly at the counter. But the next moment, something extremely strange began to happen, and now there were two Mr. Sakamoto, which frightened Shin. One of them was reading a newspaper while sitting on a chair, and the other was just watching, after which one of them exclaimed joyfully that they were doubles. But the real Sakamoto was not happy about it, and abruptly got up from his chair, coming closer to the man. He silently pulled out a pistol, standing very close to him, and then muttered something. The strange man was saying that Taro was still in good shape despite his figure, and Shin didn't understand who the hell this face-changing devil was, and he couldn't read his thoughts either. The black-haired guy started laughing a lot, looking at the surprised faces of the boy and the girl, and when asked by Shin, Taro said that he should be stuffed in a bag. However, the boy calmly gave his name, saying that he worked in the supermarket across the street and had been friends with Sakamoto for a long time. Shin remarked that he was very young, but Lu interrupted the conversation and replied that there was no supermarket across the street. Taro himself said that Nagumo was an old colleague of his, back when he worked as a mercenary, and that he was actually not 18 as he said, but 27. When Nagumo was caught for this lie, he replied that Sakamoto's head was worth a good sum, as much as 1 billion yen. Lu was sure that he was lying again, just like the last time, and Shin added that even a schoolboy could come up with a better lie than this guy. But he claimed that it was true, that yesterday at the Conference of Killers it was finally approved, and tomorrow all this will be included in the list. Among knowledgeable mercenaries, this information has already spread. But then they heard the voice of a man who brought them a pizza, and something was wrong with him. The next moment, Nakajima approached Nagumo with the knives, telling him not to move, or the boy's cute face would suffer at his hands. While Lu and Shin were thinking about what to do, Sakamoto was enjoying the delicious pizza that the courier had just brought. His friend was about to be sent to the next world, and the man was sitting there as if nothing was happening. However, while they were talking, Nagumo untied all the ropes and got behind the courier, and then took him by the neck to prevent him from escaping. Taro calmly told Nagumo not to do what he was thinking of doing, not to kill him. The guy immediately let Nakajima go, but asked why he still adhered to the no-kill policy. He doesn't think he can fight them that way, and you can't defeat other killers that way either. The three men who worked in the shop angrily approached Nagumo, to which he awkwardly replied that he would not be involved anymore and smiled, saying that they specialized in preventing various murders, and as he was about to leave the shop, added that he missed the days when he and Taro worked as a team. When he opened the door, Sakamoto called out to the young man, who asked if anyone would benefit from his death now. It was a good question, but their job was to follow orders, not to question them. But for a retired man, he went too far when he destroyed the Danshokai triad. Nagumo was pleased to see his old friend again, but it was time to leave. He wanted to say goodbye before he was eliminated, but he did not let Shin leave again. But despite the fact that Nagumo was still standing in the store a second ago, he was nowhere to be found in a moment. Shin looked around in surprise, looking for the guy, wondering if he could trust him, and the girl thought it would be better to return to her country. She didn't know where it would be safer, and Sakamoto looked at the empty pizza box. This pizza guy failed the plan, so we had to find a new pawn. Meanwhile, the gangs were negotiating how much everyone would pay for the old man's head. But one of them was now hungry, offering to take a pizza, and at the same time muttering that no one had underestimated Sakamoto. However, one of the gang wanted to outsmart him. They just need to figure out how and when to do it. They need to determine the time and place where he will be most vulnerable, which is how the Dandenkai clan should act. But Taro was a former member of the order. If they made a mistake somewhere, they could be destroyed, every single one of them. Some thought it was just a legend, but in any case, everyone was sure that he was just a pensioner who had been retired for more than 5 years and shouldn't cause any problems. But imagine their surprise when Sakamoto appeared on the giant screen with a gun in his hand, ordering them to drop the case. They got up from their chairs in fright, realizing that they had been found. He noticed her hidden camera, but the leader didn't care. He looked at him calmly and exhaled slowly. The next moment, the glass shattered from a gunshot and fell loudly to the ground. Shin thought about Nagumo's words. If it turned out to be true, they would soon see a lot more guys like that pizza delivery guy here. But Sakamoto was sure there was no point in worrying. Since they knew who her enemies were, it was better to stay home and be quiet lambs. Taro thought about it all the time, even when he was walking around the city with his family. Shin and Sakamoto overhear Aoi talking to her daughter, and they talked about what was going to happen tomorrow. They didn't know anything yet, but the girl said they had to meet Sugar. Aoi recalled that they had promised to take Kana to the amusement park tomorrow, and the child was looking forward to it. Sweat broke out on the boys' faces, and they realized that the plan was not going as they had originally intended, but since they had already promised, they had to take the child to the amusement park, while Mom and Hana talked about what they should bring tomorrow. When the morning came, everyone ran to the amusement park, Tokyo Sweet Park, and enjoyed riding the various carousels. But Sakamoto got tired pretty quickly. He was asked if he was feeling well, and his daughter offered him some of her ice cream, hoping it would make him feel a little better. He replied that he started to feel sick. Everyone started to fuss. Aoi offered some cool water, and Lu and Hana looked at the map of the park. And the park's mascot was a cute hare holding several balloons in his paws. The mascot's name was Sugar. It was a very special day for the girl. They all had fun together like a big friendly family. She wanted to have incredible fun today. But how can you rejoice when Sakamoto is literally in the crosshairs, being hunted, and a lot of money is being paid for his head? But there was no other way out. They were here, and there was nothing to be done, if not for these damned enemies. Today would have been a beautiful day off, and Lu was eating another stick she liked so much. But Shin immediately turned his gaze to her, reminding her that their main duty today was to protect Sakamoto, not to eat chopsticks, that their priorities were to eliminate enemies and keep the family happy, and that they should make sure Taro himself had a good day. But the crowd was just crazy. It was hard to identify your enemies, but Shin reassured Lu, saying that there was no threat in the area at the moment. He explained that he could read the thoughts of all people within a 20-meter radius, and that any person planning a murder would have a heightened emotional state. The girl approached him, asking if he always reads her thoughts, to which he frowned and replied that he did not need to. He needs to tune in to read someone's thoughts. They don't just come all the time, and he was annoyed that the girl asked so many other questions. While Lu was taking offense somewhere nearby, Shin reported that he had sensed the enemy's location near them. Sakamoto looked around, trying not to draw too much attention to himself or act strangely. Their enemy was disguised as an ordinary janitor who covered his face and had already seen his victim. When they met so closely, the janitor remarked that the man had courage to go for a family walk at such a time. The man was ready to kill Sakamoto in front of his own child, but in the meantime, in order to avoid attracting the attention of outsiders, he simply stood on the street. Taro moved away from his family a little, having previously stretched his arms, and the enemy was about to attack the old man from behind. But he failed, and without even turning his head back, Sakamoto punched him in the face. While the girl and the others were looking at the amusement park, Taro had to deal with this bastard. The man realized that he would not be dealing with an ordinary pensioner who could barely move, and while Sakamoto returned to his family, Shin went to deal with this janitor. Liu also admired how skillfully the boss used his techniques, not even looking at the enemy but hitting the target. He also avoided injuries to his arteries and important organs, so he will live on in peace. This guy was really lucky, but now Kuri is lying somewhere among the trees. He was watched by another mercenary who told him that the janitor stuff was an outdated topic, and he really tried to tell him that, but it didn't work. And this guy Sakamoto, he wished he could finish what he had started, or if that fat guy was really a former legend. And Shin could be another problem on his way. He can read minds, so you need to clean them up and not pay attention to anything to sneak up on the target. So the man threw away the piece of paper he was holding and began to approach Shin. Sakamoto and his family had already moved far away from him. Liu only said that this is how children lose their parents in a crowd, and meanwhile the strange man crept closer and closer. The happy family boarded another train, and they were asked to hold on tightly throughout the trip. Hana was happy. She really enjoyed riding the various rides. Liu and Shin sat down behind him watching Sakamoto. Despite the fact that the trip was supposed to be interesting, Tara was having a hard time breathing because of the excitement, and the girl was also starting to worry. She was very worried about the guy sitting next to them, but Shin said that he didn't hear any thoughts from him. But the man was already starting to worry about being looked at like that. He turned slightly back to make sure he was accurately spotted, and that was the biggest mistake. Shin recognized him. The guy started to freak out. He tried to get rid of the railing because he realized that's where their target was. But it was too late. The train had already moved forward at breakneck speed, and all they could do was wait for it to stop. Shin apologized to Sakamoto that the enemy had slipped through him unnoticed, and that he should be extremely careful. He described the man's appearance in general, after which Taro turned to him. The man with silver hair noticed that he had armored glasses. He was a rather problematic customer. Meanwhile, Shin kept trying to get off this train as quickly as possible, even though it sounded crazy. Despite the frantic pace, the guy managed to get out and asked Liu to hold him. After that, Shin jumped down from the train, sliding down the track. The silver-haired man looked at him in surprise, marveling at his courage, and then Shin jumped right on his back. It only took him a minute to throw the man down from his own seat. They rolled down the track, but Shin managed to land safely when he caught his hand on the rails. The man straightened his hair, calling Shin crazy, and the latter just smiled in response. He would never ruin Mr. Sakamoto's day off, and Shin himself could vouch for that. He was willing to work overtime to protect him. The man with bags under his eyes opened his mouth in surprise, taking it as a threat. Shin defended him at the cost of his own life, because he was supposed to rest today. However, there was a problem. No matter how hard he tried, he could not read his mind. This man was the kind of person who acts without thinking. Shin realized that he could not dodge his daggers. The man was too fast. It was a real mess. The guy fell face first onto the flights, thinking what to do next. Meanwhile, the blonde threw his trademark poison at the guy, so that now he couldn't even open his eyes and could have died after that. However, Shin was not going to give up, and despite the pain opened his eyes, after which the blonde realized that he was no ordinary opponent. But his eyes said that he was afraid to die, just like Sakamoto. When a person is not ready to face death, others can see this fear in their eyes. The more a person clings to life, the weaker they become, and the fear of death reduces their ability to make decisions. It was the same with him. Shin was afraid of the daggers, which is what allowed him to be wounded, but he was already completely insane. However, Mr. Sakamoto was not afraid of death at all, even though the enemy was sure of it. Shin performed a very important mission, protecting his hero's family at the cost of his own life. However, a person who has something to defend will fight to the last. It seemed that he had completely lost his mind and stopped seeing. His desperate words sounded pathetic, but it didn't matter to him whether he could see because in any case, there was only one way out. Now it got even more fun, and Shin jumped into the trolley driving straight for the enemy. When it drove closer, Shin pushed off the seat and jumped right at the enemy, grabbing him by the back. Each time, Shin became more interested. His smile became crazy, and he just waited for the next step. There had to be a way to get the better of him and come out on top, and the guy was thinking about how he could do it. In his head, he heard a lot of different voices from all the people around him, but not a single thought from the blonde man. Shin punched him in the stomach with all his might, and they both flew off the track to the side. They both went down. Meanwhile, Sakamoto and his family, as well as many other people, were at the performance for children, who watched the actors enthusiastically. And what a great surprise and panic there was when two men fell from the sky onto the stage, kicking up a lot of dust. The animators looked in surprise at the blonde man, who for a while did not understand anything as he lay on the stage, but then immediately ordered him to shut his mouth. A giant hare came on stage, smiling. However, this costume disguised Shin, and the enemy took out several more of his daggers, preparing for battle. The next moment, Shin showed what a real sugar bunny punch is, and rushed towards the enemy. It flew into his face, and the squirrel began to applaud and support his favorite. Although the blonde tried to hit the hare, the latter skillfully dodged his blows every time. He came closer and hit harder each time, which confused the enemy. He didn't understand how it was possible to move so fast when a person can't see anything. And the audience was still applauding and looking enthusiastically at the characters in the play, and Aoi also noted that it all looked very realistic. Sakamoto didn't say anything to his daughter or his wife, and they thought he was very interested. But in fact, Taro was telling Shin how and where to move. The guy attacked with all his might, and the blonde thought that the poison had just worn off too quickly. Shin also read his every move, and in general his own movements were like those of a completely different person. Suddenly, he started attacking even more actively, and the latter pulled out a dagger. Much to our surprise, the guy's eyes were closed when the enemy cut the suit. Sakamoto now finally realized that the end had come. After the fatal blow, he will definitely pass out. The man with the round eyes fell to the ground, not realizing what had just happened, and the audience rose to their feet and applauded Sukrik while standing. While Shin was winning the battle, Lu was still riding the train with a scared face. When everything had calmed down, Lu decided to help Shin with his eyes, which were still stinging. She wanted to give him eye drops, but he was twitching and wouldn't let her. When she finally succeeded, Shin cried out loud, saying that it was very painful, but the procedure had to be repeated for the other eye. The tied-up blonde man was sitting in the corner, and it was a good thing he had the antidote with him, but this was standard practice for him. Sakamoto asked who hired him, but first he asked if he would let him go if he confessed. Lu walked up to the blonde man and took his poison knife, then cut him lightly, and he screamed. And in turn, the girl began to pour the antidote on the ground, so it was better to speak now before it ran out. Nevertheless, the man replied that he had been hired by the Dondenkai Company, a shadowy organization specializing in one-man operations for risky jobs. It didn't take much talking to get him to tell me everything, but he really wanted to live. It was like a regular concert because there was no special loyalty from the company. He was a Yavi mercenary, and the girl asked what the abbreviation was, to which the guy replied briefly. 481, it stood for Japanese Assassins Association, and Sakamoto and Shin also used to work there, and there were only professionals there, less than 400 of whom are in Japan. This document looked like a driver's license, according to Lu, but it was much harder to get. Meanwhile, the blonde mercenary asked Sakamoto for something. He was curious to know whether he was really a former member of the order or just a legend. But before he could say anything, his wife and daughter came up to them. They had been looking for them for a long time. The girls were hungry and offered to have a snack, and everyone gladly agreed. Shin lingered for a while, then ordered the blonde not to contact them anymore, and he took all his weapons and calmly walked away. They came to this park just to have fun and had no other plans, but the man in black ruined everything. At the last moment, a little girl ran up to their enemy and then put a heart plaster on his scratch. She stroked his hand and said that he had performed very well on the show today. The blonde looked at her in surprise and pulled out a knife, then cut the ropes and freed himself. He decided that he would take one more roller coaster ride and go home. While the whole family was having a delicious dinner, Shin was very tired after everything that had happened. And also after the antidote, I felt dizzy and my thoughts were much harder to read. It was dangerous in Lu's opinion, so she suggested that Sakamoto go home and Shin apologized for letting him down. Joey walked over to the table looking at them all. They all behaved very strangely today, and the girl thought they were hiding something from her. Tara was worried while several people were having fun not far away. They decided to go all out tonight and throw a party. The girl looked at the man smilingly, telling him to behave normally and not to act like someone he didn't know. The guy shouted loudly, telling the girl to watch where she was going because she might step on ants. The only life they had to take was the life of their victim. The girl looked at him silently, and then he asked her if she wanted to rest because her heels might get in the way, which she thought sounded cute. Blonde man who had recently escaped from the trap was washing his hands. The two men went in the same place talking to each other. He turned around, but Obagura grabbed him by the neck. After that, she sat on his neck, smilingly looking into his eyes and asking him where he was going so quickly. He recognized a familiar face and began to tease her, but the man with the beard told him to stop talking idly. He also told her not to sit with her legs apart. The blonde asked Boyd and Obagura what they wanted from him. He began to answer him in his rude style, then added that he felt like a chaperone on a children's excursion with him because he could not finish anything himself. If they hadn't shown up, he would have been literally fired, so he had to be grateful for their appearance. And the girl was looking forward to meeting Taro Sakamoto himself, as she had never seen him before. A few days ago, Boylda received a gram that hurt him, and they started joking about something. And the blonde man said that these jokes were rather stupid and frivolous. However, 2 years ago, this couple put 200 people in the grave. They are the super powerful duo Dundenkai. Meanwhile, the story went back to Sakamoto and his family, who claimed that they were not hiding anything. Aoi wondered if maybe he hadn't had a good lunch and was acting strangely. But Shin replied with a strange smile that they were all feeling fine and doing well. At such moments, it was harder to escape. When they were in the open, there was more of a threat. Aoi and Hana have already decided where they want to go next for fun. Mom pointed to the haunted house. There were the best conditions for the enemy to attack. It was too dangerous. But still, they entered the Hospital of Terror, where the souls of patients who had been chopped to pieces by a local doctor wandered. Lou was very afraid of this and did not feel comfortable here, but she went inside anyway. Everyone started looking around and Lou was handed a sedative. Shin shone the flashlight forward and the same doctor appeared behind the company. Obagura and Boyd were watching them through the camera. It was time for a house of horrors. A mannequin with glassy eyes stood behind Shin, but he dodged the blow by bending forward. Aoi and Hana reacted calmly to this, but Sakamoto, Lou, and Shin knew that it could have been a real danger. Meanwhile, the mannequin stopped next to Taro and Aoi. While the family was laughing, Shin noticed the rookie mercenaries card. If they send the best people here, there's nothing to worry about. Obagura noticed that the big guy moved well for his age and weight. But Boyd didn't want to mess with it for a long time, preferably to deal with it quickly and complete the task. The girl reassured him that he would be able to deal with the victim himself, as they were special friends. He just opened the bottle, broke the top, and drank what was inside. But he was not his friend. Back in Sakamoto's youth, they had been together at the environmental school in Vwifts. Taro was only 14 at the time and Boyd was 15. He had heard that Sakamoto was extremely strong and was curious about the guy. This alarmed Taro, but he assured him that he was not here for revenge. After that, they became friends, had a lot in common, and often spent time together outside of school. Then, in one of the lessons, Boyd read that today is Valentine's Day, which was not good for them, because they were bad and did not expect attention and love. However, Sakamoto was approached by more than one girl who handed him a gift, embarrassed at the same time, and Nagumo brought a whole bunch of sweets that were given to him. They exchanged a few words. Taro suggested to his friend that he could get a chocolate bar in one place and pointed somewhere. Boyd stood in the middle of the room watching the line until an older man approached him. He thought that they were like-minded and would be friends for a long time, but he was not cruel in the end. After that, they broke off ties and this battle was supposed to be about revenge and remembering the past. At least that's what Obagura thought, but Boyd exclaimed that this was absolutely not the case and he held no grudge. Meanwhile, more and more zombies appeared in the House of Horrors, and Shin had no idea how many mercenaries could be hiding there. Lou asked if they could finally go home, but Hanaya liked it here. She was curious how it would end. This daughter of Mr. Sakamoto was not as cowardly as Lou and Shin ridiculed her for it. But the girl just snorted and drank more sedatives, which in fact turned out to be a discharge. While they were standing by the closed and taped door, they heard strange knocks coming from there. Lou smiled. She was having a lot of fun after that liquid. She calmly walked closer to that door, and a bunch of zombies fell out on her, reaching out to the girl with their hands. Everyone but Lou was very scared, and she was standing next to them laughing. It seemed like a sea of zombies because they kept coming and kept coming. Sakamoto was determined to go fight them, but they soon found themselves in a crowd of monsters. And while they were fighting, Obagura and Boyd came in, and he told her to clear the area, but the girl didn't like that he was always ordering her around. In a matter of seconds, mercenary cards flew in the man's face to distract him. He calmly turned his gaze back and asked his old friend if he remembered him. Taro said he didn't know him and asked where his family was. Obigura, meanwhile, was with everyone else. Shin got to his feet looking at the girl. And Lou didn't care who was standing in front of her. She was very happy and joyful, so she flew to the girl with a smile. She was going to deal with her old friend on her own. And Boyd and Sakamoto were on alert. He wanted to make Taro remember him, and he would pay for everything he had done.